Chapter 1. A Catastrophic Beginning? Daqing Xianzheng Hall. The civil and military officials on both sides of the hall looked indifferently at the figure kneeling in the center. Sixth Prince, you should explain yourself as Majesty is waiting. The anxious eunuch beside the dragon throne asked. I have nothing to explain. The sixth Prince Li Chei's face was pale, but his gaze was firm. To say that I used witchcraft to harm the crown prince? That is a crime made up out of malice. There is no shortage of excuses. The eunuch glanced at the emperor beside him, saw that he still wore an expressionless face, and continued to press on with difficulty. Then how do you explain the puppet found? In your room? Li Chei fell silent, simply staring at the emperor on the dragon throne. Explain? What is there to explain? The esteemed founding emperor, who controls the entire court and the world, would easily believe such nonsensical accusations of witchcraft. His father summoned him to this great hall not to hear his explanation, but to see him dead. How could it have come to this between father and son? Thinking of this, a resolute look flashed in Li Chei's eyes. Tiger poison does not eat its cubs, he murmured to himself, a surge of strength rising from somewhere within him, supporting his stiff kneeling body to stand. The court officials nearby, hearing this, immediately lowered their heads, wishing they were deaf. As his gaze swept over the indifferent faces in the hall, Li Chei's eyes became hollow. The malicious accusations of schemers, the suspicions of his biological father, the fratricidal conflicts among brothers, coiled around his heart like poisonous snakes, almost suffocating him. His hands clenched tightly, nails digging deep into his palms, blood dripping through his fingers onto the cold stone steps. That Li Chei closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and stepped back a few paces. His gaze moved to the pillars in the great hall. If there is an afterlife, I would rather be a peasant than be the son of an emperor. Li Chei's eyes turned red, and he hoarsely shouted. The surrounding officials, initially surprised to see the sixth prince stand up, turned to look at him. Then they saw Li Chei use all his strength to run and violently crash his head against the hard crimson pillar. The speed was so fast that even the martial officials present didn't react in time to stop him. It was clearly a death wish. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Li Chei's body fell limply to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Blood flowed from his forehead, staining the ground beneath him red. Your Highness! Oh no, the sixth prince has committed suicide. The great hall was immediately thrown into chaos, with officials rushing forward, surrounding Li Chei, yet no one dared to approach. At that moment, the figure on the dragon throne finally moved. The emperor slowly stood up, his gaze looking down coldly at Li Chei's body. His expression was indifferent, as if he were looking at an inconsequential object rather than his own flesh and blood. Where is the imperial physician? The imperial physician, carrying a medicine box, hurriedly stepped forward, placing his fingers under Li Chei's nose to check for breath, then feeling for a pulse on his neck. Your Majesty, the sixth prince has passed away. The imperial physician knelt on the ground, his forehead pressed firmly to the floor. To this declaration, the entire great hall fell silent. A complex expression flickered across the emperor's face, but it vanished in an instant. Regardless of whether the emperor liked it or not, the sixth prince of this timeline was dead. At this moment, however, another version of Li Chei regained consciousness. Ugh, my head hurts. Li Chei felt as if his brain were being twisted by knives, chaotic memories flooding in like a tide, making his head feel like it would explode. Where is this? Daqing Empire? Li Chei. Does he also go by Li Chei, the sixth prince of a prestigious lineage, forced to death in the palace by his own father? How ruthless. Wait, this Li Chei's deceased mother was a princess of the previous dynasty, bearing the bloodline of 2 dynasties, and yet he dared to plead for the orphan of the previous dynasty. So foolish and naive. He is usually kind to others and even has the title of virtuous king in the palace. Doubt this buff is stacked if he doesn't die. Who does? The crown prince suddenly fell ill, and then a cursed puppet was found in the original owner's room. This is the otherworldly version of the witchcraft catastrophe. Enduring the pain, Li Chei processed the memories in his mind, and suddenly felt a bit dazed, transported to a parallel ancient dynasty, becoming an unfavored prince, and starting off by being driven to death by his emperor father. This is definitely a catastrophic beginning. Intense work really is not good. I'm only in my 20s, and I've just died like this. The team had just discovered a new mine in the northeast, a sure fortune if we could successfully extract it. I might even be promoted to a formal exploration officer this year. What do I do now? Just lie here? Wait for the eunuch to drag my body away before escaping? I'm just a science and engineering guy. I'm really not good at palace intrigue. At that moment, the emperor in the hall spoke from the steps. Huang Jin, go announce the edict. Yes. The eunuch, with a pained expression, slowly stepped forward, tightly holding a roll of yellow silk. Under the gaze of everyone, the eunuch approached the corpse of the sixth prince and unfolded the yellow silk in his hand. By the will of heaven and the emperor, it is decreed. The sixth prince, endowed with intelligence and virtue, is hereby appointed as Prince of Ninggu to oversee the lands beyond. The Shanhai Pass in 01 is permitted to enter the capital without a holy command. Thus, it is decreed. Upon hearing the eunuch Huang Jin's rhythmic proclamation, the surrounding officials lowered their heads tightly, concealing their shock. Your Majesty, this is a bit too cruel. The man is already dead, and only now is he being granted a title. This is clearly an attempt to avoid the accusation of forcing his own son to death, resorting to this cover-up strategy. He didn't even use the term posthumous title, so that history wouldn't record that Emperor Qing forced his son to death. Instead, it would say that the sixth prince engaged in witchcraft, and the emperor not only did not punish him, but instead conferred upon him a title. Subsequently, the sixth prince, unable to bear the shame, took his own life. And the title is Prince of Ninggu? What place is Ninggu beyond the Shanhai Pass? That is the place where the remnants of the previous dynasty and serious offenders are exiled, although nominally belonging to Daqing. It is in fact a buffer zone between Daqing and the barbarian tribes, and those barbarians frequently invade and plunder. The eunuch respectfully closed the imperial edict and took a few steps closer. Looking at the sixth prince on the ground, a strange smile suddenly flashed across his kind face. He bent slightly, whispering in a voice only he could hear. Your Highness the sixth prince, the crown prince, asked me to tell you. Since you like to plead for those people, go and reunite with them. The smile on the eunuch's face quickly disappeared, replaced by a sincere expression of mourning. He bent down, just as he was about to stuff the edict into the sixth prince's hand. Suddenly, a blood-covered hand shot up, seizing the edict in the eunuch's dazed gaze. Li Chei's head slowly lifted, blood flowing down his face, making his entire countenance appear extremely hideous. His mouth curled into a grin, eyes flashing with a chilling light. What? You said to confirm me where? The eunuch went limp, his mind going blank, instinctively replying, beyond the Shanhai Pass, Ninggu. The hand gripping the edict suddenly pulled back as if afraid the other would change his mind, tightly protecting the edict to his chest. Yor son like. No, Prince of Ninggu Li Chei receives the edict. The smile on Li Chei's face could not be concealed. Beyond the Shanhai Pass, Ninggu? Isn't that the northeast of later generations? I can solve this problem. Chapter 2. Your son comes here to rebel. The entire court was dumbfounded. What? He didn't die. One of the ministers closest to the pillar instinctively glanced at the pillar that Li Chei had just crashed in a dot on the top of the pillar. There was a noticeable dent, with some bloodstains on it. This force didn't die. The imperial physician who had just checked on Li Chei's condition was instantly paralyzed on the ground. He could feel the emperor's chilling gaze upon him, as if he were looking at a dead man. The sixth prince had survived, but his own family might be doomed. Li Chei grasped the imperial edict in his hand. Unable to contain his excitement, he had initially planned to lie on the ground and play dead, but upon hearing that Ninggu County was just outside Shanhaiguan, he couldn't hold back any longer. Outside Shanhaiguan, in the 3 eastern provinces, that was a treasure land. Most importantly, he was familiar with that place. As a mineral exploration agent, Li Chei had every mineral site in that land memorized. The original owner had no foundation in the court and had been driven to the point of crashing to death. Staying in the capital would be a dead end for him. It was better to run northeast and develop quietly. Chair, are you unwell? The emperor's light voice sounded. Li Chei finally snapped back from his excitement, raising his head to look at the emperor at the front of the hall. Just a glance made Li Chei feel a wave of disorientation. One could only say, as expected of the founding emperor, his aura and oppressive presence were overwhelming. In his 40s, his face was resolute, with his brows slightly furrowed. His eyes were deep and sharp, exuding an undeniable authority with just a glance. My son still feels a bit dizzy, Li Chei said, holding his head. Go to the Tai building for diagnosis. Then come to the Yangxin Palace to see me. The emperor's tone left no room for doubt. I obey. Li Che tucked the imperial edict into his clothes and turned to walk out of the hall. Hearing the emperor's order, the imperial physician who had been lying on the ground quickly stood up and supported Li Che as they walked out, hoping to take advantage of the situation to escape blame. Li Che didn't plan to expose him. Being an imperial physician wasn't easy, and besides, he wasn't exactly misdiagnosing. Unexpectedly, the next second, he heard the emperor coldly say, "Incompetent physician, poor rescue. What punishment should you deserve?" Li Che felt the hand supporting him suddenly tremble, and then he heard a thud. Looking back, the imperial physician had already knelt on the ground. "Your Majesty, spare me. Your Majesty, spare me." The emperor glanced at him, execute him, confiscate his property, and exile his entire family to Ninggu County. Li Che. Wait, are we not pretending anymore? Is this a demonstration of the proper usage of Ninggu County for me? Watching the limp imperial physician being dragged away by two soldiers, Li Che seemed to understand the emperor's intent. This matter was far from over. The emperor hadn't acted against him yet, because he had publicly conferred him as a prince in front of all the officials. The ruler's words are like a decree. Even with his heavy power, he could not change his mind in public. However, the matter of witchcraft had not been clarified, and the killing intent was still lurking. Thinking of this, the excitement in Li Che's heart was replaced by a sense of crisis, hastening his steps to leave. Surrounding officials avoided him, as if dodging a plague. After the imperial physician in the Tai building examined him and confirmed that he was not seriously ill, he finally let him go. Following the original owner's memory, Li Che arrived outside the Yangxin Palace in the imperial city. After the imperial guard announced him, Huang Jin quickly came out, looking expressionless as he glanced at Li Che. "Your Highness, the sixth prince, the emperor summons you." Li Che didn't even look at that old eunuch and walked straight into the palace without a sideways glance. That old man was no good. He was one of the main culprits behind the original owner's demise. The Yangxin Palace was where Emperor Qing handled state affairs, and the interior decor was not luxurious but rather simple. Emperor Qing's reign did not favor extravagance. On the contrary, he advocated thrift and frugality, even minimizing the officials' salaries to the extreme. As soon as he entered the main hall, Li Che felt a powerful gaze piercing through him. In the center of the hall, behind the desk, Emperor Qing was scrutinizing his sick son with an aggressive gaze. "My son pays respect to Father Emperor." Li Che stepped forward to bow. Emperor Qing did not speak, but silently stared at Li Che. Li Che also calmly met his gaze. Emperor Qing felt a surprising sensation in his heart when he saw that Li Che no longer avoided his eyes. He suddenly thought that the Li Che before him felt somewhat unfamiliar enough that he could barely see through him. After an unknown amount of time, when Li Che felt his arms slightly sore, Emperor Qing finally said indifferently, "Li Che, do you know your mistake?" "My son does not know." Li Che took the opportunity to lower his sore arms. Emperor Qing narrowed his eyes at him. "Then do you know why I summoned you here?" "My son does not know either." A flicker of resolution passed through Li Che's eyes. "But my son came here to revolt." Emperor Qing's pupils constricted, and for the first time, a look of astonishment appeared on his otherwise calm face. "What did you say?" "My son said." Li Che once again cupped his hands and loudly repeated, "My son came here to rebel against your Majesty." Chapter 3. Li Che's counterattack. Silence. The hall fell into a deathly silence. The surrounding eunuchs and palace maids forgot to kneel, each one staring wide-eyed at the figure standing below the imperial desk. What did the sixth prince just say? Rebel. Rebel? Had the sixth prince hit his head and gone mad? Since ascending to the throne, the current emperor had executed hundreds of civil officials and nobles, each guilty of major crimes of confiscation and extermination of families. Yet even these people did not dare to claim they would rebel in front of the emperor. The first to come back to his senses was Huang Jin, standing behind the emperor. "Audacious! Prince of Ninggu County, do you know what you are saying?" Huang Jin jumped out, shielding Emperor Qing behind him. "You have committed the crime of treason. Seeking to rebel, you are on the path to death." "I naturally know," Li Che said calmly, looking at Emperor Qing. "My son wishes to rebel and has come to inform Father Emperor." At this moment, Emperor Qing had already recovered from his shock and waved away Huang Jin, who was blocking him. "I understand now. You want to use this madness to show me that you have damaged your brain?" Hearing the emperor's words, Li Che inwardly thought, just as I expected. This Emperor Qing was undoubtedly a master of imperial strategy, and pretending to be mad in front of him was completely useless. Fortunately, his ultimate goal was not to feign madness. My son is very clear-headed, not the slightest bit insane, and every word I say comes from the heart. Good. Emperor Qing laughed in anger. Tell me carefully, I want to hear how you plan to rebel against me. Li Che straightened his back, although his heart was racing. He still managed to calm himself down. My son plans to collude with the remnants of the previous dynasty and the aristocratic families, gathering assassins and death warriors to assassinate Father Emperor. Li Che spoke seriously, as if he were truly preparing to rebel. Humph. Emperor Qing sneered. The remnants of the previous dynasty in the capital have already been wiped out by me. The remaining small fish and shrimp can't stir up any waves. As for the aristocratic families, with your current situation, which family would dare to cooperate with you? Li Che continued. Then my son will go to his fief to gather the orphans of the previous dynasty, forming an army to break through Shanhaiguan and march to the imperial capital. Hearing Li Che's words, Emperor Qing's expression grew more impatient. There are indeed several tens of thousands of remnants of the previous dynasty in Ninggu County, but they are struggling to survive. Can you expect them to form an army? Moreover, do you think Shanhaiguan is a decoration? Shanhaiguan is the strongest pass in the world. It requires at least 200,000 troops to break through. What do you have? Hearing Emperor Qing's rebuttal, Li Che remained unfazed and continued. Since that's the case, my son can persuade the crown prince and the various princes to join forces and pressure Father Emperor to abdicate. Prince? Emperor Qing showed a look of disdain. The power of the crown prince is in my hands. Whoever I say is the crown prince is the crown prince. And besides, the crown prince already has a rift with you. Do you still expect him to join forces with you? As for those feudal lords, do you think my Jinui are just for show? Li Che fell silent. Seeing that Li Che had no response, Emperor Qing looked at him with a fierce gaze. Now tell me, will you have to rebel against me? Faced with Emperor Qing's almost tangible threatening gaze, Li Che raised his head to meet his eyes. That it seemed to resonate with his body. Li Che's eyes reddened slightly, and his body trembled. Yes, what could a person like me use to rebel against your majesty? Emperor Qing was suddenly taken aback. Yes, what could Li Che do to rebel when he was in such a dire situation? Emperor Qing finally understood why the usually gentle and tolerant sixth prince suddenly spoke so startlingly. He was using this method to show that Li Che posed no threat at all. Since he couldn't rebel, why should he be held captive? Just because he has the bloodline of the previous dynasty's royal family? Indeed, he hated the previous dynasty's royal family, a hatred that could not be shared under the same sky. That was because the previous Emperor Huanyang had killed his parents and brothers, exterminated half of the Li family clan, and even the ancestral grave of the Li family was not spared from disaster. But should this hatred really be counted against his own son? Emperor Qing silently looked at Li Che before him. Li Che was handsome, unlike himself, but rather resembled his mother. That gentle and virtuous woman, as soft as water. She was the same, and no matter how much grievance she suffered, she would silently endure, always wearing a gentle smile. Emperor Qing's reminiscence was interrupted by Li Che's voice filled with sorrow and indignation. I am 16 this year, and even the younger princes have been granted titles. Among all the princes, only I remain in the capital. The court knows that I am not favored by father, and even the servants in the palace do not take me seriously. To live is worse than death. Since father does not favor me, I might as well rebel, and then father can justifiably put me to death, and the world will not question father even a bit. All the mistakes can be borne by me alone. Every word Li Che spoke was like a sharp blade, deeply piercing Emperor Qing's heart. With each sentence, Emperor Qing's face turned paler. In the end, he realized that he didn't know when his hands and feet had begun to tremble uncontrollably. Please, father, grant me death. Li Che clasped his hands and bowed deeply, unable to rise. The hall fell into a long silence once again, with only Emperor Qing's heavy breathing audible. The other eunuchs and palace maids dared not make a sound, desperately trying to diminish their presence, filled with fear and anxiety. Were these words something they could hear? At this moment, Li Che felt as if his heart was about to leap out of his throat. Indeed, he was taking a gamble. gambling that his words could dispel Emperor Qing's suspicions of him, gambling that Emperor Qing cared about his reputation and did not want to bear the infamy of killing his son, gambling that Emperor Qing still valued familial ties. After a long silence, Emperor Qing suddenly let out a breath. Huang Jin beside him felt a surge of joy. As soon as the emperor gave the order, he would call the guards outside to turn this ungrateful, rebellious sixth prince into minced meat. But he heard Emperor Qing softly say, "This is the first time I know you have such eloquence." Chapter 4. The Emperor's Dream. That's enough. Rise. Emperor Qing sighed lightly. "I understand your point." Li Che raised his head, his gaze fixed intently on Emperor Qing. He realized he had temporarily passed the test, stopping the emperor's murderous intent. At this moment, Emperor Qing's face had returned to its indifferent expression. "Do you know why I have no intention of strategizing beyond the pass?" Li Che thought for a moment and replied with 2 words, "Chicken rib." "Chicken rib?" Emperor Qing looked at him in confusion. "What do you mean?" "Tasteless to eat, wasteful to discard." Upon hearing this, Emperor Qing's eyes instantly brightened. This metaphor was brilliant, resonating deeply with him. Indeed, the lands beyond the pass were difficult to control. Even if forcefully controlled, the Qing would pay a greater price. It would be better to relocate the mobs and criminals there, serving as a buffer zone between the Qing and the barbarians. Emperor Qing looked at Li Che, who had changed drastically from before, and suddenly felt a desire to test him. "Since the lands beyond the pass are so tasteless, why did I grant you the title to manage Ninggu County?" This time, Li Che thought for a longer time. This question seemed to be a life-threatening one. Emperor Qing did not urge him, but instead watched him with interest as he stood there in contemplation. After a moment, Li Che raised his head and calmly said, "Your son boldly guesses that Father Emperor is preparing for the expedition against Goryeo." This time, Emperor Qing's gaze towards Li Che became even more captivating. Was Li Che's answer correct? Of course not. The reason Emperor Qing granted Li Che the title of king of Ninggu County was that he thought he was dead and casually bestowed a title on him to uphold his reputation for benevolence. Although Li Che's answer was incorrect, it was sufficiently tempting. An expedition against Goryeo. On the surface, the previous dynasty seemed to have perished due to the suffering of the people and the uprising of domestic forces. In reality, it fell due to Emperor Yang's grandiose ambitions, mobilizing the entire nation to attack Goryeo, only to face a disastrous defeat that depleted the national fortune. As the founding emperor, Emperor Qing believed he surpassed Emperor Yang. What Emperor Yang could not achieve, he might be able to. The only obstacle before Emperor Qing was the harsh climate beyond Shanhaiguan, with high mountains and long roads. The greatest enemy of the army was not the Goryeo soldiers, but the climate and supply issues. 3 years, I give you 3 years. Emperor Qing's eyes gleamed with determination. If I can see a Ninggu County capable of supporting the logistics for an expedition against Goryeo in 3 years, I will grant you the title of prince. And your lineage shall inherit this title forever, becoming the vassal king of Daqing in the northeast. Li Che silently felt a sense of fullness in his heart. Although it was just a dream, it was a dream painted by the emperor, and he had to accept it. There was no shame in that. "Your son will certainly do his utmost," Li Che responded, cupping his hands. Emperor Qing nodded in satisfaction, and his gaze towards Li Che was no longer as cold as before. "Since you have been granted a title and established a court, you must have your own support. According to the rules of Daqing, since you are now a vassal king, even if just a county king, you have the right to establish a court and appoint officials. Establishing a court means you can set up royal offices in your fief, appoint and dismiss subordinate officials, collect taxes, and even have the right to implement certain laws and policies. It is essentially a small independent court. Daqing has a policy of having princes guard the borders, and a vassal king at the frontier will also control certain military powers and can establish a private army. I permit you to recruit 500 personal guards, and you may choose any army except the Imperial Guard from the capital. As for the officials of Ninggu County, they should be selected from the 6th ministry and those below the 7th rank. Although you're a county king, your salary will be based on that of a prince, and I will have the Ministry of Revenue officials coordinate with you." Perhaps Li Che's earlier remarks awakened the little paternal love left in Emperor Qing, and his rewards for Li Che were quite generous. Besides this, I will not give you a single soldier. Whether you can establish yourself beyond the past depends entirely on you. After saying this, Emperor Qing looked at Li Che. Li Che still looked at him with clear eyes, showing no signs of gratitude or tears. If it were any other prince, they would have already knelt on the ground, calling out their thanks, right? He suddenly found it a bit dull and leaned back in his chair, waving his hand. You may go prepare. Your son takes his leave. Li Che decisively turned to leave, while Emperor Qing watched him depart, until Li Che's figure disappeared outside the palace gate. Emperor Qing continued to gaze at the empty gate. After a moment, Emperor Qing suddenly murmured, Do you also think I want to harm my own son? Thud! Huang Jin instantly knelt on the ground, cold sweat covering his entire face. This servant, I simply cannot stand his obsequious demeanor, but he is after all my son. No one can harm him but me. Emperor Qing narrowed his eyes at Huang Jin, who was kneeling at his feet. Tell the crown prince that he is not yet the emperor, so there's no need to be so quick to turn against each other. On the other side, after Li Che exited the Yangxin Palace, he quickened his pace towards the city gates. It was only after he passed through the Xuanwu Gate that he felt his soul return to its place, the chilling sensation of the guillotine over his head dissipating. He turned back to look at the dark city gate, which increasingly resembled a deep abyss capable of swallowing souls. Li Che secretly vowed never to return to this cursed place in his lifetime. From now on, the sky is high, and the birds can fly freely. Li Che's residence was located outside the imperial city, just across the street from the Ten Kings Mansion. After ascending the throne, Emperor Qing ordered the Ministry of Works to build large mansions outside the imperial city for several underage princes to live in separate courtyards until they were granted titles and could move out. Now, only Li Che remained in the Ten Kings Mansion, as even his younger brothers had moved out. Arriving at the entrance of the Ten Kings Mansion, Li Che immediately saw an old man anxiously looking around at the gate. Uncle Yang, the old steward left by Yang Fei, was always loyal and one of the most trusted people of the original master in this world. Unplantable Yang, Li Che called out. Uncle Yang quickly turned to look at Li Che, and upon seeing him safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he noticed the wound on Li Che's head and hurriedly rushed over. Your Highness, what happened to you? Nothing. Li Che shook his head. Let's go inside and talk. Uncle Yang also knew this was not a place for conversation, so he quickly pulled Li Che into the mansion. The two returned to Li Che's courtyard. Unplantable Yang. Closing the courtyard door, Li Che grabbed Uncle Yang's hand. The emperor has ordered me to be granted a fief. Hurry up and pack. We are setting off. Uncle Yang was momentarily stunned, then instantly filled with joy. Finally, Your Highness has made it. Your Highness, where is the fief granted by the emperor? Unplantable Yang asked eagerly. Li Che excitedly replied, Northeast, beyond Shanaiwan, Ningbo County. Huh? Hearing this place name, Uncle Yang was completely stunned. Your Highness, you cannot go. The emperor is so unkind. He is trying to take your life. Chapter 5. He really can rebel. Your Highness does not know. Uncle Yang anxiously paced in the courtyard, repeatedly saying, Ningbo County is a place for exiling criminals. It is the most barren land in all of Daqing. The winter is exceptionally long, especially in the northern regions, where winter occupies more than half of the year. Not to mention that it is surrounded by barbarian tribes, with Goryeo to the south, and transportation with the central plains is inconvenient. Uncle Yang stood in place, staring intently in the direction of the palace. This is not granting you a fief. This is clearly exile. As Li Che's steward, Uncle Yang held no goodwill towards Emperor Qing, let alone loyalty. He was a fallen scholar from the previous dynasty who had been supported by Yang Fei and had always been loyal to her. After Yang Fei's death, this loyalty transferred to Li Che. In other words, if Li Che were to die in the court today, Uncle Yang could immediately rally a group of people to rebel against Emperor Qing. Uncle Yang, this is already good. Li Che comforted. At least there is a chance to survive there. It is much better than staying in the capital. Li Che did not attempt to explain that the land in northeast China was not as barren as they imagined. On the contrary, it might be the most fertile land in Daqing. In a past life, the development of that land began in the late Qing dynasty. Before that, no agricultural civilization had ever attempted to develop that treasure land, which had been occupied by nomadic civilizations. The cold weather was the main issue, while the strategic location and inconvenient transportation were secondary problems. Even for himself, it would take some time to try to solve these problems before being able to tap into the terrifying potential of that land. The old steward looked at Li Che with red eyes. His master was still so considerate, just like when he was a child. No matter what kind of bullying he faced outside, he always returned home with a gentle demeanor and never vented his anger on the servants. Uncle Yang's eyes flashed with determination. Your Highness, I will gather the old buddies in the capital and go to Ninggu County with you. After saying that, Uncle Yang turned to leave. Li Che hurriedly grabbed him. Absolutely not. In his memory, these so-called old buddies mentioned by Uncle Yang were all not to be trifled with. They were all death warriors raised by the previous dynasty's royal family. After the fall of the previous dynasty, although most of them returned to normal lives in hiding, a small portion remained in the capital, waiting for an opportunity. Li Che didn't even know their identities. Only Uncle Yang could contact them. It seemed that the original owner was indeed suspected by Emperor Qing, and he truly had the capital to rebel. Uncle Yang, listen to me. Li Che held Uncle Yang and said seriously, I have just been conferred a title, and how many eyes in the court are watching? If you suddenly bring a group of people here, aren't you handing them a handle to grasp? By then, solid evidence would be established, and being questioned would be a minor issue. It would also implicate these brothers. Uncle Yang was not reckless. He was just a bit flustered in a moment of urgency. Hearing Li Che's analysis, he stopped in worry. Then what should we do? Your Highness is going to such a dangerous place. You must have some people around you. The Emperor has already permitted me to form a personal guard of 500 men, selected from the various camps in the capital. Upon hearing this, Uncle Yang's frown deepened. The three main camps of the capital's garrison, plus the Imperial Guards and the City Defense Army, are all under the Emperor's direct control. How can your Highness use such a personal guard? You don't need to worry about that. I already have candidates in mind for selecting the personal guard. Li Che changed the subject. I need you to help me with another very important matter. What is it? Your Highness, just command me. Even if it means breaking my bones, I will accomplish it for you. It's not that serious. Li Che waved to a little maid in the distance. Qiu Wen, go get me some writing materials for my study. The little maid nodded obediently and ran toward the study deep in the courtyard. I'll make a list for you shortly. You can take people to buy these things, the more the better. Li Che suddenly thought of a question. How much money is left in the estate? Uncle Yang replied, there are still 500 taels of silver. Too little? Li Che se eyes widened. 500 taels? A prince has only 500 taels of silver? Yes, 500 taels is a huge sum for ordinary commoners, even for ordinary officials. But for a prince, this amount might not even cover daily expenses. Only 500 taels left? This is what His Highness has saved by being frugal all this time. Li Che rubbed his temples, feeling a headache. Forget it, I'll write down the important items, you go by the rest. We can buy the other things when the Emperor's reward arrive. He originally wanted to leave the capital as soon as possible, but now it seemed he would have to stay for a while longer. At this moment, the maid named Qiu Wen also returned with the writing materials. Li Che glanced at her and couldn't he help but say, I asked you to get writing materials, and you really only brought the pen and ink? Huh? The little maid looked at him with a dazed expression. Where should I write without paper? The little maid suddenly realized, her cheeks flushed, and she quickly ran back. After a short while, she finally brought back the paper as well. Li Che spread out the paper, and Uncle Yang helped grind the ink beside him. Fortunately, the original owner's muscle memory was still intact, even though he had never practiced calligraphy before. He quickly got the hang of it. After a little thought, he wrote down a long list fluently. Uncle Yang took the list and couldn't help but read it aloud. White cotton. Isn't this a flower? What do you want it for? For warmth. Can white cotton keep warm? Uncle Yang was surprised. Of course. Likizmide. White cotton is actually cotton. The history of cotton entering the Central Plains can be traced back quite early, but it was initially not widely used and was circulated among the nobility as an ornamental flower. In the original timeline, it was not until Emperor Hongwu of the Ming Dynasty encouraged cotton planting that it gradually developed into a warming material. In this world, the true use of cotton had not yet been discovered. Uncle Yang quickly scanned the list and suddenly showed a troubled expression. Apart from a few easily found items, most were rare, and some items were even names he had never heard of. Li Che noticed Uncle Yang's difficulty and said, It's okay. You go find the easily obtainable items first. When I have time, we will look for the rest. Uncle Yang nodded and solemnly put away the list. What is your highness preparing to do? Li Che grinned. To the criminal army, to recruit my personal guard. Chapter 6. I'll take you to die. After a while, Li Che stepped out of the gate of the 10 Kings mansion again. Behind him, a sturdy man like an iron tower closely followed. This man was named Hu Chang. Despite his imposing figure, he was only 14 years old. 3 winters ago, the original owner encountered a fainted Hu Chang on the street, felt pity, and saved him. Hu Chang had never had enough to eat in his life before meeting the original owner, and after being fed, he cried breathlessly, thus staying by the original owner's side as a bodyguard. This boy had an astonishing appetite. His strength was proportional to his huge consumption, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he had divine strength. More importantly, he was simple-minded and utterly loyal to the original owner. Chang, have you eaten enough today? Li Che smiled at the boy behind him, his eyes soft and unhidden. After experiencing the complexities of human relationships in the later life, he appreciated this kind of pure-hearted person who held on to sincerity. I'm full. Hu Chang scratched the back of his head foolishly. But if your highness lets me eat, I can still eat more. Ha ha ha. Just say what you want to eat on the way. Today, I'll let you eat your fill. Okay, I'll listen to your highness. Hu Chang would never say thank you. In his mind, his life belonged to his highness, so what was the point of saying thanks? Li Che mounted the horse from the 10 Kings mansion, but Hu Chang was too heavy for any horse to carry him. However, his legs were long, and he could cover a lot of ground with each step. Li Che controlled the horse to walk slowly, and he was able to keep up on foot. The two made their way leisurely towards Zizaman, and, as promised, Li Che bought a lot of food for Hu Chang along the way. This guy's appetite was truly astonishing. He accepted all kinds of food, consuming what an ordinary person would eat in a day in just half an hour. Li Che suspected he could eat an entire cow by himself. Outside Zizaman was a desolate wilderness. Sparse low shrubs grew along the roadside, wilted under the scorching sun. The criminal army was stationed 10 miles outside the gate. As the name suggests, the criminal army is a military force composed of criminals. Those who committed serious crimes such as murder, arson, and robbery, who deserved to be executed according to the law, would all be thrown there. Emperor Qing organized these people into a military unit, and whenever there was a tough battle or a need for a death squad, they would be sent out as cannon fodder. From a distance, the camp where the criminal army was stationed looked like an ugly toad lying on the ground, with shabby tents set up haphazardly, lacking any order. Li Che frowned slightly. This was not a military camp at all, but clearly a construction site. The ragged criminals were seen hauling huge stones, some sweating profusely as they dug ditches. Where was the semblance of soldier? These criminals had to act as a suicide squad during wartime and still do hard labor in peacetime. Were they truly being treated like livestock? Li Che dismounted, tossed the reins to Hu Chang, and said lightly, "Let's go in and take a look." As he stepped into the wooden enclosure, a strong smell of sweat and blood hit him, causing Li Che to touch his nose. "Hurry up. If anyone delays, I'll chop off his head." A tall, burly man with a face full of flesh stood on a high platform in the center of the camp, wielding a whip arrogantly. Crack! The whip struck the platform, causing the ragged criminals to shudder and speed up their movements. Upon seeing the elegantly dressed Li Che, the burly man raised an eyebrow. "Who are you?" Li Che frowned. The way this man spoke from atop the platform reminded him of the principal from his middle school. That was truly a late autumn of the past. It seemed this guy was also a rising sun. Li Che was not accustomed to speaking to people while looking up, so he stepped onto the platform with Hu Chang. Clang! The burly man drew his sword. "I'm asking you a question. This is a military camp. No idle people are allowed to barge in." Li Che remained silent, stepping up to the platform. Only when his gaze was level with the burly man did he speak. "I'm the king of Ninggu County, here to select my personal troops." King of Ninggu County? A flicker of astonishment crossed the burly man's face. Was there a prince with that title in the court? At that moment, a guard leaned closer to the burly man. "Boss, this is the 6th prince. I saw him from a distance once before." Hearing this, the burly man immediately showed a look of disdain. "I thought who it was. Turns out it's a 6th prince?" The 6th prince is not favored by his majesty, and his reputation for weakness is well known. The ministers in court do not show him any respect, let alone a rough soldier like me. Apologies, Your Highness Sixth Prince. The burly man sheathed his sword with a clang. I'm the captain of the Crown Prince's left guard, tasked with overseeing these criminals. If you want to select personal troops, go elsewhere. Am I negotiating with you? Li Che's gaze gradually became sharp. What are you? You dare address me as this general? The burly man was furious, stomping his foot and shattering the wooden planks of the platform. Sixth Prince, this is the Crown Prince's territory. Don't think just because you are a prince you can speak wildly here. The surrounding criminals stopped their work, watching with glee. Whether the prince or that rough captain was humiliated, they were all too happy to see it. The criminal army is independent, directly under the sun of heaven. When did it fall under the control of the Crown Prince's dog? Li Che's eyes glimmered with mockery. The burly man suddenly exploded with rage. Instinctively reaching for the sword he had just sheathed, Li Che noticed this subtle movement and suddenly shouted, "Ah, Chong!" Whoosh! A gust of wind swept by, and the burly man only saw a greasy palm the size of a fan coming down. Then came a dizzying sensation and the sound of bones and flesh twisting. The burly man, who had originally been facing away from the criminals below, suddenly saw their shocked and terrified faces. Hu Chong's slap had forcefully turned his head 180 degrees, oddly hanging behind him. Hiss! Everyone stared at that face, gasping in shock, and the entire place fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. After several seconds, the body of the burly man, with his neck broken, collapsed with a thud, raising a cloud of dust. The loud crash startled the surrounding guards, who hurriedly grabbed their weapons from the ground, aiming at the figure standing proudly on the platform. Li Che leisurely reached into his robe and pulled out a dark black scroll, holding it high above his head. The imperial edict is here. Who dares to be reckless? Li Che pointed at the corpse below the platform. This person attempted to assassinate me. He has now been punished. You all quickly put down your weapons, lest you follow in his footsteps. The guards, seeing Li Che's calm demeanor and then glancing at the exquisite scroll in his hand that did not seem fake, began to relent. Clang! One person dropped their weapon and knelt on the ground. Soon, one weapon after another fell like dominoes, and all the guards knelt before Li Che. The guard who had just spoken to the burly man was now kneeling on the ground, cold sweat pouring down his face. This is the Sixth Prince? The most weak and incompetent Sixth Prince in the rumors? If you had the imperial edict, you should have said so earlier. No matter how bold the captain is, he would never dare to ignore the imperial edict. Did he really have to chop off someone's head? Such methods showed not a hint of weakness. Clearly, he was a living king of hell. Li Che's expression remained unchanged. Presenting the imperial edict now was part of his plan. If he did not kill someone to showcase his power and skill, with his original reputation, these criminals would not look at him, let alone pledge loyalty. As for that burly man, he simply borrowed something from him, and he figured a big man wouldn't be too petty. A criminal dropped his hoe, and it clattered to the ground. He stared blankly at the figure on the platform, hearing Li Che's previous words. Your Highness, the criminal trembled and asked, You just said you were recruiting personal guards? His eyes sparkled with longing. Are you going to rescue us? Li Che looked down at him, a kind smile appearing on his face. I have no interest in saving people. I am here to take you to your deaths. Chapter 7. Not worthy of being treated like livestock. A cruel smile crept across Li Che's lips as his gaze swept over the numb, fearful, or hopeful faces below. What does your life or death have to do with me? He asked bluntly, without a hint of hypocritical sympathy. The criminals began to stir. Some even started to curse softly, while others exchanged confused glances, not understanding what Li Che was up to. Li Che scanned the surroundings, his gaze sharp like that of a hawk. You are all criminals, deserving of death. What awaits you is only endless labor and torment. The criminals fell silent. Yes. Who were they? They were criminals, prisoners, forgotten trash. What awaited them was only endless darkness and despair. However, Li Che's voice suddenly rose, like thunder crashing in everyone's ears. I can give you a chance. He swung the imperial edict in his hand, pointing north, an opportunity to die as a soldier of the great Qing. The criminals were taken aback. They did not understand Li Che's meaning. Li Che's lips curled into a cruel arc. Follow me to the frontier, where countless barbarian tribes await. You will die in the battles against the barbarians, falling beneath cold blades and swords, dying in the icy wilderness of the frontier. Of course, you can also choose to stay here, continuing to live a life worse than that of pigs and dogs, a humble and undignified existence. Like paused, his gaze burning into the criminals below, speaking each word deliberately. Make your decision. Live as a criminal or die fighting for the great Qing as a soldier. Following me to the border. Silence, a deathly silence. Li Che's voice was like a demon's whisper, tempting these desperate souls. Indeed, if they stayed here, they would merely be ants barely surviving, living humbly and without dignity. But if they followed this king of Ninggu County, even if they died, at least they could die gloriously and meaningfully. Rather than being raised like livestock and ultimately dying quietly, they might as well take a chance. I will go with you. A weak voice broke the silence. Li Che looked down to see a thin, pale young man speaking. The young man raised his head, his gaze firmly fixed on Li Che. Your Highness, I don't want to rot in this hellhole. Take me to the frontier. The young man's words seemed to ignite a long-suppressed courage in the hearts of the criminals. I'll go too. I've lived long enough. Count me in. Damn it. 18 years later, I'll still be a good man. A guard was infected by this atmosphere, and his blood boiled. Damn it, I want to go to the northeast too. An old soldier next to him gave him a slap on the head. Are you stupid? You're not a convict. Don't rush to send yourself to death. More and more convicts stood up, clenching their fists, their eyes shining with determination. Li Che looked at this scene with satisfaction. He knew that the wildness in these people had been awakened, and their souls were no longer filled with numbness. This team would become the sharpest blade in his hands, cutting through thorns and clearing all obstacles. Of course, among the thousands of convicts present, not everyone had the courage to fight to the death. The vast majority had been worn down, completely losing the courage and bloodlust to fight. For such self-destructive individuals, Li Che had no interest in extending a helping hand. Li Che stepped slowly down the steps of the high platform, approaching the convicts one step at a time. A guard beside him hurriedly advised, Your Highness, don't get too close to them. It's dangerous. After all, convicts are still convicts, and one can't view them with ordinary thinking. Who knows if someone might suddenly explode in violence? If a prince accidentally dies here, we guards will also be buried with him. Li Che waved his hand. It's fine. Since I want to control a pack of wolves, how can I lack the courage to enter the wolf's den alone? Seeing the esteemed sixth prince actually walking towards them, many convicts were instantly filled with excitement, feeling hot all over. Li Che suppressed his discomfort at the smell coming from the convicts and entered the crowd. A burly man watched Li Che approach and suddenly knelt down with a thud. Convict Wang Hu, willing to serve your highness until death. Wang Hu's voice was loud and firm, like a heavy hammer smashing the hesitation and fear in everyone's hearts. Soon, one convict after another dropped their tools and knelt before Li Che. Convict He Tsong Long, willing to serve your highness until death. Convict Wang Sanshun, willing to serve your highness until death. Commoner Li Che took a step, and a large group of people knelt down like cutting leeks, and in no time, the ground was filled with kneeling figures. Li Che accepted the many convicts kneeling expressionlessly and stopped only when he reached the center. Those who can read, stand up. After a sparse sound, 7 or 8 convicts stood up. Among them was the first to pledge loyalty to Li Che, the thin young man. Good. Given the backward education system of ancient times, having 7 or 8 literate individuals here made Li Che quite satisfied. You few are responsible for registering everyone and entering them into my Ninggu army roster. Yes. The few quickly accepted the order. Listen carefully. There are 2 types of offenders that this prince will not accept. Li Che se gaze sujinli became sharp. Everyone's hearts tightened. The first type, flower thieves who take advantage of women. This prince will not accept. The second type, child traffickers. This prince will not accept. There must be limits even for scum. Those who commit these 2 kinds of crimes are not worthy of being human. This is a matter of principle, and Li Che will never back down. Upon hearing Li Che's words, a part of the convicts in the crowd felt as if struck by lightning, their hearts turning to ashes. Your Highness, a fierce-looking man stood up, unwilling to accept. We all committed capital crimes. Why won't you accept us? Li Che's cold gaze swept over, and the man immediately felt a chill run through him. But to escape from here, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to maintain eye contact with Li Che. Li Che smiled chillingly. What crime did you commit to end up here? We even killed 8 pregnant women. That was quite enjoyable. The man licked his lips, as if he were somewhat reluctant to leave it at that, saying that if the government hadn't sent troops, with our skills, mere constables could never catch us. With such abilities, why can't we eat at your highness's side? Li Che did not respond, but gently grasped the sword at his waist. Swish! A flash of silver appeared, and the sound of flesh being cut echoed. The man's look of pride remained on his face, but a clear line of blood began to appear on his neck. Though his original self was weak, he had also mastered the 6 arts of a gentleman and had good sword skills. Sheathing his sword, Li Che looked at the man, who was holding his neck but unable to stop the blood from gushing out, as if he were trash. My army can accommodate criminals with heinous sins, but cannot tolerate scum like you. Chapter 8. Take off your armor. Take off your armor. Li Che's words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the last glimmer of hope in those people's hearts. Looking at the still warm corpse of the flower thief, no one dared to step forward to seek death. Moreover, behind Li Che stood the fierce Hu Chong. Convicts who had committed 2 unforgivable crimes silently retreated behind a crowd. Li Che ordered the guards to bring paper and ink. The convicts obediently lined up, and several literate convicts began recording names, ages, places of origin, and offenses. Li Che also instructed to pay special attention to those who had committed certain crimes. First were the robbers who committed home invasion. Such people usually possess some basic martial skills and can become the backbone of the army in the future. Then there are grave robbers and agile thieves who can scale walls. The convicts in the camp have committed serious crimes, and those who come in for theft will not be of poor skill. These individuals are natural scouts and intelligence agents. Finally, there are local gang leaders, salt traders, and gang leaders. They have certain management and leadership abilities, and these people are all reserved for grassroots military officers. Prisons in any era are filled with talent. Do not overlook the abilities of any criminal. The first young man to pledge loyalty to Li Che was named Xiao, with a single character by. His name sounded like that of a young master from a prominent family, but in reality, he had committed fratricide, leading to his being sent to the convict army. Xiao Bai came from a powerful family. In a struggle for inheritance, he colluded with bandits to kill his elder brother and his entire family of more than 10 people. This guy's character was questionable, but his abilities were strong. After tallying the situation of the convicts, Xiao Bai came to report, Your Highness, a total of 1,321 brothers are willing to follow you, and those with skills are recorded here. Li Che took the list, casually glanced at it, and smirked. Not bad. What about the military equipment, armor, and weapons? Xiao Bai replied, Your Highness, these things are not in our possession, right? They're convicts. How could they possibly have weapons during peacetime? Li Che raised his chin, pointing to a trembling guard nearby. You, come here. Your Highness, the guard displayed a troubled expression. What, do I have to move it myself? Li Che placed his hand on the sword at his side. Hu Chong behind him widened his eyes, his palm itching to move. That guard's legs turned to jelly, and with a thud, he knelt on the ground. I'll go get it right now, I'll go get it right now. A group of guards obediently opened the warehouse, and Xiao Bai led his brothers to clear out the equipment inside. Your Highness, there are a total of 500 sets of leather armor, 2,000 steel knives, and 200 rattan shields. Li Che frowned at Xiao Bai. Is this all the scrap metal in the entire convict army? Xiao Bai's face showed bitterness. Your Highness, we are convicts sent to die. How could the court possibly equip us with good weapons? Right? They are a bunch of cannon fodder and cannot be provided with good weapons. Whenever there is a war, they need to be used to exhaust the enemy's strength, while also fearing they might turn against them in battle. But Li Che did not think so. He did not want his soldiers carrying these scraps to fight against the barbarians. Li Che's gaze fell on the guards. These guys were well equipped, all wearing 2 layers of iron armor and carrying long spears and ring-headed sabers. You all come here. Li Che smiled at the guards. The guards immediately felt a bad premonition but did not dare disobey Li Che's orders. Your Highness? Once the guards gathered, someone cautiously asked, Take off your armor. Huh? This prince said, Take off your armor. The guards were stunned. It seemed that Prince Ninggu had taken a liking to their armor. "Your Highness, we're the left guard of the Crown Prince," someone tentatively spoke. Why would the Crown Prince's personal army appear in the convict camp? Lichesig Gazi sharpened. Does the Emperor's convict army also belong to the Crown Prince? With that heavy accusation, the man immediately shrank back, not daring to speak further. After a moment, a guard stepped forward. "Your Highness, the armor is here." More than 200 sets of iron armor were neatly arranged on the ground, glinting in the sunlight. More than 200 guards huddled together like skinned pigs, trembling. Li Che looked at the armor on the ground, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. The northeastern barbarians had a low armor rate. It took a whole year of effort and savings from 20 nomadic households to jointly create a single set of armor. With these 200 sets of iron armor, he could easily sweep through some small tribes. Having obtained armor and weapons, Li Che saw no reason to linger in this shabby camp any longer. "Have them gear up and come with me," he instructed Chiu Bai. Yes. More than 1,000 convicts left the dilapidated camp in a mighty procession, like hungry wolves descending the mountain. The remaining guards exchanged glances, speechless for a long time. "What should we do? What else can we do? Such matters are beyond our control. Hurry and report to the Crown Prince." "Who says the sixth prince is weak? He is clearly a bandit. With over 1,000 convicts, he definitely could not be brought back to the city. But fortunately, there were plenty of vacant camps outside the imperial capital." Li Che led his men to a relatively decent camp to settle down. Chiu Bai was clever. While others shrank back from Li Che like mice avoiding a cat, he was the only one daring to approach. "Your Highness, what shall we do next? Please give your orders." Li Che smiled. This kid was perceptive, and he liked subordinates with insight and ambition. "Go find a few clever ones and enter the city to procure some supplies: rice, flour, wine, and meat. Also, send the rest to the riverside for a good wash. They're filthy like this and should be afraid of getting sick." Although Chiu Bai didn't understand how being dirty could lead to illness, he didn't question it at all and earnestly noted every word Li Che said. "I'll take care of it right away." Seeing his clear logic and meticulousness, Li Che was even more satisfied. "You're Chiu Bai, right?" Li Che called out to him. "Let the others handle those tasks. You don't need to worry about them." Chiu Bai froze in place. "Your Highness, you just stay by my side. Later, you'll come back to the mansion with me. I have something for you to do." After a brief moment of astonishment, Chiu Bai was overjoyed. He knew he had hit the jackpot and finally caught the eye of this prince. Suppressing his excitement, he forced out 2 tears and knelt on the ground, his voice booming. "Thank you for your appreciation, Your Highness. I would go through fire and water for you, no matter the danger." Chapter 9. The Calamity of the 10 Kings Mansion in the Eastern Palace. A young eunuch with a delicate face stepped lightly into the palace. The Crown Prince sat in the shadow of the palace, his handsome face flickering in the dim light. The young eunuch approached the Crown Prince, standing not far from him before speaking. "Your Highness, the left guard has sent word that the 6th Prince has joined the convict army and killed Captain Pang to establish his authority. He then took away over 1,000 convicts and stripped the left guard of their armor." After speaking, he noticed the Crown Prince remained still. The young eunuch dared not inquire further and could only continue standing in place. After an unknown period, a gentle voice broke the silence from the shadows. "I underestimated my 6th brother. Your Highness, the 6th Prince is overbearing. This is an opportunity for you to report his crimes of coercion and plunder to the Emperor." The young eunuch's voice was not sharp, but rather magnetic, carrying an indescribable allure. The Crown Prince sighed softly. "Father will not intervene. News just came from the palace that he is already displeased with me." The young eunuch fell silent, and the hall became quiet again. "Bai Xie," the Crown Prince's gentle voice shattered the silence. "Come to me." The young eunuch stood up, swaying gracefully as he walked step by step into the shadows. The Crown Prince grasped Bai Xie's hand, which was wider than a woman's, pulling him into his embrace. A touch of rosy shyness appeared on Bai Xie's face. After lightly inhaling the scent of Bai Xie's black hair, the Crown Prince revealed a hint of sickly delight. "Tell me, I only wish for my 6th brother to die. Why won't he comply?" "Your Highness, there is no need to be angry. The 6th Prince is merely a clown," Bai Xie said, gently massaging the Crown Prince's shoulders from behind. "Since the Emperor has sent him to the outskirts, let him go. Once he leaves the imperial capital, won't he be at your mercy?" The crown prince held by Xie's hand, sighing. After today's incident, father probably no longer harbors thoughts of killing him. I, the crown prince of Daqing, am merely a pawn of father. How can I defy his will? Bai Xie looked at the crown prince with affectionate eyes. Then what does your highness plan to do? Naturally, I must heed father's wishes. The crown prince toyed with a strand of Bai Xie's hair. Tomorrow, I will personally go to the Ten Kings mansion. Since father enjoys watching the farce of brotherly affection, I will perform for him. My good brother is going to be a vassal. He can't be short of money. You go to the treasury and withdraw 5,000 taels as a gift from me to him. 500 taels, just like that, gone. Uncle Yang's face turned bitter. Your Highness, it's my fault. The items you asked me to buy required a considerable deposit. Plus, with the money for the convict army's supplies, the 500 taels have run out. After settling the convict army, Li Che returned to the Ten Kings mansion and learned the bad news that their savings had been exhausted. It said that raising troops is the most expensive endeavor. They hadn't even reached the fief yet, and money had already become a major issue. The emperor's rewards will arrive tomorrow morning, Uncle Yang advised. Your Highness need not rush to depart. Once the reward arrive, you can prepare slowly. Li Che let out a soft sigh. How can I not be anxious? I have no foundation in court, and it's hard to guard against hidden arrows. The imperial capital is much more dangerous than the outskirts. Li Che picked up the teacup beside him and took a sip. The delicate touch of the porcelain suddenly sparked an idea, and he looked up at Uncle Yang. Uncle Yang, these items in the mansion should be worth some money, right? Most are gifts from the palace, and some were left behind by the late empress. They are worth something, etc. Unchle Yang hesitate. Your Highness, you wouldn't want to sell these possessions, would you? Li Che held the exquisite teacup and scoffed. What use is there in keeping such ostentatious luxury items? This is, after all, your only residence in the imperial capital. If you sell everything, you won't have a home here. Unchle Yang urgid ansiosely. A man should take the sky as his blanket and the earth as his bed, Li Che replied. What do a few houses matter to call home? Upon hearing this, Chiu Bai, who had been brought back and stood in the corner, suddenly brightened. To speak such words, the sixth prince indeed had the demeanor of a great leader. He hadn't misjudged him. Even so, in a rush, these items won sell for a good price. Unchle Yang edet, Li Che smiled slightly. Uncle Yang, who said we should only sell our mansion as items. Your Highness, what do you mean? Uncle Yang's heart sank as a sense of foreboding washed over him. This Ten Kings mansion is not just occupied by me. Li Che's face wurde a Koningsmeid. Although his royal brothers had moved out, many valuable items were still left behind, right? That won't do, Your Highness. Absolutely not. Uncle Yang was stunned. If they sold the belongings of the other princes, wouldn't that be outright robbery? When did his master's character change to become a bandit? Where did the sensible and obedient sixth prince go? Why not? Li Che raised his eyebrows. Since his imperial brothers moved out of the 10 princes' mansion and into their respective royal residences, has anyone ever returned? Rather than letting their belongings gather dust in this mansion, it would be better to turn them into bricks and tiles for the border to protect the people of Daqing. In this way, even if his brothers found out, they surely wouldn't blame him. Li Che was a man of action. Once he made up his mind, he wouldn't hesitate. Chiu Bai. Here, my lord. Chiu Bai appeared in response, walking up to Li Che and cupping his fists in salute. Sweep the 10 princes' mansion from top to bottom, inside and out. Remember, aside from books, medicinal herbs, and weapons, not a single valuable item is to be left behind. Take all the precious wood from the rooms, leaving only the columns to support it. Pry up the jade tiles on the floor. Be careful not to break them. Don't waste the valuable tables and chairs. Sell anything that can be sold. After a flurry of orders from Li Che, Chiu Bai was left dumbfounded. The bandit spirit on his lord was even stronger than that of the gang leaders in the criminal camps. This was truly a case of plucking feathers from a passing goose, without leaving anything for the other princes. Are you deaf? Seeing that Chiu Bai was still dazed, Li Che kicked him. Get going. Yes, I will do it right away. Chiu Bai jolted back to reality, hurriedly responding, and rushed out with the servants of the mansion. Uncle Yang, watching the scene from the side, sighed deeply and slowly closed his eyes. It's over. The 10 princes' mansion is likely to be emptied. Chapter 10. I want Li Che's life. The next day, in the early morning, The crown prince had prepared his carriage early and came to the Ten Princes mansion to see Li Che. Since he was preparing to appear to soften his stance and reconcile with Li Che, he naturally had to show a submissive attitude. Therefore, the crown prince traveled lightly, not displaying the formalities of a crown prince, bringing only a team of East Palace guards and by Xie. A few carriages followed behind the crown prince's carriage, filled with gold, silver, and jewels. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Ten Princes mansion, the crown prince was surprised to find the main gate wide open. What is going on? Does the sixth brother know I'm coming? A chill flashed in the crown prince's eyes. Only a few eunuchs and palace maids in the palace knew about his visit to the Ten Princes mansion. Could it be that Li Che has planted spies beside him? Impossible. Bai Xie said, Your Highness, look at those servants. They're coming in and out moving things. It's probably just to make it easier that the door is open. The crown prince let out a gentle sigh. The sensitive nerves that had just been triggered relaxed. Let us go. Let us meet my sixth brother. The crown prince's carriage stopped at the entrance, and fully armed guards surrounded it. The crown prince, dressed in splendid attire, stepped down from the carriage, and his handsome face bore an air of authority. Just looking at his appearance, he seemed like a wise crown prince, a qualified heir. Unfortunately, his left foot seemed to have some hidden ailment, causing him to limp as he walked. Your Highness, this way, Bai Xie led the way. As the crown prince passed through the main gate, he glanced at the valuable calligraphy and paintings placed on the ground and was suddenly taken aback. This screen, this tea set, this brush washer. Why do they all look so familiar? They seemed to be items he had used in the Ten Princes mansion before he was crowned. The crown prince was puzzled, but didn't think much of it, and stepped into the main gate of the Ten Princes mansion. At the same time, someone sharp-eyed among the servants had already gone inside to report to Li Che. You say the crown prince has come? Yes, and he brought several carriages of gifts. The servant replied truthfully. Li Che looked at the messy hall behind him, somewhat puzzled. What does he want? He and the crown prince had already reached a point of no return. Isn't he afraid I'll stab him with a sword? After thinking for a moment, Li Che still spoke. The side hall isn't finished yet. Bring him to the side hall. Yes. Before long, the servant led the crown prince in. The crown prince did not bring guards. Only Bai Xie accompanied him. Li Che had no one else beside him, only Uncle Yang standing behind him. The side hall was also very messy. Even the decorations on the eaves were dismantled haphazardly. But the crown prince seemed not to notice. Wearing a warm smile as he entered and kindly spoke, Sixth brother, has your injury on your head healed? Seeing the crown prince's hypocritical demeanor, Li Che cursed inwardly. Another smiling tiger, a two-faced man. We have reached a point of life and death, yet he still pretends to be brotherly? Li Che picked up a cup of tea nearby and replied indifferently, No need for the crown prince to worry. It's almost healed. Facing Li Che's indifferent attitude. The crown prince was not angry. He continued to speak warmly. You are about to be in theft, so I brought some gifts. All useful items for your time in the frontier. The crown prince clapped his hands, and guards outside carried in heavy boxes. When they were placed on the ground, they made a dull thud. Just from the sound, it was clear the gifts were of considerable value. Li Che merely glanced at them lightly, then stared directly at the crown prince. The crown prince still wore a hypocritical smile. Sixth brother, do you have any difficulties? Just speak to me. Your Highness, are you trying to flatter me? Li Che asked coldly. A few boxes of worthless junk can erase the past. The crown prince's smile froze. He expected Li Che to be so ungrateful. He had personally come to visit. What more did he want? The crown prince waved his hand impatiently, and the guards withdrew tactfully. The crown prince's expression gradually turned cold. Sixth brother, after all, we are brothers. You are about to leave the capital for your fief. There is no longer any conflict of interest, so we should not oppose each other. Li Che looked at the crown prince. The previous ruthless actions were simply because he was in the capital? What a classic case of persecution complex. This guy must have a mental illness. What conflict did we have before that you wanted to put me to death? Li Che asked coldly, when you used witchcraft to harm me. Did you consider me a brother? Li Che was too lazy to play along with this hypocrite and directly tore off the facade. You don't hit a smiling face? I'm just going to hit this two-faced man. What witchcraft? I don't understand, the crown prince said expressionlessly. The puppet found in your room has nothing to do with me. Li Che almost laughed out loud. looking at the Crown Prince's feigned calmness, and suddenly said, "Crown Prince, do you know why I'm so certain that puppet was your doing?" "Why?" The Crown Prince frowned at Li Che. He had a premonition that this sixth brother would definitely say something unpleasant. Sure enough, Li Che glanced at the Crown Prince's left leg and then smiled playfully, because that puppet's left leg is shorter than the right leg, as if it's been cut off, just like your leg. Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince's face instantly became extremely hideous. He hated it most when people brought up his leg disability. A Crown Prince with a disability was his greatest pain hidden deep in his heart. "Li Che, you're looking for death." Hearing the threat from the Crown Prince, Li Che breathed a sigh of relief. This feels good. This is how it should be. It's a matter of life and death. Why pretend to be brotherly? A mocking smile appeared at the corner of Li Che's mouth. The Crown Prince suddenly stood up, his face as dark as ink. "Good, very good. Li Che, you are seeking your own death." Li Che laughed wantonly. "I want to see you off. Clean your neck and wait for me." Watching the Crown Prince's figure disappear from view, Li Che suddenly threw the exquisite teacup in his hand aside. Then, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, he dove directly onto the box in front of him. "Ha ha, I'm rich, I'm rich." Uncle Yang stared wide-eyed at Li Che, who seemed like a different person, his mouth agape, large enough to fit an egg. "Wow, so much silver. This must be several thousand taels." Li Che's voice trembled with excitement. "Salt. It's refined salt. My good brother is really generous. What is this? A glazed lamp? What use do I have for this broken thing? Take it to exchange for money." On the other side, the Crown Prince hurriedly walked out of the Wang residence. Due to his fast pace, his steps appeared even more chaotic. The surrounding guards walked straight ahead, afraid that their gaze might fall on His Highness's left leg. However, the more they avoided it, the more those sidelong glances felt like needles, stabbing deeply into the Crown Prince's heart. Once back in the carriage, the Crown Prince finally lost control of his expression. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white and veins bulging, and his handsome face looked more terrifying than a demon at that moment. "I want him dead. I must have him dead. Xie." He suddenly raised his head, the hatred in his eyes almost consuming him. The ravenous look swept over Xie, causing his legs to weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. As the Crown Prince's most favored eunuch, Xie was well aware that the Crown Prince's heart had long twisted into a grotesque form. "Your Highness, the servant is here." The Crown Prince grabbed Xie's collar. "Go to Mangdang Mountain and tell Fanchong." He gritted his teeth, squeezing out a few words from deep in his throat. "I want Li Che's life. I want his body to be torn apart and his ashes scattered." Chapter 11. Talent, talent, still talent. Li Che squatted on the ground without any dignity, rummaging through the box. The Crown Prince was indeed generous. Even if he wasn't genuinely reconciling, his gestures were quite lavish. After a quick count, there were a total of 5,000 taels of silver, a box of fine salt, a box of spices, a box of shoe brocade, and a box of tea. In addition, there were some gold and silver ornaments, pearls, treasures, antiques, and jade artifacts, all flashy but worthless, only suitable for selling for money. However, what caught Li Che's attention the most was a set of pitch-black armor. The armor was made of hundreds of intricately fastened black iron plates, engraved with lifelike dragon patterns, looking exquisite beyond measure. It was a set of goose feather chain mail. This was a treasure that even money couldn't easily buy. Such armor was expensive, lightweight, and sturdy, truly a precious piece. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to wear it. What if the armor sent by the Crown Prince was soaked in slow-acting poison? Forget it once I return to the northeast. If I can find those mining spots in my memory, I can definitely forge armor even better than this. Seeing the delight on Li Che's face, Uncle Yang felt mixed emotions. Ever since Li Che was framed by the Crown Prince and returned from the palace, he seemed to have changed into a different person. He had become somewhat arrogant and even reckless. "Your Highness," Uncle Yang advised with a worried expression, "you shouldn't have torn your face with the Crown Prince just now. What if he gets angry and sends assassins to do something extreme? A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall." "Haha, unchile Yang." Li Che didn't look back. "Even if I reconcile with him, brotherly and respectful, would His Majesty be willing?" His Majesty? Uncle Yang couldn't understand what this had to do with Emperor Qing. Think about it. Li Che turned around Yesterday, I almost died at the hands of the crown prince. Today, I reconcile with him. What would his majesty think of me? Would he think I'm a deep schemer, good at hiding? Can he trust someone like that to be a vassal king? Like pick it up a silver ingot, gripping it tightly in his hand, with a flicker of light in his eyes. I want to cause a scene. I want to go crazy. I want his majesty to think I'm venting my dissatisfaction, opposing the crown prince, throwing a tantrum at his majesty. The more reckless I am, the more at ease he will be with me, and my situation will be safer. Uncle Yang looked at Li Che in disbelief. He had never realized that His Highness had such profound thoughts. He had never seen Li Che so spirited, like a sleeping lion finally revealing its fangs. Uncle Yang showed a guilty expression. Old servant never thought of this, misjudged His Highness. Li Che hurriedly waved his hand. We are family. So don't refer to yourself like that in the future. Yes. Uncle Yang's eyes turned slightly red. Uncle Yang, the previous me was just enduring, not foolish. Li Che said seriously, yesterday I almost died. Only then did I realize that one cannot always endure and retreat, or else there will be no way to retreat at all. I understand. Uncle Yang wiped away his tears. Your Highness has always been wise and kind-hearted since childhood, just like the late Empress. Mentioning that mother he had never met, Li Che didn't know what to say. He could only step forward to help Uncle Yang up. You need to pay more attention to purchasing supplies. With the vassal state approaching, I truly have my hands full. Your Highness, don't worry. Uncle Yang curiously asked, what else do you plan to do? The army is already established, but the officials of the Ninggu King's residence are still not complete. Li Che replied with a smile, what is the most important thing in farming and development? Talent. Talent. Still talent. In the Yangxin Palace, Emperor Qing was a diligent emperor, rising to work every day at the hour of the rabbit. This was unavoidable. One of the side effects of excessive concentration of power is that he must handle everything personally. After placing the last memorial on the imperial desk, Emperor Qing gently spoke. How is it on the sixth prince's side? Huang Jin quietly approached, holding a pot of tea at the right temperature. The sixth prince went to the convict camp yesterday, recruiting 300 convicts into his personal guards, and also took away the weapons and supplies of the convict army. The captain of the left guard tried to stop him, but was killed on the spot by the prince, along with his armor and weapons, which were all seized by the prince. Huang Jin reported cautiously, not embellishing the tale. Emperor Qing, instead of getting angry, laughed. Good boy, continue. The gates of the Wang residence were wide open, with servants continuously moving furniture and items in and out, sending them to the pawn shop for sale. Hearing this, Emperor Qing's lips twitched, but he ultimately remained silent. Also, this morning, the crown prince went to the Wang residence and spoke with the sixth prince about something. Not long after, he left in a huff. Emperor Qing took a sip of tea and finally spoke. Did the crown prince suffer a setback at the hands of the sixth prince? Indeed. The crown prince's face looked very ugly when he left the Wang residence. Humph. Emperor Qing sneered. The dignified crown prince has no temperance at all. He placed the tea on the imperial desk. That little brat is still sulking at me since he ascended to the throne. Which prince had not been fearful and cautious in front of him, not daring to breathe? Only the sixth prince dared to throw a tantrum at him. The rebellious words spoken yesterday still seemed to echo in his ears, ringing loudly. This was the first time a prince dared to sulk and express dissatisfaction through action. Strangely, he felt no anger in his heart. Forget it, let him be. Emperor Qing waved his sleeve. Is there anyone in the court who is willing to recommend themselves to the sixth prince's residence? No one. Emperor Qing narrowed his eyes. Indeed, the entire court has become used to enjoying comfort in the capital. Who would want to go suffer in that icy, desolate place? According to the rights, the subordinate officials of the princely residence must have at least 30 officials, including long historians, record keepers, and professors. Among them, the highest official rank could reach the 5th grade, which could be considered a promotion path for low-level officials without a background. Therefore, whenever a prince was granted a fief, there would always be hopeless officials recommending themselves, seeking a position. However, Li Che's reputation was truly poor, and with his fief located in a cold and desolate place outside the passes, there was not a single person in the court who looked favorably upon him. Emperor Qing changed the subject. The rewards and salaries prepared for the Ninggu king by the court are all ready, right? Yes, deliver it to the sixth prince. And also give him this. Emperor Qing stood up and took a thick booklet from the bookshelf behind him, throwing it to Huang Jin. Huang Jin hurriedly reached out to catch it, holding it steadily in his hands. Opening his eyes to glance at the booklet in his hands, Huang Jin's pupils suddenly constricted, not daring to look further. Tell him, my words are still valid. Officials below the 7th grade can be recruited by him. Emperor Qing had a blank expression, but whether people were willing to go to that barren land in the northeast depended on their own capabilities. Understood, this servant will go right away. Chapter 12. A good dog brings money. As Huang Jin stepped out of the Yangxin Palace, a cold wind blew outside, making him shiver. Looking down, the bright red emblem of the Jinyui on the booklet immediately made Huang Jin's heart tighten, and cold sweat broke out. This official list produced by the Jinyui documented the basic information of all officials below the 6th rank in the court. Such things are highly taboo. Apart from the commander of the Jinyui, probably only Emperor Qing has carefully reviewed it. But the emperor actually handed this over to the 6th prince. What does that signify? It indicates that the 6th prince's status in Emperor Qing's heart has changed drastically. He is no longer the soft persimmon that could be easily manipulated. If something were to happen to the crown prince, that position wouldn't be impossible for him to take. Huang Jin shook his head, trying to dismiss this absurd thought. The position of the crown prince could never belong to the 6th prince. Even if something happened to the crown prince, there are still the 2 Wang brothers, Qin and Jin. Even the 4th prince, who is far away in Yin, is more qualified than the 6th prince. However, it is already a done deal for him to become a powerful feudal prince. Thinking of this, Huang Jin regretted it deeply. Why did he go out of his way to curry favor with the crown prince and offend the 6th prince so severely? Fortunately, there is still room for maneuver. Huang Jin's mind raced, and his steps quickened as he headed straight for the palace gate. Before long, a team of carriages laden with rewards grandly drove out of the palace. Huang Jin followed all the way to the residence of the 10th prince, respectfully presented a letter of greeting, and requested to see Li Che. At this moment, Li Che had just finished counting the items sent by the crown prince. Upon hearing that Huang Jin had come with rewards, Li Che raised an eyebrow. This old dog is part of the crown prince's faction. He won't take the opportunity to cut my money, will he? Ah Chong, let that old eunuch in to see me. In the corner, Hu Chong was gnawing on a large white bun. Hearing Li Che's words, he immediately dropped the bun and dashed to the door. Huang Jin was anxiously waiting when he suddenly saw a burly man standing in front of him like a black tower, blocking the sunlight like a mountain. Before he could react, Hu Chong spoke in a deep voice. You're Huang Jin? Huh? Yes, it is me. Hu Chong shot him a sideways glance and said gruffly, Our prince wants you, old eunuch, to go in and see him. Huang Jin. He knew this was Li Che's exact words, but did he really have to say it so directly? Isn't that a bit too blunt? Huang Jin only dared to grumble internally and obediently followed Hu Chong into the 10th prince's residence. As soon as he stepped through the door, Huang Jin was stunned by the sight before him. Is this still the magnificent 10th prince's residence in his memory? Why does it look like it has been robbed? With dismantled wooden frames everywhere, almost like a rough cast house. The carved railings and screens have been taken down, and there were even 2 people carrying a Wang Wali door out. Moreover, if he wasn't mistaken, that door seemed to have been taken from the Qin prince's room. What are you standing there for, old eunuch? Don't keep our prince waiting. Hu Chong urged impatiently from the front. Huang Jin then came back to his senses and thought to himself, it seems the morning report was still too conservative. This is not just selling off possessions. This is clearly a demolition. He took a deep breath, straightened his clothes, and stepped into the side hall. Inside the side hall, there were only 3 people. The 6th prince sat in his seat, playing with a glass lamp. Beside him was an old man with white hair and beard, examining him with a scrutinizing gaze. In the corner stood a young man with a face as pale as paper, grinning at him with a creepy smile, his eyes glinting ominously. The servant pays respects to Prince Ninggu. Li Che slowly raised his head, glancing at the old eunuch before him, noticing that his gaze seemed to be somewhat evasive. What brings you here, eunuch? Huang Jin's old face was filled with a sycophantic smile. Oh, servant has come to bring something for your highness. His Majesty said that since you're going to be a feudal prince, this reward and salary cannot be less for you. According to custom, A prince receives a salary of 12,000 stones annually, along with rewards such as fabrics, salt, spices, and imperial wine. I personally supervised the arrangements to ensure there were no mistakes. You could take a look. Do you want to count them? Li Che looked at the bowing Huang Jin and couldn't help but chuckle. What's wrong with you today, eunuch? You wouldn't usually speak so politely to me. Huang Jin's heart sank. The sixth prince indeed held a grudge against him. Your Highness, I have offended you before, but I have now realized my mistakes. Li Che looked at Huang Jin with a playful gleam in his eyes. This was his first encounter with a eunuch, and they truly had no limits. Their expressions could change faster than flipping a book. From the original owner's memories, this old thing had often trampled on him. And now suddenly softening up must be due to Emperor Qing's change of attitude. After all, a eunuch is just a dog in the emperor's hand, whose words the dog listens to is determined by its master, right? Seeing Li Che remain silent, Huang Jin felt even more anxious. He quickly took out the small booklet and respectfully held it above his head. Your Highness, His Majesty heard that you have not yet selected your officials, so he specially sent me to bring this for you to review. Yang Shu took the booklet from Huang Jin's hand and presented it to Li Che. Li Che skimmed through it a few times and couldn't take his eyes off it any longer. This thing came at just the right time. He never expected Emperor Qing would actually be willing to give this to him. It seems that the commotion yesterday truly awakened the little paternal love that Emperor Qing had. Huang Jin, Li Che suddenly closed the booklet, his tone icy. Did you forget that you wished for my death yesterday? Huang Jin had a mournful face. Yesterday, I was confused and spoke some inappropriate nonsense. Your Highness, please be magnanimous. Before he could finish, Li Che raised his hand impatiently. I can't be bothered to argue over that trivial matter. Since you are here to plead for mercy, you can't just bring your mouth, right? Hearing Li Che's words, Huang Jin's eyes widened in shock. Huang Jin was dumbfounded. Does one have to spend money to convey the emperor's orders these days? But looking at Li Che's hungry eyes, it seemed he wouldn't leave without shedding some blood today. Huang Jin gritted his teeth and reluctantly said, I have a small courtyard in the capital. Li Che interrupted again. Stop, stop, stop. I'm going to be a feudal prince now. What use do I have for that broken courtyard? Huang Jin stepped forward a few paces and whispered. The courtyard has 10 Kunlun slaves, 10 Silamaids, and 500 taels of gold buried under the willow tree in the courtyard. These are all for your Highness, just hoping you won't hold grudges and be magnanimous. Li Che's expression remained unchanged. Not enough. Huang Jin's wrinkled, old face twisted together, and after a moment, as if he had made some determination, outside the city, there's a manor with 50 horses, 10 cows, 30 sheep, 300 chickens and ducks, and plenty of grain. All of it is for your Highness. Well, what else? Likerizid anaibrai. Huang Jin felt his heart bleeding. Your Highness, when you pass through Zhendingfu on your way to become a feudal prince, there is a manor in the west of the city with 5,000 stones of grain, as well as some salt, fodder, and farming tools. You could take all of it. Finally, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Li Che's mouth. Oh, why is eunuch Huang still standing? Li Che said with a smile. Chiu Bai, hurry and show eunuch Huang to a seat. How can you be so blind? No matter if it's an old dog or a eunuch, a dog that can bring him money is a good dog. Chapter 13. Hope for a great revival in Northeast. Huang Jin wiped the cold sweat from his brow and swiftly escaped from the 10th prince's residence. This 6th prince is really something. The emperor is cracking down on corruption severely. How can I make money? This time, I was actually extorted of more than half my fortune by this kid. Huang Jin's heart was bleeding, but he couldn't help but feel relieved that at least this 6th prince only cared about money and didn't force him to take sides like the other princes. After Huang Jin left, Li Che eagerly grabbed the small booklet and couldn't wait to flip it open. Ha ha ha, talents, all talents. This time, my father has truly sent me a great gift. With this list of officials, combined with the original owner's memories, it would be enough to pick out a batch of capable talents. However, how to get these people to his side was another question. The reason why Emperor Qing gave the list to himself was actually a test. With his original reputation, recruiting officials, the other party would most likely refuse. If pressed too hard, they would rather resign than go with him to that bitter and cold place. What should he do? Visit 3 times like Liu Bei? Coerce and entice? Or speak emotionally and logically? Li Che felt that these methods were too troublesome. Since he had decided to venture into the northeast and carve out a territory, it was better to learn from that northeast king named Zhang. Visit 3 times? Coerce and entice. To hell with that. I don't have that kind of free time. I'll just grab them. Xiaobai, what orders do you have, your highness? Xiaobai bowed and saluted. Go to the camp and find 50 capable brothers who are familiar with the city to come here and see me. This subordinate will take care of it right away. Xiaobai did not ask further and left. Li Chok at Unsliang. Please help me deal with those things outside, as well as the things that Huang Jin, the old dog, has given me. As always, sell all those extravagant and indulgent items and exchange them for the food, seeds, and medicinal materials on the list. Your Highness can rest assured. Uncle Yang bowed and retreated. The two left the side hall one after the other, and Li Che's gaze returned to the booklet, a bright smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Come on. Let me see which lucky ones will have the chance to follow me to the northeast to achieve great things. In less than half an hour, Li Che swaggered out of the side hall, holding a brand new list. Outside the door stood a crowd of people. The criminals had cleaned up, changed clothes, and had a hearty meal, finally shedding their death row inmate appearance and gaining a bit of a soldier's demeanor. When they saw Li Che come out, everyone rushed to pay their respects, some even kneeling and bowing deeply. Li Che frowned. These people had too little discipline and needed some serious training. All right. Everyone get up. Li Che sat down casually on the door threshold. How's the rest? Full and well fed, and after a bath, thanks to your highness. We haven't been this comfortable in years. A loud-voiced man immediately responded. Li Che looked at the speaker. I remember you, the bandit leader Wang Sanchun, right? Wang Sanchun trembled all over. Your highness can actually call my name. Li Che smiled without speaking. He certainly couldn't remember everyone's names, but he could remember those with great skills. In the eyes of the many criminals, it was completely different. A royal prince remembering a criminal's name showed that the prince truly cared about these rotten people. Since everyone has rested enough, how about helping me with something? Li Che asked again. Wang Sanchun knelt on one knee. Your highness commands, we will only serve to the death, absolutely without hesitation. Talking nonsense is useless. Li Che grinned. I have my eye on a few talents, but they disdain the impoverished Ninggu County and are unlikely to serve, so I can only have you go and invite them. Wang Sanchun was stunned. What do you mean by invite? A lean man behind him immediately understood and chuckled. Silly, can't you just kidnap them? Do you need the prince to teach you? The eyes of many criminals lit up in unison. Kidnap? They might not be good at other things, but this is what we are familiar with. Just when we were worried about how to repay the prince's great kindness, Li Che called Xiaobai over and handed him a list. Not a single one of these people can be missing, and not a single one can be harmed, understood? Your highness can rest assured. This subordinate understands. 50 capable men dressed in tight clothing, with burlap sacks and ropes at their waists, went out in batches from the back door of the 10 Kings' residence. The people selected by Xiaobai were all familiar with the capital city and knew the ins and outs of the streets. And soon they arrived at the first target's doorstep. Lu Yi, the head of the Ministry of Works. A middle-aged man with a long beard turned his head in confusion when he heard someone calling him. Who is calling me? Before he could finish speaking, a strong arm suddenly reached out from the shadows, covering his mouth tightly. Wang Sanchun chuckled, pulled out a burlap sack from his waist, and directly put it over the man's head. Confirm the identity, take him away. Lu Yi felt darkness before his eyes and was instantly filled with panic. Who were these people? The Jinyui? Kidnappers? I am doomed. Xiaobai took out the list and marked Lu Ye's name with his nail. Go, next one. In a secluded small courtyard in the capital, a hurried knocking sound rang out. Just coming off duty and not yet having time to take off his official robe. Wang Shi responded while running to open the door. Who is it? Coming. Just as the door opened a crack, it was pushed open forcefully from the outside. A group of burly men surged in, surrounding Wang Shi completely. You, who are you? Wang Shi was instantly terrified, his face turning pale. Xiaobai walked in last. Looking up at Wang Shi, the head of the Monitoring Heaven Division. Wang Shi? That is indeed this official. Who are you? And how dare you intrude into the residence of a court official? Wang Sanchun had become more skilled at using the burlap sack, lightly tossing it over Wang Shi's head. Your Highness is indeed something. Why are you only capturing these nameless little officials? Do not question His Highness's decisions. His Highness has his own arrangements. Qiubai said. Wang Sanshun looked at him disdainfully. Who do you think you are to teach me a lesson? Qiubai's expression stiffened, just as he was about to say something. Suddenly, a young man burst out of the courtyard, pointing at them and shouting, Hey, who are you? Why are you kidnapping my father? Qiubai frowned impatiently. Who are you? I am Wang Chongjian, the record keeper of the Ministry of Works. Qiubai glanced down at the list, then looked at Wang Chongjian oddly. He's on the list, so he gets kidnapped too. Wang Chongjian. In the 10 Kings' residence. Li Che stood with his hands behind his back. Cart after cart of goods was continuously brought in through the front door. Bags wriggling with movement were sent in through the back door. Li Che watched this scene, and a surge of pride welled up in his heart. My great aspirations in the Northeast are within reach. Chapter 14 Mathematics is the foundation of all subjects. In the back courtyard of the 10 Kings' residence, Wang Sanshun threw the last burlap sack into the room. Head of the Ministry of Revenue, Qian Bin. Qiubai crossed out Qian Bin's name and turned to Li Che, bowing respectfully. Your Highness, all the people on the list have been invited. Not a single one is missing. Li Che glanced at the room full of wriggling burlap sacks and almost burst out laughing. He lightly cleared his throat and took down the burlap sacks. The many criminals stepped forward, laughing and joking, and pulled off the sacks from the heads of the officials. The sudden brightness made the officials uncomfortable. When they squinted to see the people in front of them, they immediately erupted in an uproar. The sixth prince? Someone shouted in surprise, as if they had seen a ghost. What? He is that wasteful sixth prince? Sixth prince, you actually use such despicable means to deceive us. It's simply disregarding the law. Sixth prince, I will definitely report this to His Majesty tomorrow and bring you to justice. The crowd erupted in chaos, and Li Che raised his eyebrows indifferently, walking up to one of them. All right, let us take a break. Let me say a few words. Li Che spoke in a calm tone, and the crowd fell silent. Wang Shi, originally the deputy chief of the Monitoring Heaven Division, in the 3rd year of Taishu, proposed the concept of the universe like an egg, the earth like the yolk, which was not accepted by mainstream thought, and was later demoted to the chief of the Monitoring Heaven Division. But you? Wang Shi showed a shocked expression. That is indeed me. Your Highness has heard of me? Li Che smiled. Has Wang Guanzhong ever been to the seaside? When watching ships approaching from the sea, one always sees the mast first and then the hull. Why is that? Wang Shi was a clever man, and after a moment of thought, he was suddenly overjoyed because the earth is a curved shape, which magnifies on the vast sea. You believe in my theory? Only through investigating things can knowledge be obtained. Wang Guanzhong still needs more practice. Li Che patted Wang Shi on the shoulder, and when he saw the other party lost in thought, he turned to Wang Chongjian beside him. Wang Chongjian, son of Wang Shi, in the 5th year of Taishu, while managing the flood control of the Yellow River, Wang Chongjian was sidelined by the Ministry of Works for opposing the main official's proposal to disperse the flow and completely remove the silt. Wang Chongjian's face turned red with anger. The officials in the Ministry of Works were merely occupying their positions without contributing, and the river management plan was full of mistakes, causing endless disasters. What fault did Wang have? Li Che nodded slightly and then spoke. I believe that for a long-term plan to manage the river, we need to build near levees to control the flow and distant levees to prevent breaches. Building levees to contain water and using water to attack sand. What does Wang Lingshi think? Wang Chongjian's eyes widened. The strategy proposed by the 6th prince coincided with his own thoughts and might even be more brilliant. There were also floods in the rivers beyond the pass, and Wang Lingshi had a clever plan in mind that would surely be useful there. Li Che looked at Wang Chongjian with deep meaning. Wang Chongjian wanted to discuss more details, but upon hearing Li Che change the topic, he immediately fell silent. Li Che didn't mind, smiling as he turned to the next person. Minister of Revenue, Qian Bin. This person is a heavyweight, a master of mathematics in the present era, who had once taught the princes mathematics. Qian Shi, Li Ke respectfully saluted. Qian Bin remained unperturbed. Your Highness, do you intend to deceive this old man into that cold and harsh land beyond the pass? Li Che stood up and looked at Qian Bin. Master Qian was once a Confucian scholar, but later devoted himself to mathematics. In the 1st, 3rd, and 5th years of Taishu, Master Qian petitioned the emperor 3 times to include mathematics in the imperial examination subjects, but the emperor did not agree. Because of this, Master Qian has been marginalized in the court, his official position has diminished, and he has even been held accountable for minor issues multiple times. After hearing Li Chai's words, Qianbin finally showed a change in expression, sighing, "The world believes that mathematics is a minor path, but they do not know that within this small mathematics lies great wisdom." What can this old man do? Great wisdom? Not just that. A spark of excitement flashed in Li Chai's eyes. "I believe mathematics is the foundation of all disciplines." Li Chai's words shocked all the officials present. In this era, various dynasties still revered Confucianism. Mathematics was merely a minor discipline, fundamentally incomparable to Confucianism. Strictly speaking, arithmetic was seen as a skill without scholarly merit, and it did not hold an independent status as a discipline. Being proficient in arithmetic was better, but not being proficient was not a major issue. Li Chai's statement challenged the authority of Confucianism and could even be considered heretical. Not only did the other officials not understand, but even Qianbin, as a leading figure in mathematics, looked at Li Chai in bewilderment. "What, do you think I am wrong?" Li smiled slightly. "Then let me ask you all. Wang Shi, while observing astronomy in the Bureau of Astronomy and calculating calendars, do you need to use mathematics?" Of course, it is necessary. Astronomy involves geometry and algebra, so it naturally requires a foundation in mathematics. Li Chai then looked at Wang Chongjian. Wang Lingshi, working in the Ministry of Works, whether it is building bridges, paving roads, creating machinery, or managing water resources, which of these can be done without mathematics? Without mathematics as a foundation, these projects would be impossible. Wang Chongjian responded by clasping his hands. Li Chai directed his gaze at everyone again. "You all think about it. In the affairs you are responsible for, is there any that can be done without mathematics?" Everyone pondered carefully, and no one could offer a rebuttal. However, some quick-witted individuals noticed that most of the officials invited by the Sixth Prince came from the Ministry of Works, the Bureau of Astronomy, and the Department of Imperial Granaries. Indeed, in my view, you are all transmitters of mathematics, the most capable individuals in this court. In the eyes of others, they were low-ranking officials engaged in trivial skills. But in Li Chai's eyes, each of them was a potential scientist. Mathematicians, astronomers, engineers, weapon experts, compared to those Confucian scholars who only spoke in lofty terms. These minor officials were the true talents. Since the world believes mathematics to be a useless minor discipline, why don't we compare with them? I plan to build a school in my fief to specifically teach mathematics, engineering, medicine, and other disciplines, and you'll be the first batch of instructors at this school. When the students you cultivate enter the officialdom and shine brightly, it will be the day of your fame. Li Chai's voice grew more impassioned, like a fire igniting everyone's hearts. What is the ultimate ideal of an official? Isn't it to leave a mark in history and establish a school? If Li Chai's words could truly be realized, then these low-ranking officials looked down upon by the mainstream would also have the opportunity to achieve their ultimate ideal. Of course, one cannot live by dreams alone. Li Chai shifted his tone. Before that, I need to leverage your strength to develop the fief. The lands beyond the pass are a treasure trove yet to be developed. Like you all, they are pearls covered in dust. The crowd fell silent again. Developing the lands beyond the pass sounds easy, but in reality, it is as difficult as climbing to the sky. That harsh land has never truly been controlled by the Central Plains dynasty throughout history. Li Chai took in everyone's expressions, smiled slightly, and raised the stakes. Those willing to join my Ninggu County will have their salaries doubled. I will give you 3 months' salary right now to settle your families. Thud, thud, thud. As soon as Li Chai finished speaking, several prisoners stepped out from behind, placing heavy bags of money in front of everyone. Under the emperor's orders, officials in the Daqing Dynasty received very low salaries. Some senior officials could barely meet their living and official needs with higher salaries. These minor officials would not survive in the capital without some savings. Seeing the real gold and silver peeking out from the bags, although the crowd feigned indifference, their hearts were as restless as if they had been scratched by a cat. Although Li Chai's move was simple and crude, it precisely hit their pain points. Following me, there is a future, and you can also have enough to eat. Of course, Li Che would not force anyone. Those unwilling to join Ninggu County could leave freely. Li Che pointed to the door behind him. There stood Xiao Bai and Wang Sanshun, one on each side, blocking the entrance, smiling at the crowd. However, that smile was unsettling, and their sharp gazes made people feel uneasy. A chill ran through everyone. With these two killers guarding the door, it was not a place they could leave casually. It wouldn't be surprising if they stepped out and lost their heads. Chapter 15. Seeds worth their weight in gold. The room was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard, and the atmosphere was tense like a taut bowstring. Although many officials were tempted, they still hesitated. The main reason was that the lands beyond the pass were poor. The Northeast is a wild land, a place for exiled criminals. Can such a place really support such a grand dream? Suddenly, a hand swiftly grabbed the money bag in front of him, startling everyone. Jian. Wang Shi looked at his son in disbelief. Wang Chongjian tightly clutched the money bag, his gaze resolute. Father, should your lifelong learning be wasted in a place like the Bureau of Astronomy? I have the talent to manage water and the determination to control floods. Why should I be a mere errand runner in the Ministry of Works, wasting my life? He approached Li Che and bowed. Your Highness, I, Wang Chongjian, am willing to serve. Good. Li Che's eyes sparkled, and he kindly helped Wang Chongjian up. Wang Shi looked at his son and sighed. I am old. Yet my son has more courage. He slowly walked to Wang Chongjian's side, and the two stood side by side. If your Highness does not mind, my son and I will dedicate ourselves to repay your kindness. Good. Li Che laughed heartily and stepped forward, lifting up the Wang father and son. With both of you working together, you will surely become a great story in the future. The Wang father and son both held official positions and were quite renowned, having a certain influence throughout the capital. Once they expressed their stance, the other officials could no longer sit still and began to rise and grab the money bags. I, Lu Yi, am willing to serve your Highness. Minister Go Hong is willing to serve your Highness. Minister Jia Miao is also willing to serve your Highness. In the blink of an eye, everyone in the room came to pay their respects to Li Che. Only Qian Bin remained standing in place, eyes closed in meditation, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. Li Che expressed his joy to everyone without reservation, then walked over to Qian Bin. Master Qian, are you still unwilling to assist me? Qian Bin slowly opened his eyes, a look of satisfaction on his face. I never expected that the most inconspicuous sixth prince back then would turn out to be my most outstanding student. Li Che smiled without speaking, only respectfully looking at him. However, he was calculating in his heart that if he was determined to refuse him, he would immediately call Hu Chang to knock him out and bind him to the Northeast. Qian Bin shook his head with a smile and picked up a money pouch from the ground. Is there a place for me at your Highness's school? Like was over Jade. Ah, the position of chief scholar has been waiting for you. Since your Highness has such grand aspirations, then I will accompany you, even at the cost of my life, to venture beyond the pass. What harm could it be to stir things up once more? This renowned figure in mathematics also relented, and a heavy weight finally lifted from Li Che's heart. With the addition of these technical talents, he now had the first batch of groundwork to develop his territory. Li Che immediately ordered his servants to take them to their guest rooms to rest and to treat them with good food and wine. Going home was no longer an option. What if they regretted it after being sent back? For those who were worried about home, he would send someone to reassure them. With a group of scientists now under his control, Li Che was in high spirits, humming a tune as he walked into the courtyard. Hu Chang followed closely behind, munching on a large pancake. At this moment, the Ten Wang mansion was bustling with activity to facilitate the movement of carriages. Li Che had ordered the threshold of the back door to be removed. The money spent in the past 2 days was not a small amount, but seeing the mountains of supplies piled up in the yard, Li Che felt it was worth it. Uncle Yang was directing the servants in their work, and when Li Che approached him, he quickly regained his composure and bowed. Your Highness. Uncle Yang, how is it going? Li Che asked with a smile. As per your Highness's wishes, those jewels and jade items have all been exchanged for silver, and the items on the list have been mostly procured. Uncle Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead. However, the grain is difficult to transport, and we don't have enough manpower, so not much has been bought. Li Che nodded and said, tell them to stop buying. We just need enough grain. The prices in the imperial capital are already high, and losses on the way are significant. We can buy more after we leave the capital. All right, I will arrange that, Uncle Yang replied. By the way, how many types of seeds have been bought from the market? Li Che asked another question he was particularly concerned about. Replying to Your Highness, we have collected quite a few, but most of them are unrecognizable, Uncle Yang said. Li Che became interested. Let's go take a look. Uncle Yang took Li Che to a storage room filled with seeds collected from various places over the past few days. Some seeds had samples of mature plants next to them, while others were just seeds that an ordinary person could not distinguish. Fortunately, Li Che had a former girlfriend who majored in agronomy, so he recognized some of these seeds. He quickly stepped forward and began to search carefully, hoping to find a few familiar ones. Cilantro, garlic, scallions. At least we won't be lacking in seasonings. Is this chili? Li Che I suddenly brightened. This was a great thing for keeping warm, and it could be promoted for cultivation. And cucumbers, sesame, tomatoes, peanuts. Wait. Li Che's gaze suddenly fell on an unremarkable bag of seeds in the corner. He quickly stepped forward, opened the package, and a handful of golden, plump seeds jumped out. This. Li Che was already so excited that he was speechless. Your Highness, these were bought from several merchants. They call this thing Yushomo. Uncle Yang explained beside him. Yushomo? Li Che carefully picked up a seed and examined it closely. That's right, it's it. Li Che spoke with excitement. Uncle Yang, this is corn. Corn? Uncle Yang looked at the few golden seeds with confusion. I have never heard of it. Hu Chang outside also put down the large pancake in his hand and curiously glanced at the corn kernels in Li Che's hand. Corn? Is it tasty? It doesn't look like something that can fill you up, but since Your Highness likes it so much, it must be a good thing. Hu Chang withdrew his gaze and continued to deal with the pancake in his hand. Li Che furrowed his brows, filled with doubts. Logically, this thing should not appear here unless those merchants have been to America or had contact with someone who had been there. If that's the case, then those merchants might have other seeds in hand. For example, potatoes, sweet potatoes. Li Tsinli looked at Unsliang. What happened to those merchants? Uncle Yang shook his head. Yesterday, I bought all the seeds from them. If I go today, they have already left. So they should have departed the capital. Besides this corn, what other seeds were bought from them? Li Che urgently asked. Chapter 16. The sky is high, and birds can fly. Uncle Yang stepped forward and picked out a few seed packets. Li Che looked through them one by one and was immediately disappointed. Besides corn, there were only some cabbage, watermelon, and grape seeds. There were none of the high-yield crops from the American continent. Is this all? Li Che, unwilling to give up, asked again. Uncle Yang nodded. This is all there is. Li Che's heart sank. Disappointment surged over him like a tide, but it was quickly diluted by the ecstatic joy of obtaining corn. Corn. This is corn, an absolutely high-yield divine crop, which could be considered a harbinger of good fortune in this era. The high yield and adaptability of corn perfectly addressed the harsh climate beyond the pass. Coupled with that magical black soil, Li Che couldn't imagine what kind of sparks would fly from the combination of the two. Of course, these corn seeds had not yet been improved by modern technology, so their yield would certainly not match the abnormal varieties of later generations. But outperforming other crops in Daqing would be as easy as child's play, right? Uncle Yang, these seeds I picked out must be kept safe. Please also try to preserve the other seeds as much as possible, Li Che instructed seriously. Understood. Uncle Yang recognized Li Che's emphasis on these seeds and responded solemnly. Li Che carefully tucked the corn seeds into the lining of his clothes. He couldn't rest easy placing them anywhere else, and keeping them close felt secure. Although this bag of seeds looked unremarkable, it was worth more than all the gold and silver treasures in the courtyard. With corn secured, Li Che was in even higher spirits. Turning around, he saw Hu Chang happily munching on a large pancake and couldn't help but laugh. Ah Chang, why are you always eating pancakes? Go to the kitchen and get some meat. Didn't I say you can have as much as you want? Hu Chang scratched his head in a silly manner. Your Highness, I'm fine with pancakes. They fill me up. Li Che looked helplessly at this silly boy. This kid was just honestly adorable. Forget it. Let the kid eat what he wants. Uncle Yang, please go buy some more carriages. I think it's about time. Li Che's hand gently rubbed the seeds in his pocket, his eyes shining with excitement. What do you mean? Uncle Yang paused for a moment tentatively asking. Tomorrow morning, when the city gates open, we will leave the capital and head beyond the pass. The next day at dawn, Emperor Qing finished his breakfast and looked towards the morning light on the horizon. For some reason, he suddenly felt a sense of emptiness in his heart. Huang Jin, the old eunuch, quickly entered the room. Your Majesty, is there anything happening today? Replying to Your Majesty, there are no major matters in court. But Huang Jin hesitated in his tone. The sixth prince. Emperor Qing looked at him with a blank expression. What happened to the sixth prince? The Tenwang mansion opened its gates early in the morning, and now the carriages and supplies were all ready. A complex look flashed in Emperor Qing's eyes as he murmured, is he going to set off today? Is he not planning to come and see me before he leaves? The old eunuch lowered his head, not daring to answer. Lao Lu is also going to the fief, and now this vast palace has only me and the crown prince left. Suddenly, Emperor Qing felt a deeper sense of loneliness in his heart, his gaze falling outside the window as if trying to see through the heavy palace walls. Your Majesty's birthday is approaching. If you miss the princes, you can invite the vassal kings to the capital to celebrate, Huang Jin said cautiously. Forget it. Emperor Qing sighed lightly. The road to the capital is difficult, and this birthday celebration will cost an unknown amount of money. It would be better to save it to aid the disaster-stricken people in the south. Your Majesty loves the people as if they were his children. The old eunuch seized the opportunity to flatter. Is there any movement from the crown prince? Emperor Qing suddenly changed the subject. Huang Jin bowed and replied, the crown prince has contacted the bandits of Mangdang Mountain, intending to ambush His Highness the sixth prince on the way. Huang Jin had served beside Emperor Qing for many years, so he was naturally not foolish. When Emperor Qing wanted to support the crown prince, he was part of the crown prince's faction. Now that Emperor Qing was dissatisfied with the crown prince, Huang Jin naturally distanced himself from the so-called crown prince's party. He was well aware that his loyalty was always to Emperor Qing alone. The crown prince is becoming more capable. Emperor Qing's expression turned colder. Your Majesty, should we send troops to eliminate the bandits of Mangdang Mountain? Huang Jin asked. Besides the bandits of Mangdang Mountain, has the crown prince contacted anyone else? No. But the legitimate daughter of the Chong family heard that the sixth prince disrespected the crown prince and left home yesterday, seemingly heading towards Mangdang Mountain. Emperor Qing's face darkened further. The legitimate daughter of the Chong family? I haven't issued an edict. She is not yet the crown princess. How can she act like this? Huang Jin could only reply, the Chong family girl has always admired the crown prince. The Chong family members all have the same temperament, extremely reckless. A trace of reminiscence flashed in Emperor Qing's eyes. Chong Wudi died too early, leaving a group of younger generations without guidance. Emperor Qing recalled Chong Wudi, the natural warrior who had followed him early on, killing everywhere without an opponent, yet died young. Others said he had committed too many murders, burdened with sins, which is why he died suddenly in his prime. Forget it. Let them go. Emperor Qing's voice was icy and ruthless. Without experiencing blood and storm, how can one sit steadily in that position? The sunlight filtered through the thin clouds, shining on the streets. 50 guilty soldiers clad in iron armor stood on either side of the street. Your Highness, we pay our respects. A synchronized voice with a metallic quality echoed loudly in the silent street. The sound woke some nearby residents, who opened their windows curiously to look outside. A young vassal king dressed in luxurious attire slowly stepped out of the gate of the Ten Kings mansion. This young vassal king had a face like a jade crown, delicate features, and a pair of starry eyes that were deep and bright. His splendid brocade robe was embroidered with exquisite cloud patterns, and as he moved, the hem of his robe swayed gently, as if clouds were drifting in the blue sky. Like nodded slightly, and the attendant Yang Shu stepped forward to drape a black cloak adorned with dragon patterns over Li Che's shoulders. An air of nobility and majesty emanated from him. Is that His Highness the Sixth Prince? A commoner whispered from behind a window. These commoners lived across from the Ten Kings mansion and could recognize most of Daqing's princes. The former sixth prince was the easiest to recognize, his gaze evasive, lacking the demeanor of a prince. The commoners simply could not associate this spirited young vassal king with the once timid sixth prince. Li Che walked straight out of the mansion, and as he passed, the soldiers all stood up. Hu Chang brought over a fine steed, and Li Che deftly mounted the horse, his movements clean and swift, without a hint of hesitation. The horse took a few steps in place, appearing somewhat impatient. Li Che reached out to stroke its mane, and the horse quickly settled down. Turning back, he took a deep look at the imperial city behind him. He seemed to feel that within the majestic imperial city, a profound gaze was watching him from across the void. Li Che expressionlessly turned around and softly said, "Let's go." The sound of hooves broke the silence, kicking up a cloud of dust. Carriages set off, laden with heavy supplies, making a clattering noise on the street. The long convoy drove along the street toward the city gates. From now on, the sea is wide for fish to leap, and the sky is high for birds to fly. Chapter 17. That is an order. Although it was Li Che's first time riding a horse, he felt incredibly familiar, as if this body was born for the saddle. Sitting on the horse and looking at the convoy, he saw that it was filled with ragged refugees, all recruited by Yang Shu from outside the city. These refugees had a loyalty level close to zero. If they encountered any disturbances, they would flee faster than anyone else. The direct servants from the Ten Kings mansion were actually in the minority. Suddenly, he noticed a few oddly-looking individuals in the convoy and curiously asked, "Yang Shu, who are those people?" Yang Shu followed Li Che's gaze and replied, "Your Highness, they are the servants sent to you by eunuch Huang." Li Che then remembered that there seemed to be 10 Kunlun slaves and 10 Scylla maidens in the courtyard that Huang Jin had sent to him as an apology. Although Daqing had been established for a short time, it had been committed to expanding its territory, and surrounding small countries had come to pay tribute. Those Kunlun slaves, to put it bluntly, were black slaves sold to Daqing as gifts and goods by surrounding small countries. Each of these Kunlun slaves was as strong as an ox, gentle in temperament, honest and straightforward, making them highly sought after by noble families. As for Scylla, like Goryeo, it was also a country on the Korean peninsula. Unlike Goryeo, Scylla was a vassal state of Daqing, paying tribute every year. Scylla maidens were young girls selected from the common people by the Scylla government, trained, and then sent to Daqing to be sold to noble families for service. These Scylla maidens not only had outstanding appearances, but also gentle and considerate personalities, sweet voices, and graceful manners. It would not be an exaggeration to call them the first batch of Korean girl groups. "Your Highness, these Kunlun slaves are all eunuchs." Yang Shu whispered beside him. "What?" Li Che's mouth twitched. Huang Jin was quite perverse. Just because he was a eunuch, the servants he bought were also castrated? Yang Shu was not surprised by this. How many of those eunuchs had normal psyches? He seemed to recall something and looked at Li Che with some expectation. "Your Highness will eventually need to expand your harem. These eunuchs can be kept to serve you." Li Che looked at those jet-black Kunlun slaves, feeling a deep resistance. It wasn't that he was too noble to enjoy the service of others. He had been served by several maids like Chiu in these past few days and honestly found it quite enjoyable. He just couldn't accept having a bunch of castrated men around him, all staring at him no matter what he did. "Forget it. I've heard that Kunlun slaves have great strength. Let us assign them to Hu Chang and have him train them as household soldiers." Li Che remembered that black warriors were quite formidable after castration. Seeing that Li Che truly disliked the Kunlun slaves, Yang Shu didn't say more and instead asked, "Then how about choosing a few of these Scylla maidens that please you to take into the harem?" Li Che glanced at Yang Shu. What was wrong with this old man? Why was he always thinking of finding him women? Looking at the petite figures of the Scylla maidens, he knew they were definitely a group of underage girls. Li Che simply had no interest. No, let Xiuan take care of all of them." Hearing Li Che's words, a little head poked out from the carriage beside him. The little girl smiled sweetly at Li Che, revealing 2 white tiger teeth. "Your Highness, did you call me?" "Ah." Li Che pointed to the Scylla maidens in the distance. "Those people will be under your care from now on. You will be the lady-in-waiting of the Ningguo Wangfu." The little girl nodded in confusion. "Okay, Xiuan understands." In the midst of their conversation, the convoy had already reached near the city gates. Li Che looked up and saw a magnificent city wall towering over 10 meters high standing before him. At the city gate, a fully armed group of armored soldiers surged out, blocking the path of the convoy. The gatekeeper stood in the middle of the road with a spear, loudly shouting, "Halt! Who goes there?" Li Che didn't even glance at him and continued to control the horse forward. The soldiers of the Ninggu army around him held their waist sabers, mockingly looking at the group of armored men. The city gate officer, seeing the situation, felt a sudden jolt in his heart, realizing he was in a difficult position. As Li Che's horse was about to tread over him, the city gate officer, unable to bear the psychological burden, knelt on one knee and said, "Your Highness, please stop." Li Che gently squeezed his legs around the steed, causing the horse to come to a slow halt. "Who goes there?" Li Che's lazy voice rang out. The city gate officer raised his head and saw a gigantic horse face in front of him, blowing several loud snorts, the foul breath hitting him in the face. "I'm a city gate officer at Chummingman. I humbly ask, why does your Highness lead troops out of the city?" The officer said, bracing himself. "This king is leaving the pass to govern the fief," Li Che replied, resting his hand on the horse's back. "Do you have any advice?" Under immense pressure, the city gate officer was already drenched in sweat. However, recalling the order he received, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and say, "I have not received any orders. I cannot let your Highness leave the city." Upon hearing this, Li Che smirked and for the first time looked the city gate officer in the eye. The officer instantly felt as if a heavy mountain was pressing down on his shoulders. "Look up, what is that?" Li Che asked, lifting the officer's chin with his riding whip. Trembling, the officer looked up and saw a royal flag embroidered with the characters Ninggu, billowing in the wind as if it were going to block out the sun. "Remember the appearance of this flag. That is the order." As soon as Li Che finished speaking, he flicked his wrist, and the whip cracked sharply in the air. The city gate officer felt as if a thunderclap exploded in his ear, and he fell backward. When he regained his senses, Li Che had already ridden away, leaving behind a cloud of dust and a group of armored soldiers staring at each other in confusion. The city gate officer wanted to say something, but suddenly felt something hard pressing against his lower back. He was startled and turned his head to see a grotesque face with bulging flesh right in front of him. "Kid, don't move." Wang Sanchun grinned, revealing a few large yellow teeth. "If you move, I'll stab this knife right through the gap in your armor and mash your kidneys into a pulp." The city gate officer was instantly petrified, not daring to move, watching helplessly as Li Che's convoy marched out of the city. Only when the last horse-drawn carriage passed did Wang Sanchun release the city gate officer. "With this kind of cowardice, you dare to stop our lord?" Wang Sanchun sneered, shaking the object in his hand. The city gate officer looked down and was suddenly engulfed in darkness, nearly fainting from anger. What was this so-called knife? It was clearly just a rolling pin taken from a roadside stall. He had been held at bay by this broken rolling pin for a whole incense stick's worth of time. Wang Sanchun casually tossed the rolling pin aside and, feeling it wasn't enough, slapped the city gate officer's face hard. "We're leaving. You hurry back and let your mother help you wash your pants. Ha ha ha." In a daze, the city gate officer realized that Wang Sanchun had already vanished. He looked down and saw a stream of yellow liquid flowing down his armor from his crotch. Chapter 18. The morale of the army can be used seeing several subordinates wanting to come over to help him. The city gate officer quickly raised his hand to stop them. "Don't come over." The subordinates stood awkwardly in place, and the city gate officer, even more embarrassed, shouted, "Who is cloth? Bring it to me." He hastily tore a rag and tied it around his waist, then staggered up to the city tower. On the tower, a solitary figure stood against the wind, watching Li Che's convoy depart. The city gate officer rushed over, his legs giving way as he knelt on the ground. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, I deserve to die. I failed to stop the Sixth Prince." The Crown Prince turned around, gently helping the city gate officer up. "It's not your fault. My sixth brother is too impulsive, and you've been wronged." The city gate officer was moved to the point of tears. "Your Highness, The Crown Prince was so approachable, showing such consideration for a mere city gate officer. He felt he would repay the Crown Prince's kindness even if it meant risking his life. "You may go." The Crown Prince patted the city gate officer's shoulder and turned to instruct the eunuch beside him, "Baisia, have someone fetch some money to buy wine and meat for everyone." "Yes." Holding the Crown Prince's reward, the city gate officer left the tower with red-rimmed eyes. Once he was far away, the Crown Prince's gentle expression instantly darkened. He took out a handkerchief and carefully rubbed his palm, which had touched the city gate officer, until the palm turned red. Seeing this, Xie quickly stepped forward to take the handkerchief and carefully helped the crown prince wipe his palm. Have the people sent to Mangdang Mountain set off? The crown prince asked. As soon as the sixth prince left, I sent someone. They should make it in time. The crown prince's face showed disgust. This city gate officer is too useless. I intended to have him delay for a bit to give Fan Chong some preparation time, but he ended up pissing his pants. Find a chance to send him to the border. Such uselessness doesn't deserve to stay in the imperial capital. Yes. The crown prince withdrew his hand, pinched by Xie's chin. Tell Fan Chong that I've spent so much money to recruit soldiers at Mangdang Mountain. I've been waiting for this moment. As long as Li Che is alive, he must die. I won't keep useless trash under my command. Xie widened her eyes. Looking pitiful, I understand. A trace of tenderness flashed across the crown prince's face as he softly said, You don't need to be afraid. You are different from them. You are unique. Xie nestled into the crown prince's embrace, and from a distance. The two indeed seemed to match in a way that suggested a talented man and a beautiful woman. On the other side, after exiting the city gate, "De tu acariage." Master Qianbin lifted the curtain and bowed to Li Che. What orders does your highness have? We have exited the city and have come to inform Master Qian, Li Che said. I just saw it. Qianbin replied with a smile. Your highness is impressive, reminiscent of his majesty in his prime. Li Che smiled, but did not comment. It wasn't that he was too fierce, but rather that the original owner was too timid. The former sixth prince had been a nice guy, treating the eunuchs and palace maids kindly, earning a reputation as a virtuous king within the palace. As a prince, he had no temper at all, and with no favor from the emperor, his status naturally declined. However, no matter how unfavored, a prince was still a prince. How could a mere city gate officer bully him? Master Qian felt it was time to discuss how to proceed with leaving the pass. Qianbin was not a closed-minded scholar. He had traveled widely in his youth and was quite familiar with the situation in Daqing. There are two routes from the imperial capital to Shanhaiguan. Qianbin stroked his beard and began to analyze. The eastern coastal route is impassable due to flooding, so we can only take the northern official road. We must cross the territory of the Yin Fief and over the Yin mountain range to reach Shanhaiguan. Listening to Qianbin and combining it with the original owner's memories, Li Che gradually formed a clear route map in his mind. The route Qianbin mentioned was also the route taken by the Central Plains dynasty to exit the pass in his previous life. Cao Cao used this route to attack Wuhan. This route was difficult to traverse and would also pass through Mangdang Mountain, which was notorious for banditry, with the government failing to subdue it multiple times. With our manpower, I'm afraid, Qianbin said, his expression worried. Li Che regained his focus and smiled. Master Qian need not worry. I have a strong army that can ensure our safe passage through Mangdang Mountain. Strong army? Qianbin looked at Li Che in confusion. Li Che gazed into the distance, a glint in his eyes. Look, they are coming. Qianbin followed his gaze and saw a dark mass at the end of the road, a group of armed soldiers emerging from nowhere. Upon closer inspection, it was a group clad in leather armor, wielding sharp blades. Although their formation was scattered and their stances casual, Qianbin felt deep down that this group was not to be trifled with. There was a murderous aura that seemed to have emerged from a sea of corpses. Their eyes hollow yet filled with bloodthirsty madness. They had a fierce demeanor, and the killing intent in their eyes clearly showed they had crawled out of a pile of dead bodies. The soldiers marched boldly to the front of the convoy and suddenly stopped. The leading Scarface man fixed his gaze on Li Che and suddenly knelt on one knee, his voice booming. Your Highness, I pay my respects. The soldiers behind him let out a loud, though not very organized, shout. We pay our respects, Your Highness. Li Che pulled on the reins and looked at the Scarface man in front. You are Heat Long, right? This king remembers you. Heat Long trembled with excitement. Your Highness. Li Che smiled slightly. Ancient people were really simple. As a ruler, sometimes just saying their names was enough to make them devoted. Unfortunately, most rulers are unwilling to lower themselves and enter among the lower-level soldiers and the masses. All of you get up. Only then did the crowd stand up, albeit a bit scattered. After 2 days of rest, these people no longer looked like the fierce ghosts they had at first. They finally resembled some formidable soldiers. This king asks you, have you had enough to eat these past 2 days? We couldn't be more full. The crowd shouted excitedly, their faces glowing. Have you had the wine I sent you? Li Ke asked again. We have. And have you slept well? It's been many years since I've slept so soundly. Someone shouted back. Good. Li Che's eyes sparkled. The promises made to you have been fulfilled. Now it's time for you to keep your promises. The crowd was extremely excited, kneeling again and shouting to the heavens, willing to serve your highness unto death. Willing to serve your highness unto death. The prisoners' demands were very simple. As long as they could have enough food and live like human beings, that was enough. Whoever could achieve this was their lord. Qian Bin, inside the carriage, looked at the scene before him in shock, nearly pulling out 2 of his beard hairs. The fierce soldiers who had seemed unruly just moments ago were now all kneeling in front of his highness, their eyes filled with fervor that was unmistakably genuine. The morale of the troops could be harnessed. Qian Bin thought to himself, His Highness actually understands the way of training troops? Chapter 19, Unexpected Familiar Faces. Li Che did not understand what the way of training troops was, but he understood human nature. He simply provided the prisoners with the 2 things they needed most, a way to live and dignity. The prisoner army merged with the convoy, and the group finally had some semblance of a military. The common people on the road saw them and hid far away, fearing trouble. Ancient armies were no different from bandits. Discipline was extremely poor, leading the common people to fear them. The military discipline of this era was completely inadequate in Li Che's eyes, but fortunately, the Ninggu army had just taken shape, and he still had time to organize it. Li Che ordered everyone not to disturb the people and to focus on the journey. The convoy traveled from dawn until dusk, covering only 40 miles. For an ancient army, this speed was not too slow, but Li Che was still not satisfied. The main reason was that there were too few horses in the group. Most of the horses bought were pack horses, all used for pulling carts, while the soldiers traveled mostly on foot, greatly slowing the march. Li Che quickly realized that if he wanted to establish a foothold in the northeast, horses were of utmost importance. Outside the pass, the tribes encountered were all horse-riding peoples, and infantry were inherently at a disadvantage against cavalry. Until the skill of firearms was unlocked, cavalry remained the king of land warfare. Your Highness, it's getting late. Should we find a place to camp? Qiubai stepped forward to ask, interrupting Li Che's thoughts. Li Che asked, is there a place nearby where we can camp? If we go another 3 miles, there's a post station where your Highness can rest, and the brothers can camp around the post station, Qiubai replied. Li Che nodded lightly and did not refuse. He did not like to put on a show of loving his soldiers as if they were his own children, sharing the same food and living quarters. Instead, he admired the way of commanding troops like Hua Tsubing, which was to be clear about rewards and punishments and maintain strict hierarchy. As long as they could win battles, soldiers would naturally support their leaders. No matter how much you love your soldiers, if you cannot win battles, it is of no use. Ancient post stations were not only places for officials to rest, but also had defensive functions. From a distance, Li Che saw that the post station had thick and sturdy outer walls, a square layout, and only one entrance. The 4 corners of the post station were equipped with watchtowers, making it look like a small fortress from the outside. The soldiers formed a circle with the carts, serving as a defensive structure. Soldiers with backgrounds as bandits automatically formed a reconnaissance team to scout the surrounding area. Other soldiers took turns patrolling the camp, while the rest stayed in place to cook. Li Che led a group of officials into the post station. The postmaster had seen the royal flag in the army early on and had been waiting at the door for a long time. Upon seeing Li Ke, the postmaster quickly bowed. This official pays respects to the Prince of Ninggu. No need for too much courtesy. This king is on a mission and will stop here for a night, Li Che replied. It is my honor for your highness to stay here, the postmaster said with a beaming smile. Please come inside. The rooms are ready and the meals are prepared. The postmaster was indeed a good talker, and his attitude was very respectful. Of course, with over 1,000 fierce and intimidating soldiers from the prisoner background outside, any normal person would be respectful. Li Che politely said, there is no need to trouble yourselves. We will cook for ourselves. When out on the road, one must pay attention to food safety. What if this guy was only superficially respectful, but secretly poisoned the food? At that time, shouting the chicken soup is ready. might lead to the high-ranking officials of the Ninggu kingdom being wiped out. The group followed the postmaster into the post station, where they saw two clerks busy writing at their desks, handling official documents, while in the corner, 7 or 8 prisoners in coarse cloth prison uniforms were huddled together. Li Chei's gaze swept over everyone and suddenly paused, as if he had discovered something. He walked slowly toward the corner, and one of the prisoners caught his eye as being strangely familiar. The prisoner noticed someone approaching and, seeing a pair of luxurious boots in front of him, looked up in confusion. "It really is you," Li Chei said in surprise. "Did you not get executed by my father?" The prisoner was momentarily stunned. Then tears welled up in his eyes as he choked out, Sixth prince?" This person was indeed the imperial physician who had treated the 6th prince. The original body had died beyond recovery at that time, but as Li Chei crossed over, this unfortunate fellow was implicated as a result. "The family of the criminal has a pardon token," the imperial physician said tremulously. Li Chei then noticed that the prisoners in the corner were of all ages, likely all members of this unfortunate physician's family. Wait a minute. Li Chei suddenly thought of something. This king remembers that since the founding of Daqing, no pardon tokens have ever been issued. The imperial physician wiped his tears. The token from the family of the criminal is from the Daqing Dynasty. Li Chei was instantly stunned. The Daqing Dynasty was the previous dynasty before the previous dynasty, and there was still a dynasty separating it from Daqing. Did the emperor also recognize the pardon token from the Daqing Dynasty? The imperial physician explained, "His Majesty is benevolent. He took away the pardon token and spared the criminal's death sentence, changing it to exile for the whole family to Ninggu." Looking at the miserable appearance of the imperial physician's family, Li Chei couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. This unfortunate fellow had suffered such a great calamity, and he also had indirect responsibility. "Since you are also exiled to Ninggu, you can follow me from now on." Li Chei extended his hand to help the imperial physician up. "What is your name?" "The criminal is Hua Chang'an." "Hua Chang'an? You have a surname Hua?" Li Chei repeated softly, then suddenly laughed. "Indeed, that surname sounds like a divine physician." Hua Chang'an was puzzled in his heart, unable to understand how the 6th prince could determine the quality of his medical skills simply from surname. However, this did not prevent him from being deeply grateful, as he had initially misjudged the 6th prince's condition, yet now he held no grudges. Although they were both exiled to Ninggu, being close to His Highness was certainly better than being with a group of prisoners, wandering aimlessly. "You two, go unlock their shackles," Li Chei said, his gaze sharp as he looked at the 2 clerks. The 2 clerks exchanged glances, and one of them, gathering courage, replied, "Your Highness, we were ordered to escort the prisoners to Ninggu. If we release them without permission, it will be difficult to explain to the court." Li Chei frowned and asked, "What are your names?" "I am Dong Chao. Suba." Li Chei twitched the corner of his mouth. Just hearing their names indicated they were not good people. "On the order of this prince, how dare you defy?" Dong Chao stood firm and lightly cupped his hands, saying, "I have a command from the Ministry of Justice. It is difficult to comply." Dong Chao did not believe that the 6th prince, just recently crowned, would dare to kill a court official for a mere imperial physician. Moreover, there were already rumors in the capital that the 6th prince was cowardly and benevolent. Such a well-fed prince probably wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken, let alone a person. "All right, very good." Li Chei smiled slightly, and then spoke, "Dong Chao and Shueba, you have committed the crime of releasing exiled convicts, which is a violation of the laws of Daqing. As a prince, I cannot just stand by and watch such lawless behavior. Who will take down these 2 fugitives for me?" Upon hearing this, Dong Chao and Shueba felt darkness before their eyes. In just a few seconds, they had gone from officials to fugitives. This 6th prince was a bit too cunning, wasn't he? Before Li Chei's words fell, Qiubai stepped forward from behind, drawing his long knife with a cold gleam. The 2 looked at the station master with pleading eyes. The station master, that old rascal, had his gaze drifting up, as if to say he saw nothing. How much salary could one earn in a month? Why risk their lives? Dong Chao and Shueba felt a chill in their hearts. Their legs went weak, and they knelt down, saying, "Your Highness, spare our lives." Chapter 20. Full bellies. Hua Chang'an looked dumbfounded as the 2 officials knelt before him, respectfully removing the shackles from him. He couldn't help but feel that evil people still need evil people to grind against. These two officials had bullied him and his family along the way. If it weren't for the sixth prince's righteous rescue, his family might have died in the wilderness before reaching Ninggu County. But the question was, when had the usually kind sixth prince turned into a villain? Just as Hua Chang'an was pondering this, he saw Li Che approach, warmly grasping his filthy hand and saying gently, "Mr. Hua, go clean yourself up first. I have matters to entrust to you." Feeling the warmth from Li Che's palm, Hua Chang'an's heart warmed and his nose turned sour. The prince was indeed magnanimous. He had just thought of him as a villain and felt deeply guilty. "Your Highness, please give your orders. This sinner will go handle it now." "No hiri, no hiri," Li Che replied with a smile, then turned to Dong Chao and Shui Ba, his expression suddenly changing. "You, too." Li Che kicked Dong Chao in the rear. "Serve Mr. Hua and his family well. Do you hear me?" "Yes, yes. We understand." Dong Chao and Shui Ba nodded repeatedly, silent as cicadas in winter. After watching Hua Chang'an and his family go upstairs to change, Li Che spoke. "You two can go about your business. I will take a walk myself." Only Hu Chang couldn't be sent away, so Li Che let him follow. Outside, the sound of horses and shouting filled the air, and the convicts basked in the long-lost sunshine, each one looking joyful. Li Che pondered how to maximize the combat effectiveness of this convict army. The evaluation of ancient military combat effectiveness boiled down to a few aspects: morale, battle formation, equipment, logistics, and individual soldier quality. Li Che once had a history major ex-girlfriend, so he had some understanding of ancient military systems. However, military systems could not be perfected overnight. Battle formations, equipment, and logistics were the same. Now, with the Ninggu army's morale high, the urgent task was to quickly improve the soldiers' individual quality. With this in mind, Li Che quickly walked into the camp. Wang Sanshun, He Tsonglong, and other bandit leaders were directing the soldiers to cook. Upon seeing Li Che approach, everyone quickly cupped their fists in greeting. Li Che slightly nodded, his gaze sweeping over the cooking pots. He saw that the rice soup was thin, and there were some dry, hard buns on the stove. The convict cooking threw a dirty cloth into the pot, claiming it was to season the rice soup. "Is this what you are eating?" Li Che frowned and asked. Wang Sanshun stepped forward, scratching his head. "Your Highness, these scoundrels have eaten well for 3 days. It's enough. The road to Ninggu County is long, and we need to conserve food. Being able to eat this is already not easy." Li Che looked at him and scolded. "Nonsense." After saying this, he casually called over a soldier, rolled up his sleeve, revealing an arm as thin as a dry twig. "Look at how thin you have become." Wang Sanshun scratched his head again. "We in the convict camp only eat 1 meal a day, sometimes even going hungry. It's already pretty good now. The convict camp is the convict camp, but now you are my soldiers." Li Che interrupted sternly. "I will not allow anyone in the Ninggu army to go hungry. Don't forget, your lives belong to me. Only when you are well fed can you fight those barbarians." Hearing Li Che's words, many soldiers fell silent, tears glistening in their eyes. How many years had it been? Their lives had been filled with nothing but slaughter and suffering. They were convicts. No one saw them as human, even if the people they killed on the battlefield had already compensated for their crimes. People like us can eat 3 meals a day. From today on, the Ninggu army will change to 3 meals a day. Each meal must include meat, and as long as there is no waste. The staple food is unlimited. Wingusan kunsterd blankly atilike. He had never seen a superior like this, and Li Che was still a prince. Li Che gently let the soldier's sleeve down. "I give you task." The soldier, with red-rimmed eyes, replied, "Your Highness, whatever you say, I will do with all my might. It's simple, just eat more food every day." Li Che smiled warmly. "Before we reach Shanhaiguan, I want to see your arms thicker by a circle. Can you do it?" The soldier's tears streamed down his face as he choked out, "I can." "Good boy." Li Che patted his head, then turned to Wang Sanshun. "Go get some dried meat, tear into shreds, and put some in each pot of porridge." Wang Sanshun grinned. "All right." By the time Hua Chang'an changed his clothes and came to Li Che's side, the soldiers were already eating fragrant meat porridge, their faces radiant. Hua Chang'an smelled the meat aroma and instinctively swallowed. "Your Highness." "Mr. Hua." Li Che's gaze remained on the soldiers. "What do you think of their physical condition?" Hua Chang'an observed in silence for a moment before speaking. They are very brave, but their physiques are somewhat thin, and they lack vitality. They are convicts from the convict camp, going hungry every day while doing hard labor. Their bodies are greatly exhausted. Li Che looked at Hua Chang'an. I want to entrust you with helping them develop a method to restore their health. Hua Chang'an stroked his beard, pondering for a moment. I will do my best. But I will need some medicinal materials. I specifically collected quite a few medicinal materials before setting out. You can use them all, even if there are enough medicinal materials. I alone cannot manage it. Hua Chang'an showed difficulty, fearing he would need some helpers and at least those who had a basic understanding of medicine. Li Ke sighed. That's difficult. We will see if we can recruit some doctors when passing through other cities. Hua Chang'an shook his head. Ninggu County is harsh and cold. Other doctors might not be willing to come. In ancient times, doctors were also a scarce profession. They could make a living anywhere. So why would they suffer in the frontier? Li Che smiled slightly. No worries. I have my own ways. Just a few doctors. If I can't persuade them, can I just take them? Those with official positions can be seized, let alone a few doctors. Hua Chang'an saw Li Che's warm smile, but felt inexplicably that there was something sinister behind it. Perhaps he was mistaken? The prince seemed benevolent. How could he have any ill intentions? In other armies, these convicts were treated as disposable expendables, yet only the prince treated them as humans. He hoped these convicts would remember their gratitude and repay the prince's great favor. Hua Chang'an thought about it. The prince also saved his life, and he should find a way to repay him as well. Unfortunately, the family home has been seized, and I have nothing left on me, only family to accompany me. Wait, family. Hua Chang'an's eyes suddenly brightened. His daughter, at the age of 28, is indeed beautiful. I wonder if His Highness would take a liking to her. If she could be sent to His Highness, even if she couldn't become a concubine, being a close maid would be good enough. Hua Chang'an stroked his beard and began to calculate secretly. Chapter 21. This prince sees that his wife is still charming. It was late at night, and the candlelight flickered in the post house. Li Che sat at the table, unrolling a piece of yellowed sheepskin paper. With a brush in hand, he lightly tapped, and a long knife, sharp at the front and about 10 feet long, sprang to life on the paper. Your Highness, what kind of weapon is this? Hu Chang, standing beside him, stared at the oddly shaped, long knife on the paper. Li Che put down the brush and smiled slightly. This is Mo knife. Is it very powerful? Very powerful, much stronger than any weapon currently in Daqing. And when the time comes, I will make you the best one. Hu Chang scratched his head. The knife is too light. I'm not used to it. Can your Highness give me a heavier weapon? This knife is not light. Li Ke replied, Wheat Azmaid. The Mo knife is the pinnacle of ancient cold weapons. The 8 characters from historical texts are enough to describe the ferocity of this cold weapon. Horses and men are crushed as if breaking through a wall. Since his arrival in this world, Li Che had been contemplating how to forge an elite army capable of dominating the world. A strategy of mass warfare would not work. After all, what he lacked most now was manpower. Moreover, when fighting nomadic tribes, numbers were never a decisive factor. Having too many soldiers could instead burden logistics. A policy of elite troops is the way to go. Thinking of this, Li Che couldn't help but sigh. Although the Mo knife is good under the current conditions, creating it would not be easy. He put away the drawing of the Mo knife and pressed it under a stack of similarly sized sheepskin papers. These papers, without exception, contain drawings of various weapons: clear bows, cavalry spears, tang straight swords, divine arm crossbows. For Li Che, drawing these designs wasn't difficult. After all, it was this skill that helped him successfully pursue his history major ex-girlfriend. The real challenge was how to have an industrial base capable of mass-producing these weapons. Rome wasn't built in a day. Great achievements must start from the basics. Li Che neatly stored away the weapon blueprints, took out a stack of blank papers, ground ink, and picked up the brush to write the 3 big characters: mathematical theory. Mathematics is the foundation of all sciences to climb the technology tree. The popularization of mathematics is a necessary path. Although Li Che didn't study mathematics with his ex-girlfriend as a high-achieving student from a science and engineering background, he still retained a lot of mathematical knowledge in his mind. Rather than letting this knowledge fade with time, it would be better to organize it into a book and teach it to Qian Bin and others. After writing fervently for a while, there was a sudden knock on the door. Xiao, who had been resting her head on a small table, lifted her little head and sleepily looked toward the door. "Your Highness, I'll go take a look," Hu Chang said softly behind him. Li Che organized the scattered papers on the table and nodded slightly. Hu Chang strode over and opened the door. "Your Highness." Hua Chang'an entered with a smile on his face. "Mr. Hua, please take a seat," Li Che greeted. "Xiao, see to the tea." Hua Chang'an knelt at the lower end of the table and then spoke. "I report to your Highness. I have finished counting the medicinal materials for the troops. There are still some usable items that can be added to the soldiers' meals daily to slightly replenish their energy and blood." "That's very good," Li Che sighed in relief. "But those severely depleted soldiers need to be nourished slowly. I'm afraid I can't handle it alone. Please work a little harder, and when I recruit more doctors, it will be easier," Li Che reassured. "I will do my utmost," Hua Chang'an said, looking around. Seeing there was only one guard and one maid in the room, he secretly calculated. "Your Highness, I have one more thing." "Go ahead," Li Che said, taking a sip of tea. "Your Highness has no women to accompany you yet. And I have a daughter, aged 28, who knows a bit about medicine and is not bad-looking. She is willing to serve your Highness by your side to repay your Highness's life-saving grace." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wen's eyes widened, and the teacup in her hand almost slipped. "What do you mean there are no women to accompany you? Am I not a woman?" Xiao Wen glanced down at her chest, and then at her whole foot. "It seems I really don't count as a woman, but I will grow up." She angrily set down the teacup and silently added a lot of boiling hot water into it, bringing it to Hua Chang'an. Hua Chang'an thanked her, took a sip from the cup, and immediately turned red in the face. Li Che glanced at Hua Chang'an, frowning. "What do you take me for? A petty person who seeks to repay kindness with ulterior motives?" "I absolutely did not mean that," Hua Chang'an exclaimed, ignoring the pain in his tongue, panic-stricken. "Let us not mention this again. Please excuse me." Li Che's tone was stern, and Hua Chang'an, feeling deeply ashamed, had no choice but to take his leave. After closing the door, Hua Chang'an felt extremely frustrated and slapped himself. His Highness is of noble character, yet I had such base thoughts. I truly deserve to die. In the room, Xiao Wen sat behind Li Che with a smile, gently massaging his shoulders. "Your Highness, why don't you agree to Mr. Hua? This old man has no sincerity," Li Che pouted. "What use is a young girl to me? If he truly had a heart, I see that his wife is still charming." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wen froze. Hu Chang, on the side, scratched his head, secretly pondering. "So our prince has this kind of preference. I must pay attention in the future. If there is a beautiful married woman, I must help the prince win her over." At the same time, the news of the sixth prince leaving the capital to be exiled to the frontier of Ninggu County had spread throughout the imperial capital. Upon hearing this news, the court and the people were stirred. Some sighed, some secretly rejoiced, and others remained indifferent. No one believed that the least favored prince could make a name for himself in the dangerous frontier. Moreover, the sixth prince had always been benevolent. If he went to a prosperous and comfortable fief, he could enjoy peace. Now that he was sent to the cold northeastern land, it was uncertain whether he could survive under the watchful eyes of the barbarian cavalry, let alone achieve great deeds. Compared to the sixth prince, whose presence was too low, the officials were more concerned about the crown prince. The last prince of the current emperor had left the capital, and on the surface, the crown prince's position seemed as stable as a mountain. But is that really the case? In the left prime minister's residence, Du Fuchen sat upright, coldly watching his only son, Du He. At this moment, Du He looked quite pleased with himself, excitedly saying, "That sixth prince is extremely foolish. He only brought 1,000 criminal soldiers to the frontier. Isn't that seeking death? I believe he even reached Ninggu County before being betrayed and killed by those vicious criminals, becoming the first captured prince of our Daqing. How ridiculous! What benefit does the death of the Ninggu County king bring you?" Du Fuchon asked coldly. Du He was in high spirits, but was left speechless by his father's sudden question, feeling a bit at a loss. Du Fuchen frowned at his only son, filled with sorrow and disappointment. How did he end up with such a foolish son? If it weren't for the fact that he was his only heir, he would have loved to slap this thing to death. His son thought that with the sixth prince leaving the capital, there would be no adult princes left. and the crown prince's ascension was already a done deal. Dewey explained, "Sigh, du fuchon sigue de l'Italie. With no princes in the capital, can the crown prince really rest easy? Father, why you say this? He can indeed rest easy. Fool, du fuchon luque de mon fool. The emperor is a strong ruler. How could he tolerate a crown prince without competitors? The father knows that you and the crown prince are close. It was fine before, but starting today, you are not allowed to go to the Eastern Palace anymore." However, Dewey looked aggrieved. The crown prince was supported by his majesty himself. Du Fuchin sneered and said meaningfully, "Who told you that the crown prince, supported by his majesty, is necessarily the future emperor? The princes hold military power, guard the borders, and have complete control over their fiefs. They're like independent small courts. His majesty is nurturing a poison, using this method to find the most outstanding prince. In other words, every prince, including the sixth prince far away in Ninggu County, has a chance to inherit the throne. Only the crown prince does not." Du Fuchin's eyes were deep. The crown prince is already a discarded piece, with no chance of ascending the throne. Chapter 22. Please. A big wave, unlike the left chancellor's residence, which was watching from the sidelines. The Duke Zheng's residence was in chaos at this moment. Although Chong Wudi had passed away early, as a founding hero, his descendants were deeply protected by his legacy, not to mention inheriting the title of Duke Zheng. They also held important positions in the court. In such a prominent family, the legitimate daughter had been missing for a whole day and night. Duke Zheng was so angry that he nearly fainted, and all the household servants and private soldiers had been dispatched to search for the young lady's whereabouts. A whole day and night. During this era, when unmarried women did not leave the house, this was a very serious matter. Moreover, everyone knew that the young lady was about to become the crown princess. Since the previous crown princess passed away, the crown prince had not taken a new wife for 3 years. How many people were eyeing that position? The Chong family had finally seized this opportunity, but unexpectedly, the person went missing. If someone with ulterior motives found out and used it to tarnish the young lady's reputation, wouldn't this good fortune be lost? At this moment, Duke Zheng Chongpan was sitting in the main seat of the hall with a dark face, listening to the reports from the household guards below. "My lord, we have searched the imperial capital but have not found the young lady. Then go outside the city to look." Chongpan glared angrily. "What use are you? After so long, you can't even find a young girl?" "Yes." The guard's cold sweat dripped down, not daring to say more, and could only take orders and leave. Chongpan could not sit still, getting up to pace back and forth in the hall. Madame Lu was crying, making him even more frustrated. Crying, crying, crying. What use is crying? Chongpan couldn't help but reprimand. "That girl Ning Shui is spoiled by you. It's fine if she likes to practice martial arts. But now she doesn't return at night. What's the use of saying this now?" Lu's eyes were red. "Hurry and enter the palace to see the emperor. Ask his majesty to order the Jinyui to search for her." "You foolish woman." Chongpan became even angrier upon hearing this. His majesty has not yet issued a marriage decree. If this matter reaches his majesty and the crown prince's ears, how will I explain it? Lu cried even more sadly. Those maidservants said that Ning Shui heard that the sixth prince disrespected the crown prince, and that's why she left in anger. Do you think it could be related to the sixth prince? The sixth prince was naturally cowardly and would never do such a thing, but your bold and reckless daughter. Chongpan paused, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. She has always admired the crown prince. If she were to attempt to assassinate the sixth prince, because of this, our Chong family would face disaster. No matter how incapable the sixth prince is, he is still a prince. The emperor can kill a prince without issue, and the crown prince can harm his brothers without issue. But if we, as ministers, commit the act of assassinating a prince, our entire clan would be exterminated. I can only hope that Ning Shui hasn't been foolish enough to really attempt to assassinate the sixth prince. Chongpan sat pale on the steps, sighing repeatedly. As dusk fell, the moon shone brightly, and in Yeqing, 100 miles from the imperial capital, the majestic city walls appeared even more imposing in the night. At the city gate, an inn was brightly lit. On the rooftop, a woman leaned against the railing, gazing into the distance, her brows furrowed with impatience. "Why hasn't the kikome yet?" The woman murmured softly, her tone tinged with irritation. "Miss, it's late, and the city gate has closed. It seems he won't be coming today," a woman in black replied respectfully from behind. "Indeed, what a waste. A whole day to reach Yicheng?" Chang Ningxue snorted coldly. "This useless prince dares to disrespect the crown prince?" Chang Ningxue was young, but she had bright eyes and white teeth, with skin like condensed fat and a graceful figure. Perhaps the Zheng family had fed her too well. Her chest was high, completely unlike that of a girl in her teens. The woman in black showed a worried expression. "Miss, perhaps we should go back." "What? Are you afraid?" Chang Ningxue turned to ask. "Our lives were saved by the miss. How could we be afraid?" The black-clad woman replied, "It's just that assassinating a prince is a grave crime, if we get exposed. Don't worry. When the time comes, I'll cover my face. Who will recognize me?" Chang Ningxue smiled confidently. "Besides, I've never heard that the sixth prince has martial skills. You only need to hold off the guards. I just need one sword to take his life." The black-clad woman sighed inwardly and ceased to persuade her. Although her young lady treated them well, her mind was too innocent, completely lacking the demeanor of a legitimate daughter of the duke's household. No matter how incompetent the sixth prince was, he was still a bona fide princely lord, absolutely not someone they could deal with. Did she really think that relying on these somewhat skilled women could assassinate a prince? I can only hope that when the sixth prince arrives, the guards accompanying him will be more vigilant, allowing the miss to retreat upon realizing the difficulty. The next morning, after breakfast, Li Che ordered the convoy to continue on the road. Qianbin rode alongside and cupped his hands, saying, "Your Highness, Yicheng is the shield of the imperial capital. We can reach it today. Why not enter the city for a short rest and replenish supplies?" Li Ke raised an eyebrow, his eyes sparkling. "Not only do we need to purchase supplies and food, but we also need to recruit some manpower." "Manpower?" Qianbin asked curiously. "Isn't the labor in the team enough for now? Not ordinary laborers, but skilled craftsmen, such as blacksmiths, carpenters, tilers, and even physicians." Li Che had thought about it last night. Since he was preparing to invite some physicians into the team, why not conveniently invite some other skilled talents as well? "We need to unite all possible forces. Your Highness, most of these people are unwilling to leave their homes. It may be difficult to find them." Qianbin raised the same doubt as Hua Chang'an. "No problem." Li Che smiled kindly. "Didn't Team Master Qian forget how you were invited back then?" Qianbin is moot twitched. "Your invitation was a legitimate one? When did putting a sack over someone's head count as an invitation?" "Your Highness, if you keep inviting like this, it might lead to trouble." Qianbin advised, "Why not visit the pawn shop and see if those pawnbrokers have the people you need?" Upon hearing Qianbin's words, Li Che's eyes suddenly lit up. "Right, this is ancient times. There are pawn shops specialized in buying and selling people. Those pawnbrokers have plenty of runaways and slaves. Perhaps there are even a few with exceptional skills. The most important thing is that these pawnbrokers are not good people. Robbing them would be guilt-free, right? Master Qian's words are brilliant. I will go to that pawn shop." Qianbin breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. His Highness is still listening to advice. He just doesn't know where this bandit-esque habit of learning comes from. He could never have imagined that Li Che was not giving up on recruiting people, but was preparing for a big wave. Chapter 23. The Market for Servants. Alongside cattle and horses by the time they reached Yicheng, it was already afternoon. Seeing the imposing city walls from afar, Li Che ordered to set up camp on the spot, only taking 50 of his close guards disguised to enter the city. These 50 were all skilled at the task of recruiting people, making them more convenient to use. Li Che simply organized them into close guards to be responsible for his security work. To avoid drawing attention, Li Che took off his somewhat luxurious brocade robe and changed into a common scholar's blue shirt. Aside from Yang Shu, Hu Chang, Qiu Bai, and a few others, the remaining close guards scattered and concealed themselves among the crowd, secretly guarding him. The tea house stood by the street, where Chang Ningxue idly fiddled with the teacup, her gaze occasionally drifting towards the city gate. Suddenly, a warm voice called out, "Miss, may I ask for directions?" Chang Ningxue turned to see a dashing young man standing before her, dressed in a blue long robe, with brows like a crescent moon and eyes like bright stars. He exuded a noble yet elegant demeanor that made her feel a sense of affection. With a charming smile, Chang Ningxue replied, "Where does the young master wish to go?" "My household is short of servants, and I wish to find a place to hire some help," Li Che answered. Upon hearing Li Che's words, Chang Ningxua's expression suddenly turned cold. Although she was spoiled by nature, she could not tolerate the matter of buying and selling people, so she curtly replied, I do not know. You may look elsewhere. Li Che was slightly taken aback, but did not get angry. He casually pulled back the eager Chiu by behind him and said gently, I apologize for disturbing the young lady's enjoyment. I shall take my leave. After saying this, he turned and left with his companions. As Hu Chang left, he glanced back a few times, confirming that Chang Ningxue was not the kind of woman favored by His Highness, and then quietly put away the sack at his waist. Chang Ningxue stared at Li Che's receding figure, thought for a moment, and suddenly stood up. You all wait here. If Li Che arrives, report to me immediately. Miss, several women in black beside her hurriedly urged, what are you going to do? I think that fellow does not seem like a good person. His behavior is suspicious. I'm going to follow him and take a look. Chang Ningxue replied hastily and rushed into the crowd. The women in black exchanged glances, sighed helplessly, and quickly followed her. Not long after bidding farewell to Chang Ningxue, Li Che learned the location of the human market from a local scholar. Daqing had banned the sale of people and had implemented relevant laws, but the enforcement of these laws was inadequate. After all, the powerful families needed a large number of people as servants, and common folks who could not make a living had no choice but to sell themselves. Therefore, the laws were essentially meaningless, and the officials often turned a blind eye. The so-called human market was a place where these human traffickers conducted their transactions. What Li Che did not expect was that such a blatant violation of the law could be so openly displayed. The human market was actually set up in the bustling marketplace, without any concealment. Young master, do you need to hire some servants? The manager of the human market behind the counter brightened up upon seeing Li Che and approached him eagerly. Our shop has concubines, singing girls, dancers, cooks, seamstresses, and rough maidservants, all kinds of people. Oh, all kinds? Azmail kryptontu, Li Che silips. You may not know, but this shop is the largest human market in Yi City. Just tell me what you need, and I guarantee your satisfaction. The manager looked Li Che up and down, smiling even more eagerly. This young master clearly came from a wealthy and distinguished background. As the manager of the traffickers, recognizing people was his skill. Li Che was dressed in fine silk, and the jade pendant at his waist gleamed, indicating it was of considerable value. Not to mention the attendants behind him. Although the maid was young, she was pretty, and given time, she would surely become a beauty. The guard was tall and robust. Just his physique alone could fetch at least 100 taels of silver in a human market. In any case, this was definitely a rare big client. Li Che was too lazy to bother with the wrinkled-faced manager and walked straight into the building. As soon as he entered, a foul smell assaulted him, mixed with sweat and filth, making him nauseous. Inside, there were rows of wooden cages, imprisoning various slaves, men, women, old and young, all naked and emaciated. Below the wooden cages were filthy materials, hardened and dried by these slaves' feet, forming brownish-black clumps. Separating them by a wall were enclosures for selling cattle and sheep. The livestock had some space to move and were cleaner than the wooden cages filled with humans. These people, however, were piled together like goods, stripped of all dignity. Young master, the manager followed closely, flattering, these are all low-quality goods, unworthy of your eyes. Allow me to take you to see the fine beauties. Oh, Li Che is mal gruweide. People can also be called goods? Of course. These people are worth even less than livestock. They are all to be sold to the brothels and pleasure quarters as slaves and servants. There are also those barren commoners who might pick out a pleasing one to take home, costing only as much as a livestock. The manager spoke as if discussing the most ordinary matter. Behind Li Che, Qian Bin and Uncle Yang looked shocked. Qiubai remained silent, while Hu Chang forcefully bit into the big pancake in his hand. Qiuwen clung tightly to Li Che's thigh, her eyes filled with fear. The slave market, alongside cattle and horses, Li Che murmured as he stroked Qiuwen's hair. The manager was slightly taken aback and then gave a thumbs up. Young master has good literary talent. Exactly so. Li Che looked at him deeply and smiled kindly. Lead the way. Let us see the fine goods you mentioned. All right, this way, please, young master. The manager eagerly guided Li Che further in. Li Che looked indifferently at these numb goods, feeling a mix of emotions. He said nothing more and followed along. The manager chattered along the way. What kind of goods does the young master wish to see? If you want to buy a concubine, we have beautiful young girls, exotic beauties, and slender women from Jiangnan, all top-notch goods. If you want bodyguards or attendants, we have fierce warriors captured from the grasslands, Nanyue and Tubo. If you need weavers or craftsmen, we have those too. Come and see. Li Che replied with a smile. All right, lead the way. Great, this way please. Hearing Li Che's words, the manager's eyes lit up even more. After rounding a few walls, the back area became much more spacious. Here, the slaves were separated by fences, with each compartment containing one person. Li Che first noticed an exotic dancer dressed only in a bodice. Upon seeing him, she immediately swayed her body, desperately showcasing her graceful figure. Other slaves in the compartments also stood up, with women baring their bodies and men flexing their muscles. The traffickers wielded whips, coldly scanning these goods. Li Che's gaze swept over these people and finally stopped on a little girl. She looked about 7 or 8 years old, with vacant eyes and a bare back covered in scars. She simply stood there silently, her unfocused gaze colliding with Li Che's. An inexplicable pain gripped Li Che's heart, as if an invisible hand had seized it. Young master, have you made your selection? The manager's voice rang out from behind. Li Che took a deep breath and said to the manager behind him, I have made my choice. Which one do you want? The manager's face lit up with joy. I want too many. You might not be able to make the decision, Li Che said softly. Go find your master. I will speak to him personally. The manager was taken aback. That might not be possible. Our master is of noble status and never comes to such places. Daqing Dynasty. Just tell him I want them all, and I will also send him a great gift. Is that not possible? Upon hearing this, the manager's face instantly showed a look of wild joy. All of them? Young master, are you not joking? Of course it's true, but I didn't bring the great gift with me and need to borrow something from you. Li Che turned around, smiling as he stared at the manager. The latter felt uneasy upon seeing the chilling glint in Li Che's smile. What do you want to borrow? Your head. Chapter 24. The heart is still not hard enough. As soon as Li Che's voice fell, Chiu by behind him swiftly drew his sword. In an instant, the manager felt a flash of cold light before him and sensed a chill around his neck. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly felt his vision tilting and the figure of the young master before him gradually lowered. Then everything spun around him, and in the last second before losing consciousness, he heard exclamations all around. Perhaps Chiu Bai lacked strength, and the sword did not completely sever the head, as it remained half attached to the torso. Seeing this, Hu Chang stuffed the large pancake into his bosom, stepped forward, and grabbed the steward's hair with one hand. With a light tug upwards, accompanied by a sickening crack of breaking bones, a head was forcefully torn off. Hu Chang held the bloody head and walked to Li Che's side, grinning as he presented it with both hands. Your Highness, the head you wanted. Li Che covered Chiu Wen's eyes with his hand and helplessly looked at Hu Chang. This child is honest, but perhaps too honest. He really doesn't cut corners when executing orders. He suppressed his fear and forced himself to stare at the lifeless head. This was the first time he had such a close encounter with a dead person, let alone one he had ordered to be killed. Although he had killed before, the guy had fallen too quickly for him to observe closely. Unlike now, where he could see every feature clearly, the nauseating smell of blood was drilling into his nose, almost making him vomit. He struggled to suppress it, casually picking up the head and throwing it toward a tooth dealer. The tooth dealer was startled, trembling as he clutched the head, his legs giving way as he sat on the ground. Go, take this great gift to your master. Li Che tried to keep his voice calm, telling him he would be waiting for his master's reply. The tooth dealer stared blankly, as if scared silly, standing frozen in place. Seeing Li Che frown slightly, Chiu Bai understood and stepped forward, stabbing the tooth dealer's throat with the sword. Chiu Bai picked up the steward's head from the tooth dealer's arms, grinning as he looked at the others. Is there anyone else who can move? Saying this, he shook the blood off his sword. A bolder tooth dealer quickly got up, madly running outside after taking the head. There are still some smart ones. Chiu Bai smiled, looking at Li Che. Your Highness, how should we deal with the remaining few? Li Che looked at the few tooth dealers, seeing their pale faces and pleading expressions. With a blank expression, Li Che coldly uttered 2 words, "Kill them." Yes. Xiaobai bowed and accepted the order, licking his lips as he raised his sword again. Blood splattered, and several tooth dealers fell to the ground, collapsing in a pool of blood. Li Che quickly walked to the wooden cage where the little girl was, reaching out to pull the lever of the cage door, but it didn't budge. Ah Chong, open the door. Hu Chong stepped forward, grasped the lever, and suddenly yanked it back. The door instantly splintered into pieces, with chips flying everywhere. Li Che extended his hands and carried the little girl out. Uncle Yang quickly took off his outer garment and handed it over, and Li Che gently wrapped the little girl's body. "Do you have a name?" Li Che asked softly. The little girl numbly glanced at him, but did not speak. Li Che frowned slightly. Could it be that those beasts made her mute? When the little girl saw Li Che's furrowed brow, she seemed startled and struggled to jump down from Li Che's arms. Li Che was taken aback, about to pick her up again, but saw her standing barefoot on the ground, skillfully dancing a seductive Huxian dance. Li Che suolio udard, a nameless anger rising in his heart. Why do such a thing to yourself? To survive, suddenly spoke a foreign woman from inside the wooden cage. Li Che looked at her. She smiled wretchedly. On ordinary days, if those beasts frown, we get beaten. This little girl is also here to please the nobles. She knows that if she practices her dance well, she can avoid being beaten. She only acted this way because you frowned just now. Li Che felt as if struck by lightning, staring blankly at the little girl. The little girl wore a smile, but it was hollow and numb, lacking any beauty, and Li Che felt a wave of fear. Behind him, Qian Bin trembled, muttering, "Such beastly behavior, truly unheard of. They should be punished by heaven." Li Che slowly turned around, looking at the group of slaves inside. Those imprisoned in wooden cages had eyes filled with numbness and despair. Li Che took a deep breath and spoke. "Ah Chong." Hu Chong stepped forward. "Your Highness, I'm here. Tear down all these cages." "Okay." Hu Chong walked toward each wooden cage, effortlessly pulling down the levers as if dismantling building blocks. The slaves regained their freedom, with some crawling out of the cages in tears, thanking Li Che for saving them. Others, as if they hadn't seen anything, remained curled up inside the cages, even though the prison doors were open before them. Li Che walked up, crouching beside a burly man, softly asking, "The prison door is open. Why don't you leave?" The burly man looked at him with vacant eyes, whispering, "Where can I escape to? I'd still be caught and taken back." Li Che nodded, saying nothing more. This person was already broken. Even if the cage was destroyed, the shackles in his heart remained unbreakable. Even a little girl knew to struggle for survival. Yet this burly man's heart was weaker than hers. A person without the will to survive is not worth saving. I do not need such people under my command. Xiaobai, gather those willing to come with me. Yes, Your Highness. Li Che looked again at the little girl, who was now being held by Qiuwen. The little girl was very frail, almost weightless. Even Qiuwen, a weak woman, could easily carry her. If those children have no home, take them all with us. Li Che sighed softly. His heart was still not hard enough. However, although children are a burden, they are at least malleable. With proper cultivation, they could be of great use in the future. Suddenly, hurried footsteps were heard from outside. Wang Sanchun entered, bowing to report, "Your Highness, someone is coming this way." Chapter 25, Kneel before me. The real person has arrived. Li Che grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. "Your Highness," Uncle Yang quickly interjected, "the visitor does not come with good intentions. It would be better to avoid confrontation." "Avoid confrontation with him?" Li Che interrupted. "I've been waiting for him. I want to see what kind of person can act so unscrupulously in Yi City, just 100 miles from the capital. Everyone stay here and release all the slaves. Ah Chong, come with me." After speaking, Li Che turned and exited, with Hu Chong following closely behind. Passers-by on the street hurriedly moved aside, as dozens of fierce-looking strong men cleared the way, and a luxurious carriage slowly stopped at the entrance. The common people looked fearful, whispering among themselves, "Isn't this the Wang family's carriage? What a big show, what has happened?" This place has always been the Wang family's property. Just now I saw someone running out with something bloodied and messy, and then the Wang family showed up. Hiss, in Yi City, there are still people who dare to act against the Wang family? The moment the curtain of the carriage was lifted, a rich fragrance wafted out. Hidden among the crowd, Chang Ningxue looked over at the sound, seeing a middle-aged man stepping down from the carriage. The man frowned, casting a disgusted glance at the filthy ground. A servant beside him immediately knelt on the ground, allowing the man to step on his back as he walked down from the carriage without looking sideways. Where is he? The tooth dealer who had fled earlier crawled on the ground, kneeling. Master, he is inside. The Wang family head looked towards the street at the sound and happened to lock eyes with Li Che, causing his pupils to shrink instantly. With a face like a jade crown, sword-like brows and star-like eyes, and an imposing manner, this demeanor was not that of an ordinary person. However, in Yi City, he had never seen this person from any of the noble families he was familiar with. Who are you? The Wang family head asked. Li Che slowly walked out the door, his steps steady, his gaze sharp as an eagle. Did you receive my gift? The man frowned slightly, thinking to himself how rude this person was, but seeing the other's extraordinary demeanor, he could not afford to flare up and had to suppress his anger. Just a mere servant. If I have offended you, then it is his own fault. I am Wang Bingyi, head of the Wang family in Yi City. I see that you possess extraordinary bearing. You must not be an ordinary person. Please step into my humble abode for a discussion. If there is any misunderstanding, we can resolve it. I have to say, Wang Bingyi is very gracious and polite. In comparison, Li Che appears rather aggressive. There is no misunderstanding. But there is one thing I want to ask the head of the Wang family. Please go ahead. The laws of Daqing clearly state that human trafficking is strictly prohibited. Why does your Wang family violate the law and engage in such heinous acts? Li Ke question sternly. Upon hearing Li Che's words, Chang Ningxue in the crowd showed a look of surprise. This was a bit disrespectful. In high society, there's an unspoken understanding. After all, which family doesn't have some dark dealings? Such shameful activities are not something the noble families would bring to light. Chang Ningxue initially thought Li Che was just a spoiled rich kid out to buy concubines, but now it seems she misjudged him. Who is he then? Could he be an inspector sent by the court? Even an inspector wouldn't dare to question Wang Bingyi so aggressively, would they? The Wang family is one of the 8 great families wielding immense power. Even the county magistrate of Yi City wouldn't dare to be so rude in front of him. Sure enough, seeing Li Che's attitude, Wang Bingyi's expression also turned ugly. He suppressed his anger and asked, "Are you determined to go against my Wang family? So what if I am? Li Ke retorted. Just because my Wang family has broken the law? I don't care about such violations. Li Ke stepped forward slowly. But there is a grudge that must be avenged. What enmity do you have with me?" Wang Bingyi asked in confusion. Li Che's mind flashed with the tragic image of the little girl, and his hand slowly moved to the hilt of his sword. This is class hatred. In the next moment, the sword was drawn, its cold gleam reflecting Wang Bingyi's astonished face. While Wang Bingyi was in a daze, several guards behind him rushed forward, wielding long knives aimed at Li Che's vital points. Suddenly, an iron arm shot out from behind Li Che, sending the guards flying back several steps, spitting blood. The towering Hu Chang stood protectively in front of Li Che, his expression fierce. Wang Bingyi was shaken. Everything in front of him felt like a fog. He couldn't understand why Li Che would suddenly attack, nor could he grasp what Li Che meant by class hatred. Li Che stabbed a guard in the chest and smiled at Wang Bingyi. Do you think you're very noble? Do you think the common people are mere commodities? Do you think the Wang family should be high above, with these commoners as ants that you can trample at will? As guards swarmed in, Li Che ignored them, staring at Wang Bingyi, who was surrounded by layers of protection. Since you were so noble, why hide behind others? Wang Bingyi's face turned ashen, and he fell silent. Li Che no longer cared about him, watching as more and more guards gathered and shouted, "Wang Sanchun, attack!" As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of shadows sprang out from the crowd. They were lean, wielding sharp blades, radiating a terrifying aura, like evil spirits crawling out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. 50 elite guards, born of criminals, pounced on the Wang family's guards like hungry wolves, striking with lethal intent, showing no mercy. One guard swung his knife, but the criminal didn't dodge. Instead, he grinned and charged at him. The guard was taken aback, hurriedly blocking with his knife, but the criminal knocked him to the ground. In a flash of blade light, the guard didn't even have time to grunt before being pinned to the street by the criminal. The criminal howled like a mad dog and pounced on another Wang family guard. With such a reckless and fearless fighting style, even though the Wang family guards were strong, they were being steadily pushed back by these desperate criminals. Moreover, there was Hu Chang, like a demonic god. Each charge seemed to plow through the guards, sending several flying like straw. "Quick, go call the county magistrate. Quick, summon the city defense army." Seeing his guards fall one by one, Wang Bingyi could no longer care about the reputation of the noble family and shouted hoarsely. He shouldn't have shouted. This cry drew Hu Chang's attention. Hu Chang rushed over in a few steps, casually picking up a guard's corpse as a weapon, sending all guards in his way flying. He reached Wang Bingyi and, like lifting a chick, pulled him from behind the guards and slammed him heavily to the ground. Wang Bingyi struggled to get up in a sorry state, his luxurious clothing covered in mud and blood. Before he could steady himself, a cold, gleaming long sword was already pressed against his neck. Don't even think about calling the county magistrate. Even if you go to the west to summon the Buddha, it won't help. Wang Bingyi looked up at Li Che, trembling as he asked, "Who on earth are you, and why do you oppose my Wang family?" "I am the head of the Wang family. Are you not afraid of my family's revenge for such humiliation?" "It's that damned bloodline theory again." Li Che looked down at Wang Bingyi. "Just because your Wang family has noble blood, does that mean you can treat others like commodities? If that's the case, my bloodline is even more noble than yours. You, Wang Bingyi, should be my slave." Wang Bingyi's pupils constricted sharply. "My king, you are." Li Che impatiently stomped on Wang Bingyi's leg, the sound of bones shattering clearly audible. "To me, you're also a lowly commoner. Lowly commoners should kneel before me." Chapter 26. The worthless head of the Wang family, Wang Bingyi's leg bones shattered with a sound, and he fell to his knees, letting out a mournful howl. The wails echoed down the long street, penetrating through thick courtyard walls, reaching the ears of the slaves. The slaves paused in unison, as if something deep within their souls had been touched. Someone, as if possessed, stepped forward towards the entrance. "Where are you going?" Qiubai looked at the slave and asked. "Let him go take a look." Uncle Yang pulled Qiubai back, if it can awaken the bloodiness in his heart. It will be easier to use him for the prince in the future. Li Che felt a gaze on his back and slowly turned around. He saw one dirty face after another, with hollow, numb eyes resting on the collapsed Wang Bingyi, flashing a glimmer of hatred. Li Che's lips curled slightly as he spoke. "You all see clearly, this so-called head of the Wang family also bleeds red, just like you." After saying that, he stomped heavily down again, right on Wang Bingyi's other leg. The sound of bones breaking was excruciating, and blood flowed from the root of his leg, staining the ground red. Blood is red. The slaves' hearts trembled, as if a string had been gently plucked. Such a high and mighty figure also has the same blood flowing in his body as we do. If that's the case, why does he treat us as goods? Why doesn't he see us as human? The onlooking commoners gasped at Li Che's brutal actions, falling silent in shock. That is the Wang family. The Wang family that dominates Yi City. A flowing dynasty, a solid noble family. Even during the upheaval of dynasties, no one dared to treat noble families like this. Li Che's actions today are tantamount to challenging the authority of the entire noble class. No one heard the conversation between Li Che and Wang Bingyi. The common people only know that this person treats the head of the Wang family like this, and he is probably facing death. How dare you? How dare you? Wang Bingyi's weak voice reached Li Che's ears. Li Che bent down and asked softly, "What did you say?" Even the current emperor wouldn't dare to treat a noble family like this. Wang Bingyi's face twisted in anger. "Let alone you. You are just a useless prince." "How dare you? You know me?" Li Che asked with interest. "Among the princes still in the capital, besides you, there is only the crown prince left. Sixth prince. I don't understand what good this does for you. They are just some slaves. Their lives and deaths have nothing to do with you." Wang Bingyi's voice was weak as a mosquito's, but it couldn't hide the resentment and madness within. Li Che smiled at Wang Bingyi. "It's good that you know the sixth prince. Today, I will let you get to know me as well, Li Che." Wang Bingyi looked at Li Che's cold smile and felt a chill rising from his feet to the top of his head. The rumors are completely untrue. This sixth prince is not a weak and benevolent prince at all. Just for a few lowly commoners, offend the entire Wang family? This is madness. He has no idea what kind of insane actions he will take next. Wang Bingyi looked around in despair. At this moment, the guards of the Wang family had already been completely killed, and the criminals were methodically cleaning up the battlefield. Li Che waved his hand, and Hu Chang immediately ran to his side. He lifted him up so that everyone could see clearly. Hu Chang nodded, lifting Wang Bingyi by the neck with one hand. The once mighty head of the Wang family was held high like a pig waiting to be slaughtered, exposed to the gaze of the crowd. Li Che then turned around to face the onlooking commoners and shouted loudly. The head of the Wang family said that dealing with you lowly commoners is just a trivial matter, not worth mentioning. The many commoners simply stared blankly at Li Che. Their minds were still unawakened, and even in the face of such evil deeds, they could not stir any feelings of resistance. I am not an unreasonable person, Li Che said with a smile. Next, I will also follow the rules of the Wang family. Li Che pointed his sword sheath at the disheveled Wang Bingyi hanging in midair. An adult male, the head of the Wang family, literate, somewhat knowledgeable in literature and arts, proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. But does anyone want to buy him back? Whether as a scholar's attendant or as a servant, even though he is disabled, he still has some use. This statement made the already silent street feel like a pin drop. The crowd looked at Li Che in fear, then at the pale-faced Wang Bingyi. Some quietly slipped away from the crowd, fearing to bring trouble upon themselves. After all, that was the head of the Wang family. This person actually treated the head of the Wang family as a slave and sold him in the street. It was not safe to stay here. Having seen the head of the Wang family in such a humiliating state, if he held a grudge, there would surely be no good outcome in the future. However, at this moment, Wang Bingyi felt as if struck by lightning. An endless humiliation and rage surged within him. Ah! Wang Bingyi let out a heart-wrenching scream. Li Ke, how dare you humiliate me like this? How dare you? In the crowd, Chang Ningxue's eyes widened as she looked at that figure. Li Ke, he is Li Che, the sixth Prince Li Che? How could this be? Wasn't Li Che a weak, incompetent, despicable person? Chang Ningxue stared intently at Li Che's face. That handsome face with a mischievous smile could not be reconciled with her imagined image of the sixth Prince Li Che. Just then, a sudden sound of hooves echoed from afar. At this moment, the urgent sound of hooves approached, and dozens of armored cavalry rushed in from the street corner, quickly dispersing the crowd. The leader, wearing the attire of sixth-rank official, had a serious expression. Upon seeing the suspended Wang Bingyi, his pupils suddenly constricted. The county magistrate of Daqing was usually a seventh-rank official, but Yi City was near the imperial capital and served as the capital's auxiliary area. So the magistrate here held the rank of sixth. Seeing the reinforcements arrive, Wang Bingyi seemed to grasp at his last lifeline and shouted hoarsely, Qin Sheng, kill them, leave not one alive. Qin Sheng regained his senses and anxiously shouted, You bold one, quickly release the head of the Wang family. After saying this, the cavalry behind him drew their sabers, exuding a murderous aura. The county magistrate is fast enough, Li Che sneered. You bold madman, in broad daylight, you dare to commit murder in the street. Quickly release the head of the Wang family. Qin Sheng shouted angrily. Just in time for you, my lord. Li Che smiled and patted Wang Bingyi's thigh. A fine slave, would you like to buy him back? My lord, being decisive, must be a clean and responsible official. I will take a small loss today and sell him to you for just 1 coin. How about that? Chapter 27, Li Ke, the sixth prince? Hearing Li Che's words, Qin Sheng nearly fell off his horse. This scoundrel's tongue is truly merciless. Not only is he treating Wang Bingyi as a slave in public, but the head of the Wang family, a contemporary head of a 1,000-year-old family, is only worth a copper coin? Such humiliation is a direct stab to the heart. What hatred and grievance could lead to this? At this moment, Wang Bingyi's face was ashen, and he was already speechless. He knew that even if he did not die at Li Che's hands today, he would not be able to keep his position as head of the family. The Wang family, being a 1,000-year-old family, could not allow its head to suffer such a great humiliation. Is that not the case? Li Che's is my remained. My lord, we're doing a small business here. I really cannot go any lower. Wang Sanshan, who was beside him, could not hold back and laughed out loud. He thought to himself, since we have followed His Highness, When have we ever done small business? It has always been a no-cost venture. Qin Sheng's expression darkened. Wait. First, release the head of the Wang family. The ransom can be negotiated. No way. Since you, my lord, are not sincerely offering a price, then this merchandise must stay with me. Li Che raised his sword. I have no extra food to feed this pig. If you, Qin Derun, are unwilling, then let him die. After saying this, he did not pause for a moment, and the sword tip thrust forward without hesitation. Wait, Qin Sheng shouted. Li Che serist tarned, and the sword tip barely stopped in front of Wang Bingyi's chest. Just a little more, and it would pierce the skin. 1 copper coin I bought him. Do not kill him. A bead of sweat trickled down Qin Sheng's forehead. In the current situation, he could no longer care about Wang Bingyi's dignity. If the head of the Wang family died here, his position as magistrate would also come to an end. Hearing Qin Sheng's words, Wang Bingyi felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. Qin Sheng, you. But Qin Sheng did not even glance at him, pulling out a copper coin from his pocket and throwing it at Li Che. Here is the copper coin. Quickly release him. Li Che caught the copper coin, played with it in his hand, and smiled. Thank you for your patronage. Ah Chong, give the goods to them. Hu Chong nodded, swung his arm, and was about to throw Wang Bingyi away. Qin Sheng was so frightened that he kept shouting, Careful, careful. I want a living person. Li Che patted Hu Chong's solid bicep. Just put him down. Let them come take him themselves. Hu Chong nodded and casually tossed Wang Bingyi aside, like discarding a tattered piece of clothing. Wang Bingyi rolled on the ground like a dead dog. Quickly invite the head of the Wang family over. Qin Sheng hurriedly instructed those around him. Several soldiers acted upon the order, and Li Che waved his hand to signal his guards to make way, finally carrying the barely conscious Wang Bingyi away. Qin Sheng dismounted immediately to check Wang Bingyi's condition. He saw that Wang Bingyi was filthy, his skin purple and blue, and both leg bones were completely broken, clearly already a cripple. Qin Sheng raised his head, his eyes shooting a cold light at Li Che. Arrest him. Surrounding soldiers and officials drew their swords, their cold glints flashing as they surrounded Li Che and the others tightly. Due to the delay, the patrolling guards in the city heard the commotion and rushed over, hundreds of them crowding the street. Wang Sanshun and the other criminals were still unafraid. Even though they were outnumbered, there was no trace of fear in their eyes. That's more like it. Wang Sanshun laughed loudly, his voice echoing across the fields. Cool me. Let me give you little brats a taste of blood. Since following His Highness, the criminals had always fought with the wind at their backs, either kidnapping old men or bullying servants. They were all veterans from death squads, born to fight bloody battles. Now that the deal is done, does the county magistrate want to go back on his word? Like questioned. You madman, when did I ever make a deal with you? Qin Sheng declared justly. Committing murder in broad daylight. What do you think of the laws of Daqing? Li Che smiled upon hearing this and retorted. When the Wang family was buying and selling people, why didn't my lord mention the laws of Daqing? Whether the Wang family broke the law would be determined by the court. Qin Sheng gestured towards the direction of the capital. However, you are committing murder in broad daylight, which is an undeniable fact and a crime that cannot be forgiven. After saying this, he drew his sword and pointed it at Li Che. Why not surrender? What are you waiting for? Li Che remained unmoved and simply asked indifferently. What if I say no? Qin Sheng said sternly, given the current situation. You are strong and I am weak. If you do not surrender, I will kill you on the spot without hesitation. Like boasting to louter. You understand? Your excellency means that power is truth, and what the strong say is the law of the great Qing. Qin Sheng snorted coldly, not responding or denying it. In that case, Li Che smirked slightly. Now look again, who is stronger, you or I? As soon as he finished speaking, a large number of shadows appeared at the entrance behind Li Che, a group of emaciated and ragged slaves, holding wooden sticks and farming tools, staggered to stand behind Li Che. The slaves were weak, barely able to stand, but their eyes were fixed on the officials and soldiers with a fierce intensity. Hundreds of slaves filled the street, and the numerical advantage of the officials and soldiers instantly vanished. Among the crowd, Chang Ningxue quietly drew her slender sword, eager to try. Seeing this, a subordinate quickly grabbed her hand and whispered, Miss, you must not. Assassinating the sixth prince in broad daylight would bring disaster to the Chong family. Chong Ningxue frowned at her. Who said I was going to assassinate Li Che? The subordinate replied, then what are you planning? That dog of an official deserves to die. And the Wang family deserves to die, too. Chong Ningxue gritted her teeth and said with hatred, when Li Che and they start fighting, I will take advantage of the chaos and stab him a few times. The subordinate. As more and more slaves gathered around, the officials and soldiers grew fearful and unconsciously began to retreat. Seeing the situation was not good, Qin Sheng hurriedly shouted, do not panic. They're just a group of powerless slaves, unarmed and will collapse at a touch. Hearing Qin Sheng's words, the officers and soldiers did not regain their confidence. Instead, they retreated even faster. Although they were slaves, there were just too many of them, right? How many sins had the Wang family committed over the years? How many people had they sold to accumulate such a number of slaves? Seeing the morale of his side drop, Qin Sheng was about to offer heavy rewards to stabilize the situation when a rider came from around the corner. Before he arrived, the voice came first. Report. My lord, there are troops approaching outside the South City Gate. Qin Sheng hurriedly asked, what flag are they flying? The subordinate only had time to see a royal flag, with the words Ninggu written on it. Ninggu. Sixth prince? Qin Sheng was taken aback at first, then burst into wild laughter. Heaven helps me. Ha ha. It must be the sixth prince's vassal army arriving. He pointed towards the city gate and shouted hoarsely, quickly go to the city gate to welcome the sixth prince. Tell him I am here waiting. Please let the sixth prince enter the city and eliminate these treacherous ministers and thieves. Chapter 28. Having seen the royal seal. Why do you not bow? Hearing Qin Sheng's words, Li Che almost laughed out loud. Am I going to eliminate myself? To avoid complications, Li Che had ordered the main force to camp far outside the city. After he killed the steward, he immediately sent someone to notify the troops to approach the city. Otherwise, how could Li Che dare to be so arrogant? He still bore the grand ambition of revitalizing the Northeast. And the lives of the entire Wang family were not worth more than his own. You madman, just wait. When the sixth prince's troops arrive, you will surely have no place to die. Qin Sheng was still provoking. But Li Che looked at the dignified sixth-rank county magistrate jumping around like a monkey and couldn't help but smile. Qin Darren, how can you be so sure the sixth prince will help you? Qin Sheng scoffed. Nonsense. The sixth prince is the emperor's own son, the newly appointed vassal king of the court. How could he help you? A treacherous minister. Then let me ask you again. Do you know what the sixth prince's name is? Qin Sheng was momentarily stunned. The sixth prince had such a low presence in the court that he really couldn't remember. It was a secretary-like person next to him who leaned over and whispered, My lord, the sixth prince is named Che. Qin Sheng nodded, finally remembering that the sixth prince's name was Li Che. Now think again, what did the Wang family head just call me? Li Che looked at Qin Sheng with a smile. Qin Sheng instinctively looked at Wang Bingyi, who was barely clinging to life. Wang Bingyi's eyes were hollow, as if his soul had been drained. When he met Qin Sheng's gaze, a hint of mocking and sorrow finally appeared in his expression. Qin Sheng suddenly vaguely remembered that when he had just arrived with his troops, Wang Bingyi seemed to have indeed shouted something like, How dare you insult me like this? Li Ke. Wait, Li Ke. Sixth prince? Li Ke. Could it be that? Qin Sheng stared wide-eyed in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost, and fixed his gaze on Li Che. Li Che teased with a smile, sweating profusely. Aren't you, old Qin? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Qin Sheng stumbled back several steps. Why you have such audacity? How dare you impersonate a prince? Before Li Che could speak again, Uncle Yang had already taken off his package and respectfully presented a golden royal seal. The royal seal of the Ninggu County King is here. Don't be fooled by Uncle Yang's age. His voice was full of vigor. This shout directly startled Qin Sheng into a cold sweat. Looking again at the royal seal in Uncle Yang's hand, it was made of pure jade, covered with a golden shell, intricately carved with a dragon, lifelike and soaring through the clouds. Li Che walked forward slowly, with Uncle Yang carrying the seal following him. Wherever they passed, the personal guards all bowed and stepped back. Until Li Che reached the officials and soldiers, they were already dizzy from the continuous reversals, their hands trembling as they held their weapons. Li Chie's smile vanished, his expression turning solemn as he shouted, "Having seen the royal seal, why do you not bow?" The voice was like thunder, shocking the soldiers to the core, causing them to drop their weapons, which clattered to the ground. Li Chie stepped forward, his stride steady, walking directly towards the soldiers. Wherever he passed, everyone was overwhelmed by his imposing aura, kneeling down one after another. Li Chie approached Qin Sheng without any obstruction, locking his gaze firmly on Qin Sheng's panicked eyes, speaking in a stern yet slow tone. "What are you looking at?" Qin Sheng was stunned, standing there in a daze. Li Chie also felt a bit awkward. After all, he was a soul who had crossed over, and some things were deeply imprinted in his soul. He felt something was lacking if he didn't say this line. "Qin Darren." Li Chie adjusted his tone and asked solemnly, "Now, who is strong, you or I?" Upon hearing this, Qin Sheng's face turned ashen, slowly lowering his head, kneeling on the ground, and tremblingly said, "I, the county magistrate of Yi City, Qin Sheng, pay my respects to His Highness, the Ninggu County King." With Qin Sheng, the chief official, kneeling, the other soldiers naturally dared not resist any longer, all putting down their weapons and kneeling in unison, shouting, "We pay our respects to Your Highness." The surrounding commoners reacted a bit slower. They had not yet understood why the person who was just acting violently on the street had suddenly become a noble prince. However, this did not prevent them from kneeling and bowing. Chang Ningxue saw that everyone had knelt down, and she was still standing, which was quite conspicuous. So she could only huff softly and secretly squat down. After the national policy of princes guarding the borders was implemented, Emperor Qing established the rule that when a prince displayed his ceremonial procession, officials below the second rank, regardless of what they were doing, must pay their respects. Even if you were the current prime minister, if you encountered a prince's carriage, you still had to stop immediately, respectfully stand by the roadside, and bow until the prince's carriage passed. The implementation of this rule indirectly promoted the policy of princes guarding the borders. After all, the senior officials of the court were all old, and no one wanted to bow to a group of young princes every day. Sending the princes out of the imperial capital would prevent such troublesome matters. Li Chie looked at Qin Sheng kneeling in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. The power of monarchy is truly a wonderful thing. No wonder everyone wants to be an emperor. He shook his head and looked at the surrounding commoners. Speaking gently, "You may all rise." The commoners and soldiers stood up in sparse groups. Qin Sheng also tried to rise, but was stepped on the back by Li Chie, heavily pushing him back to the ground. "Not including you." Qin Sheng was caught off guard, knocked down in a very embarrassing manner. He looked ahead in shock. Facing the nearly breathless Wang Bingyi, their gazes meeting. The two were forced to gaze deeply into each other's eyes, which felt somewhat overly ambiguous. Li Chie stepped on Qin Sheng and said loudly, "This king passes through Yi City and personally witnesses the Wang family's outrageous actions, openly violating the laws of the Qing, and forcibly abducting good citizens to become slaves. Qin Sheng, the county magistrate of Yi City, as the father of the city, not only fails to restrain the Wang family, but instead acts as their accomplice, indulging in their evil deeds. The two of you attempted to assassinate the king. This is a grave crime of treason." Li Chie's sharp gaze swept over, causing the crowd to lower their heads and avoid eye contact, not daring to look directly at him. "Where's the inspector?" The inspector was the county magistrate's assistant, responsible for law enforcement, interrogation, supervision, and prison management. A small mustached official trembled as he stepped out of the crowd, respectfully bowing. "This subordinate is here. Take these two to the dungeon. Wait for this king to report to the court, and then discuss their crimes." Upon hearing Li Chie's words, Qin Sheng struggled madly. "Sixth prince, as a vassal king, you have no authority to judge court officials. Your actions violate the rules of the court. The officials will not let you off, and His Majesty will never tolerate you." Li Chie ignored him completely and simply kicked him in the chin. Blood immediately spurted out, and several teeth flew out completely. Qin Sheng let out a terrible scream, mumbling something unintelligible, but no one could hear him clearly. Li Chie looked down and sneered. "Does Lord Qin forget? Right now, I am strong, and you are weak. According to your logic, my words are now the law of the Qing." Chapter 29. Subduing slaves, Li Che's kick crushed Qin Sheng's last struggle and shattered his ridiculous notions of court rules. The surrounding commoners fell silent, their eyes filled with a mix of awe and fear, intertwined with an indescribable excitement. "Your Highness," the inspector cautiously approached, fearful of angering this god of death-like prince. Li Che then removed his leg and impatiently said, "Take them away. Guard them well. If I find out that these two have been released." The inspector trembled all over. This subordinate dares not. This subordinate absolutely dares not. The inspector timidly led away the two criminals who had already fainted, leaving behind a scene of chaos and a group of commoners who did not dare to breathe. Li Che looked around, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. These commoners had no idea how much oppression they had suffered from the Wang family. Today, he killed Wang Bingyi and exposed the Wang family's crimes. Yet it did not ignite their spirit of resistance. Instead, they feared him even more. This is human nature. Ordinary people do not truly know who is oppressing them. Until the knife falls on them, they will never understand the pain. It was only when he turned back to look at the slaves who had just dared to stand up that his mood began to calm. "You are free," Li Ke said solemnly. "The Wang family has already been investigated by me, and from now on, you are no longer slaves." At first, there was silence in the crowd, as if they had not yet reacted. Freedom? For them, this word was too distant, so far that they had almost forgotten its meaning. After a moment, a frail figure tremblingly knelt down, knocking his head to the ground. The commoner thanks the prince for his great kindness. The prince's great kindness and virtue. The commoner will never forget. With the first, there was a second, and soon, a sea of black figures knelt down, their cries of gratitude echoing through the sky. Li Che looked around, his face still calm, but his heart was somewhat excited. Just then, someone shouted, "Is the prince leaving Yi City?" Li Ke nodded. "This king is ordered to go to the border and will leave Yi City shortly." That person knelt again, sincerely saying, "We have no land or fields. After the prince leaves Yi City, we do not know when we will be captured and taken away as slaves again. Prince, could you take us with you to the border? Even if we become slaves, we won't be the prince's slaves." With one person leading, the crowd of slaves immediately became restless. They had no homes, no land, no status. According to the Qing's laws, they were already considered runaway households. Although the Wang family had fallen, there might still be the Liu family, the Yang family, or the Zhao family who would capture them again and sell them as slaves. And this prince of Ninggu County, although somewhat brutal, was clearly sympathetic to them. Following this prince was certainly better than being stuffed back into a cage and sold as goods, right? The commoners are also willing to follow the prince. "Prince, please take me to the border. All I need is a full meal. I can plow the land. I still have some strength. I am willing to offer my service to the prince." The crowd stirred again, this time with a glimmer of hope in their eyes. Li Che focused on the crowd and then shook his head. "This king does not accept slaves." The crowd fell silent instantly, the flames in their eyes gradually extinguishing. Indeed, a noble prince like him would only recruit good families. How could he possibly look favorably upon people like them? However, as Li Che changed his tone, everyone raised their heads in unison. This king needs a group of willing commoners to go to the border and become subjects under this king's rule. I know many of you are scared, confused, and do not know what to do next. Li Che paused and continued, "Follow me, I will take you to the northeast, where there are vast undeveloped lands. There, the land you cultivate and the houses you build will belong to you. There, your safety will be guaranteed, and the soldiers under this king will kill all those who dare to invade. There is no identity of slaves, only commoners. All who live there will be subjects of my Ninggu County." After Li Che finished speaking, the scene fell silent. After a moment, a frail old slave mustered the courage to ask, "Your Highness, is what you said true?" "Of course," Li Che replied firmly. "I swear in the name of the Li royal family that the promises I make to you today will never be broken." The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers, and the slaves all knelt down, mumbling things that Li Che could no longer hear clearly. He could only smile and look at Uncle Yang, who was similarly excited. "Uncle Yang, register those who are willing to come with us, inquire about their occupations and ages, and make sure to note those with skills." "Uncle Yang nodded seriously. "Your Highness, do not worry." After the cheers, Uncle Yang quickly called over a few literate convicts to help with the registration. These people had previously helped record in the convict camp, so they were quite familiar with the task. Don't crowd. Form a line. Come one by one. That. As this group surrounded him in layers, afraid of falling behind. Li Che stood aside, watching this scene, feeling a mix of emotions. Population is always the most important resource for a country. Daqing had only been founded for a few years, and so many people had already become runaway households, losing the land they relied on for survival. Land consolidation had always been a critical issue for ancient feudal empires. Your Highness, the statistics are in. Uncle Yang walked over with a list, his face unable to hide his joy. A total of 827 people are willing to follow us to the border. Over 800? Li Che frowned slightly. This number was somewhat unexpected. He took the list and carefully examined it. Your Highness, among these people, there are quite a few experienced farmers, blacksmiths, carpenters, and even a few scholars. Uncle Yang pointed to some names on the list and said, once they reach the border, they will surely become the backbone of the territory's construction. As Li Che listened, he silently calculated in his heart. Over 800 people, although not a small number, was still too few compared to the vast border. Population is a good thing. It is never too much. It seems that the recruitment of refugees cannot stop during the journey to the border. Your Highness, there is one more thing. Uncle Yang hesitated for a moment before speaking. We discovered some things in the Wang family's treasury. What things? Some gold and silver treasures, and Uncle Yang paused, lowering his voice. There are also quite a few weapons, even armor. Li Che was taken aback upon hearing this. The Wang family is so bold? Chapter 30. Secretly hoarding armor. Secretly hoarding armor has always been a grave crime throughout the ages. Historical records state that the crime of privately hoarding one set of armor is equivalent to that of hoarding 3 sets of crossbows. If the number of privately hoarded armors reaches 3 sets, the punishment can be death. In the realm of martial arts novels, there are swords and knives everywhere among the chivalrous heroes, but apart from military generals and soldiers, it is rare to see any martial artist wearing armor. The reason for such laws is that armor is incredibly powerful in the era of cold weapons. A soldier dressed in armor and wielding a weapon can easily slaughter a group of ordinary people by themselves. How many sets of armor are there? Li Che asked in a deep voice. Uncle Yang replied, 70 sets of iron armor, 20 sets of scale armor, 5 sets of chainmail, and some leather and iron pieces that have yet to be assembled. Li Che gasped, almost 100 sets of armor? Fortunately, I acted quickly back then and didn't waste time talking with them before I killed them. To facilitate entering the city, neither I nor my men wore armor. If those tooth merchants had put on armor and attacked us together, I would likely have died on the streets. When your majesty ascended the throne, he ordered all armor in the world to be confiscated. The Wang family hoarding armor may indeed harbor treasonous intentions, Uncle Yang added. Li Che thought for a moment and shook his head. Not necessarily. Prominent families have always been like this. They like to hoard good things. Even if they want to use them, a bunch of fools. Li Che snorted coldly, his words filled with disdain. Hearing His Highness speak of prominent families like this, Uncle Yang was speechless. If we talk about it, the Li family is the largest prominent family in the world before ascending the throne. The Li family was also a great clan from Longxi. Not to mention that Li Che's mother was a princess of the previous dynasty, which made their family even more distinguished. With 2 of the most noble bloodlines, Li Che actually harbored deep disdain for prominent families. Keep the armor well. These are all the Wang family's handles, Li Che commanded. By the way, how much silver was found? About 50,000 dulls. Unchile Yang replied. Too little? Li Che eyes widened. 50,000 taels? Is the human trafficking this profitable? You should know that the tax revenue for the Great Qing this year is only over 20 million taels, and the 6th prince has only saved 500 taels over the years. If it's really 50,000 taels, this should be a treasure trove of the Wang family. Ha ha! Li Che grinned. Take it all. Take it all. It turns out robbing money is indeed faster. If I can keep robbing like this, I might become the richest man in the country by the time I reach the border. But this is the Wang family's money. If we take it, they will likely complain to the court, Uncle Yang worriedly said. What is there to be afraid of? Li Che had a mischievous smile on his face. These stupid pigs put the money and armor together, and they are too busy covering it up to expose it. Such great wealth must be ill-gotten, and this king is merely acting on behalf of heaven. The Wang family's fools are probably going to lose sleep over this. Li Che unceremoniously claimed all the property in the streets for himself, leading the group of slaves grandly towards the city gates. Hundreds of people formed a long line, and the common people and soldiers did not dare to obstruct them, all stepping aside. Among the crowd, Chang Ningxue gazed at Li Che's departing figure, her bright eyes shining even more. "Miss," the woman in black softly reminded. Chang Ningxue came back to her senses. "What is it? Are you still planning to kill the sixth prince? If not, it would be better to return to the mansion early. I believe the Duke and his wife have been waiting for quite some time." "Who said I wouldn't kill him?" Chang Ningxue replied. "This sixth prince is a bit interesting. I plan to observe for a few more days." The woman in black saw her mistress looking so eager and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seems that her mistress wouldn't be going home anytime soon. Back then, when the young lady saw the old master wielding his spear, she had the same expression, and since then, she became obsessed with martial arts until today. Now, this sixth prince can also arouse such curiosity in her mistress. But what about His Highness the Crown Prince? The young lady is about to become the crown princess soon. Meanwhile, Li Che led his men out of the city to join the main force. He Chonglong, who stayed behind with the army, hurriedly approached and bowed in greeting. No need for too much courtesy. Li Che waved his hand, pointing to the slaves behind him, and said, "Get them some food." "Yes." He Chonglong replied, and quickly ordered his subordinates to distribute rations and water bags to the slaves. The aroma of food spread, and the slaves cautiously accepted the food, devouring it as if it were the most precious delicacy in the world. Li Che's eyelids twitched. How long had these people been without food? They all looked like starving ghosts. He quickly called over a few personal guards and said, "Give out less food. If they haven't eaten for a long time, such gluttony can be fatal." The common knowledge of ancient people was too poor. If a person is starving for a long time, their stomach will shrink. At this time, overeating can lead to failure of vital organs and even death. The personal guards took their orders and left, and Li Che called He Chonglong again. "How is the matter I tasked you with earlier?" He Chonglong grinned. "I had the brothers search for an afternoon and found over 30 craftsmen, including doctors, blacksmiths, and stonemasons, all willing to follow your highness." "You didn't tell them where we are going, did you?" Li Che glanced at him. "It's as you said." He Chonglong awkwardly scratched the back of his head and chuckled. "If I had told them the destination, no amount of money would make them willing." "You kid. You're quite clever." Li Che laughed and scolded. "Well done. They are all skilled laborers, and they certainly wouldn't want to suffer in the borderlands. For these special talents, we must use some special methods. At worst, we can improve their treatment and compensation later." Li Che asked again, "How is the food purchasing situation?" "A lot has been supplemented. It's enough for us to use for 7 days." "That's good." Li Che thought for a moment and decided not to supplement food for the next few days. He would wait until after passing Mangdang Mountain to replenish. Mangdang Mountain. He Chonglong showed a thoughtful expression upon hearing this. Li Che glanced at him. "What's wrong? Are you familiar with that place?" "I often pass by there while selling salt. The mountain bandits there are quite fierce, frequently robbing passing merchant caravans and sometimes even daring to rob government officials." He Chonglong replied truthfully. "How did you handle it then?" "We just drew our blades and charged at them." He Chonglong smiled awkwardly. "Our salt gang was no pushover. And back then we still had more than 20 crossbows. Ordinary bandits would just turn and run upon encountering us." Li Ke nodded. Now that he has so many subordinates, ordinary mountain bandits would naturally not dare to cause trouble. But what if they encounter bandits who are not ordinary? Chapter 31. Li Che's Training Method, Part 1. After settling the newly joined slaves, Li Che refocused his attention on the army. The labor force in the team was temporarily sufficient, but the armed forces still consisted of only over 1,000 convict soldiers. Although the convicts were fearless and experienced, their physical fitness was truly concerning. Even though they had just annihilated the Wang family's guards, it was not a complete crushing victory. It was mainly due to their reckless courage. Moreover, the Wang family had long been indulgent and extravagant, and their guards were mostly useless and easily defeated. There was still a long way to go before they could exit the borders and, after exiting, they would have to be prepared to face attacks from the barbarian tribes at any time. Thus, enhancing the army's combat effectiveness was urgent. After pondering for a while, Li Che decided to find Hua Chang'an to discuss this. To improve the soldier's physical fitness in a short time, he had to rely on this former imperial physician. After asking a few people, Li Che learned that Hua Chang'an was helping to settle the slaves at their camp, so he hurried over on horseback. From a distance, he could see that the soldiers were distributing small amounts of food to the slaves according to Li Che's orders. When they saw someone eating too eagerly, the soldiers would step forward to stop them. Hua Chang'an stood with his hands behind his back, observing, giving off a somewhat ethereal aura. When Li Che saw him, his ethereal demeanor instantly vanished, replaced by a broad smile as he approached and bowed, saying, "Your Highness, you have arrived. Please take your time. I will help you dismount." Li Che glanced at him helplessly and got off his horse. This old Hua was good in every way, but he was just too polite. How was the situation? Most of the food has already been distributed, Hua Chang'an asked curiously. "Your Highness, why don't you let them eat freely?" Li Che looked at him in surprise. "You are a healer and don't know that the stomach can contract? Overindulging after hunger can cause it to burst." To his surprise, Hua Chang'an exclaimed, "The stomach is inside the human body. How do you know this?" Li Che then remembered that the first person in history to order human dissection was Wang Mang, the emperor of the Daqing Dynasty, and at that time, healers knew very little about the internal structure of the human body. In this timeline, there wasn't even a Han Dynasty, let alone Wang Mang. Although there were professions like coroner, they merely observed bodies after dissection without any in-depth research on human anatomy. If Mr. Hua has the opportunity, you might seek a corpse, open the abdomen, and observe closely, Li Che suggested. Hua Chang'an's expression changed drastically. The body and skin are received from one's parents. Such an act would be a great disrespect to the deceased. What disrespect? Li Che said seriously. To understand the internal structure of the body, so that you can prescribe the right medicine in the future. You could also record your observations. Even create illustrations for future healers to study. Dissecting one body can save the lives of thousands. It is a great merit for both you and the deceased. Hearing Li Che's words, Hua Chang'an felt somewhat moved. However, long-standing restrictive thoughts made him conflicted, and he could only lower his head silently. Seeing this, Li Che patted his shoulder. "All right, in the future, I will find a severely guilty death row inmate. Would you be willing then?" Hua Chang'an's eyes lit up. "If that is the case, I am willing to serve. Let's not talk about this anymore." Li Che changed the subject. "I have brought the doctors and medicinal materials. The task of improving the soldiers' health will be left to you. Rest assured, Your Highness, the soldiers are in good shape. They just need careful nurturing, and they will surely be full of vigor," Hua Chang'an assured. "Not enough." Li Che shook his head. "I only give you 3 days. After 3 days, I want them to at least recover to the level where they can participate in training normally." "I will do my best." Hua Chang'an showed a difficult expression. "Don't worry, it's just some simple training." Li Che smiled kindly and comforted him. Seeing Li Che smile, Hua Chang'an felt a chill. He didn't know why, but whenever he saw His Highness smile like that, he felt a bit creeped out. 4 days later, the urgent whistle pierced the night sky, waking Hua Chang'an from his dream. He suddenly sat up and lifted the tent flap. Outside was still dark. "Father, is something wrong?" a petite girl timidly asked as she opened the flap of another tent. Hua Chang'an sighed. "It's nothing. His Highness is practicing the troops again." Outside the camp, figures rushed out of the tents. Although somewhat chaotic, their movements were relatively quick. Li Che stood neatly dressed on a high platform, looking down at the messy lines below. When the ranks quieted down, he glanced at the incense burner in the corner and saw that a third of it had burned away, and a sense of helplessness rose in his heart. One stick of incense lasts about 30 minutes, meaning it took a full 10 minutes from the start of the whistle to gather everyone. Li Che sighed helplessly. Their obedience and discipline were still too poor. "Everyone, stand at attention," Bai shouted. A sparse response came, as the prisoner soldiers struggled to stand at attention under Bai's command, still swaying and disorderly. Li Che stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. At ease. Another round of sporadic leg kicks sounded, and Li Che's obsessive-compulsive tendencies kicked in. "That's enough," Li Che said, This time was a bit faster than last time. Hearing Li Che's words, everyone showed a hint of joy, but still far from enough. Li Che changed the subject. The smiles on their faces froze. Li Che looked seriously at everyone. It took 1/3 of a stick of incense to complete the gathering. If there were a real enemy attacking at night, they would have already reached my tent. What is a soldier? A soldier is a matter of national importance. The path of life and death. Orders must be followed and prohibitions obeyed to defeat the enemy and achieve victory. This is not a gang of bandits coming down from the mountains. This is not a brawl among thugs rushing in. There must be discipline. Everyone must understand how to concentrate their strength. Seeing that the crowd below was listening seriously but remained silent, Li Che felt somewhat like a summer insect speaking to ice. Li Che understood that these soldiers from criminal backgrounds had no concept of military discipline. 3 kilometers of cross-country. Li Che ordered. The last team to return will be the last to have breakfast. Although the crowd did not understand Li Che's intentions, they clearly understood this command, and each one rolled up their sleeves, eager not to fall behind. Remember, the entire team must return account. If even one person is left behind, it won't do. Li Che did. Besides discipline, teamwork spirit was also very important. With a single command, over 1,000 prisoner soldiers dashed out of the camp, disappearing into the night. Wang Sanshan ran at the front of the line, while Yi Tsonglong quickened his pace to run alongside him. Old Wang, do you think His Highness's method of training is really effective? Yi Tsonglong asked in a low voice, rubbing his sleepy eyes. I've never heard of any army training like this. Are you an expert in military training, or am I? Why bother with so much? Whatever His Highness says goes. Wang Sanshan shot him a glance and quickened his pace. Yi Tsonglong gritted his teeth, suppressing his doubts and speeding up. He felt that His Highness's method was not very reliable. Without practicing combat or formations, what was the use of practicing these superficial things? But breakfast was definitely something to be had. There were only so many meat pies, and if his team was the last to eat, they would probably only get some crumbs. Chapter 32. Li Che's Method of Training. Part 2. 13 teams of 1,300 prisoner soldiers were divided by Li Che into groups of 100. Each team had a leader, all chosen from among the prisoners with some degree of respect. Leaving Yi City officially meant they were out of the capital region. On the official road, the population became sparse, and the scenery grew increasingly desolate, which was just suitable for military training. Li Che had not served in the military, but had participated in several military training sessions, so he had some understanding of the basic systems of modern armies. Modern new soldier training emphasizes obedience, discipline, and teamwork, which are precisely what the prisoner soldiers lacked the most. It took a full 2/3 of an incense stick's time for the main force to return to the camp in a scattered manner. In the army of Li Che's previous country, this time would be the passing line for a 5-kilometer weighted cross-country run. Fortunately, no one had fallen behind this time. The first few cross-country runs were quite embarrassing. When the order was given, everyone surged forward like a swarm, and the line quickly stretched out long. In the end, 3 people even got lost, and they were found in a ravine. Wang Hu's team, last place. Li Che looked at the few people at the back. You'll eat last. A strong man showed a look of shame, stepped forward, and cupped his hands. Yes, Your Highness. The strong man turned around and angrily scolded the last few soldiers. What is wrong with you guys? Boss, it's not their fault. I just couldn't run anymore. A young man said with a pale face. I know. Wang Hu impatiently looked at the others. You don't know to help him out? Just running ahead by yourselves. A bunch of fools. Li Che watched this scene with interest and did not interrupt. One person's mistake brings punishment to the entire team. A rule he had never understood during his own military training had now become a powerful tool for training. All right, everyone go eat. After eating, we will start morning training. Li Che called out and turned to walk into the big tent. After leaving Yi City, Li Che was not in a hurry to travel, practicing the troops along the way. Daily training is conducted 3 times a day, but for the first 3 days, we only practice some marching formations, fearing that everyone might not be able to handle it physically. Now, thanks to Hua Chang'an's medicinal meals and sufficient daily meals, the bodies of the convicts have mostly recovered. Starting today, training needs to focus on practical combat. After eating, the convicts gathered at the training ground outside the camp. Li Che had been waiting there. With dozens of archery stands arranged beside him, the bows and arrows lined up, glinting coldly. Today's morning training content is archery. Li Che looked at everyone and spoke solemnly. The former convict army was a suicide squad and had no need for bows and arrows, so most convicts do not know how to shoot. Many people misunderstand ancient archers, thinking they were weak and could only attack from behind infantry. In fact, ancient archers were all strong men, requiring great strength and physique. Generally, a qualified archer needs at least 2 to 3 years of training. The future battlefield of the Ninggu army is beyond the passes, fighting against mounted barbarians. So horseback archery is an essential skill. The way of archery lies in being steady, accurate, and fierce. Li Che said solemnly, taking a longbow and nocking an arrow. His stance was steady, and his movements flowed like clouds and water, completing the action in one go. His feet were like tree roots, and his body was like a green pine. Drawing the bow like a full moon, the arrow flew like a meteor. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Che released the bowstring. Whoosh! The arrow shot out, tracing a slightly curved trajectory in the air, then landing steadily on the target. Everyone looked over and saw that the arrow had hit the center of the target, the tail, feathers, trembling slightly. Good. Color. Your Highness is a sharpshooter. In an instant, cheers erupted in the training ground. No matter when, a leader's personal bravery can greatly boost the morale of the army. This body has good coordination, and both swordsmanship and archery are decent. Unfortunately, the strength is a bit lacking, only able to shoot a light bow, not a heavy bow. All right. Li Che raised his hand, and everyone stopped cheering. Who wants to come up and try? The crowd immediately fell silent. Archery is a sport only noble families can afford to play. These convicts from tough backgrounds have never touched a bow before. Your Highness, I'll do it. Wang Sanchun volunteered and stepped forward. Li Keno did, Kuziabo. Wang Sanchun is a good candidate that Li Che has observed for a long time. This guy has extraordinary talent and, with a little honing, could definitely become a fierce general. This guy comes from a bandit background and must have used a bow before. Wang Sanchun didn't hesitate, walked up to the bow rack, looked around, and finally took down a large bow. Li Che's eyelids twitched. This guy picked up a 3-stone bow. An ancient 1-stone bow is already considered a strong bow, and a 3-stone bow is equivalent to a modern pole of 160 pounds. Definitely a bow for fierce generals. Come on. Li Che gave an encouraging look. Wang Sanchun slowly stood 50 steps away from the target, nocked an arrow. He shouted loudly. Draw. The 3-stone bow was drawn back at a visible speed, and the crowd erupted in inexplicable cheers. Wang Sanchun remained calm, slowly drawing the bowstring to a full moon. Go! Whoosh! A sharp sound of the arrow echoed, and the arrow hit the target's center, piercing straight through. Not bad. Li Che's eyes lit up. Wang Sanchun indeed has the demeanor of a fierce general. Wang Sanchun grinned. Your Highness, you flatter me. The 3-stone bow is already my limit. I've heard that in the 3 major camps of the imperial capital, there are even warriors who can draw a 5-stone bow. A 5-stone bow? Li Che looked thoughtfully to the side. Hu Chong was munching on a steamed bun, enjoying it. A kyang. Huh? Hu Chong looked up at Li Che. Li Che smiled. I just happen to have a 5-stone bow here. Do you want to give it a try? The 5-stone bow is too heavy. Probably only Hu Chong in the army can draw it. Hu Chong scratched his head. Your Highness, I can't shoot. It's fine, even if you miss the target. Where else could you shoot? Li Che waved him over to give it a try. Hu Chong has always been unable to refuse Li Che, putting half a steam bun in his pocket and quickly walking over. The 5-stone bow is huge, even when not fully drawn. It is nearly the height of an average person, and the ends of the bow are equipped with 2 large bullhorns to enhance its power. If this thing could be shot, any armor would be like paper and would be pierced instantly. Hu Chong casually picked up the 5-stone bow, which appeared like a toy in his hands. Come on, Li Ke commanded. Hu Chong suddenly exerted force, and the 5-stone bow was instantly drawn back. The whole process flowing smoothly without any stiffness. Hiss! The crowd collectively gasped. What kind of strength is this? He actually drew it. Li Che had long known Hu Chong possessed divine strength, so he wasn't too surprised, calmly saying, Load an arrow for him. Wang Sanchun stepped forward with an arrow and helped Hu Chong set it up. Amidst the crowd's eager gazes, Hu Chang placed the arrow against the bow and suddenly released his hand. The bow snapped like a thunderclap. The arrow shot out straight, but instead of flying forward, it shot straight into the sky. Others stared in disbelief at this scene, truly at a loss for words. But like understood. This shot missed the target, which was normal, but couldn't be this outrageous, right? Are you launching a space rocket? Where did it land? It didn't go abroad, did it? Chapter 33. The chicken soup is here. Li Che watched as the arrow flew higher and higher, like a wild horse running loose, shooting into the clouds until it disappeared. Helplessly glancing at Hu Chang, try another shot. Aim a bit this time. Li Che was not willing to give up. It would be a waste not to cultivate Hu Chang's tremendous arm strength into a divine archer. Perhaps it was because Hu Chang had pulled the bow first and then knocked the arrow, which caused him to lose his aim and shoot into the sky. This time, learning from a lesson, Hu Chang, with Wang Sanchuan's help, steadily drew the bow and knocked the arrow. Aim at a point, Li Che couldn't help but remind. Hu Chang nodded, tried to control the bow from swaying, gently squinting his left eye. Release the bow. The arrow shot out again. This time it didn't fly into the sky, but it also didn't fly straight ahead, instead veering off to the side. Li Che instantly had a bad feeling. The arrow flew in a strange arc, bypassing the targets and flying out of the training ground. A miserable wail echoed. The training ground fell silent, and everyone turned to see a passing Kunlun slave collapse to the ground, an arrow with trembling tail, feathers sticking out of his backside. After a brief silence, Li Che was the first to react. Hurry, get help. Where is Hua Chang'an? Several sharp-eyed soldiers dashed out of the training ground, dragging Hua Chang'an over. Hua Chang'an quickly checked the injury. Fortunately, the Kunlun slave was strong and healthy, and the arrow did not hit any vital spots, so his life was not in danger. Wang Sanchun squatted beside him, clicking his tongue in amazement. Look how much this kid is hurting. His face has turned black from the pain. Kunlun slave? Hu Chang stood aside like a child who had made a mistake, at a loss for what to do. Seeing this, Li Che could only comfort him. It's all right. In the way of archery, you don't have to force yourself. When there's a chance, I'll make you a few short daggers to throw. They can also kill enemies. Hu Chang's talent in archery is too absurd. Li Che feared that one day he might accidentally shoot an arrow that curves back and hits himself in the back of the head. It would be better for him to learn from someone like Dian Wei. With his brute strength, even ordinary throwing weapons could unleash considerable power. Hu Chang retreated dejectedly, while the other convicts began to take turns trying the bows. Li Che observed carefully from his side, using this method to select good candidates to become archers. Meanwhile, on a small hill far from camp, Chang Ningxue crouched beside the fire, holding a dry branch and idly poking at the flickering campfire in front of her. Damn Li Che, has he not thought about supplies after running for so many days? After Li Che set off, she had followed the army at a distance with a few attendants. They had been traveling in the wind and rain, and the provisions they brought had long run out. But unexpectedly, Li Che had no intention of stopping for supplies, focusing only on the journey every day. Since yesterday, Chang Ningxue had not eaten anything for a whole day and night. Her stomach let out a growl, and she gently rubbed her flat belly, sighing softly. Miss, we caught a wild chicken today. Please have some, a woman in black said as she presented a steaming bowl of chicken soup to Chang Ningxue. Chang Ningxue looked at the bowl of oily chicken soup, swallowing silently. Although her hunger was unbearable, she still asked, Have you all eaten? Miss, rest assured. We ate some wild fruits earlier and are not hungry, the woman in black replied respectfully. Chang Ningxue nodded and was just about to reach out for the chicken soup when a sharp sound of something cutting through the air suddenly came from the sky. And an arrow, wrapped in a fierce wind, came crashing down. With a loud crack, the ceramic bowl she had just reached for shattered, and soup splattered everywhere. Chang Ningxue held 2 fragments in her hands, her expression completely frozen in shock. The several women in black drew their swords and quickly protected Chang Ningxue behind them, scanning the surroundings with vigilant eyes. However, apart from the howling mountain wind, everything around was silent, as if what had just happened was merely an illusion. Oneself. Chang Ningxue, crouching on the ground, burst into tears. Wah! My chicken soup, my chicken soup! Your Majesty, the chicken soup is here. Huang Jin placed a bowl of chicken soup gently on the emperor's desk. The emperor put down the memorial he was reading, glanced at it, and his expression darkened slightly. "Why do you put so much sea cucumber again?" Huang Jin chuckled awkwardly. "Your Majesty has worked hard. This servant thought to nourish you." The emperor was too lazy to reprimand this old fellow, casually saying, "Don't waste like this next time." Yes, yes, I understand." Huang Jin nodded repeatedly. The emperor picked up the chicken soup, took a gentle sip, and then returned his attention to the memorial. The tax revenue from various places this year is still unsatisfactory. The emperor sighed, feeling that this bowl of chicken soup was even harder to swallow. Huang Jin, observing the emperor's expression, waited until he seemed slightly more relaxed before reminding him, "Your Majesty, Wang Shizhong and Qin Shangshu have been waiting outside the hall for an hour." The emperor then put down the memorial, his expression blank. "Are they here about the sixth prince again?" "This servant does not know." "Let them in." The emperor raised his head, his gaze cold. "As you command." Soon, Huang Jin led two middle-aged scholars wearing round-collared robes into Yangxin Palace. As soon as the two saw the figure behind the desk, they knelt down and performed a deep bow. "I, Wang Yongyan. I, Qin Huizhi. Greetings, Your Majesty." The emperor raised his head and asked, "Why this deep bow?" The great Qing does not practice kneeling rites, aside from major sacrifices and events. Subjects only need to bow when meeting the emperor. After exchanging glances, Wang Yongyan stepped forward a few paces and suddenly choked up. "Your Majesty, I have grievances. Please help me." "What grievances do you have?" "Your Majesty, I am wronged. My family is in Yi City. A few days ago, the Ninggu prince passed through the territory without reason, smashing my family's business, killing dozens of my family servants, and severely injuring my nephew Wang Bingyi. Then he ordered the local magistrate to imprison my nephew, leading to his death from untreated injuries. I have no connection with the prince. How could I suffer such a calamity?" After speaking, Wang Yongyan was momentarily at a loss for words, kneeling on the ground and choking back tears. Seeing this, Qin Huizhi quickly added, "Your Majesty, my son is currently the magistrate of Yi City. On that day, when he stepped in to stop it, the Ninggu prince indiscriminately knocked out all his teeth and also imprisoned him. As a public official, my son was fulfilling his duties. What crime did he commit?" After speaking, the two knelt again and called out in unison, "Your Majesty, wise and enlightened, please help us." The emperor raised his eyelids, his face showing neither joy nor anger. "What do you want me to do about the Ninggu prince?" Wang Yongyan raised his head, indignantly saying, "The Ninggu prince acts recklessly, disregarding the laws of the court. I ask Your Majesty to strip him of his title and escort him back to the capital for trial." Chapter 34. Exile to Ninggu County. Well, that seems reasonable. The emperor nodded slightly. When a prince breaks the law, he is guilty, like a commoner. Below the desk, Qin Huizhi and Wang Yongyan exchanged glances, both catching a hint of barely perceptible joy in each other's eyes. They understood that the sixth prince had never been favored by the emperor, which is why they dared to take this risk and jointly petition the court. If it were any other prince, even if they felt indignant, they would have to swallow their anger. "Your Majesty, my son is still detained in the Yi City prison. Can we?" Qin Huizhi cautiously probed. "If he is innocent, he can naturally be released," the emperor replied. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your great kindness." Qin Huizhi quickly bent down to express his gratitude. "Please rise, my two ministers." The emperor's tone softened slightly. "It's time for the morning court. The two of you should come with me to discuss the crimes of the Ninggu prince." "Yes," the two replied, bowing. "Huang Jin," the emperor called. "This servant is here." The old eunuch responded, standing with his head bowed beside him. "Share the chicken soup with the two ministers to drive away the cold and warm their bodies." "As you command." The two were about to decline, but were interrupted decisively by the emperor. "No need to be polite. Both of you are pillars of the nation and must take care of your health." Only then did they express their thanks and took the small bowls of chicken soup from Huang Jin. After drinking a couple of sips, both frowned slightly. The chicken soup was bland, containing nothing but salt, and was not very palatable. The emperor was indeed frugal, rarely using any expensive spices for meals. As long as it filled the belly, that was enough. However, since it was a royal gift, they still drank it all with grateful expressions. completely unaware that the emperor's deep gaze was fixed upon them, taking in every subtle change in their expressions. It's getting late. Let's south go to court together. The emperor proceeded to the Zhengzheng Hall, where civil and military officials had already gathered. Upon seeing Wang and Qin enter, the ministers had various expressions, whispering to each other. It seemed that today there would be a statement regarding the sixth prince's matter. Ever since Li Che put an end to the Wang family's slave trade, both the court and the public had been paying attention to this issue. This was not just Li Che's business. It was a significant matter concerning the emperor's attitude towards the feudal lords and prominent families. The emperor sat down on the dragon throne, and the court officials shouted, "Long live the emperor," and the morning court officially began. The emperor spoke first. Two ministers, "Please recount what just happened so that all the ministers can discuss." Wang and Qin exchanged glances and stood up to repeat the events. After they finished speaking, the hall immediately buzzed with voices, and many ministers whispered, causing the Zhengzheng Hall to become noisy. "Silence!" Huang Jin shouted sharply. "I still don't understand. Could the two ministers clarify for me?" The emperor asked gently. "Your Majesty, please speak. We will answer anything," they replied. "You said the Ninggu prince smashed your family's business. What kind of business was it?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yongnian felt a bit guilty. "It was just a livestock trading shop." "Livestock? You mean human livestock?" The emperor sneered. The two's pupils shrank suddenly, looking at the emperor in disbelief. "How did your Majesty know about this?" When the incident in Yi City occurred, a memorial was sent to the censorate, and they had already contacted the prominent families to seal off the news. The version of the memorial seen by the emperor must have been edited by the censorate and wouldn't mention the slave trade at all. "Your Majesty." Wang Yongnian gritted his teeth. Regardless of what business it was, the Ninggu prince should not have led his men to plunder. Indeed, the Ninggu prince was in the wrong. The emperor nodded lightly, his gaze sharpening. "But your Wang family is also guilty." Wang Yongnian was taken aback. His legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground. "Where is the Minister of Justice?" Emperor Qin asked sharply. The Minister of Justice quickly stepped forward and replied, "Your servant is here. You tell me, what crime is it for officials to buy and sell people?" The law of Daqing states that those who sell commoners into slavery face execution. Those who sell them as soldiers are exiled 3,000 miles. Those who sell them as wives, concubines, children, or grandchildren face 3 years of forced labor. The Minister of Justice stated the facts honestly. Emperor Qin nodded and looked at Wang Yongnian. "Did you hear that?" Wang Yongnian gritted his teeth and replied, "Although the law is like this, the matter is that the people do not report it and the officials do not investigate. It has always been this way for many years." Emperor Qin glared at him, his tone suddenly rising. "Just because it has always been this way, does that make it right?" Wang Yongnian was stunned, unsure how to respond. Emperor Qin pulled out a memorial from his sleeve and slammed it in front of Wang Yongnian. "Look at this. This year's tax revenue is actually down by a full 10% compared to last year. In these years, apart from some water disasters in the south, the rest of the regions have had good weather. Why is tax revenue decreasing more and more? Can Wang Shizhong answer me?" Wang Yongnian shook his head. "Your servant does not know." "Good." Emperor Qin sneered. "Let me tell you. It's because the number of farming households paying taxes is decreasing. Their lands have been swallowed by you. Their children have been bought and sold by you. And they are left with no choice but to sell themselves to the wealthy families. My subjects have all become your slaves, and the land of the world has become your private fields. If I still ignore this, won't you all divide the Daqing Empire among yourselves?" As soon as these words were spoken, many ministers present could not stand it and knelt down in a flurry. Wang Shizhong raised his head. Emperor Qin looked down angrily. "Now, how do you know your mistakes?" Wang Yongnian's face turned red, and he muttered, "I have merely provided some servants for my colleagues, and have never done anything immoral. What crime is there?" Emperor Qin immediately rebuked. "Those common people just want to survive. What fault do they have?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yongnian realized there was no room for negotiation today and collapsed to the ground in despair. Emperor Qin glanced at him as if he were garbage and said, "The Wang family buying and selling people is a crime that cannot be forgiven. All participants shall be executed." Wang Yongnian's lax supervision and abuse of power for personal gain will lead to his exile in Ninggu County. Your Majesty, Wang Yongnian suddenly raised his head. Exile is one thing, but how can I be exiled to Ninggu County? That is the territory of the Prince of Ninggu. What difference is that from sentencing myself to death? Emperor Qing remained unmoved and turned to the trembling Qin Huizhi beside him. Qin Sheng, as the magistrate of Yi City, you actually colluded with the Wang family, aiding and abetting evil. You are hereby stripped of your official position and will never be employed again. Qin Huizhi, you have taught your children poorly, demoted 3 ranks, and will be confined to reflect on your mistakes. Qin Huizhi quickly bowed and expressed his gratitude. Emperor Qing's gaze swept across the court, and all the ministers lowered their heads. Avoiding eye contact, no one dared to look him in the eye. From today onward, those who buy and sell people shall face increased penalties. The Ministry of Justice must quickly draft laws, and if this happens again, they shall be severely punished. The Minister of Justice bowed in response. Emperor Qing slightly nodded, and Huang Jin immediately understood and shouted, "If there is anything, please report. If there is nothing, you may leave the court." Upon hearing this, Wang Yongnian suddenly stood up and shouted hoarsely, "Your Majesty, we have already been sentenced. There is nothing to say." But the Prince of Ninggu entered Yi City with troops, looted property, harmed my servants, and beat officials. Such a heavy crime. Will you really turn a blind eye to it? Chapter 35. Easy to defend, hard to attack Mangding Mountain. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Wang Yongnian as if he were dead. Those who could stand in the court were all shrewd, having already gauged the emperor's attitude. Emperor Qing seemed to be favoring the Prince of Ninggu, but in reality, he aimed to suppress the powerful families to completely eliminate the buying and selling of people. Wang Yongnian was merely a trivial sacrifice in this game, and his exile to Ninggu County was a done deal. Yet he remained stubbornly unaware, not thinking about how to reconcile with the Prince of Ninggu, but instead stubbornly pursuing the matter. Wasn't he just blocking his only path to survival? Emperor Qing's gaze was deep, resting on Wang Yongnian, his tone calm but sharp. The Prince of Ninggu is at fault, and I will certainly punish him severely. The Prince of Ninggu is arrogant and overbearing. Reprimand him harshly and order him to copy the laws of the Qing 10 times. Investigate the slaves obtained from the buying and selling of people. Send 10,000 to Ninggu County, and order the Prince of Ninggu to take care of them personally, without any mistakes. After saying this, Emperor Qing's expression darkened as he looked at Wang Yongnian. Such a punishment, is it feasible? Upon hearing Emperor Qing's words, Wang Yongnian's eyes went black, nearly fainting. Exiled to Ninggu County and having his entire family executed. When it comes to your son, just copying the laws 10 times is enough? What kind of punishment is this? This is clearly a reward. The crown prince, who was listening to the court proceedings, felt a mix of emotions. He wore a gentle smile on his face, but inside he was already churning with waves of anger. Is my father starting to favor Li Che? Why should he, a remnant of the previous dynasty, receive such favoritism? Li Che, you should die. You should die. Calculating the time, he must have almost reached Mangdang Mountain by now. Your Highness, ahead is Mangdang Mountain, Xiaobai said. Li Che looked up and saw the towering peaks, majestic and continuous, a magnificent sight. Indeed, Mangdang Mountain is not a solitary peak, but a natural barrier made up of several perilous peaks. Its terrain is treacherous, easy to defend, and hard to attack, making it a fertile ground for bandits. There's a narrow pass on the north side of the main peak, which is the only passage through this mountain range and also the official road. What a dangerous mountain! Li Che couldn't help but exclaim. The people beside him nodded. The mountains here are straight as if cut by a knife. Indeed, quite perilous. Yi Chenglong, how did your salt gang cross Mangdang Mountain back in the day? Li Ke asked. Yi Chenglong replied, back then, I still had some reputation in the Jianghu. Once the salt gang's banner was raised, those small bandit strongholds did not dare to act rashly. As for those large strongholds, sharing a little silver as a toll, they were also happy to let things be. What Yi Chenglong said was not false. The Salt Gang has always been known for its strong combat capabilities, and ordinary bandits are simply not a threat. In times of chaos, the Salt Gang often rises first and can quickly form a separatist force. The fierce General Cheng Yaojin from the early Tang Dynasty, Huang Chao of the anti-Tang uprising, and Zhang Shicheng and Fang Wuzhen from the late Yuan Dynasty all came from a salt gang. Large strongholds, small strongholds? Li que da curious expression. For what you mean, are there more than one bandit in Mangdang Mountain? Your Highness may not know, but in these deep mountains and forests, there are not just one or two bandits hiding. He Qinglong explained, back in the day, there were 18 large strongholds and over 30 small strongholds here. Now, times have changed, and I'm not very clear about the specific situation. Li Che nodded slightly, pondering to himself. Now he commands over 1,300 criminals in the army, and after several days of training and rest, they have all regained peak combat strength. In addition, among the rescued slaves, there are also hundreds of young and strong individuals who can fight. The rest are mostly children or maidens and singers, essentially liabilities, of no help in battle. With just these personnel, it would be difficult to sweep through Mangdang Mountain, but if it is merely to pass safely, it should not be a problem, unless all the bandits in Mangdang Mountain go crazy at the same time and join forces to attack him. Send the order down. The whole army put on armor, bows and crossbows ready. Li Che ordered in a deep voice, be sure to be cautious and always be prepared for battle. Yes. Let Wang Sanshun bring a few who can ride horses to scout ahead. Mangdang Mountain, with its overlapping peaks, has its main peak towering and majestic, known as Tiger Head Mountain. In the big stronghold of Tiger Head Mountain, 9 chairs are lined up in order with 9 leaders already seated, leaving the topmost chair, covered with tiger skin, empty. The atmosphere in the hall was dull, and a burly man with a face full of flesh impatiently asked, Wang Laosi, do you know why the leader of Fan has called us here? The man known as Wang Laosi had a thin face and wore simple clothes, which made him stand out among the other rugged leaders in the hall, resembling a down-and-out scholar. Wang Laosi glanced at the man and said coldly, I don't know. The man let out a sneer, revealing a mouthful of rotten teeth. Still not convinced, huh? Wang Laosi said nothing in response. In my opinion, we're all just trying to make a living as bandits. Boss Fan is somewhat righteous. Why confront him head-on? Wang Laosi remained silent as the man lowered his voice and continued, I've noticed that Boss Fan's subordinates are all quite skilled, unlike ordinary ruffians. They must have someone backing them. We small fry can't compete with them. You'd better behave. Just as the man said, there were originally 18 major strongholds and over 30 minor strongholds in the Mangdang Mountains, each living their own lives and not submitting to one another. The larger strongholds had several hundred members each, while the smaller ones had about 30 to 50. These factions were intertwined and competitive, and for over a decade, there had been no clear leader. Until a few years ago, Fan Chong emerged, leading a group of elite soldiers to sweep through the Mangdang Mountains like a thunderstorm. At the forefront was Fan Chong, wielding a large sword and carrying 24 spears on his back, demonstrating remarkable martial arts. He was accompanied by over 100 bandits, each with impressive skills. He first established his main stronghold at Tiger Head Mountain. Then, like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves, he absorbed the other strongholds one by one. Minor strongholds were uprooted, and if the major ones resisted, they were slaughtered and burned to the ground. From then on, the bandits of Mangdang Mountain submitted, leaving only 9 stronger major strongholds to accept Fan Chong's unified command, barely surviving. Fan Chong then consolidated the power of all the strongholds, amassing over 10,000 subordinates, creating an unprecedented force. The burly man and Wang Laosi were both former leaders of the major stronghold who had surrendered back then. Just as they were talking, a tall figure appeared at the door. The previously noisy hall fell silent in an instant as everyone stood up, bowed their heads, and dared not make a sound. The newcomer was none other than the master of Tiger Head Mountain, Fan Chong. Fan Chong's gaze was like lightning as he scanned the crowd, then walked straight to the stone chair covered with a tiger's skin and sat down with an imposing demeanor. Everyone is here. Fan Chong's voice was hoarse and cold. Let's get down to business. The 9 stronghold leaders kept their heads down, silent as cicadas in winter, clearly fearing this leader greatly. Fan Chong's expression was grim as he slowly said, a big deal has come from the mountain. Chapter 36. Wang Sanshun and Wang Laosi. Fan Chong suddenly stood up and walked to the center of the hall. his gaze piercing as he surveyed everyone. This deal involves a big figure. If successful, wealth and glory will be ours to enjoy. One one-eyed stronghold leader asked flatteringly. Who is this fat sheep that has caught boss Fan's attention? Fan Chong snorted coldly. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Just know that if this deal goes through, you won't miss out on the benefits. With that, he took out a portrait from his bosom and unfolded it in front of everyone. The portrait depicted a young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, exuding a heroic aura. It was none other than Li Che. This man was accompanied by over 1,000 guards and carried a large amount of gold and jewels, preparing to pass through the Mangdang Mountains on his way to Yuzhou. Fan Chong pointed at the portrait, his tone grim. I will only take 30% of what we loot. The rest will be shared among you. The other stronghold leaders paused in their breathing, their eyes instantly turning greedy. 70% was no small sum. A merchant convoy with over 1,000 guards indicated that this person was significant, and the treasures he carried must be considerable. Such immense wealth, though they did not know the identity of the person, was enough to tempt them to take risks. Fan Chong scanned the room, and his gaze landed on Wang Laosi. Seeing him silent, Fan Chong sneered, "What's wrong? Wang Laosi, are you still thinking about your missing brother, hoping he'll come back to back you up?" Wang Laosi raised his head, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and said lightly, "Boss, you jest. Since our Erlong Mountain has already submitted, we will naturally obey your orders." Just as well." Fan Chong snorted and tapped the portrait in his hand. "But I need to make one thing clear beforehand. No matter who encounters this person, they must not let him escape. His head must belong to me." Everyone responded in unison, "Yes." "All right, let's distribute the responsibilities for the key locations." Once the allocations were completed, the stronghold leaders took their orders and left. Wang Laosi's face turned pale as he marched out the door. Outside, his trusted subordinates from Erlong Mountain had been waiting for a long time. Seeing him come out, they hurriedly approached and asked, "Fourth brother, how did it go?" Wang Laosi said in a deep voice, "What else can it be? Our Erlong Mountain is at the forefront. The first wave of attack, and we have to guard the mountain path. This Fan Chong is clearly targeting us." His subordinate was also furious. That bastard Fan Chong. Wang Laosi took a deep breath and said nothing. After all, Erlong Mountain was the strongest among the 9 major strongholds. Fan Chong was afraid that the other stronghold leaders would feel disheartened, so he didn't dare to directly attack Erlong Mountain, opting instead to suppress them in secret. If only my elder brother were still here. Thinking of this, Wang Laosi felt a wave of sadness in his heart. Wang Sanshan rode a horse, leading over 20 soldiers into the mountain path. Upon seeing the towering peaks surrounding them, with only a sliver of daylight shining down, he couldn't help but sigh. This is truly a treasure land. If I had established myself here back in the day, I would have made a name for myself. A soldier beside him laughed and interjected, "Wasn't the place where the captain first set up camp not as treacherous as this?" Wang Sanshan waved his hand dismissively. "Not even close. My brother and I initially occupied a solitary peak. It was remote, and I wouldn't even mention that. The only path up and down was one, and if the officials blocked it, it was all over. Unlike here, where the mountains connect, it can be defended or attacked. This path is so narrow that carts can't turn around. There's no way to escape." The more Wang Sanshan looked, the more tempted he became. This place was simply a bandit's paradise. If it weren't for following the prince, he would have wanted to stay here and establish himself. He was sure he could make a name for himself. The prince is truly wise. Wang Sanshan vigilantly scanned the surroundings. In such a mountain path, if there were an ambush, halfway through his sentence, Wang Sanshan suddenly stopped. The soldier beside him was startled. "Captain, what's wrong?" Wang Sanshan didn't respond but grinned. "Looks like some blind little rabbit is coming for you, my grandfather." The soldier was confused, but then saw Wang Sanshan suddenly leap off his horse and sprint towards the forest. Wang Sanshan was robust, but once he entered the forest, he moved like a tiger unleashed, becoming incredibly agile. In an instant, he was several zhang away. With a flash of his long knife, he shouted sharply, "Which rat dares to rob my grandfather?" A few soldiers exchanged glances, drew their swords, and dismounted, chasing after the direction Wang Sanshan had disappeared into. After running a few steps, they saw Wang Sanchuan's figure appear at the edge of the forest. He was holding a knife in one hand and dragging a bloodied person with a grim smile on his face as he walked out. Casually throwing the person on the ground, Wang Sanshun grinned. No need to chase. Those who wanted to run have all been dealt with. This little brat is left for the prince to handle. Damn it, they dare to rob me? If we're talking about ambushing, I'm your ancestor. Before long, the mountain bandit was brought before Li Che. Li Ke looked down. He saw that the so-called bandit was just a half-grown child, who would probably still be in school in his past life. Perhaps frightened by Wang Sanshun, the boy was now trembling, wishing he could shrink into the ground. Go! Get him some water, Li Che instructed lightly. Wang Sanshun chuckled. Sure thing, boiled water or sewage. Or maybe boiled sewage. Li Che looked at him. What are you talking about? I told you to get him some drinking water. Ah, I thought you were going to torture him. Wang Sanshun scratched his head. Li Che was too lazy to pay attention to the rough man. After someone brought a bowl of clean water, he finally softened his tone and said gently, Drink some water. The young man looked at Li Che with suspicion, seemingly touched by his gentle gaze. He trembled as he took the bowl and gulped down the water. After finishing a bowl of water, the young man calmed down a bit. So, which mountain bandit are you? Why are you here? Li Ke asked. The young bandit knelt on the ground with a thud and pleaded, Noble sir, spare my life. I am from Erlong Mountain, sent by the big boss to scout the area. I didn't expect to be caught by this strong man. Erlong Mountain? Li Che glanced at Yi Tsonglong beside him. Yi Tsonglong shook his head, indicating that he had never heard of this bandit group. What is your big boss's name? Why did he send you to scout my army? Li Ke asked again. The young man, having lost all defenses, honestly explained, the big boss also takes orders from the chief of Huda Mountain, saying there's a big deal that needs us from Erlong Mountain to take the lead. As for our boss, his full name is Wang Sikun, and everyone in the village calls him Brother C. As soon as the young man finished speaking, Wang Sanshun, who had remained silent, suddenly raised his head, stepped in front of the young man, and lifted him up with one hand, his feet dangling in the air. What did you say? What is your big boss's name? Wang Sanshun, from Yuzhou, was the third child in his family, with two older sisters. The bandit chief Wang Laosi of Erlong Mountain was his biological younger brother. The two brothers had farmed in Yuzhou in their early years, and their two sisters, who were quite beautiful, were coveted by local gentry, who wanted to take them as concubines. Their parents refused, and in a fit of rage, the gentry killed them and took the two sisters away. When the brothers returned from the fields and saw their home in such ruin, they stormed into the gentry's mansion in grief and anger. Wang Sanshun had been born with great strength, while Wang Sikun, though a farmer, was quite clever. They devised a way to distract the guards and rushed into the back courtyard of the mansion, killing 13 members of the gentry's family. However, after searching the entire mansion, they could not find their two sisters. Having caused such a great disaster, the brothers had no choice but to become bandits. Wang Sanshun was skilled in martial arts, and with Wang Sikun's strategic mind, the two brothers gained a reputation and claimed a mountain as their own. Yet, Wang Sanshun always thought about his two missing sisters and often went down the mountain to search for them. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side. He not only failed to find his sisters, but also encountered the imperial army sent to eliminate bandits on one of his trips down the mountain. Despite his bravery, Wang Sanshun was ultimately outnumbered and captured, taken to prisoner camp. So you are the elder brother of the big boss. No wonder you are so formidable. The young bandit's eyes lit up. Stop with the nonsense. How's my brother? Wang Sanshun asked anxiously. The big boss, he's not doing well. The young man said weakly. Our Erlong Mountain is powerful, and ever since Fan Chong unified Mangdang Mountain, he has been suppressing us. The young man recounted the situation of the bandits in Mangdang Mountain. Li Che did not interrupt, and his mind was racing. If what the young man said was true, there were actually tens of thousands of bandits hidden in the vast Mangdang Mountain, which was quite astonishing. In ancient cold weapon battles, such a difference in numbers almost guaranteed no chance of victory. Fortunately, the terrain was steep, and although the enemy was numerous, it was difficult for them to deploy. Plus, with Wang Sikun as a surprise force, there might be a plan to consider. In a moment, Li Che had a plan in mind. Old Wang, do you have confidence in convincing your brother to surrender to me? Li Che first asked. Wang Sanshun's eyes turned red, and he pounded his chest, saying, I would bet my life on it. If he knows I am under your command, he will definitely lead his men to come surrender." Li Che nodded slightly and then looked at the young man. "Can you take my troops to find your big boss without passing by other bandit camps?" The young man now realized that Li Che was a prince, and his eyes were full of awe as he said tremulously, "I am familiar with these mountain paths. It shouldn't be a problem." Qianbin observed the situation and seemed to understand something. He stepped forward and asked, "Your Highness, what are you planning to do?" Li Che looked around and calmly said, "The disparity in forces is too great, and the enemy is hidden while we are exposed. A direct confrontation has no chance of victory. The only way to break the deadlock is to send a surprise force. To shoot a person, first shoot their horse. To capture a thief, first capture their leader. We need to select elite soldiers to bypass other peaks and directly attack the lair of the bandit chief Fan Chong. Then the bandits will be leaderless and will surely scatter." Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other, all showing difficulty. Among those present, although there was a rugged hero like Wang Sanshun, no one was familiar with military tactics. Even so, everyone could sense that Li Che's plan was extremely dangerous. "Your Highness, the mountains are full of bandits. How can we approach Fan Chong without being noticed?" Uncle Yang also asked from his side. "That's not a problem. Just let the convoy move normally, and it will attract the attention of the bandits." "But who does your Highness plan to send for the surprise attack on the bandit camp?" Qianbin asked again. "I have no experience in battle formations. I fear I cannot bear this responsibility." Li Che looked to the side. "Wang Sanshun, He Long, you two are exceptionally brave and skilled. You must go for this surprise attack on the bandit camp." Qianbin and Uncle Yang had just breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Li Che say again, "I will personally lead the convoy and wait for your good news." This statement shocked everyone, and Wang Sanshun and He Long both urgently advised, "Your Highness, you must not. It is extremely unwise. Your Highness, think twice. Such a risky move is not wise at all." The convoy was meant to lure the enemy deep, and Li Che using himself as bait was even more dangerous than the surprise attack on the bandit camp. "There's no need for more words," Li Che insisted. "Fan Chong's target is clear. He is coming for me. If I do not appear, how will he be willing to come out in full force?" "No, your Highness only needs to leave the royal flag behind." "I am willing to take your place," Uncle Yang quickly said. "The bandits will surely think your Highness is here if they see the royal flag. The royal flag can deceive the enemy, but it cannot deceive our own people." Li Kisait seriously. "The elite troops have all left. Only civilians and the elderly remain in the convoy. If I do not fight alongside the soldiers, how can they be willing to risk their lives?" Qianbin and the others wanted to persuade him again, but were interrupted by Li Che's unquestionable tone. "No need for more words. Hurry and execute." Although Li Che usually appeared gentle and spoke softly to everyone, every time a decision had to be made, he showed his decisive methods, thus gaining increasing prestige in the army. Seeing that Li Che had made up his mind, everyone dared not advise further, and all took their orders to act. Wang and he were ordered to select 800 strong men from the prisoner army, all of whom were skilled fighters adept at climbing mountains and fighting. These 800 men were all armored, carrying sharp blades, and some skilled archers brought bows and arrows. Guided by the young man, they quietly entered the mountains and headed to Erlong Mountain to join Wang Sikan. Li Che was left with only 500 prisoners and nearly 1,000 civilians and slaves. There was little armor left, just a few makeshift leather armors that could equip about 1/3 of the prisoner army. The weapons were sufficient, having borrowed quite a few swords and knives from the Wang family, ensuring each person had one without issue. Once everything was ready, Li Che estimated the time and figured that Wang Sanshun and the others had already gone deep into the forest, so he ordered the convoy to set off. The Ningguo royal flag fluttered in the wind as the convoy surged into the Mangdang Mountains. Li Che sat calmly in the carriage, picking up a teacup and sipping tea with a calm expression. Autumn One, who was serving beside him, hurriedly refilled his tea, her tone carrying a hint of unease. "Your Highness, why don't you avoid this?" Li Che replied indifferently, "Because I am not afraid." "Then why aren't you afraid?" Li Che smiled faintly, raising his teacup. "Not afraid is just not afraid." As soon as he finished speaking, countless sounds of arrows slicing through the air suddenly rang in his ears. Hundreds of arrows rained down from the forest on both sides, striking the carriage and making a dense sound. Li Che was startled. The teacup in his hand fell to the ground, and he protected his head with one hand while lifting Autumn One with the other. With a kick, he kicked open the car door, first throwing Chiu-Wen out, and then rolling on the spot to get out of the car himself. Chiu-Wen fell to the ground, covered in dirt, looking at Li Che in shock. "Your Highness, are you not afraid?" Chapter 38, Chaos. At this moment, Li Che had no time to answer the little girl's inner doubts. Arrows filled the sky like a locust swarm, dark and dense, attacking the convoy. Looking back, he saw that the overwhelming arrows had already skewed the horse-drawn carriage. The carriage Li Che was in was the first to be hit, becoming the focus of the arrow rain, with almost 1/3 of the arrows landing on it. The coachman sitting on the carriage had an arrow stuck in his neck, continuously spitting out blood, and it was clear he was beyond saving. Li Che gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he grabbed Chiu-Wen, dodging the incoming arrows, and escaped the range of the carriage. "Your Highness, don't panic, I'm coming." A loud roar came before the person arrived. Hu Chong strode in like an iron tower, standing in front of Li Che. Holding a large wooden board he had somehow obtained, he continuously shielded against the incoming arrows. Seeing Hu Chong's tall figure, Li Che felt an inexplicable sense of security. Looking back at the convoy, it had already started to fall into chaos after the arrow attack. In the confusion, he saw many laborers falling to the ground, shot by arrows, their blood staining the ground, and a surge of anger welled up in his heart. He shouted sternly, "Enemy attack, don't panic. Apon Singulike." Someone exclaimed, "His Highness is here. Protect His Highness." As soon as these words were spoken, several slaves who had just been scared into submission suddenly gritted their teeth and stood up, moving closer to Li Che. "Your Highness, don't worry. We won't let these bandits hurt you," someone shouted while trembling. The slaves gathered more and more, and with the surrounding guard from the convict army, they quickly formed a group of dozens. With their bodies, they created a human wall, tightly protecting Li Che in the center. Looking at the loyal faces in front of him, Li Che felt a mix of emotions. Unknowingly, he had gained so much loyalty, yet he had given little in return, just granting them freedom and the right to have enough to eat every day. At that moment, the rain of arrows finally stopped, leaving only a few stray arrows falling into the convoy. Li Che looked around and saw figures flashing through the forest. The leaves of the trees in the entire forest were shaking, and countless birds were startled into flight. His gaze shifted to the edge of the forest, where a burly one-eyed man slowly walked out, holding a large ghost-headed knife, his voice booming, "Kill for me." Before he finished speaking, a crowd of bandits surged out behind him. In an instant, the mountains echoed with the frenzied and excited howls of bandits, clad in tattered clothes. The bandits armed with sharp weapons charged from all directions, attacking the convoy. "All troops, pay attention, stay calm, and act according to the plan. Like commanded the deep vase." Hearing his order, the soldiers woke from their stupor and quickly urged the laborers and slaves to get up. The horse-drawn carriages were driven to the edge of the mountain road, linked head to tail, to form a defensive line. The soldiers took out simple shields made of wooden boards from under the carriages, placing them at the very front of the line. Behind the shields, the laborers and slaves held long spears, trembling with fear but still striving to stand in a straight line. As they saw the bandits getting closer, the soldiers at the front swallowed hard, their sweaty palms tightly gripping the simple shields. Then, they heard Li Che's calm and decisive command, "Charge." Li Che's words were like a calming pearl, and the soldiers instinctively raised their shields according to the order. With a swoosh, the shields dropped, and the soldiers braced themselves, crashing their shields into the bandits who were just within reach. Boom! The bandits crashed into the line like a flood hitting the shore. The front row of bandits were caught off guard, knocked to the ground by the soldiers' shields, and chaos erupted at the edge of the line. Stab! Li Che's command rang out again. The laborers and slaves, already tense, instinctively thrust their long spears forward, their minds echoing Li Che's orders. The cold gleam flashed like falling meteors, piercing the downed bandits, and cries of anguish echoed one after another. Due to the laborers' inexperience, some unfortunate bandits were even pierced by 7 or 8 spears at once, instantly turning into blood gourds. Withdraw! Receiving Li Che's command again, The laborers hurriedly pulled back their long spears, panting as they retreated behind the soldiers. Although their cooperation was awkward, the effect was significant. The bandits rushed forward in a chaotic wave, yet they could not budge the line even an inch, leaving behind hundreds of corpses. Li Che appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was pounding like a drum. His history-studying ex-girlfriend had not lied to him after all, commanding ancient non-elite troops. With all those formations like the 8 trigrams formation, the 8 gates of Goldlock formation, and the 3 talents formation of heaven and earth, were practically useless. Without camaraderie and courage, there was naturally no cooperation, and forcing formations would only backfire. In such circumstances, the commander only needed to issue the simplest orders and maintain the military formation. After the Ninggu army took down a few hundred of their companions, the bandits behind them suddenly felt fear, halting in their tracks. A bunch of cowards. The burly one-eyed man glared angrily and cursed. What are you all dawdling for? There are only a few people on the other side. What are you afraid of? Charge! Seeing that the bandits were indifferent, the burly man raised his ghost-headed knife and killed a few hesitant bandits. Behind him emerged dozens of armored bandits, clearly different from the ordinary bandits, exuding a murderous aura. They were the trusted bandits under Fan Chong. These dozens of men held sharp blades and lined up. When they saw some bandits retreating in fear, they said nothing and simply approached to strike. After killing more than 10, the bandits finally understood that retreating was also a dead end, and they all stopped in their tracks. Listen up, the one-eyed man shouted. Charge in, kill all the men, and take all the women. I allow you to have some fun too. If we make this deal, there will be good wine and meat when we go back. If anyone dares to hesitate, don't blame my knife for being merciless. The fear of death and the desire for wine and women enveloped them simultaneously. The bandits' eyes lit up with greed, and they charged forward again. This time, there were even more bandits rushing up, a sea of black filling the horizon. Li Che looked out and saw the bandits surging like a black tide towards the convoy. He quickly ordered the front-line soldiers to form a shield wall, while the laborers behind thrust their long spears. However, the bandits kept coming, and although the front row of bandits suffered heavy losses, the rear ones had already killed their way to the front. The sounds of shouting, wailing, and clashing weapons mingled together, drowning out Li Che's commands in the deafening uproar. The two sides clashed, falling into a fight to the death, and blood stained the official road. Chapter 39. The scholar's sword is not useless. The sounds of shouting and killing were incessant. Behind the carriage, Wang Chongjin's face was flushed as he tightly gripped the sword at his waist. Seeing a laborer stabbed 8 times yet still valiantly thrusting his spear into a bandit's chest, Wang Chongjin felt his blood surge. With a clang, he drew his sword and suddenly stood up. His frightened old father instinctively pulled him back. You wretch, what are you trying to do? Wang Shi glared angrily. Wang Chongjin looked straight ahead, passionately declaring, even a mere farmer fights to the death. How can I seek safety? Nonsense. Wang Shi was so angry that his beard bristled. My Wang family has been passed down for 3 generations, and you don't think you can send yourself to death for me? A true man born between heaven and earth cannot hide from death behind a farmer. After saying this, Wang Chongjin broke free from Wang Shi's hand, bypassed the carriage, and charged towards the battlefield. Whoosh! A hand axe flew past him, grazing his scalp and nailing itself into the rear of the carriage, sending wooden splinters flying. Wang Chongjin was so frightened that his face turned pale and his legs went weak, causing him to fall to the ground. Was death really this close to him? Suddenly, a thought arose in his mind that was hard to shake off. Turn around and run. With his identity, there was no need to fight desperately. There were still those laborers and soldiers. Besides, His Highness had mentioned before that there were floods outside the pass, and keeping himself alive was useful for future great deeds. Just as Wang Chongjin thought about getting up to escape, he saw a figure flying towards him. It was a gaunt slave with a horrifying knife wound on his chest, blood gushing out. The moment the slave saw Wang Chongjin, his pained eyes became calm. He struggled to raise his hand and, with his last bit of strength, said, Sir, hurry and leave. The bandits are coming. Before he could finish, a spear pierced through his chest. Ha, you lowly creature. The bandit licked his lips and pulled out the spear. Seemingly noticing Wang Chongjian's fearful gaze, he turned to look, his smile growing increasingly cruel. "Oh, there's still a pretty boy," the bandit sneered, raising the spear in his hand. Watching the spearhead approaching, Wang Chongjian felt a numbness in his lower body. He wanted to stand up and escape, but found he couldn't muster any strength. Just as the bandit was about to finish off Wang Chongjian, he felt someone gripping his leg tightly. Looking down, it was the barely alive slave, somehow finding the strength to cling to his leg, blood continuously pouring from his mouth. "Go, sir, hurry and go. Hurry!" The slave shouted desperately. "You have knowledge. You are more useful to His Highness." Wang Chongjian stared blankly at the slave's emaciated face, as if something in his heart had been touched. "You seek death," the bandit shouted angrily, thrusting the spear down hard at the slave's back. The sound of flesh being pierced by the spear echoed, accompanied by the sound of a long sword piercing through a chest. The bandit widened his eyes and turned back, only to see a pair of blood-red eyes. "Ah!" Wang Chongjian roared, using all his strength to draw the sword from his waist and stabbing it through the bandit's chest. Blood gushed out in an instant. The bandit, unwilling, stared wide-eyed and slowly fell to the ground. Wang Chongjian stumbled to the slave's side, but saw him with wide-open eyes, already lifeless. He looked around in confusion, the smell of gunpowder mingling with blood wafting towards him. Looking out, the two armies were locked in a fierce battle, amidst the glint of blades and swords. Countless people lay in pools of blood. The brutality of the battlefield was so real, far beyond what could be captured in a few words in books. Wang Chongjian let out a long howl towards the sky, filled with grief and determination. With red eyes, he charged into the enemy ranks, and where his sword passed, blood splattered. His movements became increasingly skilled. The long sword that normally served as mere decoration had now turned into a deadly weapon. Wang Shichuan saw his son fighting for his life against the bandits and couldn't help feeling a mix of shock and anger. He drew his waist sword and shouted loudly, "We are all subjects of His Highness. How can we linger here in despair? Let these bandits see that the sword of a scholar is not without its might." With that, he drew his sword and charged into the enemy ranks. Inspired by the father and son, the other officials no longer hid behind the soldiers, drawing their swords and joining the fight against the bandits. Under the banner of the Ninggu kingdom, farmers, criminals, officials, and slaves set aside their identities and fought side by side. Qiubai cut down a bandit with one strike and, hearing the increasingly tragic cries around him, turned back to shout, "Your Highness, there are more and more bandits." "You should hide," Li Che, holding a carved bow, replied while aiming. "Hide my ass. If I leave, the line will collapse immediately." With that, he released the bowstring, and the arrow shot out, piercing a bandit's chest. "Your Highness is the soul of the Ninggu army. As long as you escape, the Ninggu army can be rebuilt." Qiubai, not giving up, continued to persuade. "Stop talking nonsense. Focus on killing the enemy." Li Che no longer listened to him and concentrated on shooting down enemies with his bow. He discovered that his original archery skills were indeed very strong. Before, he hadn't realized it because his muscle memory hadn't fused yet. Now, after shooting several living targets, he felt increasingly at ease, almost hitting every shot. Especially as the enemies got closer, at a distance of just a few dozen steps, he didn't even need to aim, relying on instinct to hit. Another arrow struck a bandit in the head, and Li Che instinctively reached for his quiver, only to find it empty. He hurriedly shouted, "Qiubai, where are the arrows?" "There are none, Your Highness," Qiubai replied. Li Che gritted his teeth, dropped the carved bow, and drew the sword at his waist. "Damn it, let's do this." Daqing Dynasty, like charged forward. Wang Sanchun, heat so long, you two bastards, hurry up. I can't hold out much longer. At Huta Mountain, Wang Laosi, dressed in simple clothes and with a long sword at his waist, walked into the stockade gate. Two burly men followed closely behind, their faces hidden beneath straw hats. The gate guard saw this and hurriedly stepped forward to block them. "Leader Wang, what are you doing?" Wang Laosi looked coldly at him. "I have important information to report to the chief." The guard's face showed difficulty. Get out of the way. If you delay the chief's important matters, I'll chop off your head." Saying this, he drew his long sword, the cold light pressing. The guard, seeing this, was so frightened that he retreated repeatedly. By the time he came back to his senses, the three had already entered the main hall. In the stone chair, Fan Chong raised a large bowl of wine to his mouth, the liquid flowing down his neck. Seeing Wang Laosi and the others arrive, Fan Chong put down the wine bowl and squinted, asking, "Wang Laosi, have you captured the person I want?" Wang Laosi walked forward while replying, "Not yet." "Humph." Fan Chong snorted coldly. "Then what are you doing here? Hurry and go. I came here to request the chief to step out for a meeting." Fan Chong's brows furrowed slightly. He keenly sensed that Wang Laosi was acting strangely today, especially the two men behind him, who looked unfamiliar. Such tall and strong men should have made an impression on him if they were robbers from the mountains. "Wait, you stand still," Fan Chong hurriedly said. Wang Laosi suddenly raised his head and shouted, "Go meet my lord." Chapter 40. Fan Chong. A soldier dies for one who understands him. Fan Chong was shocked, the effects of the wine dissipating almost entirely. He saw that behind Wang Laosi were two strong men who removed their straw hats, revealing two sharp short knives at their waists. These two were Wang Sanshun and He Tsonglong. "Ha ha ha, you're Fan Chong?" Wang Sanshun sneered, "With that little body, you dare to claim power." Fan Chong hurriedly reached for a weapon behind the stone chair, but saw Wang Sanshun had already rushed up in a few steps. The cold light flashed, and the short knife accurately pinned Fan Chong's palm to the stone chair. "Oh!" Fan Chong let out a shrill scream. "Who are you?" Wang Sanshun stepped forward and stomped hard on his stomach. "You've bullied my brother for so long. Don't you know he has an older brother?" "I am Wang Sanshun. When I was roaming the green woods, you were still in your mother's womb." Someone. Fan Chong's eyes bulged in anger as he shouted loudly. The guards in the hall rushed forward upon hearing his voice. However, He Tsonglong single-handedly grabbed one and smashed him into the crowd, then charged in alone. His short blade danced up and down, each strike precise and fierce, targeting the guards' necks, chests, and tendons. In no time, more than 10 guards were all killed by him. Fan Chong was still preparing to shout. Wang Sanshun casually grabbed a rag and stuffed it into his mouth. "Stop shouting, listen." Fan Chong's pupils suddenly dilated. "Damn it, that rag is for wiping feet." Around the stockade, the sounds of shouting and killing shook the heavens. The 800 criminal soldiers charged forward, followed by the bandits of Erlong Mountain, crashing into the main stockade like divine soldiers descending to the earth. Although the bandits fought fiercely in resistance, they were overwhelmed by the fierce assault of the criminal soldiers. The sinners clad in armor and wielding sharp blades now resembled tigers descending from the mountains, unstoppable. Having eaten and drunk to their fill, with armor protecting them and no supervisors watching with long knives, they had never fought such a comfortable battle in their lives. In contrast, the bandits of Tiger Head Mountain, who usually bullied others, had never seen such a spectacle and were immediately thrown into disarray. The sinners slaughtered the bandits like tigers in a flock of sheep, directly breaking through from the stockade gate to the main hall entrance. The main gate collapsed with a loud crash, and Fan Chong looked up in shock, only to see 2 blood-stained soldiers stepping into the hall, the smell of blood rushing in with the mountain wind. Fan Chong's face turned pale instantly. He did not recognize these 2 men. The soldiers surveyed the situation in the hall, then quickly walked in front of Wang Sanshun and knelt on one knee. "Captain, the thieves outside have been cleared." Wang Sanshun nodded, looking at Fan Chong's ashen face, and smiled as he patted his cheek. "Are you feeling hopeless now? How dare you attempt to assassinate my lord?" Fan Chong remained silent. Wang Sanshun lifted him up and instructed the 2 men, "Tell the brothers not to be greedy for wealth. Gather quickly. We don't know what's going on with the lord. We need to get there as fast as possible." After saying this, he turned to Wang Laosi beside him. "Laosi, brother, you say, let your men guard the stockade. You lead the way. We will go to support the lord." Wang Laosi frowned and leaned closer to Wang Sanchuan's ear. "Brother, are you really planning to defect to that Ninggu County king?" Wang Sanchun looked at him and asked in a deep voice, "What do you mean?" "Brother, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This stockade is easy to defend but hard to attack, and you still have so many soldiers under you. Why bother with the life or death of that Ninggu County king? It would be better to let those thieves kill him, and then take this place for ourselves." Wang Sanshun shot him a sideways glance. Wang Laosi looked at him with hopeful eyes. Suddenly, a loud slap landed on Wang Laoxi's face. And Wang Sanshun didn't hold back at all, blood instantly oozing from the corner of Wang Laoxi's mouth. Wang Laoxi stared blankly at Wang Sanshun. The two brothers had always had a good relationship. Although Wang Sanshun was fiery, he had never laid a hand on his brother. Laoxi, this is the first and last time. Wang Sanshun suppressed his anger. And if you speak such words again in the future, don't blame me for not recognizing you as my brother. In the mountain path, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Qiu Bai and the others had repeatedly urged Li Che to break through, but were resolutely refused by Li Che. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid of death, but he simply couldn't leave. His family's foundation was here. With them present, he could establish himself in Ninggu County. If he fled alone to that foreign land, he wouldn't even last a day before being torn apart by the commoners. He understood the principle that power comes from the barrel of the gun. So even if he had to die, he would tightly grip the gun. After fighting for a long time, the sword in his hand had become nicked from too many strikes. Li Che was now wielding a large knife he had snatched from a bandit, fighting desperately. His stamina was nearly exhausted, sustained only by willpower. If it weren't for Hu Chong and Qiu Bai fighting to protect him, he didn't know how many times he would have died already. Li Che swung the large knife with all his might, and one of the bandits' arms flew off. He kicked the man away, then slashed horizontally, severing a head. He then planted the knife on the ground and gasped for breath. This body was still a bit weak. He needed to train hard in the future. Just then, a sudden shouting and killing sound erupted from the forest. "My lord, look!" Qiu Bai exclaimed excitedly. Li Che's heart trembled, and he hurriedly looked towards the forest. 800 sinners charged out from the forest like divine soldiers, appearing behind the bandits. They fired arrows in unison, the arrows whistling sharply, instantly taking down a large number of bandits. Wang Sanshun led the way, dragging Fan Chong with Wang Laoxi, whose face was swollen, following beside him, holding a broken gong. Seeing his brother with a mournful face, Wang Sanshun kicked in the rear. "Go on and sound it." Wang Laoxi pouted but didn't dare to resist, desperately ringing the broken gong. The sound of the gong rang out, attracting the attention of most bandits. They turned around in confusion and immediately saw the tall and imposing figure of Wang Sanshun, as well as the person he was holding. The stockade leader? The bandits were dumbfounded. The once arrogant stockade leader was now in such a pathetic state. The bandits didn't know how the stockade leader had fallen into enemy hands. But Fan Chong's miserable appearance was like a sharp blade, piercing through their last bit of fighting spirit. "Fan Chong is here," Wang Sanshun roared, his voice like thunder. "You are already defeated. Those who surrender will not be killed." The 800 sinners shouted in unison. "Those who surrender will not be killed. Those who surrender will not be killed." Seeing this scene, Fan Chong's eyes dimmed. He knew very well what kind of character his subordinates had. They could rob and plunder. But it was absolutely impossible to fight to the death. The situation had gone awry. How would he explain it to the prince? Thinking of the prince's kindness towards him, a trace of determination flashed in Fan Chong's eyes. As the saying goes, a soldier dies for his confidant. He struggled desperately in Wang Sanshun's grip, lifting his head with all his might. With a hoarse voice, he shouted towards Li Che, "Ninggu County King, I, Fan Chong, am willing to surrender to you. It's true that soldiers die for their confidants, but I'm not a soldier. I'm a bandit." Chapter 41. Shoot the one-eyed dragon in his good eye, everyone. "Put down your weapons." Fan Chong shouted hysterically, "We surrender, we surrender." He looked at Li Che in the distance, who was surrounded by stars, feeling a mix of emotions. The prince completely underestimated the Ninggu County king. This prince was not a weakling to be bullied, but a fierce tiger lying in wait. Once he left the capital, he would be like a dragon entering the sea, unstoppable. Seeing their leader surrender first, the bandits, who were already disheartened, became even more demoralized. Just as everyone was preparing to put down their weapons, a loud voice rang out from a one-eyed strong man. "We can't surrender." His shout shook the hearts of the crowd, and the bandits involuntarily looked at him. The one-eyed strong man, wielding a ghost-headed machete, glared with wide eyes. "The enemy is weak, and we are strong. The enemy is tired, and we are strong. This is the time to counterattack." How can we talk about surrender? Chao Han, what are you doing? Fan Chong shouted angrily. I'm the leader of this stockade. How dare you defy me? The one-eyed strong man sneered. Fan Chong, the moment you surrendered, you were no longer the leader of this stockade. Fan Chong looked at Chao Han in disbelief. This man was originally his confidant, the one he trusted the most, which was why he had handed over command to him. He never expected that, after his incident, the first to turn against him would be him. Chao Han ignored Fan Chong and turned to the convoy of carts, greed evident in his eyes. Brothers, these carts are so heavy. They must be filled with gold and silver treasures. If we take them, we can share this immense wealth. And each of us can return home as a wealthy man, marrying several beautiful concubines. Many bandits were tempted by Chao Han's words. After all, how many people in this world could resist the temptation of wealth and glory? Seeing that his rhetoric was having an effect, Chao Han raised his ghost-headed machete and shouted, Fortune and danger go hand in hand. Charge with me. But before he finished speaking, a scream echoed as he fell straight to the ground. An arrow shot out from the convoy and pierced into his only good eye. The others turned to look and saw Li Che coldly putting down his bow and arrow, stating indifferently, Those who resist will be killed without mercy. Silence. The battlefield instantly became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, leaving only the one-eyed strong man's wailing. I can't see. My eyes. My eyes. Kick the good leg of the cripple. Shoot the good eye of the one-eyed man. You still raised your arm and shouted. Don't you know how much you weigh? With the example of the one-eyed strong man, the bandits' will to resist finally extinguished. Knives, guns, and sticks were dropped all over the ground, and they all knelt down to beg for surrender. Li Che ordered the convict soldiers to gather the prisoners and clean up the battlefield. However, the battlefield was too vast, and the mountains and forests were too dense. Some of the bandits on the outskirts didn't want to become prisoners and secretly escaped along the small paths. Li Che did not stop them, allowing them to flee. After all, the convict army had only a little over 1,000 men. While the total number of bandits exceeded 10,000, it was impossible to stop them. Moreover, those fleeing were mostly habitual bandits. Even if they reluctantly surrendered, they would still be unstable elements. It was better to first recruit all those who sincerely surrendered in front of him. Come, bring that bandit leader over to me. Li Che sat firmly on the cart beam. On the left side were civil officials like Qian Bin, Wang Shi, and Wang Chongjin lined up. On the right side were military officials like Wang Sanchun, He Long, and Xiao Bai, standing with their sabers. Yang Shu and Hu Chong stood behind Li Che, and the foundation of the Ninggu kingdom was already taking shape. When Fan Chong was escorted over by 2 soldiers, what he saw was this scene, and his fear of Li Che grew even stronger. Li Che was dressed in military attire, without the royal robe or jade pendant at his waist. Yet, that imposing and dignified aura was many times stronger than that of the crown prince. Thinking of this, Fan Chong hurriedly knelt down, repeatedly saying, I, Fan Chong, have offended your majesty's might and deserve to die 1,000 deaths. I come to plead for forgiveness. Li Che lowered his head and sized up this notorious bandit from Mangdang Mountain, feeling somewhat disappointed. With this little demeanor, he was even inferior to a few of his own convict leaders. Although he was tall and strong, he was completely a silver-plated gunhead, good-looking but useless. After pondering for a moment without speaking, he just stared intently at Fan Chong. The more Li Che remained silent, the more anxious Fan Chong became, cold sweat pouring down, nearly fainting. Just when Fan Chong was drenched in sweat and on the verge of breaking down, Li Che finally spoke lightly. So, you are Fan Chong? This king will only give you one chance. If you speak honestly, there will be a way to live. Fan Chong banged his head on the ground. I understand. I will definitely speak without reservation and say everything. Go ahead. Just as Fan Chong was about to lay everything bare, someone reported, Your Highness, we found several women being attacked by bandits at the back of the line. After we rescued them, the leading woman claimed to know you. Know me? How is that possible? Like was puzzled. The original personality was completely socially anxious. Apart from a few princesses, it was impossible to know any women outside. Although he was confused, Li Che still said, Bring them over. Soon, led by the soldiers, Chong Ningxue walked over with red eyes. with only 3 or 4 female attendants left behind her. Chang Ningxue followed Li Che into the mountain path, completely unaware of Li Che's plan to act as bait. When the bandits rushed out, it was entirely thanks to the female attendants beside her fighting desperately that she did not lose her life. Although she survived, half of the more than 10 attendants brought from the Chang family had also been lost. As soon as Chang Ningxue approached, she heard Fan Chong say, "I was originally the deputy commander of the East Palace, favored by the Crown Prince, in order to secretly recruit bandits for supply." Upon hearing this, Chang Ningxue felt as if she had been struck by lightning. These fierce and ruthless people were actually under the Crown Prince? Why would the Crown Prince secretly cultivate power? Li Che asked in a deep voice. Fan Chong hesitated for a moment and steeled his heart. The Crown Prince, due to his leg ailment, is worried that His Majesty will not pass the throne to him, so he has made early plans to plot. Li Che narrowed his eyes. Plot what? Plot. Fan Chong paused. A big matter. Upon hearing this, Li Che understood. Plot a big matter? Doesn't that mean to rebel? Since he secretly accumulated power, why did he attempt to kill me? Li Che asked again. I'm not too clear on the specifics, but the Crown Prince truly harbors deep hatred for you and has ordered me to ensure your death. Li Che nodded and asked again. You are of little ability and not a die-hard loyalist to the Crown Prince. Why would he entrust such an important task to you? Upon hearing this, Fan Chong's face turned red. Under the puzzled gazes of everyone, he stammered. The Crown Prince has a preference for men, and I have been favored by the Crown Prince, so... Chapter 42. Casualties. The moment this was said, it was like a stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Everyone. Chang Ningxue? The Crown Prince actually prefers men? Others were not too surprised, just slightly astonished. In ancient times, homosexuality was not considered a heinous crime. Many royal families had such inclinations. But for Chang Ningxue, it felt as if the sky was about to collapse. She was the Crown Prince's fiancée, although they had not officially betrothed. Both sides had privately agreed on the matter. And now, you tell me the Crown Prince likes men. Li Che, however, showed a look of disdain. It was not that he discriminated against homosexuality, but looking at Fan Chong's burly and crude appearance, the Crown Prince's taste was indeed hard to evaluate. So, the Crown Prince has been supporting the bandits of Mangdang Mountain? Li Che changed the subject. Fan Chong nodded. The Crown Prince gave me some manpower and secretly sends food, money, weapons, and armor every year. Oh, upon hearing this, Li Che's eyes brightened. Where is it hidden? It is all hidden in the dark caves beneath the Tiger Head Mountain stronghold. I would be willing to take the prince there, only asking for my life in return. Humph. Li Che scoffed. Those things belong to me. And your life also belongs to me. You want to use my things to buy your life? Yes. No. Fan Chong was sweating profusely. Li Che's expression grew colder as he pointed to the bodies lying around. Open your eyes and see how many of my people have died because of you. I promised to take them to the northeast to live a stable life. Yet they perished here. How can I spare you? Fan Chong's face changed dramatically. But your highness just said that you wouldn't kill upon surrender. Are you going to go back on your word? Upon hearing this, Li Che feigned confusion and looked around, asking, Did I say that? Wang Sanshun behind him grinned and stepped forward. Your highness, that was said by me. I lied. Please punish me. Li Che nodded slightly. Lying is bad. I will punish you by letting you eat half a bowl less tonight. Hu Chang behind him trembled all over. What a heavy punishment. All right. Wang Sanshun chuckled and stepped back. Seeing the two play along, Fan Chong's eyes widened. You. Don't worry, you are still useful. I'm too lazy to kill you. Li Che smiled slightly. The Crown Prince sent you to kill me. He is unkind, but I cannot be unjust. Just as Fan Chong breathed a sigh of relief, he heard Li Che say, Since you're the Crown Prince's male pet, I will send you back to continue serving him. But the Crown Prince harmed me, and I cannot let him be too comfortable. Akyang, go call a few Kunlun slaves over, cut that thing off him, and send it to the Crown Prince. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a chill in their groin. Fan Chong trembled all over, almost fainting. Your Highness, spare me. Li Che waved his hand impatiently, and 3 dark-skinned Kunlun slaves came out, dragging Fan Chong away. Soon, a scream echoed through the entire mountain path. Listening to Fan Chong's wails, Li Che silently said, I don't even know if the crown prince is the attacker or the receiver. Cutting off a root might still be useful, right? Should we seal up his back hole too? Hearing Li Che's words, Xiaobai felt a chill run through him. No wonder the prince could subdue this group of criminals. Compared to the prince, even the most wicked criminals could be considered great benefactors. Everyone listened attentively. Only Chong Ningxue stood there in a daze. Li Che then noticed this woman, showing a look of surprise. So, it's you. He had met her once in Yi City before, and thought this woman had an extraordinary temperament, absolutely not an ordinary person. Unexpectedly meeting here, Chong Ningxue's eyes were dazed. The blow from what she had just heard was too great for her to recover from for the moment. Seeing her lady not speaking, the black-clothed woman hurriedly stepped forward to apologize. Your Highness, my lady was just startled. Please forgive her. Li Che asked again, how did you end up here? The black-clothed woman quickly explained. We were on our way to Shanhaiguan, but we unexpectedly encountered bandits here. Fortunately, your Highness intervened. Li Ke nodded gently. So, they were the family of the garrison commander at Shanhaiguan. No wonder the woman had a bit of a heroic spirit about her. In that case, you can follow my convoy, Li Che said in a gentle tone. The roads are treacherous, and we can look out for each other. The black-clothed woman glanced at Chong Ningxue, only to see her still lost in thought, so she could only brace herself and comply. Li Che didn't mind this. He considered it a good deed done casually. At that moment, the cleanup of the battlefield was also nearing its end. An official sent by Li Che to tally the casualties returned with a serious expression, holding a long list filled with the recorded losses from the battle. What is the casualty situation? Li Che asked in a deep voice. Your Highness, among our soldiers, there are 100 lightly injured, 80 severely injured, and 53 dead. Among the civilian workers, there are 300 lightly injured, 120 severely injured, and 81 dead. Li Ke frowned slightly. Each report struck his heart like a heavy hammer. The casualty situation was already quite ideal. After all, they had been facing an assault from nearly 10,000 bandits. Li Che sighed and said solemnly, carefully record the names of all the deceased, find a good place for burial, and if there are family members, ensure they receive compensation. Order Hua Chang'an. He can command everyone in the group to do their utmost to save the severely injured. The lightly injured also need to be bandaged and taken care of. We will set up camp here and prepare more meat to supplement their meals. Yes. The people around looked at Li Che with increasing respect. It was clear they had not followed the wrong person. The prince was not a cold-hearted and ungrateful person. What about the prisoners? Li Ke asked again. The official's expression eased slightly. Preliminary statistics show there are over 4,000, all young and strong. There should still be some bandits' families on the mountain. With over 10,000 bandits, some were killed, some fled, and there should still be some left in the mountains. Capturing over 4,000 was already quite good. Your Highness, with so many prisoners, how should we handle them? Li Che pondered for a moment and looked at Xiaobai. I leave the prisoners to you. Select reliable ones to form a team. You know my standards, right? Xiaobai replied. We do not accept human traffickers or flower thieves. Very good. Li Ke nodded in satisfaction, instructing them to report on each other to ensure these 2 points were upheld. Xiaobai hesitated for a moment and asked, Your Highness, how should we deal with those who are filtered out? Li Che's eyes flashed coldly. Scum should have a scum's fate. Execute them all and bury them in Mangdang Mountain. That will be a return to the mountain god. Kindness does not govern troops. The composition of my army is already chaotic enough, and I cannot accommodate scum, even if I lack personnel. Letting them go free might cause harm to other commoners. It is better to execute them all and end it. Xiaobai hurriedly cupped his hands. Yes. All right, with the matters here settled, we should go see the grand gift from the Crown Prince. Chapter 43. The Bandit's Treasure Cave. Seeing that Li Che was going to Hotu Mountain, Xiaobai quickly summoned 50 personal guards and 10 Kunlun slaves to accompany him for protection. It is worth mentioning that although these 10 Kunlun slaves are slaves, they displayed extraordinary bravery during the battle. Their robust bodies dared to block knives for Li Che without wearing heavy armor, showing no fear of death. Perhaps Li Che was the only one who treated these foreign slaves as real people, so they generously offered their loyalty. The group headed towards Hotu Mountain. where they could see their own civilian workers collecting lost weapons from the battlefield. Unfortunately, the bandits' equipment was truly subpar. The weapons they carried were mostly crude spears and single blades. There weren't many bows and arrows. Otherwise, the first rain of arrows wouldn't have lasted so short. The rate of armor usage was even worse. Only the small bandit leaders wore leather armor. It was already quite good if ordinary bandits could wear clothes at all. Leading the way was Wang Laosi. He felt that Li Che's gaze occasionally fell on him, making him increasingly anxious. Being from a bandit background, he had some quick wit, but he still harbored a complex mix of fear and hatred towards the royal family. He initially thought princes were born with golden keys and were useless, knowing nothing of human suffering. However, Li Che's decisive and vigorous performance just now completely overturned his stereotype. This prince of Ninggu was a man who would eat people without spitting out their bones. Just then, Li Che's voice echoed behind him. "Why are you trembling?" Wang Laosi was already fearful, and this sentence, though not loud, startled him to shiver all over. "Your Highness." Wang Laosi forced a bitter smile, kneeling on one knee. "I feel guilty." Li Che looked at him with interest. "Oh? What do you feel guilty about?" "Previously, I did not recognize your Highness and spoke disrespectfully with my brother. Now, seeing your Highness's majesty, I deeply regret it." Beside him, Wang Sanshun quickly knelt down to plead. "Your Highness, my brother has been a bandit for many years, and his bandit aura has not changed. It was not intentional to offend. Please forgive him." Li Che remained non-committal, but his gaze towards Wang Laosi grew increasingly interested. This was a clever man. Whatever the brothers said privately, even if not directed at him, he probably wouldn't know. But Wang Laosi specifically brought this up, handing this not-so-small piece of leverage into his hands to express his sincere loyalty. It seemed reckless, but in reality, it was quite astute. "Get up." Li Che's voice was gentle. "It is nothing for a young man to stray. It comforts my heart that you can turn back." Wang Laosi felt grateful, yet somewhat speechless. "What young man? I am already 27. Your Highness looks to be only in his teens." Little did he know that Li Che's psychological age far surpassed his physical age due to the trials of his previous life. "I see you have some talents. So I will appoint you as the team leader, and you will continue to lead your original band." "Thank you, Your Highness." Wang Laosi bowed respectfully. With another capable general added to his ranks, Li Che was in a good mood and patted Wang Laosi's shoulder. "Let's go. Lead me up the mountain." "Yes." At this moment, the guard to Hotu Mountain were all Wang Laosi's subordinates. Seeing their leader approaching from afar, the bandits hurriedly came over, wanting to bow. However, they saw Wang Laosi desperately signaling to them, glancing back at Li Che. Looking at Li Che, who was imposing and dignified, it was clear he was not an ordinary person. The bandits, led by a clever man, instantly understood and hurriedly knelt to Li Che. "We pay our respects to your Highness." Li Che smiled and nodded, suddenly asking, "Old Four, your subordinates don't have any flower thieves or human traffickers, do they?" Wang Laosi felt a chill in his heart and quickly replied, "Absolutely not. They are all people I brought from my old home. Although they are not good people, they have never engaged in such filthy deeds." Li Che did not speak further and stepped into the stronghold. According to Fan Chang's account, the treasure cave was located beneath his tiger skin stone chair. That stone chair was carved from a whole piece of mountain rock. It wasn't exquisite, but weighed several hundred pounds. There should be some kind of switch or secret door, right? Shobai stepped forward, curiously tapping and knocking. Like Owever was too lazy to think that much and looked back at Hu Chong. "Ah Chong, go dismantle that chair." Hu Chong grinned and strode towards the stone chair. He raised his palm, as large as a fan, and struck down hard on the back of the stone chair, causing it to shatter into pieces immediately. Everyone stared in astonishment, but Li Che's smile remained unchanged. Achong is truly the most precious legacy left to himself by his original self, loyal and devoted, born with divine strength, and with a pure character. He is simply a human-shaped bulldozer. Several Kunlun slaves came up to move the broken stones, revealing a dark hole beneath the stone chair. "Your Highness, I'll go down and take a look first." Shobai rolled up his sleeves, ready to rush down. But he was pulled back by Li Che. "What's the rush?" "Wait a moment. That guy," Li Che pointed to a bandit. "Go catch a few birds for me." The bandit looked puzzled but obediently followed orders and went out to catch birds. The rest were equally confused, and Wang Chongjian curiously asked, "Your Highness, what do you need the birds for?" Li Che shook his head. "Just wait. For bandits who live off the mountains, catching a bird is not a difficult task." Soon, several bandits returned with a few mountain birds of indeterminate species. Li Che glanced at them and recognized none. In modern times, each would be over 10 years old. Find a longer rope, tie it to the bird's feet, and then release them into the hole, Li Che ordered. Qiu Bai hurriedly complied, the moment he released the mountain birds. They flapped their wings in a panic and flew deep into the hole. "Your Highness, what next?" Li Che sat calmly on a nearby chair and replied, "Wait." Qiu Bai held the rope and squatted at the entrance of the hole, beginning to wait. At first, the rope moved erratically with the bird's movements. After about a stick of incense's worth of time, the rope suddenly went limp and stopped moving. Li Che frowned and instructed Qiu Bai to pull the rope back. When they pulled it back, they found that the mountain bird that had just been lively was now stiff and motionless. Qiu Bai's face changed dramatically, filled with a sense of dread. If he hadn't released the bird just now, wouldn't he have been the one lying still? Everyone was equally astonished. "Your Highness, why did this bird die?" "Either there's no oxygen in the hole, or there's toxic gas inside," Li Che explained. "Your Highness, what do you mean by oxygen?" Ibn stroked his beard, confused. "That's hard to explain. You just need to know that humans cannot survive without oxygen, and that's enough." Ibn nodded slightly, looking at Li Che with a gaze full of doubt. Such profound knowledge was unheard of to him. Where did the prince learn this? Chapter 44, Windfall. After waiting for another half an hour, Li Che felt the time was right and instructed Qiu Bai to release another bird. This time, the bird flew around in the hole for a long time, and when it was pulled back up, it was still lively, showing no signs of poisoning or lack of oxygen. The hole had been open for so long that the oxygen levels inside should have risen. Li Che nodded. It should be fine now. 10 Kunlun slaves held shields and short swords to lead the way, with the others following behind into the cave. Leading the way, Qiu Bai raised the torch in his hand, the flame flickering in the dim cave, illuminating the mottled traces of manual excavation on the cave walls. The sound of their footsteps, lightly scraping against the gravel, echoed in the vast cave. As they ventured deeper, the cave gradually widened, and everyone's hearts involuntarily began to race. In such an environment, everyone felt somewhat uneasy. The darkness and chill made one feel anxious. However, Li Che felt no discomfort at all. Instead, he enjoyed looking around. Back in the day, he had visited many caves with his mentor. He had seen far too many of these kinds of caves. Whether it was a mine, a troop hideout, or a tunnel, he had been through them all, and once accustomed to it, there was nothing to fear. "Your Highness, there's a fork ahead," Qiu Bai said quietly. Li Che nodded slightly. "Let's go left." Qiu Bai turned left into a cave entrance, and upon seeing what was in front of him, he exclaimed joyfully, "Your Highness, it's grain." Li Che's spirit was stirred, and he looked forward following the torchlight. Before him was a gigantic storage room, its walls lined with cured meats, all neatly hanging in rows. The air was filled with the scent of curing and smoking, and these dried meats were remarkably well preserved in the cool environment. Nearby, large clay jars were filled with various grains, their openings sealed with thick cloth to prevent moisture and pests. In one corner of the cave, several gigantic wooden barrels were set up, filled with clear spring water. This was likely the drinking water that the bandits had stored for their long-term stay. Qiu Bai raised the torch higher. "Don't set the grain on fire," Li Qiu shouted. Upon hearing this, Qiu Bai quickly lifted the torch above his head. With so much grain, if he accidentally burned it all, 10 heads wouldn't be enough to chop off. Li Che looked around and turned to instruct Qian Shi, bring people to quickly count it. Without needing Li Che to say much, Qian Bin had already brought several officials skilled in calculations to start counting the grain. Moments later, Qian Bin, with a joyful expression, hurried to Li Che and cupped his hands, saying, "Your Highness, preliminary calculations show that there are at least 2,000 stones of grain in this cave, not counting vegetables, dried meat, and other miscellaneous items. One stone in Daqing weighs about 100 jin, so 2,000 stones is 200,000 jin of grain. Enough for your troops to eat for over a month." Good. Li Che grinned widely. "What did I say?" It's still quicker to make money through plunder. Previously, when he found 50,000 taels of silver in the Wang family, it hadn't made him this happy. In ancient times, food was far more precious than money. Money itself has no value. It's merely a tool for transactions, while food is different. Since ancient times, where there is grain, there are soldiers. Especially in those ghostly places outside the pass, money can't be spent, but with food, one can quickly gather an army. Get it all packed up and have people transported down the mountain. Be sure to pay attention to losses, Li Che ordered. After taking in those surrendering bandits, Li Che's forces had already surpassed 5,000, nearing 10,000. He was just worried about not having enough food. And now the crown prince had sent him a wave of reinforcements. What qualified good brother? Just then, a delighted voice from the other end of the cave echoed. Your Highness. A windfall. It's a windfall. Li Che se art tightened. And he quickly walked toward the source of the sound. On the left side of the cave were piles of old grain, while on the right side were the treasures accumulated over many years by Fan Chong. When Li Che arrived, boxes of gold and silver treasures were laid out before him, almost dazzling his eyes. The vast majority were copper coins, likely the crown prince's pay for the bandits, which this dog had kept hidden. A small portion consisted of silver ingots, and gold was even less. The rest included pearls, gems, luminous pearls, silks, and all manner of items. It was clear these were stolen goods from various merchant caravans. Li Che felt dizzy from the sight and decided to leave the counting to Qian Bin and the others. Your Highness, there's armor over here, Qiu Bai called out again. Following the sound, Li Che saw Qiu Bai's head poking out from a crack about 1 person wide. This crack was very concealed. If one didn't search carefully, it would be hard to discover its existence. The crack was covered by thick curtains, and upon entering, a cool breeze greeted him. Lifting the curtain, he saw various types of armor neatly hanging on the walls. From lightweight leather armor to heavy chainmail and exquisitely crafted plate armor, everything was available, well-maintained, and free of rust. Below the armor were various weapons, long swords, battle axes, long spears, and each weapon was sharpened to perfection, the blades glinting with a cold light. On one side of the cave, there were also rows of crossbows, and as one got closer, they could smell a hint of tung oil, clearly well-preserved. The crossbow bolts were neatly stacked in wooden boxes nearby, their tips glinting with metallic sheen, all made from high-quality materials. Li Che picked up a hand crossbow, pulled back the string, aimed at the stone wall, and pulled the trigger. The bolt shot out and firmly embedded itself in the wall. Good crossbow. Li Che stroked the hand crossbow, reluctant to part with it. Unlike bows, a crossbow requires little training for the shooter to take to the battlefield and kill enemies. Although the crossbow is slightly inferior in portability and durability, its outstanding accuracy and range more than make up for it. With this batch of crossbows, Li Che can easily form a crossbow team to gain the long-range suppression that the Ninggu army urgently needs. The only pity is that most of the crossbows here are light ones, which are considerably less powerful. Weapons are easier to tally than food and money. Soon, Qiu Bai walked up to Li Che. Your Highness, there are about 1,000 various weapons, 500 sets of armor, 200 light crossbows, and several arrows. Besides that, there are a few barrels of black liquid over there, but we can't tell what it is. Oh, take me to see, Li Che said curiously. In a remote corner of the cave, there were several wooden barrels. These barrels were made of thick wood, covered with a thick layer of dust and cobwebs, likely left here for a long time. Li Che gently lifted the lid of one barrel, and a strong and unique smell immediately assaulted his senses. The smell was somewhat sticky, with a hint of sweetness and a pungent sulfur scent. Looking inside, he saw a viscous, dark liquid. His eyes brightened instantly. This substance reminded him of a strategic resource that is also in high demand in modern times. Chapter 45. The Act of Beast's Oil. In ancient times, this would be called Menhuo oil, explosive oil. It has no drawbacks other than breeding mold, but of course this world has no mold. The uses of this substance are immense. The development of modern industry relies on it, and is referred to as the blood of industry. The Northeast also has oil, but the locations are more to the north, with the Liahe oil field being the closest to Shanhaiguan. The farthest, the Daqing oil field, is the largest oil field in China with astonishing reserves. Although his territory has oil, it cannot be extracted immediately. In this situation, the few barrels of oil in front of him are extremely precious. Secure it, store it separately, and absolutely avoid contact with open flames, Li Che instructed Qiubai. Qiubai asked curiously, "Your Highness, what is this?" "Menghua oil. Once it catches fire, it cannot be extinguished, even burns in water, so it must be stored properly." Upon hearing this, Qiubai nodded repeatedly. Wow, it can even burn in water? This seemingly inconspicuous substance, is that terrifying? These few barrels of oil were the final surprise. And there was nothing else of note in the cave. Li Che felt the cave was somewhat oppressive, so he had Qian Bin and the other officials responsible for recording the transport while he took Hu Chang, Qiubai, and others out. Just as they exited the cave, a sudden shout of battle could be heard from outside the stockade. Li Che frowned. "What's going on?" A personal guard hurried over, reporting to Your Highness. "We found a hidden stockade where some remnants are still resisting. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Bandits are the same," Li Che thought. Huta Mountain served as Fan Chong's base, and apart from the inner and outer stockades, there was also a hidden stockade within the mountain itself. If it weren't for Wang Sanshun and others launching a surprise attack while the stockade gate was open, it wouldn't have been so easy to take this stockade. "Let's go. Take me to see," Li Che said. The hidden stockade was situated beneath a massive rock, with stone walls on both sides, allowing only one person to pass through. When Li Che arrived, several soldiers were fiercely charging in with knives and shields, but they were struggling to break into bandits inside wielding long spears. Seeing this, Li Che waved at Wang Laosi and asked, "What is this place?" "Fan Chong has been captured, and these remaining bandits still dare to resist," indicating that this hidden stockade is not simple. "I don't know," Wang Laosi shook his head. Hutu's stockade is Fan Chong's territory. The leaders of other mountains can only enter the hall during meetings, and they cannot enter other places. Li Che nodded and saw bandits peeking out from the hidden stockade. Feeling impatient, "All right, have them all withdraw," Li Che instructed, and then went to bring over the light crossbows. "If we can't break in, then let's not fight." The newly acquired weapons were just right for testing their power. Before long, 200 light crossbows were neatly arranged in front of Li Che. "Have the brothers each take one," Li Che called to Qiubai. The brothers he referred to were naturally the 50 personal guards. From the time they kidnapped officials in the capital to the recent bloody battle on the mountain path, these 50 had been working by Li Che's side and were the most trusted group of people he had. The 50 personal guards stepped forward, each picking up a light crossbow and curiously fiddling with it. Li Che did not rush them, occasionally stepping forward to demonstrate stances until all 50 were ready, pointing their light crossbows at the hidden stockade. Li Che's lips curved into a smile as he ordered, "Fire!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 50 crossbow bolts shot towards the hidden stockade like a swarm of locusts, with splinters flew and screams echoed. After a round of fire, cries for mercy came from within the hidden stockade. "Stop shooting, we surrender." Before Li Che could issue another order, the door of the hidden stockade was pushed open from the inside. 3 bandits trembled as they walked out, still with crossbow bolts stuck in their bodies. "Just you 3? Likerizid, Anaibrai." The rest were shot dead, one replied timidly. In such close-range urban warfare, the power of light crossbows was indeed significant. A small area of concentrated fire could turn even the strongest warrior into a sieve. "Qiubai, take people inside to have a look," Li Che commanded. Qiubai complied and led a few personal guards into the hidden stockade. Before long, he emerged with a pale face. "What happened? What's inside?" Li Che asked. Qiubai shot a fierce glare at the 3 bandits before speaking. "Your Highness, perhaps you should go in and take a look yourself." Li Che looked at Qiubai in confusion. Knowing him, he wasn't the type to keep things from others. His insistence meant there was something truly remarkable inside. Li Che stepped towards the hidden stockade, and the others quickly followed. The stockade was dimly lit, and the air was stifling. As Li Che stepped inside, he saw the ground littered with the bodies of bandits, all shot dead by crossbow bolts. Behind the corpses were a number of disheveled women. Li Che couldn't determine their condition until he approached for a closer look, and his expression turned extremely grim. One by one, the women were chained up completely naked, some lying motionless on the ground, having already lost their lives. Most of these women were emaciated, filthy, their skin mixed with dirt and indescribable substances. Among them were a few heavily pregnant women, clearly close to giving birth. When someone approached, these women showed no reaction, merely staring blankly ahead with hollow eyes, as if they had lost focus. Some even instinctively spread their legs, seemingly accustomed to their fate. It was evident that these women were mere objects for the bandits' lust. Seeing this scene, Li Che's body began to tremble slightly. The next second, he suddenly turned around and charged at the three kneeling outside. "Damn it, you're all poor people. How could you do this? You filthy scum." Li Che kicked the nearest bandit to the ground, then crouched over him and raised his fist. He pounded his fists into the bandit's face, shattering his nasal bone. Blood gushing from his mouth and nose, yet he showed no sign of stopping. Li Che could accept that bandits, unable to make a living, resorted to robbery and thievery. After all, people are selfish. But he could not accept that, coming from a similar background, these beasts would wantonly strip others of their last shred of dignity. Everyone stared in shock at the somewhat deranged Li Che, none daring to step forward to intervene. Finally, it was Qiu Bai who hesitated for a moment, stepping forward to softly ask, "Your Highness." Li Che abruptly turned his head, his gaze like that of a bloodthirsty beast. Qiu Bai silently swallowed. "Your Highness, why don't you take a break and let me take over?" Chapter 46. Women can hold up half the sky. Seeing Li Che remain silent, Qiu Bai stepped up to support him. He then turned around, took over from Li Che, and pounded the bandit's head with fists that landed with force. He kept hitting for a full half-minute until the man had no breath left. And only then did he stop. Qiu Bai turned to look at the nearby bandits, who were instantly scared to tears, kneeling in front of Li Che. "Your Highness, Your Highness, spare me." Li Che didn't even glance at him, casually drew his sword, and instantly sliced his throat in two. Only one bandit remained, trembling in fear. "Your Highness, spare my life. I have never laid a hand on them." Only then did Li Che stop, coldly snorting as he sat down on the steps nearby. The soldiers found 23 women from the hidden stronghold. Among them, only 7 could barely walk. The others were so emaciated from long-term imprisonment that they could hardly even walk. There were also 4 pregnant women, one of whom was about to give birth. Li Che's face turned dark as he looked down at the trembling bandit. According to the bandit, this hidden stronghold was used by Fan Chong specifically to imprison women. Unlike other bandit strongholds, the Tiger Head Mountain was under the prince's control, and they did not bring their families. But a group of men trapped in the mountains all day naturally had needs. Fan Chong would abduct good women and imprison them in this hidden stronghold for these bandits to indulge in their lust. "You say you've never touched them, but do you have any proof?" The surviving bandit bowed his head repeatedly. "Your Highness, please see. I am a eunuch. Even if I wanted to, I would have no strength to do so." Li Che glanced at him with disgust, understanding in his heart. It turned out it was not that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. That Fan Chong deserves to die. Li Che gritted his teeth, filled with rage. "Qiu Bai, at your service. I've changed my mind. Cut Fan Chong down for me, and hang his corpse by the mountain path as a warning to future generations." Qiu Bai tentatively asked about the prince's side. Previously, Li Che had kept Fan Chong alive to annoy the prince, but now he was filled with murderous intent. Send his, well, you know what, to the prince? Li Che sneered, knowing that the prince would surely recognize it. Qiu Bai shivered all over and quickly responded with cupped hands. Li Che then turned his gaze to the women, his eyes filled with complexity. More than 10 years since the establishment of the Great Qing. It cannot be considered a time of chaos, but have the lives of the common people truly become this dire? No wonder the ancients said, "When a nation thrives, the people suffer. When a nation perishes, the people suffer." Who are these women's daughters, and who are their wives? If their families knew, how heartbroken they would be. After a moment, Li Che adjusted his mood and said, "Let us rest for the night. Tomorrow morning, I will have someone escort you down the mountain." Soldiers approached from behind and handed a few pieces of silver to these women. "Go back home. I believe your families are waiting for you." One woman, dressed in a soldier's robe, held the silver dumbfoundedly before suddenly lowering her head and crying out loud. The crying seemed infectious, and soon Li Che heard a chorus of women's sobs. Li Che couldn't stand to see women cry and pretended to be angry, scolding, "What are you crying about? Didn't I say you could go home?" The first woman who cried sobbed, "Your Highness, we have no home." The other women also cried out, "Yes, we can't go home. Your Highness, please take us in. We can wash clothes, cook, and serve tea. We can't go back. We can't go back." Listening to the women's cries, Li Che fell silent. He knew that not all of these women were truly homeless. Rather, it was the feudal values of this era that made these poor women unable to return home even if they had one. Women captured by bandits, even if they returned home, will be looked down upon. The distorted views on chastity and the victim-blaming mentality would subject them to a second heavy blow. Not to mention, there were several pregnant women among them. Looking at the women who were crying uncontrollably, Li Che's heart softened. "Forget it," Li Che said. "Then stay in the army for now." Hearing Li Che's words, several women immediately knelt down, bowing their heads in gratitude. Li Che looked at his personal guards beside him and said coldly, "Remember, in the future, if you want women, you can go to the brothels or find those barbarian women. But one thing, do not force the women of the Great Qing, or else don't blame me for turning my back on you. Everyone has desires, but the difference between humans and beasts is that humans can suppress their desires. Although the Ninggu army still lacked a systematic military discipline, at least basic humanity should be upheld." The personal guards quickly responded, "We understand." As dusk fell, Li Che led the team back to the convoy. Besides Tigerhead Stronghold, there were other strongholds that needed to be raided, and it was clear they couldn't set off today. They found a vacant piece of land to set up camp, preparing to rest for the night. As the twilight deepened, the camp was lit with flickering lights. While inspecting the camp, Chang Ningxue approached. At this moment, Chang Ningxue's expression had returned to normal, and she bowed, saying, "I thank your Highness for saving my life." Li Che nodded. It was a small effort. No need for formalities. There were many concealments before. "I'm not the daughter of the general of Shanhaiguan." Li Che smiled. "I'd already noticed. A general's daughter wouldn't just bring along a few women." Chang Ningxue looked at Li Che in surprise. "Why didn't your Highness expose me? What good would exposing you do, other than making you uncomfortable and forcing you to concoct another lie?" Li Che replied. Upon hearing this, Chang Ningxue silently lowered her head. After a moment, she spoke. "May I accompany your Highness to Ninggu County?" Li Che did not give a definite answer. Ninggu County is a county of the Great Qing, and naturally welcomes all citizens of the Great Qing. Chang Ningxue bit her lip, seemingly having made a great resolution. "To be honest, I ran away from home. My father has considerable power in the capital. Are you not afraid that he will hold a grudge against you for taking me in?" Li Che raised an eyebrow, asking with a half-smile, "If your father hold a grudge against me, shouldn't he also worry about whether I hold a grudge against him? Is this a matter of pitting fathers against each other? That would be amusing. My father is the emperor of the Great Qing." Chang Ningxue was taken aback upon hearing this, realizing she had misspoken, and her face turned red. Seeing her embarrassment, Li Che no longer teased her, only speaking in a calm tone. "Since you wish to go to Ninggu County, I naturally welcome you." However, Li Che shifted the topic. Chang Ningxue tightened her fingers, nervously asking, "But what? Since you have entered my Ninggu County, you need to contribute to the county. My army has many women who are all poor souls." Chang Ningxue's eyes flickered slightly, and a sense of sadness arose in her heart. Throughout history, the identity of women in the military has only been one: military prostitutes. Could it be that Li Che wants to use these women as tools for release? But Li Che continued, "I see that the maidens around you have learned some martial arts. I presume you are also familiar with self-defense techniques for women. Would you be willing to teach them a few moves so that they can have some self-protection?" Chang Ningxue's eyes widened, asking, "Your Highness wants women to learn martial arts for what?" Li Che smiled. "What's wrong with women? Although they may have less strength than men, they can still fight on the battlefield. I want to establish a medical unit in the army specifically to treat the wounded, but I'm struggling with a lack of personnel, and these women would be perfect." Chang Ningxue murmured, "Can women really go to the battlefield?" "Of course," Li Che said seriously. "The women of the Great Qing can support half the sky." Chapter 47. The Ninggu army begins to take shape the next day as dawn broke. The Ninggu army camp was bustling with flags flying. After the soldiers finished their drills, they lined up neatly at the camp's perimeter, ready for orders. Li Che, dressed in a suit of black iron scale armor, stood under the royal flag, his gaze stern. Beside him, piles of copper coins were strung together with ropes, shining brightly in the morning light. Li Erden, a spear handler from the Ninggu army's Wu team, had killed the enemy's leader during yesterday's fierce battle and was rewarded with 20 taels of silver and a minor achievement recorded. Xiaobai shouted, and a soldier stepped forward, receiving the reward silver from the officials. He immediately bowed to Li Che, his eyes showing a hint of fervor. "Thank you, Your Highness, for the reward." Li Ke nodded slightly in response. On the battlefield, killing enemies and distinguishing rewards and punishments is only right. Moreover, when distributing rewards, Li Che himself must be present. It is essential for every soldier to know who is giving them money. That is the most important thing. After all the rewards were distributed, Li Che looked at the high-spirited soldiers before him and said loudly, "From today on, you are no longer the criminal army, but the regular army of our great Qing. The Ninggu army under my command." Upon hearing this, everyone cheered in unison, their voices shaking the sky. Soldiers should have the appearance of soldiers. Send the order down that all soldiers will be issued a new set of clothes, a pair of new shoes, and a piece of leather armor. Previously, only a few of the criminal army could wear armor, and their clothes were tattered, which was truly an eyesore. Now that Li Che had sufficient supplies, he would naturally provide proper gear for the soldiers, which would also win their hearts, achieving two goals at once. The crowd cheered again. Li Che looked at a few people in the front row and said solemnly, "Wang Sanshun, He Tsonglong, you made remarkable contributions by launching a surprise attack on the enemy camp yesterday and capturing the enemy chief. I hereby promote you to vice commander of the Ninggu army." Hearing this, Wang Sanshun and He Tsonglong hurriedly stepped forward to thank him, overjoyed. "Thank you, Your Highness." The team leaders were just ordinary junior military officers, but as vice commanders, they had 1 foot in the threshold of generals. In the future, if anyone called them generals, they could accept it calmly. Hu Chang and Xiao Bai also received commendations for their contributions. Hu Chang was appointed as the commander of the personal guard camp, and Xiao Bai as the deputy commander. Hu Chang, feeling a bit confused, was pulled out by Xiao Bai to express gratitude. The Ninggu army was the direct lineage, and the personal guard camp was the most direct lineage, closely tied to Li Che's life. Li Che glanced at the naive Hu Chang, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and continued. Wang, who is appointed as the commander of the cavalry battalion, Hua Ying as the commander of the crossbow battalion, and Yen San as the commander of the scout battalion. Wang, who was an old soldier in the criminal army, a person from Shiliang, who made a living by horse trading in his early years, and was outstanding in horsemanship. Huang had served as a crossbowman in the previous dynasty's army, and was skilled in archery. Yen San was a well-known thief, adept at lightness skill, and good at reconnaissance. All three had their own abilities and had achieved merit in previous battles. Li Che promoted them individually to allow them to excel in their respective fields. Compared to Wang Sanshun and Xiao Bai, these three appeared even more excited. "Thank you, Your Highness. We will do our utmost and not disappoint your expectations." The positions of the others remained unchanged, but the 13 teams of the former criminal army were reorganized into 10 battalions. Each battalion would still have a team leader, with 100 old soldiers and 200 new soldiers. New recruits were selected from slaves, laborers, and captives, and each old soldier was responsible for leading 2 new soldiers. If a new soldier encountered a problem, the old soldier would also be held accountable. Through this method, the Ninggu army expanded from 1,300 men to nearly 4,000. In addition to over 2,000 laborers, the total number reached more than 6,000. Unfortunately, there were fewer horses, especially those that could be equipped for cavalry. Including those scavenged from the stronghold, there were only a little over 200, barely enough for the cavalry battalion's needs. Even so, Li Che still felt that his forces were insufficient. These men were enough to sweep away bandits within the Great Qing territory. But if they were to confront the barbarians outside the pass, they would need at least 10 times more to feel secure. After the distribution of reward silver, the army set out again, laden with spoils of war. Along the roadside, laborers pulled ropes to hang up corpses. At the forefront, the body of Fan Chong, the head of the bandits from Mangdang Mountain, was hung the highest, with a wooden sign around his neck boldly inscribed with the words "Head of the Mangdang Mountain Bandit." Fan Chong. Li Che rode past the corpse, not glancing aside, and galloped straight toward the direction of the rising sun. After a while, passing merchants finally discovered the corpses hanging on both sides of the mountain road. When the local military came to investigate, they found that all the strongholds of Mangdang Mountain had been set ablaze. The news of the Prince of Ninggu sweeping away the bandits of Mangdang Mountain spread far and wide. Recently, there had been undercurrents in the imperial capital, and people were anxious. Emperor Qing was displeased and had repeatedly reprimanded the crown prince for his incompetence, causing anxiety among the crown prince's faction in the court. Moreover, news from the north nearly shocked the courtiers speechless. That usually inconspicuous prince of Ninggu, after the incident in Yi City, had accomplished another major feat. Since the founding of Great Qing, the bandit problem in Mangdang Mountain, which had never been eradicated, was unexpectedly wiped out by the Prince of Ninggu in one fell swoop. Everyone in the court sighed that they had misjudged him at the beginning. Who would have thought that this seemingly weak prince was so well versed in the art of war? In the Eastern Palace, within the curtains, the weak voice of Pai Xie pleading for mercy could be heard. "Your Highness, be gentler. The servant can't bear it." "Shut up." The crown prince was furious. "Why isn't he dead yet?" "Fan Chong, you useless fool." "Useless." After a heavy panting, the crown prince, bare-chested, lifted the curtain, and Pai Xie, enduring the pain, got up to serve him. "Your Highness." A maid's voice came from outside the door. "What is it?" Pai Xie asked, suppressing his voice. "Someone requests to see you. They say they come from Mangdang Mountain." Upon hearing this, a cold light flashed in the crown prince's eyes. "Let him wait in the side hall. I will come shortly." Pai Xie hurriedly quickened his pace. "Oneself." The crown prince adjusted his crown and belt and took Pai Xie to the side hall. Inside the hall, a man knelt tremblingly on the ground, holding a wooden box. The crown prince glanced at him. "I recognize you. You were one of the guards sent to Mangdang Mountain." The man lowered his head even deeper. "Your Highness, I am willing to die 1,000 deaths." The crown prince's expression was indifferent. After taking his seat, he asked, "Where is Fan Chong?" "I don't know," the man said, fear evident on his face. "After the Prince of Ninggu attacked the stronghold, he executed all our men, leaving only me alive to deliver something to you." "Why didn't Li Che kill you?" The man stammered, "Because I am a eunuch." The crown prince furrowed his brows and looked at him. What nonsense is this? He was too lazy to waste time on such a small character, and instead looked at the box in the man's arms, asking, "What is this?" "I don't know. The Prince of Ninggu ordered me not to open it." Seeing this, Pai Xie took a step forward and, with the crown prince's permission, slowly opened the box. "Ah!" Pai Xie screamed, and the box slipped from his hands, rolling out a bloody object that landed right at the crown prince's feet. The crown prince looked down. Chapter 48. Great Qing does not need an incompetent crown prince. The crown prince focused his eyes. The object was clearly visible, and his pupils suddenly constricted. A murderous intent evident on his gloomy face. "Your Highness, this is..." Seeing Pai Xie's unrestrained outburst, the crown prince, furious, slapped him hard. "Shut up." Pai Xie was slapped, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, and his unfinished words were forcefully swallowed back. How could the crown prince not recognize this thing? Aside from the bathhouse attendants of later generations, there probably was no other man in the world who had seen more of this than him. The key point was, why would Li Che send this thing to him? Unless he knew something. If so, this thing was most likely from Fan Chong. Considering this, the crown prince's anger gradually turned into boundless fear. If Li Che revealed his affinity for Long Yang to the emperor, his situation would likely become even more precarious. The crown prince trembled all over, not daring to think further. He suppressed the surging emotions in his heart, looked down at the man still prostrated on the ground, and coldly said, "You come here." The man crawled forward a few steps, arriving at the crown prince's feet. A cold light flashed in the crown prince's eyes, and a dagger suddenly slipped from his sleeve, plunging into the man's neck. "Your Highness." The man stared in disbelief. The crown prince's face turned red, and the dagger stabbed down repeatedly, aiming straight for the man's vital points. In an instant, the man collapsed in a pool of blood, lifeless. Looking at the cold corpse on the ground, the prince's brutality in his heart slightly subsided. Bai Xia hurried forward. Gently using a handkerchief to wipe the blood, off the prince's hands. Just then, the voice of a maid came from the doorway again. "Your Highness, eunuch Huang has arrived." The prince suddenly raised his head, a flash of hatred in his eyes. What does that old dog want? Huang Jin, as the personal eunuch of Emperor Qing, had previously been someone the prince had tried hard to win over. However, as soon as he lost a bit of power, that old dog avoided him like a viper. Bai Xie quickly said, "Your Highness, it seems the emperor has a decree to convey. Let him go to the main hall." The prince pondered for a moment, then slowly stood up. "Come, clean this place up." As soon as he spoke, several young eunuchs emerged from the darkness, silently carrying the corpse away. As Huang Jin stepped into the Eastern Palace, he caught a faint whiff of blood in the air. However, he did not make a fuss, simply standing quietly in the center of the main hall, closing his eyes to rest. It was not until the prince walked out from behind the screen that he opened his eyes. At this moment, the prince's eyes were devoid of hostility, and he greeted warmly, "Eunuch Huang, how have you been lately?" "Thanks to your Highness, this old servant is well," Huang Jin replied with a smile, though his expression carried a hint of distance. Seeing him act this way, a flash of coldness crossed the prince's eyes. "Your Highness, the emperor has ordered me to convey a decree." The prince quickly straightened his clothing and respectfully bowed. Huang Jin took out the imperial edict from his sleeve and read aloud with a solemn voice, "By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees. I have heard that virtue is the foundation of the country, and diligence is the responsibility of the ruler. The prince is the heir to the country and a model for the world, and should set an example, adhere to the righteous path, diligently manage state affairs, to comfort the hopes of the common people. However, I have recently heard that the prince's virtue has declined and his actions have been deficient, which greatly worries me. Therefore, I command the prince to be confined to the Eastern Palace starting today, to reflect on his mistakes behind closed doors and not to associate with outsiders, as a form of punishment." Thus decreed. After the edict was read, the prince remained bent over, as if he hadn't heard anything. Huang Jin smiled faintly, handing the edict to Bai Xie beside him, then leaned closer to the prince and whispered, "The emperor has a few more words for you, which I must convey." The prince still showed no reaction, and Huang Jin, undeterred, continued, "I punish you not because you plotted against the sixth prince, but because, as the heir, you have ended up in such a situation without even being the first strike. This is truly incompetent. The Qing does not need such an incapable heir." After saying this, Huang Jin did not wait for the prince to respond and left directly. Bai Xie hurried over to support the prince, his voice trembling, "Your Highness, you." Suddenly, the prince let out a beast-like roar, his muscles shaking violently, as if he had gone mad. "Oneself." He collapsed to the ground like a marionette with its strings cut, his face as pale as paper. "Your Highness, your Highness." Bai Xie's voice took on a cry. "Please don't scare me. I will go summon the imperial physician right away." The prince grabbed Bai Xie tightly, gritting his teeth and saying, Li Che, I want to eat him alive." Seeing that the prince still had some rationality left, Bai Xie felt slightly relieved. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he whispered in the prince's ear, "Your Highness, calculating the days, Li Che should be nearing Yan Fan soon. The Yan Wang is your biological younger brother. If it weren't for you, he wouldn't have been granted the fief of Yan. Why not write a letter asking Yan Wang to find an opportunity?" Upon hearing this, the prince's eyes brightened, and he eagerly said, "Quickly fetch ink and paper. I want to write a letter myself to send to Yan." Yan Yun Mountain stood tall and majestic, the dusk dyeing the mountain a dark blue. Li Che reined in his horse, looking indifferently at the soldiers escorting bandits past him. The soldiers pressed the mountain bandits to the ground, and with a flash of blades, heads fell one after another, blood staining the yellow earth. Li Che frowned and turned his head away, not wanting to see. He had a kind heart and could never bear such bloody scenes. He waved his hand, and the distant Xiao Bai hurried over. "What crime did these mountain bandits commit to warrant execution?" Li Ke asked. Xiao Bai respectfully replied, "They raided a village and harmed many common women. According to your rules, such vile scoundrels should be executed immediately." Li Che snorted coldly. "These damn dogs bring me a knife. I will personally chop off a few heads." "Your Highness, please calm down. Leave such dirty work to your subordinates," Xiao Bai quickly advised. After leaving Mangdang Mountain, Li Che had not been idle. Whenever they passed a mountain where bandits were present. He would send the Ninggu army to eradicate them with swift methods. The purpose of this was twofold. First, to gather resources and manpower, and second, to train the troops. Unfortunately, the bandits on Mangdang Mountain were already among the most elite of this era, and later encounters were mostly with mere mountain thieves, yielding few usable recruits. However, the continuous battles had made this army increasingly steady and experienced, subtly exuding the aura of an elite force. The bandits that had surrendered to Mangdang Mountain were gradually being assimilated into the Ninggu army as well. With another row of heads falling, Li Che raised his head to gaze at the Yanyan Mountain before him and asked, "After passing this Yanyan Mountain, we will be in the territory of Zhongwu County, right?" Qiubai thought for a moment and replied, "Yes, Your Highness." A smile appeared at the corner of Li Che's mouth. They were finally entering Yin territory. Fourth brother, I hope you're well. Chapter 49. Yin Wang Li Lin Li Che had little impression of his cheap fourth brother. However, the title of Xian Wang he held was largely inflated, while the title of Xiao Wang held by Yin Wang was well-deserved. In this world, there is no notion of a great hero serving the country and its people. The character Xia is not entirely a positive term. Yin Wang, named Lin, was born of the late emperor's empress and was a brother born of the same mother as the prince. He had practiced martial arts since childhood and was known in the capital for his proficiency in archery and horsemanship. He was martial-minded, not fond of reading, and preferred to associate with heroes of the rivers and lakes, gaining considerable fame in the Green Forest. This was also the origin of his title as Xiao Wang. After coming of age, he entered the military, never relying on his status as a prince, but earning respect in the army solely through military merit. This personality led to a lack of closeness with the civil officials in the court, and the military generals dared not approach him either. Emperor Qing had no way to manage this son, and finally, at the prince's suggestion, he conferred Li Lin as the Yin Wang, placing him in the Yin territory, the closest to the borders of Daqing. Of course, that was no longer the case. Li Che's Ninggu County was now the real border of Daqing. How is your highness's relationship with this Yin Wang? Qiubai asked curiously. After spending some time together, Qiubai had gained some understanding of Li Che's temperament, which gave him the courage to ask such a question. His own prince was decisive and merciless against enemies, even to the point of cruelty. But when it came to his own people, he was as gentle as a spring breeze, and even if he occasionally spoke harshly, he did not hold it against them. Li Che shook his head. I have no impression of him. When Li Lin was granted his fief, Li Che was only 11 years old, a time when he was most sensitive and timid. He hardly left home and had little interaction with his fourth brother, let alone any brotherly bond. Li Che pondered that this Yin Wang probably had no good feelings toward him either. After all, he was the biological younger brother of the prince, naturally belonging to the prince's faction. Let's go. We will know once we meet. After a brief rest, the caravan continued towards Zhongwu County. Zhongwu County, with its administrative center in Dongping County, corresponds to what is now the southern part of Hebei province. Further north, one would reach the now famous city of Beijing. Unfortunately, in this timeline, the city of Beijing had not yet been developed and was not yet the large city known in later times. Instead, Dongping County was one of the largest cities in the northeast of Daqing. The next morning, Li Che's caravan entered the territory of Zhongwu County and began to slow their march. By mid-morning, the outline of a magnificent city appeared on the horizon. That was Dongping County City. Li Che immediately ordered the royal banner to be raised to avoid any misunderstandings with the county's guards. At the junction of heaven and earth, a cloud of dust came rolling in, growing larger and louder, the sound of thundering hooves echoing across the plain like thunder. In an instant, hundreds of knights, riding on swirling yellow sand, were right before them, clad in iron armor. Their war horses were similarly protected, resembling a torrent of steel as they swept toward the Ninggu army. The bright Yin character flag fluttered in the wind among the knightly ranks, exuding a formidable presence. The knights held long spears and sharp blades, the feathers on their helmets dancing wildly in the wind, glinting coldly. The earth trembled beneath their iron hooves, the sound of their hooves like the roar of war drums. It was a squad of armored cavalry. Form ranks, roared Wang Sanshun from the front. The Ninggu army quickly rearranged itself, with crossbowmen in front, spear formations behind, and archers at the rear. The cavalry camp secured the flanks, ready to strike at any moment, while the wagons formed a triangular defensive formation, protecting the laborers within. How could they not be afraid? That was armored cavalry, man and horse both in armor. No one could withstand them. Armored cavalry had unparalleled battlefield dominance on the plains. Sometimes, just a few hundred riders could change the course of a war. Moreover, such forces were extremely expensive to build and maintain. The entire Daqing might not be able to muster 10,000 armored cavalry. Li Che tightened his grip on the sword at his waist, calmly watching the cavalry formation, pondering countermeasures. He was still unsure of the cavalry's intentions. If they charged, the current weaponry of the Ninggu army would absolutely not hold. Light crossbows could not penetrate their defenses, and spear formations could not hold them back. Arrows would merely tickle them, unless they used fire oil, employing a mutually destructive strategy against these steel beasts. Fortunately, the cavalry did not seem to have any intention of attacking. It appeared that upon seeing the bows and crossbows in the Ninggu army's formation, they pulled on their reins and halted just outside the range of the bolts. Oneself. A single knight rode out and approached the Ninggu army's formation, loudly asking, "Who goes there?" Wang Sanchun turned to Li Che, who nodded slightly, then answered aloud. "The Prince of Ninggu is here. Clear the way at once." "Prince of Ninggu?" The knight sneered as if he had heard a joke. "When did our Daqing gain such a prince?" Upon hearing this, a wave of indignation surged through the Ninggu army. Countless angry glares shot like arrows at the knight. The recent anti-bandit operations had already established Li Che's high prestige within the army. How could the soldiers tolerate such disrespect toward their lord? The bows and crossbows that had just been lowered were raised again, and even the new recruits gripped their weapons tightly. Even if the other side was armored cavalry, everyone had the courage to fight to the death. Li Che, however, frowned slightly. He felt that the knight's voice was somewhat familiar. "What?" The knight, seeing the Ninggu army's lack of response, added a hint of sarcasm to his tone. "The dignified Prince of Ninggu. Could it be that he doesn't even have the courage to step forward and speak?" Li Che smiled faintly, gently squeezing his horse's belly, and rode to the front of the formation under the soldiers' awed gazes. Looking at the knight in the distance, he clasped his hands and said warmly, "Fourth brother. Long time no see." "Ha ha ha." A hearty laugh came from beneath the knight's visor. He lifted his visor, revealing a young and spirited face. "Sixth brother. It's been a long time. I've missed you dearly." Chapter 50. The meeting gift from the fourth brother. Li Che carefully examined this fourth brother. Li Lin also inherited the handsome features of Emperor Qing, his brows and eyes somewhat resembling Li Che's. The same brows, the same tall stature. But compared to the emperor's majesty, this royal brother had more of a battle-hardened bravado. It seemed that this personality was a bit unreliable. It was one thing for a prince to mingle among the cavalry, but he personally stepped forward to challenge? Was he not afraid of a volley of arrows at his command? No matter how strong the armor, it would not withstand hundreds of bolts. Yet Li Lin did not think that much. He rode up to Li Che, smiling as he lightly punched Li Che's chest. "You've grown. You've also gotten taller. My little sixth brother has become quite the young man." Li Che smiled in response. "After 5 years, fourth brother, your style is even more impressive than before." "Ha ha." "Of course." Li Lin turned back, boldly declaring, "Look at my cavalry. Aren't they magnificent? All of them in man and horse armor. Indeed impressive." Li Ke genuinely prized, then shifted the topic, "But maintaining such a cavalry must be quite costly." "It is indeed expensive, but in my Yin territory, we don't lack horses. So it's manageable." Li Lin waved his hand dismissively. The biggest expense of armored cavalry is not the armor, but the horses. War horses not only have to be carefully selected, but also have specific feed requirements, usually consuming high-quality feed like legumes, which increases maintenance costs. Armor, no matter how expensive, is a one-time purchase, but raising horses requires continuous expenditure. The abundance of horses in Yin territory is the key to Li Lin being able to assemble armored cavalry. Upon realizing this, Li Che's gaze toward Li Lin became much more eager. "My dear fourth brother, you have no shortage of horses, but I'm in dire need of them." Li Lin seemed to sense Li Che's gaze and felt a bit uneasy in his heart, quickly changing the subject. "Ahem. Sixth brother, Let's not talk about this. It's your first time in Yin territory. Come with me into the city, and let me properly welcome you." Although he was unsure of Li Lin's true attitude toward him, at least he appeared very warm on the surface. After a moment's thought, Li Che nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll go make some arrangements and then enter the city with you." Wang Sanchun, seeing this, hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. "Your Highness, no. The army is still outside the city. How can you enter so easily?" Wang Sanchun was a bit anxious, even disregarding Li Lin beside him, and spoke out to prevent it. From the tone of the prince, it seemed he wanted to leave the army outside and enter the city alone. How could that be allowed? What if the other party harbored ill intentions within the city? Wouldn't that make them fish on a chopping block? Li Lin glanced at Wang Sanchun, secretly thinking, this general under Sixth Brother is rather loyal. He then smiled and said, "No problem. Sixth Brother has traveled a long way. Let the soldiers also enter the city to rest." This time, Li Che was secretly shocked. This fourth brother was more audacious than he had imagined. 6,000 troops. And he said they could enter the city just like that, not fearing a sudden betrayal. However, since Li Lin was so frank, Li Che no longer declined, immediately ordering the entire army to enter the city. The two armies merged and marched grandly toward Dongping County. Li Che and Li Lin rode side by side at the front of the ranks. Li Lin's gaze occasionally swept over to the sturdy man who did not leave Li Che's side. Hu Chong was vigorously munching on a flatbread, his feet moving rapidly, yet he still kept pace with the horse. Such an extraordinary person piqued Li Lin's curiosity. Just as he was about to ask, Li Che spoke first. "Fourth brother, how did you find us so quickly? Do you have some secret?" "Of course, I have my methods," Li Lin replied with a smile, looking up at the sky, suddenly whistling. A clear eagle cry echoed from the horizon. Li Che looked up and saw a dark figure rapidly enlarging in the sky. A completely white bird of prey diving down. The strong wind rushed past, and it finally landed steadily on Li Lin's arm. The bird had splendid feathers, a robust body, and flew with agility, resembling a celestial creature from the heavens. Could it be a heydonking? Li Che's eyes brightened instantly. "Oh, Sixth Brother has sharp eyes." Li Lin was somewhat surprised. "That's right, it's indeed a heydonking." The heydonking, also known as the spear hawk, is a bird with a strong body and large wings, known for its fierce temperament and bravery in battle. It often engages in fights with prey several times its size, and even dares to tussle with cunning wolves. Because of its fierce and brave hunting style, it is favored by nomadic peoples and has long been a hunter's assistant falcon. The heydonking is difficult to capture and even harder to tame. During the Daqing Dynasty, capturing and handing over a heydonking could even earn a death sentence pardon. This was presented to me by a Mo tribe when I first became a vassal. Li Lin gently stroked the feathers of the heydonking, noting that it could hunt and scout and would call out if there was an enemy threat. Hearing this, Li Che looked at the heydonking with even more eagerness. No wonder the ancient royal nobles were so eager for these birds. They were like ancient unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. If trained properly, they could be used as radar. "Does the Sixth Brother like it?" Li Lin suddenly asked. Li Che nodded. "Such a divine bird. Who wouldn't love it?" "Ha, that's easy. I have 2 chicks left. 1 male and 1 female, siblings. Since the Sixth Brother likes it, I will give you the female as a meeting gift. But you must take good care of it and not let it die." Li Che quickly shook his head. No. Li Lin looked at Li Che with displeasure. "Did you not say you liked it? Why refuse?" Li Che said, "A proper man should lead a male eagle. Wouldn't it be a joke to carry a female bird?" Li Lin was taken aback at first, then laughed heartily. Sixth Brother speaks quickly. "Then I shall gift you the male." Li Lin's gaze lingered on Li Che for a long time, as if reassessing him. In his memory, Li Che was merely a silent and inconspicuous prince. Yet now, he felt a kinship in Li Che, who exuded a sharp aura reminiscent of seasoned heroes, a demeanor that a pampered prince would not possess. In just 5 years, what kind of experience had transformed this Sixth Brother so drastically? As the group arrived at the city gate of Dongping County, Li Che gazed at the towering city walls. The city gate stood open, with crowds bustling, and the sounds of vendors calling out, creating a scene of prosperity. The vibrant atmosphere of life was unmistakable. The common people here lived in much better conditions than those Li Che had seen along the way. The citizens were settled and content, indicating that his fourth brother not only had military fame, but also good governance skills. These people live happily. Fourth brother has done well in protecting the people. Like prized. 5 years ago, this was not the case. Li Lin's expression darkened. For today's peace, countless soldiers under my command have died on the battlefield. This is all paid for with the lives of soldiers. Though I may be arrogant, I do not dare take credit for it. Life in Yin was not easy either. Yin was located at the border, with the sea to the east and barbarian tribes to the north and northeast. Although there were natural defenses at Shanhaiguan in the northeast, the Hu people frequently raided from the north. If a less skilled prince were to take over, this land of Yin could not be held. Just as Li Che was about to speak, he suddenly saw several dark figures flash by. A few masked men in black clothes rushed towards Li Lin with blades in hand. "The Yunveng," one of the black-clad men shouted. Chapter 51. The assassination of Yin Wang. Two dark figures, as swift as phantoms, charged towards Li Lin. Li Lin's gaze sharpened, his sword unsheathed with a glint, and one of the attackers was sent flying. However, the crisis was not over. Another assassin was already close, with a short dagger aimed at Li Lin's back. Although Yin was cool, the heavy armor weighing dozens of pounds was uncomfortable to wear. So after entering the city, Li Lin had removed his armor. Now, with the short knife coming at him, he had no protection on his back. If the knife struck, he would undoubtedly die. The street where they were was too narrow for the soldiers behind them to assist. Feeling the chill of the blade approaching from behind, despair filled Li Lin's heart. His dream of conquering the grasslands had not yet been realized. Was he to die here? Clang! In an instant, a cold light flashed, and the assassin let out a muffled groan as an arm fell to the ground. Li Lin turned in shock to see Li Che holding a long sword, blood dripping from the blade. The assassin grunted, fury in his eyes, and pulled out a dagger with his left hand, stabbing forward again. Li Che's expression remained calm as he twirled the sword in his hand, thrusting it back without looking, instantly piercing the assassin's chest. Sixth brother you. Li Lin stared at Li King disbelief. The person before him was decisive in killing, completely different from the cowardly figure he remembered. Fourth brother, don't be dazed. There are still assassins. Li Ke urged. After saying this, he pulled out his sword from the assassin's chest and scanned the surroundings like a hawk. Noticing more assassins emerging from behind the street vendors, Li Lin snapped back to reality and shouted, "Sixth brother, dismount. You're too big a target on horseback." After saying this, Li Lin quickly dismounted and concealed himself behind his horse, moving skillfully as if he had experienced many assassination attempts. Li Ke quickly followed suit. But as soon as he landed, a cold light flashed towards him. At the critical moment, he heard a dull thud as Hu Chang knocked the assassin away. The assassin crashed to the ground, scattering shoes, daggers, and other gear everywhere. "Your Highness, hide behind me," Hu Chang said vaguely, then struck another assassin on the head. The assassin's skull instantly shattered, and he died on the spot. With Hu Chang by his side, Li Che felt a surge of safety. Looking around, he saw dozens of assassins rushing from the street, most headed straight for Li Lin. "Ah Chang, I'm fine. You go help Yin Wang. He is the target of the assassins." Hu Chang ignored him, continuing to protect Li Che without moving an inch. What Yin Wang, or 8th Wang? Not even 10 Yin Wangs are as important as a single hair on my young master. Li Che found Hu Chang's stubbornness both amusing and frustrating. Yet he couldn't bring himself to scold him. There were still 2 horses between him and Li Lin, making it difficult for him to reach. Fortunately, Yin Wang was skilled, fighting against many without losing ground. Wang Sanchun had also led the Ninggu army soldiers to arrive. The Ninggu soldiers, dressed in light armor and agile, quickly engaged the assassins in battle. After cutting down several assassins, Wang Sanchun finally reached Li Che, panting and cupping his fists. "Your Highness, are you unharmed?" Li Che shook his hand. "I am fine. Quickly take people to protect Yin Wang." Wang Sanchun took his order and turned towards Li Lin's direction. With Wang Sanchun's help, Li Lin finally managed to retreat safely from the battle. He covered his left arm and moved to Li Che's side, blood seeping from the gap in his right hand. Clearly injured just moments ago, Li Che hurried over to support him, concerned. "Fourth brother, is it serious?" Li Lin forced a smile. Just a minor flesh wound. Nothing to worry about. If it weren't for you, sixth brother, I fear I would not have survived today. Li Che shook his head. We are brothers. How could I stand by and watch you die? But I wonder who sent the assassins after you. A cold light flashed in Li Lin's eyes. Who else could it be? It must be those noble families in Yen. Li Che looked puzzled. Are the noble families in the north that bold? They dare to assassinate a prince in the street. But he saw that Li Lin's face was pale, realizing this was not the time to discuss these matters, and quickly said, Fourth brother, let go. Let me take a look at your wound. Li Lin released his grip, confused. Sixth brother, you know medicine? Li Che examined Li Lin's wound closely and nodded. I know a little. He had a former girlfriend who studied clinical medicine. During their relationship, he often accompanied her to lectures and learned some first aid and basic medical knowledge. While he couldn't treat patients, he could handle minor injuries. Li Che looked at the wound and knew it was a normal knife wound with external bleeding. As long as he stopped the bleeding in time, it wouldn't be life-threatening. He quickly applied pressure to the bleeding vessel to cut off the blood supply, then tore a strip of cloth from his clothing to bandage the injury tightly. Fourth brother, don't worry. The injury isn't serious. As long as it doesn't get infected, there won't be any danger to your life, Li Che reassured him. Li Lin was touched to see Li Che, despite his own bloodied state, bandaging his wounds. Thinking back to how Li Che had just saved him, his feelings of gratitude deepened. Being born into a royal family, such brotherly affection was truly rare. How had he not realized before that the sixth brother was such a loyal and righteous person? The sounds of shouting and killing around them gradually faded, as the assassins were almost entirely eliminated by the Ninggu army. The remaining assassins, sensing danger, turned and ran into the nearby alleys. Wang Sanshun grabbed his large knife and was about to chase after them when Li Che quickly called out to him, Don't chase the desperate enemy. In this unfamiliar place, recklessly pursuing them could lead to being mistaken for assassins by the Yen army. At this moment, the deputy commander of the Yen cavalry finally arrived, dismounted, knelt on one knee, and said shamefully, I apologize for arriving late to save you, Your Highness. The earlier battle had been fought by the Ninggu army. The narrow roads prevented the heavy cavalry from squeezing in, leaving them to watch anxiously from behind. Li Lin shook his head. It has nothing to do with you. I was too careless. The deputy commander still felt guilty and refused to get up. Li Lin kicked him. Get up. Stop being so sentimental. I already said it has nothing to do with you. Only then did the deputy commander stand up. This place is not suitable for staying long. We should return to the palace and discuss further, Li Lin said. Under the protection of the arriving Yen army and the guards of Ninggu County, the two safely arrived at the Yen Wangfu. The Yen Wangfu was not luxurious. It was even less grand than some high-ranking officials' residences in the imperial capital. The outer walls were tall, with watchtowers surrounding it. Rather than a royal palace, it resembled a fortress. Li Lin must have faced numerous assassination attempts over the years, or he wouldn't have built his home this way. As soon as they entered the palace, a physician hurried over to examine Li Lin's injuries. Oh, this wound is bandaged quite well, the physician said in surprise. The physician looked astonished, and Li Lin glanced at Li Che, seeing his expression unchanged, then smiled. How is the injury? Your Highness, you are blessed. After taking the medicine, you will be fine after a few days of rest, the physician replied. Only then did Li Lin feel relieved. After the bandaging was finished, Li Lin sighed and looked at Li Che. What a fuss this has caused. I must have embarrassed you, sixth brother. Li Che shook his head, puzzled. Fourth brother? What grievances do you have with the aristocratic families that they would dare to assassinate you publicly? Isn't it all for the land? Lieliena raplia angrili. I am implementing a land equalization policy in Yen, which threatens their interests. Li Che's expression changed in surprise upon hearing this. This fourth brother's approach was even more decisive than he had imagined. The land equalization policy allocates land based on population. After several years of cultivation, it can become permanent property, with part returned to the government upon death. This way, unowned land can be distributed to the common people for farming, but the aristocratic families, who possess countless fertile lands, naturally see this as a thorn in their side. Therefore, the laws of Daqing also give them leeway. not including the lands of the aristocratic families in the equalization policy. Li Che tentatively asked, "Fourth brother, did you also distribute the land of the aristocratic families?" "What else could I do? The government wouldn't receive any money otherwise," Li Lin said with a look of grief and anger. The aristocratic families hoarded vast tracts of fertile land while evading taxes, and the trend of land consolidation was worsening. The common people had no land to farm, and the government wouldn't receive taxes, yet they were making a fortune. Since Yin is on the border, if there is no money or food, how can I support my troops to resist the invasion of the Hu people? Li ke lukt ati li linel plisli. No wonder he could afford to maintain a cavalry. It turned out he was raising military funds from the aristocrats. "Does the sixth brother think I am wrong?" Li Lin asked. Li Che shook his head. "The influence of the aristocratic families is like a festering sore. Land consolidation is a disaster for the country and the people. Naturally, I stand with my elder brother." Li Lin's expression softened a bit, but he then heard Li Che say, "However, fourth brother, your actions are too hasty. Land is the foundation of the aristocratic families, and suddenly stripping them of their foundation will surely make them fight you to the death." Li Lin nodded slightly and asked, "What do you think I should do, sixth brother?" Li Che smiled slightly. "Naturally, you should take a softer approach. First, take their lives, then take their land. Without their lives, they cannot fight back." Li Lin was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. This sixth brother was truly becoming more to his liking. What a soft approach. Unfortunately, the influence of the aristocratic families is deeply rooted. Otherwise, he would really want to kill them all, as Li Che suggested. Li Che smiled, but said nothing further. Li Lin might have thought he was joking, but he didn't realize that every word he said was true. At least in the future, Ninggu County would not allow the existence of aristocratic families. He would never allow such bloodsuckers to exist in his fief. "All right, let's not talk about these unhappy things." Li Lin stood up. "Sixth brother, you haven't met your sister-in-law and nephew yet. Let me take you to see them." After saying this, he instructed his servants to invite the Yin Wangfei and the heir. Before long, a young woman dressed in luxurious clothing and with graceful manners arrived, holding a beautifully crafted child. Li Che quickly stood up to greet her. "Greetings, sister-in-law." "Uncle, no need for such formalities," the Yin Wangfei said gently, her demeanor elegant, clearly from a prestigious background. She pulled the boy beside her and said softly, "Xiener, come and greet your sixth uncle." Little Li Xian was sturdy and cute, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, resembling a little general. He stumbled over to Li Che and bowed formally. Li Xian greets sixth uncle. The child was innocent and adorable, and upon seeing this, Li Che couldn't help but smile, reaching into his pocket to find something. When he had first met the children of relatives back in his hometown in northeast China, he always brought a small gift. He took out a jade pendant from his pocket. It was crystal clear, intricately carved, and was a treasure he had found in a mountain stronghold. He had cherished it and kept it with him. "Here, sixth uncle has a gift for you," Li Che said, squatting down to tie the jade pendant around little Li Xian's waist. Li Lin stood by, watching this scene with a smile. But his gaze inadvertently fell on the jade pendant, and his pupils suddenly contracted, though he quickly returned to normal. Smiling at Li Xian, he said, "Xiener, why don't you thank your sixth uncle?" "Thank you, sixth uncle," Li Xian said in a childish voice. Li Che ruffled his hair and stood up. Though Xiener is still young, he already shows great potential. Fourth brother certainly has a capable successor. "Ha! My son will surely become a wise king in the future," Li Lin said without modesty. The four of them sat down again. Although Li Xian was young, he was very sensible and obediently sat in his seat. Li Lin then recounted the previous events to the Yin Wangfei. Upon hearing that her husband had nearly been harmed and that it was thanks to Li Che's help, the Yin Wangfei's gaze toward Li Che gradually softened. "Your Highness, the king of Ninggu has saved your life. You should think of a way to repay him," Li Lin said, slapping the table. "What your sister-in-law said is right. Sixth brother, if you lack anything, just tell your brother." Li Che pretended to be reserved. "The sea eagle that elder brother gifted me earlier was already a generous gift. How could I dare to ask for more? That is not the same. Liela yena fainad displeasura. That sea eagle was a meeting gift from brother to brother. Now we're talking about a thank you gift from the king of Yin to the king of Ninggu. Seeing that Li Lin was not pretending, Li Che stopped holding back. Then I will shamelessly speak up. Speak quickly. I am preparing to go to the border and have made arrangements to fight to the death with the various barbarian tribes, Li Che said calmly. Although my soldiers are brave, we lack enough horses, and fighting those barbarians may put us at a disadvantage. Li Lin teased, Good boy. You've been eyeing your brother's war horses for a long time, haven't you? Yin produces fine horses. Who wouldn't love them? I also yearn for them. Li Lin pondered for a moment and said generously, Since sixth brother has already spoken, how could I not agree? I will send you 1,000 war horses, all equipped with saddles and bridles. How does that sound? Li Che blinked and said, Fourth brother, won't that be too difficult for you? Perhaps we should forget it. Why would you say that? Li Lin asked. The Yin army also needs horses. Sending me 1,000 horses won't form a complete cavalry unit. It's better for fourth brother to keep them for his own use. Li Lin was taken aback for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. Good one, old six. Are you saying it's too little? Li Che smiled and cupped his hands in apology. Fourth brother, don't blame me. It really is a bit too little. All right, then I will give you 3,000 war horses. I can't give more, as I need to keep some for myself. Li Che was overjoyed. That's enough. Thank you. Fourth brother, 3,000 war horses were enough to form a sizable cavalry unit. One shouldn't be too greedy. After all, the plains and grasslands beyond the pass are vast. And as long as one establishes a foothold, aren't there plenty of horses? But don't rush to thank me yet. I also have a request. Li Lin changed the subject. What is it? Li Lin's gaze was intense as he looked at Hu Chang outside the courtyard. I have always loved warriors in my life. Could you bear to part with that mighty man outside for me? Rest assured, this man will not be treated poorly under my command. Chapter 53. Hu Chang chooses a weapon. Li Che's expression changed instantly, and he said solemnly, Fourth brother, Hu Chang has followed me since childhood. Although he is called a retainer, he is truly like a brother. Even if I were to give up these 3,000 war horses, I cannot hand him over to you. Hu Chang was the closest person to him after he crossed over. Although they had no blood relation, he was no different from family. Family is priceless. How could one use it for exchange? Seeing Li Che's firm attitude, Li Lin felt a bit disappointed but was more gratified. This old six not only shared a similar character with him, but also lacked the bad habits of royalty. In the eyes of nobles, not only could they exchange retainers, but even a concubine could be presented to guests. Li Lin sighed. Forget it. I am not worthy of such a blessing. Looking at Hu Chang squatting on the steps outside, Li Lin asked again, Such a warrior, why is he not wearing armor and unarmed? Li Ke replied, Forte brother. You may not know, Hu Chang is exceptionally gifted. Ordinary weapons are a burden to him, and it is more convenient to face enemies empty-handed. As for armor, his physique is robust, and standard armor is hard to fit. Such a warrior, how could he not have a suitable weapon? Li Lin pondered for a moment. I cannot help with the armor, but perhaps I can resolve the weapon issue. Sixth brother, take him to my armory, and let him choose any weapon that suits him. Li Che felt a bit embarrassed and said, Then let me thank fourth brother on behalf of Chang. Between brothers, there's no need for such courtesy. Li Lin said with a hearty laugh, waving his hand to indicate no need for thanks. After saying this, he called the steward and personally wrote a note. Sixth brother, take this note to the horse monitoring office to get the war horses. Steward Wang will take you to the armory if you find a weapon you like. You can also choose one for yourself. Li Che was at a loss for words. No wonder people call Li Lin the heroic king. His generous and righteous ways truly command admiration. The two chatted for a while longer, and Li Che stood up to take his leave. Li Lin warmly invited Li Che to stay at the palace for a bit longer, but it was politely declined. Li Che understood in his heart that although he and Li Lin had a pleasant conversation, they were both princes. If their relationship were too close, it would inevitably be reported to the capital and arouse suspicion from the overly cautious emperor. Moreover, the Yin Wangfu was heavily guarded like a military camp. Clearly often subjected to attacks, it was safer to return to the barracks. After sending Li Che off, Li Lin returned to his room and sighed to the Yin Wangfei. I never expected that the old six who couldn't even speak back then would grow up to be so accomplished. The Yin Wangfei helped Li Lin sit down. It seems that the prince has quite an appreciation for the Wang of Ninggu County. Indeed, Old Six speaks straightforwardly. Unlike the other brothers who appear to have deep fraternal bonds while harboring their own thoughts. If that's the case, why not get closer to the Wong of Ninggu County? If we can befriend him, it would also be a good thing for us. Oh, Li Lin asked curiously, why do you say that, my love? The Yin Wang Fei smiled and said seriously, although Yin and Ninggu County do not border each other, they are not far apart. If the Wong of Ninggu County can restrain the Hu people in the northeast frontier, the pressure on Yin will be significantly reduced. As the saying goes, distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. Even if you are close to other princes, they are not as reliable as the Wong of Ninggu County in critical moments. Li Lin laughed heartily. My love, you are very wise. That is indeed the case. Just then, a voice from the guards outside called out, Prince, the crown prince has sent a letter. Upon hearing this, Li Lin stood up abruptly, excitedly saying, the crown prince has written to me? My love, quickly bring me the letter. The Yin Wang Fei took the letter from the guard and handed it to Li Lin. Li Lin eagerly tore open the envelope. But after reading just a few lines, the excitement on his face faded away. After a moment, he slowly lowered the letter, his expression shifting like the weather. Meanwhile, Li Che and a group of guards were leaving the Yin Wangfu, accompanied by an old steward. Your Highness, the armory is this way, the old steward said respectfully. Thank you, old sir, Li Che replied politely. Oh no. The steward quickly waved his hand, saying he couldn't be addressed that way by the Wong of Ninggu County. Li Che nodded and said no more. The difference in values between ancient and modern times was too great. Li Che was still more accustomed to the notion that politeness is not to be blamed, while in ancient times, there was a strict emphasis on hierarchy. The Yin Wang's private armory was located on the northern side of the palace, heavily guarded. As they approached the entrance, Hu Chong looked at the narrow door and stopped. Your Highness, I will wait for you outside. Li Che smiled and said, come in together. Hu Chong rubbed his neck. It's too narrow inside. I'm afraid I will bump into you. You silly fool, Li Che laughed and scolded. This trip is for you to pick a weapon. How can you not go in? Huh? Hu Chong was surprised. If it were someone else, they would have started thanking him. But Hu Chong didn't think that way. If the weapon is too light, I don't want to use it. I'd rather fight barehanded. Li Che loved the straightforwardness of Hu Chong and immediately joked, don't worry, I will definitely pick one that is thick and heavy for you. The old steward beside them nearly burst into laughter upon hearing that. This Wong of Ninggu County is quite similar to His Highness. Both are quite frank. As soon as they stepped into the armory, Li Che felt a chilling aura pressing in. The weapons stored in the armory gleamed coldly, exuding a repressed killing intent. Looking around, he saw a dazzling array of swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks, all formidable and seemingly suitable for battlefield conquests. The Wong of Ninggu County and this mighty man can look around freely. My master has instructed that any weapon you can take, the old steward bowed. Li Che nodded and began to stroll around the armory with Hu Chong. With hundreds of weapons displayed together, it looked quite intimidating, but Li Che quickly realized the problem. He couldn't distinguish the quality of these weapons. The weapon designs from Daqing were different from those of various dynasties in his past life. Not to mention that the Yin Wang had also collected many weapons from foreign tribes. Now faced with this full room of weapons, he felt completely lost. Li Che simply stopped looking and sought help from the old steward to choose for him. The old steward repeatedly bowed, saying he did not dare. Li Che's attitude both surprised and moved him. He then took down an ancient long sword. This sword was named Silence, its blade plain yet incredibly sharp, and it was a first-class divine weapon in the armory. Li Che shook his head. This sword is too light. The old steward put down the long sword and pointed to a long spear on the wall. How about this Wind Chaser spear? It is one of my master's favorite weapons, traded for with 10 top-quality horses back in the day. Li Che smiled and said, it's a good spear, but a Chong relies on brute strength in battle. He might not be able to utilize the spear's finesse. The old steward shook his head regretfully, and his gaze fell on a massive battle axe. This battle axe is named Earth Splitter. It is a relic of a general from the previous dynasty, weighing 89 pounds. Seeing that the battle axe was broad and sharp, with exceptionally thick iron material, Li Che nodded. A Chong, what do you think of this one? Hu Chong casually picked up the battle axe, weighed it in his hands. and shook his head, still too light. After speaking, he put down the battle axe and walked straight into the depths of the armory. Pointing at one of the weapons, he said, "This weapon looks quite good." The old housekeeper, upon taking a closer look, was immediately taken aback and hurriedly stopped him, saying, "Wait a moment, warrior. This item must not be moved." Chapter 54, A Natural Divine Weapon. Li Che, hearing the old housekeeper's anxious words, quickly turned around, fearing that Hu Chang's recklessness would cause trouble. He saw Hu Chang standing before an iron pillar, gently stroking it, his eyes shining with excitement. "Warrior, this is a load-bearing pillar of the storeroom, not a weapon," the old man hurriedly said. "A pillar?" Li Che felt curious. Shouldn't pillars be made of wood or stone? Why is this one made of iron? The old man quickly stepped forward, blocking Hu Chang. After taking a slight breath of relief, he began to explain, "Your Highness, this is not originally a pillar, but a trophy that our prince seized from the Hu people." The old man narrated the origin of the iron pillar. When the Yin army was newly formed, the Yin king, eager to achieve merit, led a troop deep into the grasslands. They found a small Hu tribe and decisively defeated them, directly attacking their stronghold. In the center of their territory, they found this pillar, which seemed to be worshipped by the Hu people as some kind of totem. The young Yin king, troubled about how to showcase his military achievements, deemed this totem a perfect trophy and ordered his men to carry it away. Unexpectedly, it took 4 burly soldiers to barely move it. In the end, they had to rely on 3 war horses to drag it back. But this item was so heavy that it was impossible to use, and the Yin king couldn't bear to melt it down. So it remained in the armory, serving as a load-bearing pillar. After hearing the old housekeeper's account, Li Che became even more curious and lightly tapped the iron pillar. A clear metallic sound rang out, confirming that it was indeed a metal object. Upon closer inspection, the pillar was about 3 meters tall and at least as thick as an adult's arm, certainly not something an ordinary person could wield, let alone use as a weapon. Li Che secretly shook his head, thinking that this item was likely useless. However, seeing Hu Chang so fond of it, like a child with a treasured possession, softened his heart. "Old man, is there only this one load-bearing pillar in the room?" The old housekeeper hesitated for a moment before replying, "Actually, there are 3 more. Why not let Chang give it a try? If he can move it, we can take it away. If not, we can return it and continue to use it as a load-bearing pillar." The old housekeeper couldn't refuse Li Che's face, so he could only reluctantly agree. "Kyang, go and give it a try," Li Che said to Hu Chang. Hu Chang was overjoyed and stepped forward. He found that his hands were unusually large, allowing him to grip the iron pillar with one hand. With a little effort, dust fell from the ceiling, startling the old housekeeper, who exclaimed, "Take it easy, take it easy." But Hu Chang paid no mind, pulling hard and drawing the entire iron pillar out, holding it in his hand. Li Che was astonished and said, "You kid are impressive. You can really lift it." The old housekeeper was agape, his mouth nearly wide enough to fit an egg. Hu Chang laughed broadly. "Your Highness, this place is cramped. I can't fully unleash my strength. Can we move outside to give it a try?" Li Che had no objections. Let's go. The 3 of them stepped outside the armory, where the space opened up. Hu Chang raised the iron pillar with both arms and began to swing it in the air. Initially, his movements were somewhat clumsy, but it soon drew the attention of the soldiers around him. As he adapted to the weight of the pillar, his speed increased, and the iron pillar traced blurry arcs in the air, ripping through the atmosphere and emitting a sharp whistling sound. After a series of dazzling moves, Hu Chang lifted the iron pillar high and then slammed it down onto the ground. With a loud bang, dust flew everywhere, creating a deep pit in the ground. The gathered soldiers were left dumbfounded, looking at Hu Chang as if he were a deity. Such divine strength in battle would mean he could take on thousands of enemies. It truly was, a slight push can kill, a bump can cause death, a scrape can break the skin, a scratch can hurt the tendons. Li Che was the first to come back to his senses and, after a few hearty laughs, said with delight, "Truly, Chang's natural divine weapon. Old housekeeper, this pillar is of no use to keep. How about giving it to us?" Seeing Hu Chang's extraordinary strength, the old housekeeper could hardly refuse. If he angered that fellow, a single blow would turn his old bones to dust. Li Che himself chose a long sword named Silence. The sword was the weapon he was most familiar with. While other weapons were also good, he did not know how to use them. After leaving the valley, he would inevitably need to fight. And if he could find a renowned master, he wished to learn another long weapon for immediate use. After selecting the weapons, Li Che bid farewell to the old housekeeper and headed toward the horse monitoring office. Hu Chang followed behind, carrying the iron pillar and grinning like a blooming lotus. "You kid," Li Che teased, "carrying that pillar like it's your bride? No one is going to snatch it from you." "Hee hee, your highness is really good to me." Li Che shook his head helplessly. "What is this?" "It's just a stick." However, Hu Chang's thought process was quite different from others. "If your highness has your eye on any woman, just tell me, and I'll go grab her for you with this big stick." "A Chang is all about gratitude." Li Che stumbled slightly, almost losing his balance. Looking at Hu Chang's puzzled face, he felt both angry and amused, saying exasperatedly, all right, I'll come to you if I need anything." Moments later, Li Che, accompanied by his guards, arrived at the horse monitoring office. The horse monitoring office was a court-affiliated agency responsible for overseeing the horse affairs of the entire country and counting the horse situations in various regions. Li Lin had long since conveyed orders to the horse monitoring office. As soon as Li Che arrived at the entrance, a keen-eyed clerk quickly approached and bowed, saying, "This official greets Prince Ninggu." Li Che nodded. "Where are my horses?" The clerk glanced at the large stick in Hu Chang's hand and the group of fierce-looking guards, instantly feeling a bitter taste in his heart. He stammered, "Your Highness, this." Li Che swept his gaze. "What? Did the Yin King not inform you?" "The Yin King did send someone to inform us, but I am just a lowly official with little say. I am only responsible for registering and cataloging. If horses are to be allocated, it still requires the approval of Lord Si Chung." "And where's your Lord Si Chung?" Li Che's tone carried a hint of displeasure. "Lord Si Chung went to a banquet and probably won't return today." The clerk wiped his sweat. Li Che immediately sneered. Did he go to the banquet early on, or did he go after receiving orders from the Yin King? The clerk suddenly felt a murderous intent enveloping him and fell to the ground with a thud. He left after receiving orders from the Yin King. Chapter 55. Lord Si Chung pays the bill. When a prince is appointed to a fief, he holds the majority of powers, including military and political authority. But the horse affairs are specifically excluded. The Daqing Dynasty was founded on military strength and relied heavily on horse numbers. Therefore, there is an independent system for horse affairs concerning various feudal lords and local officials. The feudal lords have ownership of the horses under their jurisdiction, but all incoming, outgoing, and lost horses must be reported to the horse monitoring office and cannot be disposed of privately. The horse monitoring office, being directly under the court, serves to oversee the horse affairs of the entire country. This is to prevent the horses of Daqing from flowing out and to facilitate centralized management by the court. As a result, the power of the horse monitoring office is quite high. After understanding the situation, Li Che sneered, having a rough idea of what was happening. He continued to ask, "What is your Lord Si Cheng's name?" "It is Lord Wang Luan." Li Che turned to look at Uncle Yang, who pondered for a moment before saying, "It should be a descendant of the Wang family from Langya." Li Che thought to himself, as expected, "It is someone from a prominent family." Where did he go for the banquet? The official dared not hide anything and replied truthfully. He should have gone to Jianyun Pavilion. "Lead the way." Li Che grabbed the official and coldly said, "Lord Wang has a noble status, since he is unwilling to meet me. I shall boldly go to see him. Jianyun Pavilion is a brothel, but in ancient times, brothels were not merely dirty places for flesh trades. They were more like entertainment venues for listening to music, drinking, and composing poetry. At this moment, the sounds of silk and bamboo instruments filled Jianyun Pavilion, and the fragrance of cosmetics wafted through the air. Guests sat around the tables, some alone and others in groups of 3 or 5. The dancers swayed their graceful bodies, and musicians played soft melodies. In a private room, Wang Lun leaned against the intricately carved window frame, his face slightly flushed as he listened to the flattery of those at the table with him, occasionally raising his wine cup with a self-satisfied expression. "Ninggu Prince." Wang Lun sneered and slammed his wine cup heavily on the table. He was just a deposed king, exiled from the capital, and only the simple-minded Yen Wang would send him 3,000 war horses. What does it matter if he is a prince? If he wants to take the horse transfer documents from me, He had better come with real gold and silver. Wang Lun picked up a piece of fish, took a bite, and instantly felt even more elated. It is said that 100-year dynasty and 1,000-year family exist. The more distant the family is from the capital, the less reverence they have for the royal family. The people at the same table were also members of prominent families. And since the Lang Yuang family was a great clan, they flattered him even more vigorously. Just then, a series of rapid footsteps, mixed with the clanking sound of armor, came from the entrance of Jianyan Pavilion. The dining guests instinctively looked up. A handsome young man dressed in military attire, with a sword at his waist, walked in, followed by a burly man nearly as tall as the ceiling. Behind them were more than 10 soldiers clad in armor, exuding a fierce aura. A chilling atmosphere swept through the tavern, dispersing its lavish ambience. "Your Highness," in the private room on the second floor, the official's keen eyes spotted Wang Lun and the others through the window. Without a word, Li Che strode directly toward the stairs. The waiter stepped forward to block him, but as he opened his mouth, he found himself lifted off the ground. Hu Chang picked him up like a chick and casually hung him on a protruding beam from the ceiling. Seeing this, no one dared to approach. Li Che made his way up to the second floor without obstruction, and with a push from Hu Chang, the wooden door of the private room instantly fell apart. Wang Lun looked up and saw Li Che with a cold smile on his face, and an ominous feeling arose in his heart. But the foundation of his noble family gave him the courage to reprimand. "Who are you? How dare you be so unreasonable?" Upon hearing that Lord Wang did not wish to meet this prince, Li Che stepped forward and casually picked up a drumstick used for beating the drum. "Ninggu Prince?" Wang Lun looked at Li Che, who wore a smiling face, and suddenly sobered up. "What do you want?" "The mobilization of so many horses is governed by the court. I need to verify." Before he could finish, a whooshing sound came, and Li Che swung the drumstick hard. Bang! The metal drumstick struck Wang Lun's face, knocking him to the ground, and several teeth flew out along with blood. One of them landed right in a wine cup, splashing wine everywhere. The people at the table gasped in shock, and many instinctively stood up. In Yin territory, although the scholars acted recklessly, this was too reckless. This certainly did not resemble a deposed prince, but rather a heartless and ruthless bandit. "Get Wang Sai out." Li Che pointed at the groaning Wang Luan on the ground, and immediately 2 bodyguards came forward to carry him out. Looking at the crowd, who were now silent and fearful, Li Che revealed a polite smile. However, the smile did not reach his eyes, and instead carried a hint of coldness. In the fearful gazes of everyone, he picked up a clean wine cup and poured himself a drink. The earlier incident disturbed everyone's enjoyment. "I will punish myself with a cup." After saying this, he raised the cup and drank it all, showing the bottom of the cup to the crowd. Seeing that everyone remained motionless behind him, Chiu Bai unsheathed his saber with a clang. The crowd's hearts trembled, and no one dared to hesitate any longer. They all raised their cups. Among them, one person's cup clearly contained a half-tooth. That person felt Li Che's gaze on him, and immediately felt a chill in his heart. Forcing himself to drink the wine mixed with teeth, Li Che then smiled gently. "I still have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. To express my apologies, today's banquet." He paused, turned to leave, and his voice echoed from afar. "Let Wang Sai pay the bill." Until Li Che's figure disappeared at the door, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. The person who had swallowed the tooth squatted on the ground and vomited profusely. "This Ninggu prince is even more ruthless than Yin Wang," someone trembled and said. The crowd fell silent, their hearts filled with fear. Li Che took Wang Lun out of Jianyan Pavilion and headed straight for the Ninggu army camp. Yin Wang was indeed generous, arranging for the Ninggu army's camp to be spacious and clean, located at the north gate of the city. Upon entering the camp, Li Che went directly to the main tent and sat in the high seat. 2 bodyguards threw the dizzy Wang Lun onto the ground, bowed to Li Che, and then stepped aside. "Li Che, what exactly do you want?" Wang Lun said, his words slurred. Li Che smiled. "It seems Lord Wang's mind is still a bit muddled. Is my name something you can call so casually?" He looked at the 2 bodyguards and said casually, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and help Lord Wang sober up." The 2 bodyguards understood and immediately drew their swords, tossing them aside, and began to beat Wang Lun with the sheaths. Wang Lun, being from a noble family, had never experienced such a brutal beating, and he immediately curled up into a ball, wailing in pain. Li Che frowned. Get him out and beat him. Do you not know that I am kind-hearted and cannot bear to see such a scene? The two bodyguards complied, grabbing Wang Luan by the back of his neck and dragging him out of the tent. Before long, the sound of pig-like screams came from outside the tent. By the time the two bodyguards returned with Wang Luan, who looked like a bloodied gourd, he was already somewhat delirious. Li Che had someone bring a bucket of cold water and poured it over him. Wang Luan used all his strength to open his eyes a crack and saw Li Che's friendly smile, causing his body to freeze suddenly. Lord Sai Sai, are you a bit more awake now? Li Che asked in a warm tone. At that moment, Wang Luan was filled with fear of Li Che to the core. His voice weak and trembling. What exactly do you want, Your Highness? Although there were conflicts between the Yin territory's noble families and Yin Wang, even to the point of assassination, such conflicts were ultimately hidden from the public eye. How could Li Che be so bold as to kidnap and beat someone in broad daylight? The 3,000 horses sent by Yin Wang. Does Lord Sai Sai wish to discuss them in detail? Of course, we can discuss. Wang Luan hurriedly replied. Your Highness can send someone to fetch them. I will prepare the documents right away. Li Che smiled slightly. It seems we can cooperate. It appears that the Yin territory's noble families are not as unreasonable as Yin Wang said. I want real war horses, do you understand? Not all horses are war horses. Depending on their function, horses can be divided into pack horses, draft horses, breeding horses, and war horses, etc. War horses are the least common among them. If Wang Luan were to play tricks and choose 3,000 pack horses that can only pull carts, passing them off as war horses, Li Che himself would not mind much. At worst, he would just be tired and beat him again. But Wang Luan's small frame might not withstand a second beating. Li Che considered himself a person who thought of others, and he couldn't bear to see him suffer a second time, which was why he reminded him. Wang Luan trembled like a leaf. They are indeed the best war horses. Very good. Li Che stood up, helped Wang Luan from the ground, and said with concern, Lord Sai Sai, drink less next time. How did you fall to such a state? If I hadn't caught you, your reputation would have been ruined. Wang Luan could only nod repeatedly in distress. Go, get a set of clean clothes for Lord Sai Sai. Li Che instructed Kubai Bizidim, then take him to the horse monitoring office and bring back my 3,000 war horses. Xiaobai suppressed a smile and went to carry out the order. Holding Wang Luan, they happened to encounter the old butler of the Yin, Wang Fu, carrying a birdcage. The old butler had met Xiaobai once and politely nodded. His peripheral vision caught sight of the swollen-faced person beside Xiaobai, and he felt a bit familiar. He didn't think much of it and entered the camp to seek an audience with Li Che. Upon hearing that the old butler was seeking an audience, Li Che immediately knew that the sea eagle sent by the Yin Wang had arrived. Li Che was overjoyed and stood up to walk to the tent entrance, personally supporting the old butler, who wanted to bow in greeting. Did you come to deliver the bird to me, old sir? The old butler quickly replied, Your Highness is wise. My lord instructed me to deliver the sea eagle to you as soon as possible. Li Che happily took the birdcage from the old butler and looked inside. Within the cage stood a pure white sea eagle, its feathers as pristine as fresh snow. Its eyes gazed at Li Che with keen intelligence. It seemed that this little creature knew that the man in front of it was its future master. Never taking its eyes off Li Che, this bird had already been tamed by a falconer and could perform some basic tasks. The old butler added, however, it is still not fully grown and needs your highness to spend some time training it. Li Che nodded, saying, Don't worry in my spare time. I've read some miscellaneous books on taming pets and have a bit of understanding of this. Speaking of this, one couldn't help but mention Li Che's ex-girlfriend, who worked as a tamer at a zoo. When he accompanied her on duty back then, he had even touched a tiger's backside. So he was confident in handling a trained sea eagle. Seeing that the sea eagle had been successfully delivered, the old butler stood up to take his leave. However, Li Che retained him and asked about the sea eagle's details, and then had someone prepare a reward to personally escort the old butler out of the camp. On the way, they happened to meet Xiaobai returning with the war horses. The sound of hooves was thunderous, and the yellow dust rolled in waves as 3,000 war horses neighed incessantly. Quite a spectacular sight. This drew a crowd of soldiers to watch. The squad leaders couldn't wait to step forward and began to compete for the selection of horses. Li Che stood with his hands behind his back, frowning slightly, and shouted, "What's all this noise? Get back here." A group of fierce soldiers, upon seeing Li Che, immediately acted like mice seeing a cat and obediently approached. Li Ke commanded, "Where's Wang Hu?" The cavalry captain Wang Hu excitedly stepped forward, saluting, "This subordinate is here. The cavalry unit has expanded to 1,500 men, and you are to immediately select the elite from each camp. The war horses will be selected first by your cavalry unit." Wang Hu clasped his fists in acknowledgement and hurried off to select men. It wasn't that Li Che didn't want to expand more cavalry. It was just that not all soldiers were suitable for mounted combat. Generally speaking, southern men excelled in naval battles, while northern men were skilled in cavalry archery. Most of Li Che's troops were southern men, many of whom had never ridden a horse. Even if they managed to learn how to ride, they were merely foot soldiers atop horses. The remaining war horses would be evenly distributed among the other camps. Li Che also ordered that every soldier must learn to ride. Even if they couldn't fight on horseback, they should at least be able to march on horseback. Everyone responded enthusiastically and followed Wang Hu. Only Qiu Bai and the personal guards remained, looking pitifully at Li Che. Seeing this, Li Che couldn't help but smile. "You can also go choose one horse each." Qiu Bai and the others quickly expressed their gratitude and happily went to select horses. After the personal guards left, the injured Wang Luan stood out conspicuously. The old butler took a close look at him and finally recognized his identity, exclaiming in surprise, "Your Highness, this is from the Wang family." Li Che casually replied, "This is my friend, and it was thanks to him that I was able to smoothly bring back these horses." Upon hearing this, Wang Luan trembled, his eyes reddening, nearly shedding tears. The old butler's expression became even more peculiar. "A friend? He came out of your camp looking like this? What kind of bizarre friendship is this?" However, since Li Che had always treated him with kindness, the old butler couldn't help but advise, "Your Highness, treating someone from the Wang family like this may provoke resentment from the northern families." Li Che smiled slightly. "It doesn't matter. My fourth brother treats me so well, gifting me weapons and war horses. I must reciprocate and find a way to repay him." The old butler was startled. "Your Highness, what do you mean? Aren't these families a headache for fourth brother?" Li Che gently smiled. "As a vassal king of Yin, my fourth brother cannot act against them. But I have no such scruples. If they trouble me, I can take the opportunity to wipe out a few families, which can also relieve fourth brother's worries." Chapter 57. The world belongs to our families. After the old butler took his leave, he hurriedly left the camp, evidently to report to the Yin Wan. Li Ke smiled, not paying much attention. He turned to Wang Lun, who was silent and looking down, and waved his hand. "Take Wang Xiqing back." Wang Luan looked up in astonishment, seemingly unable to believe that Li Che would actually let him go. Li Che ignored him and turned to step into the central tent. He was not afraid of the family's revenge. The Emperor Qing and the Yin Wang feared the families because they had assets and land, and the families were part of that. What did Li Che have? The desolate land beyond the passes was looked down upon by the families, and they couldn't interfere. The barefoot do not fear the shoot. If the families dared to retaliate, he would dare to take their heads. Returning to the desk, Li Che had someone bring the sea eagle closer to him. Companionship is the fastest way to establish a bond with an animal. This young sea eagle was still small, and there was no rush to train it. It was better to build a relationship first. Li Che spread out a piece of paper and began to sketch on it. This was Li Che's personal habit. Whenever he made plans, he liked to write something down. The Ninggu army would not stay in Yin for too long. After resupplying, they would be on the road again. After passing through Yin, they would reach the Shanhaiguan. Beyond the Shanhaiguan lay the territory outside the passes. And the city of Ninggu was located on the hills 200 kilometers away from the Shanhaiguan. At this time, the Central Plains were already in early spring. While outside the passes, it was still the depths of winter, with temperatures often dropping below freezing. Keeping warm remained a significant issue. Unlike in the previous life, although the geographical environment of this world could roughly be matched, some things were still vastly different. Li Che was also unsure whether the few coal mines he knew still existed here. Therefore, it was necessary to purchase enough furs, heaters, and high-calorie food in Yin to prevent the soldiers from freezing to death. Besides the issue of warmth, The most urgent problem to solve was intelligence. Li Che knew nothing about the situation outside the passes. Who was in charge of Ninggu now? Was it an old remnant of the previous dynasty? A government official dispatched by the court, or perhaps exiled criminals, or even barbarian tribes? If he plunged into this, would he fall into unknown conflicts? Thinking of this, Li Che looked up at his personal guard at the door. Go, call Yin San to me. The personal guard complied and soon brought in a short, ordinary-looking man. Scout Yin San, greetings, Your Highness. Get up. Yin San stood up straight, his eyes filled with respect as he looked at Li Che. As the captain of the scout unit and a mid-level officer in the Ninggu army, Yin San undoubtedly held the lowest rank. Coming from a background of thieves, even among a crowd of criminals, he was at the bottom of the social hierarchy. Other captains didn't speak of it, but they still looked down on him. It was Li Che who had insisted on promoting Yin San to this position. Therefore, in the Ninggu army, Yin San's loyalty to Li Che was almost the highest. I have a task for you, Li Che said. Select 50 agile brothers, prepare more winter clothing, and ride fast horses. Yin San nodded and took note. May I ask? Your Highness, where are we going? You will first leave the pass and then split up to enter Ninggu, gathering as much information as possible about the situation there. Understood. Li Che stood up and patted his shoulder. Go to Uncle Yang to get some gold. The area outside the pass is harsh and cold. Buy more winter clothes. Yin San's eyes turned slightly red. Thank you, Your Highness. Li Che nodded, signaling Yin San to leave. Yin San bowed deeply once more. Take care, Your Highness. I will take my leave. Watching Yin San's figure disappear, Li Che finally let out a sigh of relief. Go tell those brats outside, Li Che said to the guard beside him. After finishing with the horses, go to the market and buy what we need for the border. Yes, Your Highness. On the other side, in the Wang family's residence. When Wang Luan returned home, the servants hurriedly welcomed him and assisted him into the courtyard. Have the other families sent people? Wang Luan weakly asked. The Fan family, the Xiao family, the Yang family, and the Lu family have all come, the servant quickly replied. When Wang Luan was taken away by Li Che, many people were present. The circle of northern aristocratic families was small. There were only a few clans with a history of thousands of years, whose children served in the court and secretly controlled the entire north. As Wang Luan was supported into the hall, he staggered, his face as pale as paper, and people from various families rushed to him. Brother Wang, are you all right? Damn it, this Prince Ninggu has been so ruthless. Even his father wouldn't dare treat our families like this. This Prince Ninggu has a death wish. The crowd was filled with righteous indignation, as if Li Che had dug up their ancestors' graves. Wang Luan sat in a chair, every part of him aching painfully. Hearing the commotion around him, a surge of unnamed anger welled up inside him. Enough! At Wang Luan's furious shout, the hall immediately fell silent. The power of the Langyuang family was the greatest. Although this branch was not the main family in Yin, it was still unmatched by other families. What good is it to curse him? Everyone should think of a way to turn the tide. Wang Luan's eyes flashed with hatred. That Li Che is just temporarily resting in Yin. Who knows when he will go outside the pass? By then, it will be impossible to find him. Upon hearing Wang Luan's words, a member of the Fan family clenched his fists and angrily said, "We can send assassins to kill him." Wang Luan shook his head. Assassinate? You can't even take down the Yin Wang. And now these two are colluding. It will be even harder to act. He had just come from the Ninggu army camp, where every soldier was robust, even more elite than the Yin army. Assassinating in such a military camp was no different from sending oneself to death. Someone else suggested, why not report to the court and put pressure on the emperor to punish Prince Ninggu severely? As soon as this was said, someone retorted, have you not heard of what Prince Ninggu did in Yi City? The Wang family in Yi City was almost exterminated, and yet the emperor showed no action. Others proposed a few suggestions, but they were quickly rejected. With differing opinions, the argument resumed in the hall. Just then, Wang Lun coldly spoke. All right, everyone listen to me. The crowd quieted down again. Everyone, Prince Ninggu's visit to Yin is merely to gather grain and purchase supplies. Little do they know, the market in Yin is under our control. You all go back and instruct that no shop is to sell a single grain, a piece of cloth, or a bundle of fur to the Ninggu army. A ruthless glint flashed in Wang Luan's eyes, including everything from Yin to Shanghai Pass. We will buy back all supplies at high prices. I want to starve the Ninggu army into mutiny, so they can't get out of Shanghai Pass. The Li family should know that this world belongs to our aristocratic families, not the Li family. Chapter 58. What did you provoke this killing machine for? Be good. Eat more. The Heidongking perched on Li Chei's wrist, using its sharp beak to nibble on a piece of fresh meat in Li Chei's hand. Taking this opportunity, Li Chei quietly reached towards the back of the Heidongking. So smooth and soft. It's quite relieving stroke. Just then, an urgent voice from Qiu Bai came from the door. Your Highness, it's bad. The Heidongking, startled, flapped its wings and fled back to its cage. Li Chei looked at the flustered Qiu Bai and said helplessly, What is going on? Acting all mysteriously. Your Highness, our people got into a conflict with the merchants at the market, and blood has been shed. Upon hearing this, Li Chei's expression became serious. Did our people die? Qiu Bai paused for a moment, then shook his head. Not exactly, but the other side had a broken head, and a few were lightly injured. Li Chei relaxed his expression slightly, then frowned and asked, What happened? Are they causing trouble again? He knew all too well what kind of people his subordinates were. Most of them were criminals and bandits. When a quarrel broke out, their ferocity would inevitably come to the fore. It is said that those merchants refused to sell us grain, Qiu Bai said indignantly. They clearly have plenty of stock, yet they prefer to sell to the common people rather than us. Not only grain, but all the merchants in the market refuse to sell us anything. No amount of money will work. Li Chei nodded, and after a moment's thought, he knew what was going on. Since arriving in Yin, he hadn't touched anyone's interests. The only feud he had was with Wang Luan. A single Wang family should not be able to control the entire market to reach this level. It indicated that other aristocratic families were also involved. After all, there are no anti-monopoly laws in this world, and it's not new for aristocratic families to manipulate grain prices. Go, send a message. Li Chei squinted his eyes, his expression calm. Gather the guards, cavalry, and archers. Yes. Qiu Bai excitedly stood up and left. In a moment, Li Chei donned his armor, hung his sword at his waist, and stepped out of the tent under Hu Chang's protection. Outside the tent, the soldiers of the three camps were already armored and waiting for a long time. Li Chei's expression was solemn, and without saying a word, he mounted his horse and galloped out of the camp. The soldiers closely followed behind him. At that moment, Qian Bin, leading a group of civil officials, hurriedly arrived and blocked Li Chei's path, loudly advising, Your Highness, you must not act impulsively. Qian Bin wiped the sweat from his forehead. This is the territory of the Yan Wang. If you mobilize troops so ostentatiously, it might cause misunderstandings. Upon hearing this, Li Chei reined in his horse and pondered for a moment. Qian's words make sense. Just as Qian Bin was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he heard Li Chei loudly command, Qiu Bai, send someone to the Yan Wang's residence to inform him of the situation. Tell him I am targeting the aristocratic families and to keep his people away from the market to avoid misunderstandings. Qiu Bai took the order, and Qian Bin's expression changed dramatically. Your Highness, you cannot. Although the aristocratic families have gone too far, they have not broken the law. On the contrary, our people robbed grain and assaulted someone, violating the laws of the Qing. If you go over there like this, it will be unjustified. Assaulting is a crime? Li Chei sneered. If they don't let me eat, I might just kill someone. After saying this, he gave the soldiers around him a look. Immediately, some came forward and dragged Qian Bin and the others away, clearing a path. Li Chei squeezed his legs against the horse's belly and led the army straight to the market. Only after everyone had left the camp did the soldiers beside him release Qian Bin. Qian Bin sat on the ground, his face pale, regretfully pounding the ground with his hands. It's over, looting grain. This will ruin your Highness's reputation. Wang family, what did you provoke this killing machine for? At this moment, outside the Wang family's grain shop in a market, 10 Ninggu soldiers, holding sabers, formed a circle back to back. Surrounding them were dozens of fierce-looking workers and servants wielding sticks, tightly encircling the soldiers. What do you want? We are the Ninggu army. Attacking soldiers is a serious crime. A squad leader said sternly, his eyes wide with anger. So what if you're the Ninggu army? A worker sneered. Can the Ninggu army rob grain and assault people? A bunch of stinking soldiers. Don't you see whose territory this is? Hearing such offensive words, a soldier couldn't hold back and argued. We are ordered to procure military grain. You clearly have food, so why won't you sell it to us? We give you money, but it's not for free. Brothers, after eating this grain, you will go to the frontier and fight the barbarians. What if we don't sell to you? What does it matter to us who you fight? That fellow sneered. The grain of the Wang family can be sold to whoever we want. To be honest with you, the master has already stated that this batch of grain is meant for the Donghu people, the Mo people, and the Jurchens, and it will never be sold to Yuningu army. Hearing this, the soldiers' expressions changed dramatically, their teeth gritting in anger, wishing they could strike down with a knife. But the basic military discipline that Li Che had been instilling in them along the way restrained them from moving their arms. Do you understand? If you understand, put down the grain and get lost. The fellow's sarcasm grew stronger. If you're late, don't blame us for being ruthless and beating you half to death. The sergeant's expression fluctuated. Looking at the soldiers beside him, he said in a deep voice, "Give me the grain." The soldier tightly clutched the grain bag, showing a stubborn expression. "Sergeant, but His Highness ordered us to procure it. If I violate military orders, I will take full responsibility." The sergeant said firmly, "We cannot make His Highness difficult. Brothers, we have come all this way. We must not fail at the last hurdle. His Highness still wants to take you to the frontier." Upon hearing this, the soldier's eyes dimmed, and he handed over the grain bag. The sergeant held his knife in one hand and took the grain bag with the other. "Can we let them go now?" The sergeant said coldly. The fellow sneered and waved his hand, signaling his reluctant henchmen to clear a path. The soldiers, filled with indignation, had no choice but to clench their fists and leave angrily. The fellow then extended his hand to the sergeant. "Hand over the grain, and you can leave too." The sergeant sneered, holding the grain bag tighter. "My lord ordered me to buy grain. This is a military order. If I can't bring back a single grain, how can I face His Highness?" The fellow's eyes widened in disbelief. "Oh, you dare to play me?" The sergeant's eyes flashed with brutality. Since following His Highness, who dared to be so arrogant towards him? With a determined heart, he kicked out, "How about that? I'll kick you instead." The kick landed squarely on the fellow's abdomen, causing him to black out and collapse to the ground. The surrounding Wang family's henchmen were momentarily stunned, then furious, brandishing their clubs and smashing down fiercely. Chapter 59. Setting a bait to catch big fish as the clubs were about to fall. The soldiers who had left earlier were filled with righteous indignation and wanted to turn back to help the sergeant. But at the end of the street, the sound of bowstrings vibrating suddenly arose, exuding a chilling, killing intent. "Release!" Li Che's indifferent voice rang out. The first row of crossbowmen instinctively pulled the triggers, and a line of crossbow bolts whistled out, instantly knocking down a group of henchmen. Before the henchmen could react, the first row of crossbowmen had retreated, and the second row moved forward. "Fire again!" Another rain of arrows fell, causing the henchmen to wail in terror. After 2 waves of crossbow bolts, the henchmen's courage was shattered, and they all dropped their clubs and knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Ignoring the cries and pleas in his ears, Li Che rode forward without looking sideways, with the royal guard closely following beside him. Arriving in front of the sergeant, the latter respectfully knelt on one knee. "Your Highness, why not fight back?" Li Che asked. The sergeant clutched the grain bag tightly, nervously saying, "According to military regulations, we cannot harm the common people." "Open your eyes and look. Are they common people?" Li Che raised his voice, scanning the soldiers. "You need to sharpen your eyes. Who is a common person? And who is a wolf?" The soldiers all lowered their heads, not daring to respond. From the grain shop, a scholar in a long robe ran out, and upon seeing the fallen henchman, his face turned ashen. "Ninggu County King," the scholar shouted, "what wrong has my Wang family done? You unleash troops to kill innocents. Do you intend to force a transaction?" Li Che looked at the scholar and sneered. "Force a transaction? As a prince of the court, would I engage in such despicable acts?" The scholar breathed a sigh of relief, but then heard Li Che continue, "Once I take the goods, as long as I don't pay, it won't count as forced transaction, right?" The scholar's face changed dramatically, his lips trembling. "What do you want to do? All troops, listen up." Li Che no longer paid attention to him, shouting fiercely. The soldiers gathered, all pounding their chests with their fists. Yes. All troops, listen up. We are here to procure grain for the army. Any shop belonging to a noble family can be taken at will. If there is any obstruction, kill without mercy. The soldiers excitedly responded, understood. Freed from the constraints of military discipline, the soldiers rushed like tigers down the mountain, charging into each shop, taking whatever they saw, and anyone who dared to block them was kicked aside. They were originally a group of fierce bandits, so robbing was indeed their specialty. Li Che was also busy, ordering the royal guard to supervise behind the soldiers to ensure they only targeted the noble families. In the market, noble families and commoners were easy to distinguish. Noble families had their own shops and uniformed assistants, looking very formal. In contrast, ordinary commoners only set up small stalls, most of them selling on the street. Li Che had no interest in robbing these impoverished people. They were all poor and would not yield much profit, plus it would ruin his reputation. Seeing the scene descend into chaos, the scholar from the Wang family's grain shop took the opportunity to run towards the market exit when no one was paying attention. Qiu Bai approached Li Che, pointing at the scholar's back. Your Highness, that person should be going to report. Should I capture him? Li Che smiled and shook his head. No rush. We need to set the bait to catch big fish. The Wang family courtyard was not far from the market. As the scholar stumbled through the gate, Wang Lun happened to come up to him. Chonger, what is happening outside? Uncle, the scholar, still shaken, exclaimed. Li Che? Li Ke, what about him? Wang Lun felt a bad premonition rising in his heart. Li Che has gone mad. We wouldn't tea selling the grain, so he unleashed troops to rob the grain. Now the entire market is in chaos. Wang Lun was momentarily at a loss for words. They were all upper-class people, playing a game of power. How could anyone act like Li Che? If he couldn't outplay them, he just started robbing openly. What was the difference from a bandit? At that moment, other noble families also received news from the market and rushed to the Wang family mansion. Brother Wang, the Ninggu County king, is acting recklessly. Our family shop has been robbed. Brother Wang, what should we do about this disaster? My family's shop has accumulated goods for 3 months. We have already found a buyer. We absolutely cannot let that madman take them. Wang Lun's expression darkened. The loss of his shop being robbed was minor. What the noble families truly could not afford was the loss of credibility. The reason noble families could dominate a region and act with power was that they had more credibility than the government. The common people only knew about noble families and not the court. Moreover, many goods in the shop had already been traded. Buyers who could trade with noble families were naturally either rich or powerful, mostly from the same noble families, high officials, or even foreign tribes. If they lost credibility with them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Enough! Wang Lun shouted. Enough noise, what use is it? The urgent matter is that we cannot let Li Che take those goods away, or else the master will blame us, and we will all be in trouble. Someone asked. He has soldiers. How can we stop him? Li Che has soldiers. Do you not have any? Wang Lun glared. Don't think I don't know. Your families all have retainers and private soldiers. If not now, when? Everyone looked at each other, hesitant to speak. Although keeping private soldiers was illegal, it was a common practice among noble families, and it was an unspoken rule in this circle. But sending private soldiers to attack a prince's army would be a serious crime. What are you still hesitating about? Wang Lun angrily said. If Li Che dares to rob grain, does he not dare to attack your homes? When that time comes, which of your families can resist his fierce army? Hearing Wang Lun's words, everyone seemed to wake up from a dream. Indeed, Li Che is so reckless that he might rob the stores and then run back to his own mansion to loot. You're right, we can't just sit back and wait. My family has 800 private soldiers, ready to be commanded by Brother Wang. I also have 600 guests in my household, all desperate men, willing to die for Brother Wang. My son serves in the city guard and can summon troops here. My family can contribute 700. My family can also provide 800 private soldiers. Everyone was talking at once, and soon they gathered 3,000 private troops, plus a unit of city guards not under the control of the Prince of Yan. Wang Lun nodded in satisfaction and said, You all hurry back to prepare. Once I signal, we will charge toward the market. Brother Wang, what are you going to do? I'm going to the Prince of Yan's mansion. Wang Lun squinted. Ning Gujuan Wang is attacking in the territory of the Prince of Yan. As a vassal king, how can I stand by and watch? I will pressure him to send troops as well. Chapter 60. Li Che's bloodthirsty nature. Meanwhile, the Prince of Yin had already received reports from his subordinates. Another soldier from Ning Gu came to inform him of Li Che's intentions. The usually decisive Prince of Yin hesitated at this moment. Li Lin furrowed his brows, pacing back and forth in his study for a long time without speaking. Seeing her silent husband, the Princess of Yin spoke up to persuade him. "Does your Highness have doubts?" Looking at his usually virtuous wife, Li Lin sighed deeply and complained. "Do you remember the jade pendant that my sixth brother gave to Sienna?" The Princess of Yin nodded. Li Lin continued, "That jade pendant belongs to the Crown Prince. I saw it in his mansion. It was a gift from my second brother when he turned 12. Upon hearing this, the Princess of Yin was shocked and said, "Does your Highness mean to say that Ning Gujuan Wang has a connection with the Crown Prince? Not just a connection, but a grudge." Liye Layuna Siga took out a secret letter sent to him by the Crown Prince. "This is a letter from the Crown Prince's elder brother to me. It is fierce and ruthless, urging me to find a chance to eliminate my sixth brother." The Princess of Yin took the letter, read it quickly, and indeed, as the Prince of Yin said, the words were quite intense, showing deep hatred. The Princess of Yin hurriedly advised, "Your Highness, this matter must be considered carefully. You must not act impulsively." Li Lin said solemnly, "Do I not know this principle? My Daqing faces outside threats from barbarian tribes and collusion from noble families. Why should the princes fight each other? Not to mention my sixth brother has heroic spirit, and we get along well. How can I harm him just because of a letter?" With pain, Li Lin crumpled the letter and lowered his head. "But the Crown Prince has great kindness towards me. If it weren't for him, I would." The Princess of Yin gently stroked his back and softly said, "Kindness is kindness, and hatred is hatred. Your Highness has no grievances with Ning Gujuan Wang. How can you harm him because of the Crown Prince's personal grudge?" Hearing the Princess of Yan's words, Li Lin raised his head, his eyes flickering as if he understood something. He knew his wife's reasoning was sound, but the Crown Prince's kindness weighed heavily, making it difficult for him to decide. The Princess of Yin added, "Moreover, now that Ning Gujuan Wang is at war with the noble families, it may not be without the intention of clearing obstacles for you. Your Highness must not repay kindness with hatred." Lianastili Glansha, feasts Ralaksha. Just then, a personal guard came to report, "Your Highness, Wang Luan from the Wang family is here to see you." Li Lin stood up, coldly said, "I know, bring him to the hall." Seeing her husband's dark expression, the Princess of Yin instinctively grabbed his sleeve. "Your Highness." The Prince of Yin patted her hand and said softly, "Do not be anxious. I already know what to do. Your Highness, we have looted 11 shops, and the supplies of grain, leather, cloth, and medicinal materials have been fully replenished." A personal guard stood beside Li Che, bowing to report, "But there are too many supplies. We are afraid we cannot carry them all without a convoy." Li Che nodded slightly, turning to look at the mountain of supplies stacked by the street, feeling a bit excited. So many supplies are enough to support the troops to reach Shanhaiguan, and there will still be plenty left over. The noble families are indeed wealthy enough to rival nations. Only they can gather such resources in this remote place. You go back to the camp now and convey my orders. Tell the entire army to pack up and gather here. Everyone? Yes, we will leave immediately. Li Che said decisively, "Having robbed so much, if we don't leave quickly, are we waiting for the victims to come looking for us?" The personal guard was taken aback for a moment, then accepted the order and left. About 15 minutes later, the vast majority of the Ninggu army marched into the market. Soldiers and laborers began loading the carts. Every shop was thoroughly looted. Not even a grain of rice was left behind. Li Che then ordered the cavalry to clear the way, escorting the loaded carts to leave first. He personally led the personal guard, the crossbow unit, and 200 veteran cavalry at the entrance of the market waiting. The army moved like a dragon, winding toward the northern city gate. Suddenly, at the street corner, a team of city defense soldiers armed with spears and wearing leather armor appeared in disarray. Following them were over 3,000 men of various appearances, all private soldiers raised by noble families, wielding swords and knives, their eyes shining with fierce light. Li Che sat firmly on his horse, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It was as expected, the noble families could not hold back. The leading general was initially a bit anxious, but upon seeing that the main force of the Ninggu army had retreated, and only Li Che and a few hundred soldiers remained at the street corner, he gained confidence and shouted loudly, "Li Che, you are acting against the law, looting and robbing, which has already violated the laws of Daqing. Do you not quickly dismount and surrender?" Li Che heard this and smiled disdainfully. Looking at the disheveled appearance of the opposing soldiers, their overall quality didn't even match that of mountain bandits. Yet they dared to bark here? No need to say more. Gulme. Li Che drew his silent sword from his waist, feeling the blood in his body begin to boil. The battles along the way had awakened the fighting spirit of the Huaxia people within him completely. After several days without shedding blood, he felt somewhat empty inside. The general, seeing Li Che so arrogant, was immediately filled with rage. "You are reckless." What more was there to say? Behind the general, an elderly nobleman in a Confucian robe spoke up. "My son, directly lead the men to kill and capture this rebellious person." The general nodded, said no more, and commanded the city defense soldiers to advance first, with the private soldiers of the noble families following closely behind. In an instant, the sounds of shouting and killing shook the heavens, and thousands of soldiers surged toward Li Che like a tide. Li Che, however, remained unperturbed, silently gripping his sword, quietly watching the enemy approach. Until most of them entered the predetermined range, he suddenly pointed his sword to the sky and shouted like a bell, "Shoot!" From the eaves, beside the carts, and behind the windows, a series of bows and crossbows emerged. The ambushed crossbow unit launched their attack simultaneously, and arrows rained down like locusts, killing half of the city defense soldiers who rushed forward. For a moment, the city defense soldiers were thrown into chaos, and cries of despair filled the air. The originally aggressive formation was instantly disrupted. Li Che's eyes lit up as he shouted, "Ninggu army, here!" Dozens of personal guards, along with the 200 veteran cavalry, shouted in unison. The Ning cavalry moved in perfect unison, drawing their sabers from their waists. The personal guards also took down their long spears from the side of their horses, naturally hanging them before the horse's head. Li Che led the charge, riding forward first, followed closely by Hu Chang, who wielded a massive iron rod. The city defense soldiers had yet to react when they saw over 200 cavalry rushing toward them like waves. Li Che's voice carried an uncontrollable excitement. "Kill with me." Chapter 61. "If I really kill you, I won't be happy in an instant." The horses neighed, hooves kicked up the wind, and manes flew. The gleaming battle blades reflected sharp glints of light, and the shouts of the riders mingled with the sounds of galloping hooves echoed throughout the market. Li Che led the charge, his long sword held at a 45-degree angle downward. With the acceleration of the warhorse during the charge, there was no need to swing a knife to inflict fatal wounds on the enemy. The cavalry only needed to maintain their speed and charge straight ahead, aiming their blades at the enemy. Just as the captain of the city guard raised his head, he saw a sharp sword blade coming towards him, with a glint of cold light reflected in his pupils. In the next second, the world turned upside down, and his head was sent soaring high. After Li Che severed the captain's head with a single sword strike, he didn't even glance at him, as his warhorse continued to accelerate into the enemy ranks. It was Qiu Bai beside him who saw it clearly and quickly shouted, "The prince personally beheaded the enemy general." Qiu Bai's voice rang out clearly throughout the army, instantly boosting the morale of the Ninggu troops. "AOO! The prince is invincible. Charge! First to advance. Break the formation. Slay the generals. Seize the banners. These have always been the greatest military achievements." Moreover, this was the Prince Li Che personally beheading a general, and the morale of the Ninggu army instantly reached its peak. The personal guards lowered their lances and charged into the enemy formation with overwhelming force. The sharp spearheads pierced through armor and flesh, producing a chilling sound of impact. 50 personal guards swept through like bulldozers, knocking down the enemy one by one and tearing open gaps. A few fortunate soldiers managed to dodge the attacks of the lances, but before they could regain their footing, 200 cavalrymen followed closely behind, swinging their sharp sabers and mercilessly cutting them down to the ground. The moment the two lines collided, the city guard army instantly collapsed. The Ninggu cavalry charged in like they were entering an uninhabited land, smashing through the enemy formation with unstoppable momentum. trampling the remnants of the soldiers under their hooves as they swept towards the private soldiers in the rear. The elderly members of the gentry were taken aback and hurriedly grabbed 2 private soldiers, shouting, "Quick, stop them!" Terrified words poured from the old man's throat, and an arrow suddenly arrived. Whoosh! The old man fell to the ground, an arrow striking his throat, blood instantly staining his clothing and spreading on the ground. The young family head was shot. Panic echoed through the crowd, which quickly turned into boundless fear. Li Che put down his bow and arrow and shouted, "Follow this king to break the formation." The personal guards accelerated again, and the lances that had pierced through enemy bodies were lowered once more. Facing the increasingly close Ninggu cavalry, the formation of private soldiers began to loosen. People in the middle of the formation started dropping their weapons and fleeing to the sides. The private soldiers at the front had nowhere to retreat and no way to avoid, so they could only brace themselves and charge forward. No matter how terrified they were, the Ninggu cavalry was still right before them. Li Che, as the tip of the wedge formation, led the charge, embedding deeply into the enemy's formation. The personal guard behind him cut through the enemy ranks like a blade. Every swing of Hu Chang's iron rod was accompanied by the sound of bones shattering, sending dozens of private soldiers flying. The formation of the private soldiers began to collapse under the impact, while the charge of the Ninggu cavalry never ceased. The warhorses neighed, dust soared, and Li Che suddenly pulled tight on the reins, causing his warhorse to rear up and stop in front of several elegantly dressed members of the gentry. These members of the gentry had thought they were safe behind their strong formation, but they never expected Li Che to be so fierce, tearing through 2 lines of defense in an instant and arriving before them. The remaining private soldiers were still blocked at the market entrance, unable to provide timely support, and there was no longer any resistance around them. Did the gentry want to capture and kill this king? Although these individuals were not heads of families, they were high-ranking and influential in their own households, and they had never witnessed such a bloody scene resembling a battlefield. They were now pale with fear, their minds blank, unable to speak, looking at the Ninggu prince, clad in battle armor, on a warhorse more than 2 meters tall, covered in blood. Even the horse's breath carried a strong smell of blood. His fierce demeanor, towering above them, exuded a bloodthirsty aura, as if a fierce god had descended to the mortal realm. Although there were still many private soldiers behind him, their master's life was now firmly in Li Che's hands, and those private soldiers were naturally too afraid to step forward. Among the crowd, some people's legs went weak, collapsing to the ground. Others still retained a shred of rationality, kneeling and pleading for mercy. "Your Highness, spare my life. If you let me go this time, the Shao family will surely repay you generously." Seeing the gentry in such a pitiful state, Li Che sneered. "Do you not know? Those who kill are always killed by others." The man widened his eyes. "I am the clan elder of the Shao family. Your Highness truly dares to kill me and make an enemy of the Hebei Shao family?" Li Che glanced at him disdainfully and casually uttered 2 words. "Chop him." In the next second, the private soldiers of the gentry behind him witnessed a scene they would never forget. Those fierce cavalrymen raised their lances high, piercing through the once lofty clan elder of the gentry, nailing him to the ground. Li Che glanced down at the clan elder of the Shao family, seeing the look of disbelief frozen on his face, and couldn't help but mock. "I really killed you, but I'm not happy." Looking back, he saw that his own convoy had completely exited the street. "The gentry, is this all you have?" Li Che felt utterly bored, spurred his horse forward, and left the city, heading for the frontier. The personal guards followed closely, and several corpses lost their support, collapsing to the ground. Over 200 cavalrymen came and went swiftly, like a whirlwind, leaving behind a panicked group of private soldiers. Seeing their leader had lost his breath, the private soldiers were immediately at a loss. "What should we do now?" someone asked. "Their masters are dead. If we go back like this, how could our families let us off?" Another voice, filled with despair, suggested, "Why not chase after them, kill that person, and redeem ourselves with merit to gain a chance of survival?" With a leader emerging, the desperate private soldiers seemed to grasp a lifeline and surged towards the direction Li Che had left. Xiaobai rode alongside Li Che, and upon witnessing this, quietly said, "Your Highness, They're chasing after us. Li Che turned his head for a glance and calmly replied, There's no need to pay them any mind. Just a bunch of stray dogs. These private soldiers had been indoctrinated with loyalty and righteousness since childhood and had long since become tools. Now that their master was dead, they would undoubtedly seek revenge at all costs. With only a little over 200 riders beside him, they had just caught the enemy off guard, which allowed them to slay those few gentry leaders. Now that the objective had been achieved, there was no need to fight these private soldiers to the death. The sound of hooves was urgent and dense as Li Che and his group galloped down the street, quickly approaching the north gate of Dongping County. Just as he thought he was about to exit the city smoothly, Chiu Bai suddenly exclaimed, Your Highness, look ahead. Li Che raised his eyes and saw a dark mass at the city gate, an army blocking their path like an iron wall. This troop was well organized and solemn, clearly an elite force, far superior to the half-hearted city guard they had just faced. In the setting sun, the cold, harsh light reflected off the soldiers' armor, making one feel cold with fear. The ranks slowly parted, and a general clad in goose feather armor rode out, a long knife hanging at his waist, his expression stern. It was none other than King Yin, Li Lin. Chapter 62. Sending off the Prince of Ninggu. Stop! Li Che raised his hand and tightened the reins. The cavalry behind him gradually came to a halt. Li Che silently stared at the man before him, the two locking eyes through the dust. Remaining silent for a long time, Li Che was the first to break the silence, asking, Fourth brother, do you really want to meet little brother in battle? Li Lin still did not speak, only shifting his gaze to the silent long sword at Li Che's waist, lingering for a moment. Then he slowly spoke, Is this sword still to your liking? Li Che grinned. Unmatched in sharpness, I beheaded several of the gentry's dogs. Thanks to fourth brother for the sword. Upon hearing this, Li Lin also revealed a smile. In that case, very good. He reached into his bosom and pulled out a long cylindrical object, tossing it towards Li Che from a distance. Li Che reached out to catch it, and before he could open it, he heard Li Lin's loud voice. This is a map of the border region, drawn after the sacrifices of hundreds of scout brothers from the Yin army over the years. Today, I present it to you, my sixth brother. Li Che opened it to find a scroll of sheepskin map, clearly showing mountains, rivers, roads, passes, and the distribution of tribes. He then heard Li Lin say, The journey ahead is long and perilous. We brothers do not know when we will meet again. I ask for nothing else, only that my sixth brother takes care of himself. Hearing Li Lin's words, a warmth rose in Li Che's heart. Since his crossing, it was the first time he felt the bond of brotherhood within the royal family. Fourth brother, don't worry, Li Che replied. There will surely be a day when we meet again between the white mountains and black waters, laughing and drinking the blood of the barbarian tribes. Ha ha ha. Li Lin laughed heartily. I await that day. Li Che tightly grasped the map, feeling that 1,000 words turned into a sigh. Fourth brother, take care. Li Lin smiled and raised his hand, and the soldiers of the Yin army behind him stood in unison, turning left and right to clear a path out of the city. Li Che no longer spoke, turned his horse's head, and led his guards directly through the Yin army's formation, racing northward. Halfway through, Li Lin suddenly shouted, Send the Prince of Ninggu out of the city. Clang! The soldiers of the Yin army stood at attention and shouted in unison. We respectfully send off the Prince of Ninggu. Li Che's body trembled. He urged his horse forward, laughing as he exited the city gate. A small team of about 50 armored cavalry followed closely behind, escorting Li Che and others northward. After Li Che and his party left, Li Lin's gaze gradually turned cold, and he turned around, sternly commanding, All troops, form up. The Yin army soldiers behind him closed ranks, ready for action. Before long, the family pursuers arrived at the city gate. But they did not see Li Che or the Prince of Ninggu. Instead, they saw the long spears of the Yin army, like a forest. The leader of the private soldiers was taken aback and asked, Why did the Yin king let the Prince of Ninggu go? You treasonous servants! How dare you commit robbery and plunder in the city, raiding the market? What does the Yin king mean by this? The words were only half spoken when Li Lin impatiently waved his hand. Countless arrows rained down from the city gate, instantly striking the private soldiers and scattering them. Following this, the Yin army surged forward, engulfing these family private soldiers. On the other side, Li Che hastened for several hundred meters and finally saw the flags of the Ninggu army fluttering in the wind ahead. He looked at the armored cavalry who had been guarding him and clasped his hands in thanks. "Thank you all for escorting us. We have safely exited the city, and you may return to report." Unexpectedly, those armored cavalry all reined in their horses and, led by the captain of the cavalry, knelt on one knee before Li Che. Li Che was surprised. "What are you doing? Quickly rise." The cavalry captain removed his helmet, revealing a young and handsome face, and respectfully said, "We wish to follow your highness and venture beyond the borders." Li Che frowned slightly and dismounted. "What do you mean by this? You are all elite troops under my elder brother's command. How can I dig a hole under my fourth brother?" The cavalry captain raised his head and spoke. "Your highness may not know, but I was originally from a good family. After joining the Yin army, I fought bravely and made several achievements. However, during one patrol, I encountered a member of the Fan family who tried to forcibly seize a woman. I severely injured him in retaliation, and thus I became a target of revenge from the Fan family. If it weren't for your highness's protection, allowing me to cover my face and join the armored cavalry as a soldier, I would have been killed by the Fan family long ago. But the Fan family is powerful. If I stay in Yin, it will only be a matter of time before they harm me. Therefore, the Yin King ordered us to follow your highness to the northeast to establish a foundation." The cavalry captain stood up and pointed to the more than 50 armored cavalrymen behind him. "These men all have enmities with the families and wish to follow your highness beyond the borders to fight the barbarians." After saying this, he knelt down again. "I hope your highness will accept us." The others shouted in unison. "We hope your highness will accept us." Li Che's art trembled, and his gaze swept over the resolute and courageous faces. Finally, it landed on the cavalry captain, and he asked, "What is your name?" "My name is Yu Yun." Li Che smiled and asked, "Have you taken a courtesy name?" Yu Yun was puzzled but still replied, "I joined the army at a young age and have not taken a courtesy name." "Then I shall give you one. How about Zilong?" Yu Zilong's face showed joy as he knelt down. "Thank you for bestowing me a name, your highness." Li Che hurried forward to help Yu Yun up, finding him more and more likable. He saw that he was 8 feet tall, with a majestic appearance, a heroic face, and wore a white robe over his iron armor. This kind of cavalry commander perfectly matched his perception of that fierce general from Shijiazhuang, making him feel very happy. "Zilong will temporarily serve as the team leader and continue to lead our cavalry," Li Che said. "In the future, if I can also train elite armored cavalry, I will entrust them all to you, Zilong." Yu Yun quickly clasped his hands. "Thank you, your highness." After accepting Yu Yun, Li Che felt even more pleased and was more grateful to Li Lin. Armored cavalry in this era were strategic weapons, and the fact that this Yin king was willing to give them to him showed he was truly good to him. With these 50 armored cavalry as a foundation, as long as the productivity of his territory keeps up, he would soon be able to raise an iron army of fully armored soldiers. After reorganizing the team and assessing losses, Li Che was surprised to find that not a single one of his side had been injured in the recent battle. Only one of his guards had dislocated his arm from using too much force while stabbing someone. This also indicated that the strategy of eliminating bandits and training troops along the way had been quite effective. At least, that batch of veteran criminals had transformed into battle-hardened elites, capable of becoming the backbone of the army in the future. Leaving Dongping County, the team advanced again. The next stop was the Shanhaiguan, known as the First Pass Under Heaven. Chapter 63. The First Pass Under Heaven. As dawn broke, the withered grass rustled along the dirt road, and the cold air grew stronger as they traveled north. A horse-drawn carriage rolled over dead branches and leaves, heading further north, the air becoming increasingly biting. Today, Li Che rarely did not ride. He sat across from Qianbin in the carriage, with Chiu when attending beside them. After Qianbin made a move in the game, he noticed Li Che staring absent-mindedly at the chessboard, his brows slightly furrowed. So he asked, "Does your highness have any worries?" Li Che came back to his senses and sighed. "The closer we get to Shanhaiguan, the more uneasy I feel, as if I am unprepared." Qianbin smiled and said, "Your highness, what are you worried about? You need not keep it to yourself. Feel free to speak. I am willing to listen." He paused, and continued, "I can't help but sigh. Even someone like fourth brother cannot claim peace in his territory. And there are still restless people causing trouble. This shows how difficult it is to govern a region. I was too simplistic in my initial thoughts." As he placed another piece, Qianbin advised, "What does your highness think are the aspects that need to be managed in a territory?" Li Che pondered for a moment and replied, "It requires military, politics, agriculture, industry, and commerce. These 5 aspects must be tackled simultaneously." "Indeed, very insightful." Qianbin clapped in appreciation. "But how much have you accomplished in these areas, your highness?" Li Che gave a bitter smile. "The army is just starting to be formed. The organization is not complete. And many regiment-level officers are temporarily serving as team leaders. The military and political aspects can only be considered as having a rough shape. As for the political affairs, we haven't reached the fief yet and haven't encountered specific issues, but there are very few literate people under my command, which may hinder significant use. Regarding agriculture, industry, and commerce, there is even less to discuss. Only the craftsmen are somewhat sufficient, while agriculture and commerce haven't even formed a basic scale. Considering this, it turns out that my army is relatively outstanding and is the only thing I can present." Qianbin shook his head helplessly. "Your highness's worries are too far-reaching. I'm just a humble mathematician and cannot help you much. But in my old view, what your highness needs most right now is a strategist who can plan and strategize." Upon hearing Qianbin's words, Li Che suddenly realized, yes, what he lacked was a strategist like Zhuge Kongming, someone with the talent to manage the world and strategize. People like Qianbin are all professionals. They would do well in a specific department. However, if we talk about overall planning and decisive victory from a distance, it ultimately still lacks a bit of timing. Your Highness, rest assured, there are thousands of exiled criminals in Ninggu County, among which there must be wise strategists that you need, Qianbin comforted. Li Qian nodded gently, feeling a bit relieved. After casually placing a piece on the board, he wore a confident smile on his face. "Master Qian, you have lost." Qianbin widened his eyes at the chessboard, the smile on his face gradually disappearing. How did this kid connect 5 pieces and say I lost? Shanhaiguan, nestled between high mountains and the sea, is the only vital passage from the central plains to the outer regions. In the 3rd year of the Daqing Dynasty, Emperor Qing issued an edict for Duke Shuizhong of Wei to lead an army northward. The barbarian tribes were terrified and fled at the news, no longer daring to look south. Subsequently, Shuizhong was commanded to build fortifications here, named Shanhaiguan because it is located north near the Yanshan Mountains and south by the Bohai Sea, as the first line of defense against the barbarians. Shanhaiguan has always been guarded by generals from the Shui family. On this day, Shuizhan was discussing matters in his residence when he suddenly heard urgent bells coming from the city tower. He abruptly stood up and hurried to the city wall. On the city tower, the guards had already responded to the sound, preparing in a tense and orderly manner. "Hurry, hurry! Close the city gates. Load the crossbows and prepare for battle. All troops armor up and take defensive positions on the wall." Seeing Shuizhan approach, the deputy commander quickly came over to report. "General, scouts have reported that a troop is approaching from the south, numbering around 10,000. There are many horses in the troop, about half for cavalry, but they are still far away, and the flags are not clear." Shuizhan nodded slightly, looking into the distance, where he saw a dark shadow gradually moving toward Shanhaiguan. Could it be the army of King Yin? The deputy commander showed a puzzled expression. Who else could muster such a large cavalry besides King Yin? But why would King Yin come here instead of staying in Yin territory? Shuizhan gently shook his head. "In my opinion, the incoming party is not King Yin, but the king of Ninggu County." The king of Ninggu County? The deputy commander widened his eyes, looking incredulous. How could this be possible? Wasn't he the news from a capital saying that the king of Ninggu County was not favored by his majesty and only brought over 1,000 criminals with him? As for the deputy commander's doubts, Shuizhan had no answers. He truly could not fathom how a prince, who was not even a direct royal, could expand his forces tenfold in such a short time. But he didn't need to understand these things. As a general guarding the borders, the most taboo thing was to have ties with a vassal king. Before long, the troop was getting closer, and soldiers with sharp eyesight had recognized the characters on the royal flag. "General, It's the flag of the king of Ninggu County." At this announcement, the guards were in an uproar. Ordinary soldiers were not as well informed as the commanders. They had never even heard of the king of Ninggu County and did not know why he was leading an army here. But they did know that beyond Shanhaiguan, if they went north for a while, there was a place called Ninggu County, which was nominally also a territory of Daqing. Silence. The deputy commander shouted sharply, and the noise on the city wall gradually faded. He turned to Shui Zhen and cautiously asked, "General, since the king of Ninggu County has arrived, should we first open the city gates and welcome His Royal Highness?" Shui Zhen's expression remained unchanged as he scanned the flag-waving troop below, counter-questioning, "What is our duty in guarding Shanhaiguan?" The deputy commander answered without hesitation, "To repel enemies from outside the pass and protect our Daqing territory." Then, who is the enemy outside the pass? Shui Zhen's tone was calm, but it struck the deputy commander like a thunderclap. Of course, the barbarians. The enemy outside the pass, but Ninggu County is also outside the pass. As these border troops were on guard against the barbarians, didn't they also have the responsibility to monitor the king of Ninggu County? Looking at Shui Zhen's calm demeanor, the deputy commander dared not think further and felt a chill run down his back. If he had rashly opened the city gates to welcome the king of Ninggu County, wouldn't that have solidified the accusation of collusion between the border troops and the vassal king? At that time, if it aroused His Majesty's suspicion, this deputy commander would be done for. When the king of Ninggu County arrives, we must conduct a thorough investigation to avoid mistakes. Shui Zhen looked toward the sky, his tone indifferent. It was getting late. Even if his identity was confirmed, he could not let him through the pass today. Chapter 64. Breaking the pass and entering the city. The setting sun was like blood, and the flag of the king of Ninggu County fluttered, billowing beneath the towering, heroic pass. Li Che reined in his horse before the pass, gazing at the imposing fortification, lost in thought. To the other soldiers of the Ninggu army, beyond this mighty pass lay a barren land of white snow. But for Li Che, Shanhaiguan held special significance. In his previous life, passing through this pass meant he could report peace to his family, even if his home was in the northernmost Greater Xing'an Range. Crossing this pass felt like stepping one foot into his home. Beyond the pass was his beloved hometown, and despite the countless difficulties behind it, there was always a way back home. Yet for him, Li Che, this road home was 1,000 times more difficult than for other northeastern drifters. Under the pass, the autumn wind was bleak and the flags fluttered. After a long time, without any movement from the pass, Li Che turned his horse back and ordered in a deep voice, "Qiu Bai, go knock on the gate." "Yes." Qiu Bai bowed and accepted the order, riding out. And when he reached the foot of the city, he raised his head and shouted, "The king of Ninggu County comes to the vassal. Open the gates quickly to welcome His Royal Highness." Shui Zhen looked down from the city and saw that the troops below were well-ordered, each soldier robust. Although there was no hostility, there was a murderous aura soaring to the skies. Shui Zhen, coming from a military family, could naturally see the extraordinary nature of this troop. They were truly forged through blood and fire. He secretly sighed. Indeed, rumors cannot be trusted. How could the king of Ninggu County bring out such a fierce army? He could not possibly be a weak and incompetent prince. Clearly, he was a long-dormant tiger, now released, likely to shake the world. As his thoughts searched, Shui Zhen remained expressionless and signaled to his deputy commander. The deputy commander understood and stepped forward, speaking loudly. "Do the newcomers have a pass document?" Ancient people were not foolish. They knew that people were the most important resource of a nation, and ordinary citizens could not cross borders without permission. Only those holding pass documents would be allowed through the border. Otherwise, they would be considered illegal immigrants. Upon hearing the deputy commander's words, Qiu Bai frowned. "My lord has the royal seal and the imperial edict as proof. Why would we need a pass document?" The deputy commander looked at Shui Zhen with difficulty. Shui Zhen, however, remained unchanged in expression, neither servile nor arrogant, and said, "If that is the case, please show the imperial edict or royal seal for verification." Impudent. Qiu Bai was furious. The royal seal and imperial edict were not something you could just inspect at will. Without proof, this subordinate cannot open the gates. Shui Zhen said calmly, You, Bai, glared in anger. The commanding officer above had a terrible temper, and he had no good way to respond, so he could only look back at Li Che. Li Che pondered for a moment, as if he understood something, and smiled lightly. If that is the case, then let him see. Uncle Yang took the royal seal and imperial edict from the carriage and walked to the city gate. Bai shouted again. Can you all see clearly? Hurry up and open the gates. Shuizhen frowned and replied. The sky is dark, making it difficult to discern. Please send up the royal seal and imperial edict for me to examine carefully. Bai was even angrier. You are overstepping. This is my duty. Shuizhen stood his ground. Li Che watched from behind, feeling that this person was somewhat interesting, and said with a smile, the royal seal is not convenient to show, but the imperial edict can be handed over to him. Your Highness. Qian Bin tried to advise, but was stopped by Li Che raising his hand. Master Qian, rest assured. He wouldn't dare show disrespect towards the imperial edict. A basket slowly descended from the city wall, and Bai carefully placed the imperial edict inside. The basket gradually rose. After that, there was a long silence. Bai waited anxiously at the city gate, unable to contain his frustration, and shouted, I say, that bird-like guard up there. Have you finished reading yet? It's only a few hundred words. Are you going to take until tomorrow? If you're done, hurry up and open the gate for my lord. Shuizhen's figure finally reappeared at the city walls. He cupped his hands in salute towards Li Che and said in a loud voice, This subordinate pays respects to Prince Ninggu. Upon seeing him acknowledge Li Che's identity, Bai urged, Then why don't you hurry and open the city gate to welcome my lord into the city? When the prince arrives, the gates should naturally be opened. Shuizhen's expression remained unchanged as he slowly replied, However, it is already late, and night has fallen. According to the rules, after sunset, no one is allowed to enter or exit the city at will. Moreover, the prince is currently leading many troops, and these people's identities are unclear. He paused deliberately before continuing, I asked the prince to rest outside the gate for one night. Tomorrow at dawn, I will send someone to verify their identities, and we can proceed then. Shuizhen's reasoning was clear. Even Wang Sanshun and the others could tell he was trying to evade the situation. The former bandit leaders, now officers, erupted in curses. You bastard, what did you say? How rude you are. My lord has traveled thousands of miles to enter your mother-s hole. I'll tear your filthy mouth apart. This person was clearly being difficult. Your Highness, let me go chop him down. The other officers were also shouting, but only Yu Yun seemed somewhat at a loss, wanting to join in the cursing but unable to find words. The middle and high-ranking officers of the Ninggu army lacked education, and their insults were quite crude. A simple bastard was considered extremely vulgar. The term bastard itself is insulting, and when someone sees their mother and a certain part of their body stiffens, it can be said to be both vulgar and insulting. Shuizhen, coming from a family of generals and being the legitimate son of Duke Shuizhong of Wei, had never heard such filthy language, and his face turned ashen. Rules are rules. Shuizhen shouted, I have a responsibility to defend this land. How can I abandon my duty because of your threats? On the contrary, Prince Ninggu, you are condoning your subordinate's disrespect towards a border commander. I must report this to His Majesty and lodge a complaint against you. Li Che looked at the young guard at the gate and found him more amusing. He waved his hand, and everyone behind him stopped their verbal assault. The young guard really won't let me pass? Li Che's tone was calm, but carried a hint of pressure. Shuizhen straightened his neck and declared firmly, It is late. I have no authority to let the prince pass. If the prince insists on passing, then command your army to attack the city and cross over my dead body. Upon hearing this, Li Che's smile widened. Attacking one's own gate was a grave crime. Only a fool would do such a thing, right? Thinking of this, Li Che turned to the other guards and said with a kind smile, Everyone heard that. This is what your general has commanded me to do. I have never heard such a request in my life. Of course, I must fulfill it. As soon as he said this, Shuizhen was stunned. Not only Shuizhen, but even the few who had just cursed the most furiously were frozen in place. What are you standing there for? Li Che looked back at Wang Sanshun and the others and drew his sword from his waist. Ninggu army, follow my command. Break the gate and enter the city. Hearing Li Che's order, the Ninggu army looked at each other in confusion. They were indeed criminals. But they also knew that storming their own gate was a grave crime, no different from treason. How could the prince's command be crazier than us criminals? The army fell silent. Only the wind and sand howled, and everyone hesitated to move forward. Suddenly, a dark shadow dashed past, like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, rushing toward the city gate with tremendous force. Shuizhan focused his eyes and saw a tall, muscular man, over 2 meters tall, holding a 3-meter-long iron rod. Whether it was an illusion or not, at that moment, Shuizhan felt the mountain sea pass was shaking beneath his feet. As the strong man reached the city gate, he raised the iron rod high. The guards at the gate whispered, "Is this person crazy? Does he really want to smash the gate open with that rod? How arrogant! Just asking for humiliation." The subordinates of Prince Ninggu turned out to be brutes. They had just insulted the general and now imagined they could smash the gate open with one person's strength. Ancient city gates were made of solid wood. The lightest would weigh at least 800 pounds, and the heaviest could exceed 1,000 pounds. Gates at important passes like the Mountain Sea Pass weighed over 1,200 pounds. Even if the guards inside the city did not defend the gate, it was not something that could be moved by human strength. And then, the iron rod came crashing down. Boom! Everyone felt a massive sound ringing in their ears, and their vision blurred. The guards standing in the gate tunnel shook off the dust that had fallen onto their heads and stared wide-eyed at the gate bolt. To their astonishment, a shocking crack appeared on the thick wooden bolt. The soldier rubbed his eyes, seemingly unable to believe it, and stepped forward to touch the crack. The moment his fingers brushed against the bolt, there was another loud bang. The bolt broke with a snap, splintering wood flew everywhere, and blood splattered all over his hands. "Get out of the way, quickly!" the gatekeeper shouted, and the soldiers in the tunnel finally came to their senses and frantically fled backward. Just as they escaped the tunnel, another deafening sound erupted behind them. As soon as they fled the tunnel, a thunderous crash echoed, and the 1,000-pound city gate came crashing down, sending dust flying and blocking out the sun. Amidst the dust and smoke, a figure like a demon, holding an iron rod, stepped forward. For a moment, there was silence. In the eyes of the crowd filled with disbelief, Li Che remained calm, lightly tapping his heels against the saddle, and his warhorse stepped slowly into the Mountain Sea Pass. The guard stared dumbfounded at Li Che riding into the pass, too stunned to stop him or run away. Bai came to his senses and quickly shouted, "Hurry! Protect the prince!" The personal guards, as if awakening from a dream, rushed forward to firmly control the city gate, and the Ninggu army streamed in. After entering the Mountain Sea Pass, Li Che did not rush to leave. He reined in his horse before the command platform and casually called over a soldier, "Go. Bring me that young man who was just challenging me." The soldier stiffened and said, "Your Highness, our general is the guard of the Mountain Sea Pass, the Duke of Wei's heir. Although you are a prince, you cannot disrespect him." Li Che looked at him with a smile that was not quite a smile. Which is more noble, the Duke's heir or the prince? The soldier lowered his head and said nothing. "Don't make it hard for him. Shuizhan is here." Shuizhan walked down from the city tower, looking calmly at Li Che. Li Che looked up and saw that the newcomer was tall and strong, with a piercing gaze, resembling a fierce general. Yet he had a somewhat feminine appearance. Just looking at his handsome face, one might think he was a young noble from some family. "General Shui, what great authority you have. Lik is norted coldly." Shuizhan looked up at Li Che and cupped his hands. This subordinate is merely acting according to the court's orders. However, since the prince has today led troops to destroy the gate and break in, I must report this truthfully to the court. What a stubborn young man from the Shui family. Li Che smiled instead of getting angry, raised the whip in his hand, and struck hard at Shuizhan. Crack, crack, crack. The soldiers only heard 3 whip cracks, and Shuizhan covered his face and knelt on the ground. The deputy general was shocked and rushed forward to intervene. "Your Highness, please calm down, General Shui." Li Che's gaze turned cold, and he kicked the deputy general's helmet firmly. "Get lost. Were you to be worthy of speaking with this king?" The deputy general was kicked into a daze, standing there at a loss. The guards at the Mountain Sea Pass all lowered their heads, gripping their weapons tightly, gritting their teeth. Shuizhan held a high reputation in the army. Being treated this way by Li Che was naturally unfair to the soldiers, who secretly felt indignant for him. At this moment, Shuizhan only needed to give a command, and the surrounding soldiers would dare to rush forward and kill Li Che. Bai and the other personal guard were also aware of this, each gripping their waist blades. Vigilantly guarding around the quay. Li Che snorted coldly and turned to look at the north gate. Open the gates. This king wants to leave the pass. Seeing the soldiers standing still, Qiubai walked over with a few personal guards, fiercely pushing aside the guards and opening the northern gate. Li Che turned back to look at Shuezhen and threatened, "Next time you see this prince, be a little more perceptive." After saying that, he left with his personal guards in a flamboyant manner. The Ninggu army followed behind, grandly exiting the pass. Seeing that Li Che had gone far, the deputy commander quickly stepped forward to help Shuezhen up. "General, are you all right? This Ninggu prince is truly detestable, treating the general like this and even kicking me. It's simply the height of arrogance." He moved forward to pull down Shuezhen's hand, covering his face, and suddenly froze in place. How could this be? Shuezhen's face was perfectly unblemished, not a single scratch. "Don't make a fuss," Shuezhen said softly. "His Highness struck air and didn't hurt me at all." "Huh?" The deputy commander looked confused. "Why is a Ninggu prince like this? Don't you understand? This 3 lashes confirm the fact that the Ninggu prince and I are at odds. Once this matter reaches the court, it will prevent His Majesty from being wary of me. Even if the Ninggu prince rebels in the future, with these 3 lashes, it won't implicate me. His Highness didn't strike 3 lashes. This is clearly 3 death exemption tokens." The deputy commander realized, looking at the distant figure of Li Che with newfound respect. "So that's how it is," the deputy commander said with a face full of regret. "How detestable. Why did His Highness only kick me?" The deputy commander looked at Shuezhen anxiously. "General, I still feel uncertain. Should we chase after them and let His Highness give me a few more lashes? Get lost." "All right." On the other side, Li Che had exited the Shanhaiguan. Qiubai rode up and asked with some confusion, "Your Highness, I see that Shuezhen is also a loyal and brave general. Are you being a bit too harsh on him?" "It is precisely because he is loyal and brave that this prince gave him 3 lashes," Li Che said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Qiubai seemed to ponder. Then Li Che added, "If it were a mediocre general, this prince would have rewarded him with 3 knives. Qiubai. Chapter 66. The barbarians are coming. Outside Shanhaiguan, there was still a layer of old snow on the ground, and the hooves of the horses made a crunching sound as they stepped on it. Like silently tightened his cloak, whether it was psychological or not. He felt that the temperature had dropped a few degrees as soon as they left Shanhaiguan. Just after exiting Shanhaiguan, Li Che ordered the entire army to rest, then took out the map given to him by his 4th brother before departing and examined it carefully. The map marked the mountains, rivers, counties, and cities outside the pass. Ninggu County City was the destination of this trip. Li Che silently recited in his heart, referencing the memories from his past life, and quickly confirmed the location of Ninggu County City. That land, known in later generations as Chaoyang, is a major stronghold in the northeast, historically a place of contention for military strategists. However, Li Che had no certainty about what Ninggu County City looked like now. The area outside the pass was ravaged by barbarians, and even now, there were at least several barbarian forces occupying it. The Khitan, the Xinbei, the Shiwei, and the most powerful, the Mo, as well as the Jurchens who separated from the Mo. Whenever he thought of the Jurchens, a layer of gloom covered Li Che's heart. There is an ancient saying that a Jurchen army of 10,000 cannot be defeated. They are an extremely powerful nomadic tribe that once established a strong empire, entering the Central Plains and becoming the 2nd dynasty to rule China as a minority after the Mongol Yuan. After the Jurchens transformed into their complete form and entered the pass, they rampaged, leading to a drastic decrease in the Han population from over 160 million to just over 90 million. The 10 days in Yangzhou and the 3 massacres in Jiading were all at the hands of the Jurchens. According to historical inertia, if Li Che stood by and watched the Jurchens grow stronger, history might very well repeat itself in this timeline. "Has there been any news from Yin-san?" Li Che asked, looking up. Qiuwen handed Li Che a baked bun, softly saying, "Reporting to your highness, the Yin team has not yet returned, but several scouts have already returned to report." Li Che nodded, taking the bun, called them over. After a moment, several scouts dressed in leather armor quickly approached. "Greetings, your highness." In just a few days, their faces had turned red from the wind and snow outside the pass, and their skin was slightly cracked. Li Che handed the bun to one of them. "Don't rush. Warm yourselves first." The scout quickly reached out to take it, his previously cold body immediately feeling warm. "Have you learned about the situation in Ninggu County City?" The scout quickly replied, "Reporting to Your Highness, I have been to Ninggu County City." "What is the situation?" "I only took a distant glance. The Yin team ordered me to return to report first," the scout explained, saying he had led the other brothers into the city to investigate the situation in detail. Li Che nodded lightly. This Yin San was indeed meticulous in his work. "However, although I only took a distant glance, my subordinate feels that the situation in that city is not good." "Why do you say that?" "The city walls are severely damaged in many places. There are few people in the city, and many houses have collapsed, resembling a ghost town." The scout recalled, saying, "Even several sections of the city wall are missing, indicating that it has not been maintained for a long time." Upon hearing this, Li Che felt a surge of anger. If the city walls are so broken, what kind of incompetent scum is the garrison commander in the city? Without city walls, how can they resist the barbarian invasion? How many common people must have died under the hooves of horses? "I see. You all go and rest well." After the scouts left, Li Che thought for a moment, and then called for Wang Sanshun and others. "Send down the order to pack up and set off immediately. I will lead the personal guards to clear the way, with the cavalry following, the supplies, and the main force in the center, and the archers covering the rear." "Your Highness must not," Wang Sanshun hurriedly advised. "Outside the pass is the barbarian territory. What if we are ambushed? I ask Your Highness to stay in the central army." "I am willing to be the vanguard." Li Che refused decisively. "If we fear battle, we cannot win. We came here to fight the foreign tribes. Why should I hide from them?" Seeing that Li Che was determined, Wang Sanshun had no choice but to obey the order. Liquidond aviatamur, personally leading dozens of personal guards at the front of the line, guided by the scouts. The road outside the pass was even harder to traverse. The muddy ground, mixed with melting snow, often caused the horses' hooves to sink deep, making it difficult to advance. After walking for half an hour, Li Che suddenly saw something resembling a flagpole appear in the distance. "What is that?" The scout beside him suddenly changed his expression. "Your Highness, it would be better not to look." Upon hearing this, Li Che's face darkened, and he had a bad premonition. He urged his horse forward, with his personal guards closely following. As he approached, Li Che felt a chill run through him, and the sight before him ignited his fury. In front of him was a wooden stake with a man's corpse nailed to it, kneeling on the ground. The sharp end of the stake pierced through the man's mouth. Blood and intestines spilled all over the ground, already frozen solid. Judging by the man's appearance and clothing, he was definitely not a barbarian, but a citizen of Daqing. "Have you seen this?" Li Che's voice was terrifyingly cold. The scout quickly stepped forward to apologize. "I have seen it. It should be a barbarian custom, a form of intimidation. You let the corpse of our compatriot be insulted, and you remain indifferent?" Li Che's eyes burned with anger. "Why didn't you give him a proper burial?" The scout hesitated for a moment and said solemnly, "Reporting to Your Highness, because we couldn't bury them." Li Che's eyes widened. "What do you mean you couldn't bury them?" The scout replied truthfully, "It's over 300 miles to Ninggu County City. There's a wooden stake every mile, and each stake has a corpse. Over 300 corpses, and we scouts only number in the dozens. We simply cannot gather them." Upon hearing this, Li Che's anger soared. Over 300 corpses, that is over 300 lives, over 300 citizens of Daqing, who have been so brutally mistreated by the barbarians. What a cruel and barbaric method. It truly deserves death. No wonder our ancestors said, "If they are not of our race, their hearts must be different." Looking at the desperate and unwilling face on the stake, Li Che fell silent. After a moment, he ordered down, "Gather all the bodies and give them a proper burial." "Yes." Li Che continued forward, and sure enough, he could see a corpse every mile. As the sun set, the shadows of Li Che and his companions elongated. They pressed on. The tragic scene along the way was shocking. The personal guards suppressed their grief, carefully taking down the corpses from the wooden stakes and collecting them for processing in the rear. This resulted in fewer and fewer people around Li Che. Bai intended to remind him, but upon seeing Li Che's grim face, he closed his mouth again. After walking for another half an hour, fewer than 20 personal guards remained by Li Chie's side. Suddenly, a few unfamiliar cavalry figures appeared on the mountain path in the distance. Xiao Bai's pupils shrank sharply, and he quickly called out, "Your Highness, there's a situation." Li Chie squinted to look over. A shout in an unfamiliar language came from afar, followed by the sound of hurried hooves. The barbarians were coming. Chapter 67. The Mo cavalry. There were about 20 barbarian riders, all dressed in animal skins, with long bows and curved sabers hanging at their waists. Powerful men. They wore no armor, only a small round shield placed on the side of their saddles. When the barbarian riders saw Li Chie's group, they showed no fear and charged towards them with an arrogant attitude. "Your Highness, they are Mo people," Xiao Bai whispered. Li Chie looked at him with confusion. "How do you know?" "My family was once a powerful clan in the northern lands, and I learned their language when I was young, so I can understand a few phrases. Moreover, the Mo are easy to distinguish. The Khitan, Goryeo, and Sherway all do not braid their hair. Only the Mo men like to braid it and let it hang down their backs." Li Chie looked closely and indeed saw that several of the barbarians had a small braid at the back of their heads. Unlike the braid seen in Qing palace dramas, theirs were uglier and shorter, resembling rat tails. The leading man seemed to be a minor chief, with a decoration resembling a tiger or leopard's tail tied to his braid. The Mo riders were incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, they reached Li Chie and his companions. Seeing this, the personal guards wanted to draw their swords, but Li Chie raised his hand to stop them. The chief with the beast's tail approached Li Chie with an air of arrogance, babbling a string of words. "What is he saying?" Li Chie frowned and asked Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai listened intently, his expression growing more severe, and said in a deep voice, "He asked why we left these corpses behind. Don't we know the rules?" "Ask him what rules?" Xiao Bai looked at the man and spoke a string of words. The Mo chief seemed somewhat surprised that Xiao Bai understood their language. After a brief moment of astonishment, he replied with another string of words. After hearing this, Xiao Bai's anger flared, and he gritted his teeth. He said these corpses are a warning from many barbarians outside the pass to the Xia people. "This is not our Xia territory. We should behave ourselves, as the status of any northern race is higher than that of the Xia. If we dare to resist, we will end up like those people. In this world, there is no Qin or Han. Thus other countries and races still refer to the Central Plains people as Xia." Xiao Bai looked at Li Chie with indignation. "Your Highness, those corpses were once warriors who fought against the barbarians." Upon hearing this, Li Chie's gaze swept over the barbarian faces, finally landing on the chief, his eyes flashing coldly. "You can talk to him," Li Chie began, but suddenly stopped, then sneered. "Forget it. I won't waste my breath on a bunch of beasts." His sword silently unsheathed from his waist, a flash of cold light, and he slashed out. The Mo chief hadn't even reacted when he felt a chill at his neck, and his head flew high, blood gushing out, leaving only a headless body on the horse. While the other Mo riders were still in shock, Li Chie's personal guards had already drawn their swords and leaped onto their horses, charging forward like arrows released from a bow amidst the whinnying of horses. In an instant, 7 or 8 Mo riders were left with their bodies and heads separated, blood splattering 5 steps away. The Mo riders, used to seeing the exiled criminals from the Great Qing, thought that the Great Qing people were weak and easily bullied, never expecting that Li Chie's group, despite being outnumbered, would dare to strike first. By the time they came to their senses and thought of fleeing, it was already too late. Li Chie's personal guards swiftly took out light crossbows from their waists, loading and aiming at the fleeing Mo remnants. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In just a few steps, over a dozen crossbow bolts, carrying the scent of death, accurately pierced the chests of the Mo men, nailing them to the ground one by one. By then, more than 20 Mo riders were nearly annihilated, with only the last 3 riders managing to escape with their lives. Li Chie did not order a pursuit, but calmly took his bow and arrows from the side of his horse, knocking an arrow in one smooth motion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After 3 sounds of the arrow slicing through the air, 3 feathered arrows hit their targets without a hitch, and the snowy wilderness returned to silence. The ownerless horses galloped wildly in the snow, and the personal guards hurried forward to gather these horses that had lost their masters. Unperturbed, his chest still heaving violently. The words of the Mo chief had greatly impacted him. He had never thought that in the territory of the Great Qing, within Ninggu County, the Xia people living here had become the lowest-ranked race. In such a weak country, unable to intimidate foreign enemies and unable to protect its people, what face did it have to call itself great? Xiao Bai approached Li Che, worry etched on his face. Your Highness. You. Li Che came back to his senses and shook his head. I'm fine. How is the battle? All taken care of. The brothers are finishing off the remaining enemies. And we also captured more than 20 war horses, Xiao Bai praised. These are all fine horses. Indeed, the breeds beyond the pass are excellent. What counts as fine horses? Li Che se lip skurlid into as lied smile. In the future, we will have better ones. The horses ridden by the Mo were merely a mix of Mongolian and Kazakh breeds. While they had great endurance and decent carrying capacity as war horses, they could only be considered barely adequate. The truly good steeds and fine horses were far away in the western regions, especially in the distant Yuan kingdom, where the finest horses with both speed and explosive power could be found. Let us tidy up and continue on. Suddenly, Li Che caught sight of a corpse on the ground twitching. Immediately after, the corpse sprang up, flipped onto an ownerless warhorse, and fled into the distance. Quick! Don't let him get away. He'll report back. Li Che shouted sharply. However, the personal guard around him were busy cleaning up the battlefield, and, at that moment, only Li Che was still on horseback. Li Che gritted his teeth, disregarding everything, and immediately spurred his horse to chase after the fleeing Mo man. He instinctively reached behind him, only to find nothing. He then remembered that he had handed his bow to Xiao Bai after shooting his arrows. Damn it! Li Che cursed and accelerated his pursuit. Behind him, he heard Xiao Bai's intermittent voice. Your Highness, slow down. You all hurry up and mount to chase. If your Highness loses even a single hair, we will all die. The personal guards quickly mounted and chased after. But Li Che and the fleeing Mo rider had already run too far, and they could only vaguely see a silhouette. You bastard, don't run, Li Che urged, whipping his horse, but his riding skills could never match that of the Hu cavalry. He saw that the other party was about to vanish into the vast, snowy forest. In a flash of inspiration, Li Che steeled his heart, drew his sword from his waist, aimed at the rider's back, and threw it with all his might. The silent sword sliced through the air, heading straight for the Hu man's head. The Mo rider felt a cold flash behind his head, followed by a dull pain in his scalp, almost causing him to fall off his horse. When he raised his hand to feel around, he found his head was unscathed. It was merely the hilt that had struck him. He then turned back and laughed mockingly at Li Che. You dog barbarian, I'll eat you alive. Li Che, humiliated and furious, chased after him again. However, the distance between them grew larger, and the Hu rider was about to disappear into the vast snowy forest. Suddenly, a shadow leaped down from the forest. The shadow moved swiftly, landing steadily on the Mo rider's horse, and immediately, a scream came from the horse's back. Chapter 68. The inner city, outer city, and cannibalism. The shadow moved agilely, wrapping around the Mo rider's limbs like a snake, rendering him unable to move. Then came the sound of bones breaking. The shadow suddenly exerted force again, pulling the chitin rider off his horse. Li Che was taken aback and quickly reined in his horse in front of the two. He saw a lean man stand up from the snow, while the chitin rider lay limp on the ground, groaning in pain, unable to get up. Yen San? Li Che looked at the newcomer in surprise. Yen San, pay your respects to His Highness. The visitor was indeed Yen San, who had been sent by Li Che earlier. Your Highness, don't worry, we have dislocated his joints. He definitely won't be able to run away. Yen San grinned. Not bad. Where did you learn that? Li Che felt much more relaxed and patted Yen San on the shoulder. Yen San, filled with joy, leaned closer. We, the gentlemen of the Liang, all understand some techniques of joint dislocation. It's as easy as flipping our hands. Very good, Li Che sincerely praised. It was indeed very appropriate to promote Yen San to the position of scout. Among the group, Yen San might be the least skilled in battlefield combat. However, outside the battlefield, in tasks like ambushes, assassinations, and reconnaissance, his skills might be the best. How did you end up here? Li Che asked again. Yen San picked up the silent, long sword that had fallen in the distance and respectfully presented it to Li Che, then replied, I have gathered intelligence on the situation in Ninggu County City and worried that your highness would be anxious. I had my men hide in the city while I returned first to report. Li Che sheathed the silent sword and, hearing that Yin San had figured out the situation in Ninggu County City, quickly asked, "What's the situation?" Not optimistic, Yin San's expression turned serious. "The city is filled with starving corpses. The people have no land to farm, no livestock to raise, and no homes to live in, merely covering themselves with straw mats and animal skins. Countless have frozen to death. When we entered the city, it was like entering a no-man's land. The city gates were wide open, and not a single soldier was guarding them. Rather than a city, it is more like an unguarded refugee camp." Li Che's expression darkened. "Has it become this miserable already? Miserable? Your Highness is mistaken. This city is very prosperous." Yin San's tone was strange. Li Che's heart sank, and he pressed, "What do you mean by that? Your Highness may not know, but Ninggu County City is divided into an inner city and an outer city. What I previously described to you was just a scene of the outer city. The inner city is over 10 meters high, with soldiers in full armor and equipped with weapons patrolling at all times. Even I found it quite difficult to blend in. The streets in the city are crisscrossed, with high walls towering like a maze. The pedestrians are dressed lavishly, and the aroma of food and wine fills the air, completely devoid of signs of hardship." Upon hearing this, Li Che's expression grew even graver. Without Yin San saying much more, he almost understood what was happening. The rich banquet while the poor starve. No matter where it is, there is a class gap. The lower class suffers, while the upper class indulges. Such things are not rare. However, he never expected that in this harsh land beyond the pass, surrounded by foreign tribes, was precisely where the people of Daqing should band together for warmth. These people were so brazen, relying on the suffering of others to live their happy lives. It was truly disheartening. What shocked me even more was that within the inner city, barbarian people could come and go freely. Yin San revealed another jaw-dropping fact. Li Che narrowed his eyes, suppressing his anger. "You didn't see wrong? I guarantee with my life, there is not a word of exaggeration." Yin San's tone was firm. "As people from the rivers and lakes, knowing how to read people is the foundation of our survival. We absolutely cannot afford to be wrong." Those barbarians were adorned in gold and silver, entering and leaving several wealthy estates, accompanied by beautiful women, clearly holding a significant status here. Colluding with the enemy and betraying the country. Li Che gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with anger. "This is a capital offense." Moreover, Yin San continued, "I also observed the walls of the inner city. Although they are exceptionally sturdy, there are no signs of battle. This indicates that the barbarians plunder Ninggu County several times every year, and the outer city walls have been nearly dismantled, yet they have never attacked the inner city. On the contrary, the outer city's people are destitute, having nothing, not even a young girl, all taken by the barbarians." Li Kisujin stood up, pacing back and forth, his anger boiling. What Yin San said sent chills down his spine. The inner city of Ninggu County was indeed such a den of filth. No need to say more, I understand. The reason they do not need to farm or raise livestock is that they treat the outer city's people like cattle and sheep, collaborating with foreign tribes to layer upon layer exploit the blood and flesh of the common people. They tightly closed the city gates, reached an agreement with the barbarians, and handed over their own compatriots as goods. Yin San hesitated for a moment, then cupped his hands and said, "Your Highness is wise. Exactly so. That is why I dared not delay and came back to report to your Highness first. If that is the case, the people in power in the inner city will certainly not want your Highness to enter the city to share the benefits. And if your Highness goes rashly, it may lead to unforeseen dangers. Moreover, the situation in the inner city is also very complex. I even saw people wearing the official robes of the previous dynasty walking back and forth, suggesting that it is not a united front. Your Highness might be able to maneuver among them, win over one side, suppress the other, and gradually take control of the inner city." Yin San, as a notorious thief, often mingled in royal residences, and under such influence, his horizons gradually broadened. This kind of complex situation could be described as internal strife and external troubles. If handled poorly, Even if Li Che had troops, he would likely be trapped in the city by their collusion with the barbarians. Li Che was the most compassionate noble Yin San had ever seen. He genuinely regarded Li Che as his master and certainly did not want Li Che to face any danger. However, he saw Li Che gripping the long sword. Looking towards the distant white mountains and black waters, his expression grave. Then he shook his head and said decisively, "No, I absolutely will not." Yin San was taken aback. "Your Highness." "Yin San, remember this." Li Che turned to Yin San. "This is a feast of cannibalism. I will never participate. The people of the inner city all have a path to death. They do not deserve my persuasion. What does your Highness intend to do?" Yin San looked at Li Che with concern. "No destruction, no establishment, no blockage, no flow, no stop, no action. Our struggle with them is a matter of life and death. Only by breaking through the inner city and eliminating them completely." Li Che's eyes turned red, enunciating each word. "Beasts that harm their own kind, not one will be spared." Chapter 69. "Mr. Zhuge, your Highness." A frantic shout came from behind. Li Che turned his head to see Chiu Bai leading several personal guards rushing over. Seeing Li Che safe and sound, Chiu Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief, dismounted, and hurried forward. Yin San cupped his hands. "Chief Chiu." But Chiu Bai ignored him and directly knelt before Li Che. "I arrived late to rescue your Highness. Please punish me." Li Che noticed Yin San's awkward expression and couldn't help but frown. "You should be punished." Upon hearing this, Chiu Bai's face turned even paler, and he lowered his head in silence. "In a critical moment, my most trusted personal guard, my most relied upon personal guard, failed to protect me. While the one you look down upon, Yin San, successfully protected me and found me first. How can you still have the face to look down on Yin San?" The mid-level military officers in Ninggu army looked down on Yin San, which Li Che saw as outright workplace discrimination and bullying. As a boss, he would not allow such things to persist. In his previous life, when he had just started working, he had also encountered such issues and knew how unpleasant that feeling was. Having been drenched in rain himself, he wanted to give others an umbrella. Chiu Bai, feeling ashamed, looked at Yin San and cupped his fists. "Team leader Yin, it was my fault." Yin San hurriedly stepped aside, repeatedly waving his hands. I dare not. I dare not." Although the two were of equal rank, the class differences in feudal society were hard to overcome. Before joining the criminal army, Chiu Bai came from a noble family and belonged to the scholarly class. In contrast, Yin San, as a thief, even if he was a top thief, still belonged to the lowest, even insignificant class. "Enough. Since he has already apologized and admitted his mistake, you should accept it." Li Che glared at Chiu Bai. Although he despised this kind of feudal class difference, Li Che also understood that one cannot become a fat person in one bite. Even in future societies, true equality remains a long way off. But at least under his command, there can be no distinction between noble families and commoners, nor any remnants of a caste system like that of the three brothers. He ordered the entire army to rest in place. Li Che looked at Chiu Bai, saying, "We need to revise our plan." The biting north wind blew fiercely, and Ninggu County City resembled an icebound cage, lying prostrate on the vast earth. The city was filled with crumbling walls and roofs, covered in snow, exuding an air of desolation. Wang Lu tightened his tattered coat and exhaled a puff of white air onto his frozen hands. This cursed place is indeed cold to the bone. As a person from Jiangnan, he had never experienced such extreme cold, feeling as if the icy chill would freeze his blood. Fortunately, before entering the city, the Yin team had instructed everyone to sew animal skins into their clothes, which barely helped to fend off some of the cold. Wang Lu, once a ruffian from the water towns of Jiangnan, had killed someone during a dispute and was sentenced to the penal camp. He was small and agile, quick on his feet, which caught Yin San's eye, leading to his transfer to the scout camp. In Mangdang Mountain, he used his nimbleness to kill a bandit scout, earning a promotion to squad leader. After entering Ninggu County City, Yin San allowed them to move freely to gather intelligence. As Wang Lu strolled through the dilapidated streets, he saw corpses frozen to death under eaves, and the chill in his heart was even lower than the temperature. Truly, human life is cheaper than that of dogs. Suddenly, Wang Lu saw several men hurriedly pass by him. Men were not unusual. There were many in Ninggu County City. Strong women had been abducted by the barbarians to bear their children, while weak women found it hard to survive the harsh winter. What puzzled Wang Lu was that the men around him were in a hurry, conversing briefly before heading toward a specific place. As a scout, Wang Lu immediately sensed something was off. He concealed himself and quietly followed behind the crowd. Passing through a section of collapsed walls, Wang Lu was astonished to see those men lift a stone slab and file in one after another. His eyes flashed as he hunched his body and followed. Below was a dark passage, and everyone moved forward in silence, feeling their way in the dark. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, a torch lit up in the darkness, illuminating several swaying figures, resembling ghostly shadows. Wang Lu swallowed hard, steadied himself, and carefully observed his surroundings. He saw that this underground passage connected multiple openings, branching out like an underground city. Wang Lu was astonished. He had heard in his early years in the martial world that the imperial capital had many ditches forming a complex underground drainage system, where many criminals hid. Thus, it became a unique place for illicit activities, known as Ghost Fan Tower. To his surprise, this small Ninggu County city also had a place similar to Ghost Fan Tower. Unlike the Ghost Fan Tower in the capital, this place did not seem like a lawless area harboring criminals. It appeared more like a refuge for the common people. As Wang Lu walked along the passage, he primarily saw old, weak, women, and children, although they were all emaciated. They were at least alive and still held a glimmer of hope. There were also men patrolling with rudimentary weapons, clearly organized. Wang Lu suppressed his shock and moved toward the most densely populated area. Soon, he arrived at a spacious hall-like place, where the men who had entered with him also came to a halt. Everyone cast their expectant gazes toward a raised platform in the center of the hall. A thin man in a faded long robe stood atop the platform. Mr. Zhuge. Everyone bowed in unison, paying their respects to the man, their tone filled with genuine respect. Wang Lu contained his curiosity and joined the crowd in bowing. Everyone need not be overly formal. Mr. Zhuge's voice was warm, like a spring breeze. The crowd straightened up, waiting for him to speak. Mr. Zhuge slowly said, "The reason I have risked calling everyone here today is that spring is approaching, and the number of imperial criminals sent to Ninggu County has piled up over the winter. It won't be long before those Mof people come again to raid. The barbarians, under the pretext of herding horses, roamed around looting to provide for their military expenses, commonly known as raiding for forage." An uproar arose from the crowd. Someone angrily replied, "We can no longer survive. The barbarians want to come and plunder? Let's fight them." Upon hearing this, many people angrily echoed in agreement. The common people of the Central Plains are the most docile. As long as they have enough to eat, they won't resort to violence. But in this Ninggu County city, with the upper class colluding with the barbarians, they truly left no way for people to live. Even a cornered rabbit will bite, let alone these people. Mr. Zhuge shook his head, waiting for the crowd to calm down slightly before speaking. "We have not resisted, but what was the outcome? Tens of thousands of common people, unarmed, and over half were brutally slaughtered by the barbarians." He paused and said earnestly, "Our lives mean nothing to the government, but we must cherish them ourselves. Enduring for a moment brings hope." Chapter 70, I will protect this group of people. Looking at the figure on the platform, Wang Lu's eyes flickered. This person has such prestige that he united tens of thousands of common people in Ninggu County City. Moreover, it seemed he should be the one in power in this underground city. Such a talent must be of use to His Highness. However, after a moment's thought, Wang Lu decided to continue observing without making a sound. The waters in Ninggu County City are too deep. What if this Mr. Zhuge pretends to protect the common people while secretly being a lackey for the officials? In this corrupt world, there are indeed many who play both sides. "Mr. Zhuge, what do you think we should do?" a commoner respectfully asked, filled with anxiety and hope. Upon hearing this, Wang Lu clearly saw the color drain from Mr. Zhuge's face. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, "We will still follow the old rules. When the Moh come to invade, women, children, and the elderly must hide in the begging cave. But the outer city cannot be left empty. Otherwise, given the nature of the Mo, they will not leave without enough plunder. Besides the new convicts, we also need some young men to voluntarily go to the surface to bolster our numbers. Wang Lu stared in shock at the figure on the platform. Must we go to such lengths? Looking around, everyone else appeared unfazed, as if they had long been accustomed to this. Those who voluntarily went to the surface would have their families allowed to permanently stay in the begging cave. If they unfortunately died, we would do our utmost to care for their families. After finishing this statement, Mr. Zhuge seemed to lose his strength and fell silent. The crowd below also fell silent, the atmosphere becoming extremely oppressive. Wang Lu shook his head inwardly, thinking, who would be willing to take such a dangerous risk? Given the barbarians' brutal nature, they wouldn't stop at mere looting. If provoked, they might even kill for pleasure. Even ants strive to survive, let alone humans. Just then, a loud voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. I'll go. A tall, thin man stepped out from the crowd, standing up forcefully, pointing at his empty sleeves and saying, I'm already a useless person. I probably won't live long. I only hope that after I go, Mr. Zhuge can take care of my 60-year-old mother. Mr. Zhuge looked at the man with a complex expression and bowed deeply in silence. Count me in. It's not certain I'll die. I'll go too. Mr. Zhuge, don't make it difficult. I also want to go. I too am willing to go. One after another, people stepped forward, walking toward the platform. Although fear lingered in their hearts, their steps were incredibly firm. In no time, several hundred people had volunteered. Mr. Zhuge held back his tears and bowed to each of them. Mr. Zhuge, you need not blame yourself. We are all willing to go. Someone spoke up to comfort, hoping the court would soon realize the situation here and send troops to drive away the Mo people, saving us common folk from the fire and water. Humph. A man coldly laughed, saying, the court? How could the court care about our lives? That Emperor Qing sits high in the hall. Has he ever looked at us sinners? A faint voice came from the crowd. Everyone turned to look. Who spoke? Come out quickly. Wang Lu gritted his teeth and slowly stood up. Someone will care. The man looked at him. Who can care? Don't you know that the government has long colluded with those Mo people? The court can't care, but my lord can. Wang Lu straightened his back and looked steadfastly at Mr. Zhuge. Mr. Zhuge showed a thoughtful expression. Who is your lord? Wang Lu shouted. Prince Ninggu. Give him some water. Let him speak slowly. In the military tent, Wang Lu blushed as he took the bowl from Qiu Wen's hand, gulping down a big mouthful and wiping his mouth. Then he stammered as he returned the bowl. Thank you, Mississippi. After Wang Lu caught his breath, Li Che continued to ask, what happened next? Then Mr. Zhuge, that Mr. Zhuge invited me to talk alone and inquired carefully about your situation, my lord. Wang Lu recalled, I couldn't tell if this gentleman was good or bad, so I didn't reveal my lord matters, only saying that my lord would soon enter the pass and send us to gather information. If these people are willing to serve my lord, he would naturally protect their safety. Li Che nodded slightly. And then? What did he say? That guy was very cautious, very fussy. Wang Lu looked annoyed. He only ordered someone to send me out of the city and said that if my lord is sincere, he should personally go to Qihua Cave to see him. As soon as these words came out, the entire military tent erupted. What boldness! This bird of a gentleman. How can my lord, with such a precious body, go to such a dangerous place? Wang Sanshun said, wide-eyed, my lord, don't listen to his nonsense. Yen Xin glared at Wang Lu. This matter has not yet been verified. We must be cautious. Only Wang Laoxi's eyes flashed with brilliance, cupping his fists and saying, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. I'm willing to go in place of my lord. Li Che remained silent, pondering something in his heart. After a moment, he looked at the crowd and said, everyone, the situation has changed. Qiu Bai, who had been following Li Che closely, knew his temperament well. Upon hearing this, her heart sank, thinking it was bad. My lord was about to put himself in danger again. My lord, please think twice. Qiu Bai advised if you go to that Qihua cave, you cannot bring a large army. What if news leaks and the people in the inner city take the opportunity to cause trouble? If you go with a large army, the inner city will surely notice and inform the Mo people. Li Che nodded, looking at Qiu Bai. So, you will go to the inner city for me. Me? Qiu Bai's tone changed. Li Che glanced at him and said with satisfaction, that's right, you are about the same size as me, and no one has seen me. If you change into the royal robe, who can tell the difference? Xiaobai shook his head repeatedly. No. How can a lowly person like me wear the royal robe? Stop talking nonsense. Li Che looked at the personal guards beside him. Go. Help Chief Steward Xiao change clothes. The guard stepped back a step and shouted in unison. One on the left and one on the right assisted Xiaobai, ignoring his cries, and dragged him out of the tent. Watching Xiaobai being dragged away, everyone looked at each other, all worried. Their lord was indeed wise. But he was also too stubborn. Once he made up his mind, no one could persuade him. As a sovereign, how could he take such risks? Thinking of this, Qianbin couldn't help but advise. My lord, may I ask how you plan to speak with Mr. Zhuge when you see him? Naturally, I will tell him. Li Che said with a slight smile. From now on, this group of people, I will protect them. Chapter 71. Enjoying snow with my lord. As soon as Li Che said this, everyone fell silent. The vassal lord protecting his subjects is a responsibility that cannot be neglected. Li Che stood on the side of righteousness, and, as their subjects, they truly had no way to say more. They could only take a different approach and persuade Li Che to bring more people. My lord, the personal guard should accompany you. The 50 armored cavalry under Yu Yun should also escort you. Take the crossbow camp too. That place is small and cramped, and light crossbows can be quite effective. The scout camp is familiar with the roads in the city. They should go as well. The cavalry camp, with everyone speaking one after another, made Li Che's head ache from the noise. He impatiently shouted, Stop! Stop! You want to bring this and that. According to your suggestions, should I go borrow 10,000 iron cavalry from Fourth Brother? Qianbin stroked his beard and nodded. That would be great. Li Che was left speechless. After a round of back and forth, it was finally settled that Li Che would only bring the personal guard and the crossbow camp, while the scout camp would remain outside for vigilance. Moreover, several capable teams, including Yin San and Yu Yun, would also accompany him to provide close protection for Li Che. Finally freed, Li Che ordered everyone to prepare and then turned to find Xiaobai in the rear tent. Xiaobai stood in the corner of the tent, wearing a royal robe, looking troubled and anxious. In ancient times, wearing the royal robe was the greatest act of usurpation, and for Xiaobai, the pressure was considerable. Seeing this, Li Che frowned and scolded. Why are you so timid? What kind of demeanor is this? Which prince behaves like you, looking like a thief? Xiaobai, with a woeful face, said, I am not a prince. Enough, Li Che said helplessly. Among my subordinates, you are the only one from a noble family. If you don't go, should I let Wang Sanchun and the others go? Just look at them. They're all big and rough, looking like fierce beasts that could eat several children. How could they pretend to be a prince? On the contrary, Xiaobai, being from a noble family, still had a certain elegance about him. Straighten your back, relax, and when you're ready, come see me, Li Che ordered. Xiaobai had no choice but to force a smile and stand up straight. After Li Che left, he sighed, shedding the previous caution, but worry crept into his brow. The personal guard beside him, helping him get dressed, was momentarily stunned. At that moment, Xiaobai completely lost the cautious demeanor of a servant and instead had a hint of the style of a wealthy young master. Though not as imposing as the lord, he still had some aristocratic flair, faintly resembling a prince. The personal guard was at a loss for words. What is this? When I was young, I also dressed in fine clothes. I can still put on an act. The personal guard looked confused. Then what about just now? Just now was just now. Why can't you understand? Xiaobai smiled. If I wear the royal robe, I will really look a bit like my lord. What would my lord think? One must know how to conceal their brilliance. Although this is a minor matter, it cannot provoke my lord's displeasure. The personal guard suddenly realized and pondered. Xiaobai then realized he had said too much and quickly added, You better keep your mouth shut. Don't say anything foolish in front of my lord. The personal guard nodded. You can rest assured, I have the tightest lips. After a stick of incense, the personal guard stood in front of Li Che and said honestly, Chief Steward Xiao said that if he wears the royal robe, he will have some resemblance to your highness. Beside him, Xiaobai watched in disbelief as the personal guard sold him out completely. Li Che looked at Xiaobai with a half-smile and asked, Did you really say that? Xiaobai's face turned pale with fright. Just as he wanted to kneel, he suddenly remembered he was still wearing the royal robe, and his bent knee came to an abrupt halt. My lord, I am guilty. Enough. Being cautious is not a bad thing, Li Che said lightly, but in the future, you don't need to be so careful in front of me. I'm not that sensitive. Yes. Xiaobai breathed a sigh of relief and shot a fierce glare at the personal guard. The personal guard seemed not to see and looked as if it were only natural. Xiaobai silently cursed in his heart. Smug little brat, just you wait. I will give you a hard time in the future. Are you thinking of giving someone a hard time? Li Ke glanced at the Qiubai. Xiaobai hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to speak. Don't bully him. This child seems quite loyal to me. Xiaobai forced out a faint smile. He's quite good. All right, let's get down to business. Li Che rested his hand on the hilt of his sword, turned around, and took a seat, motioning for Qiubai to sit down as well. Qiubai cautiously knelt and sat down, then heard Li Che say, "This time you enter the inner city. I will have 4 camps, A, B, C, and D, following you, totaling over 1,000 men. Once you enter the city, regardless of the situation, prioritize your own safety. Your task is to hold them off and buy me time." Yansen said there might be several thousand soldiers in the inner city, possibly up to 10,000. We cannot let them act out of desperation. The other 6 camps and the cavalry will remain hidden outside the city, and will only move once I have persuaded the people in Chihua Cave. At that time, we will act in concert and seize the opportunity. Qiubai took note of everything, but cold sweat trickled down his back. His Highness truly liked to take risks. If any part of this plan went wrong, it would lead to utter ruin. Your Highness, this plan is quite dangerous, Qiubai couldn't help but advise. Why not take it slow? Gradually gain control of the inner city? There's no need to rush. Li Che sighed deeply, his gaze crossing the tents opening to the distant, vast mountains. We can afford to wait, but how can the suffering common people in the city wait? After spring, the Mo people will raid south again, and who knows how many more innocent lives will be lost under their hooves. Qiubai fell silent. Although His Highness sometimes used cruel methods, he seemed to have a deep passion for the ordinary common people. He loved the people even more than he cherished the dignity of the royal family. Go prepare, Li Che said, no longer speaking, waving his hand. Qiubai repeatedly bowed and hurried away. Moments later, Li Che donned a tattered, bulky sheepskin coat and, escorted by a group of similarly ragged bodyguards, walked out of the tent. Underneath the coat lay soft armor and weapons, and the soldiers of the bow and crossbow camp struggled to hide their light crossbows. The moment Li Che stepped out of the tent, a snowflake slowly drifted down from the sky, landing on his face and turning into a chill. The spring snow fell leisurely in the breeze, like willow catkins and poplar fluff, creating a white, hazy curtain across the sky. Li Che took a deep breath of the crisp air, the slightly sweet taste familiar and comforting. He suddenly smiled and murmured, "Gentlemen, let's enjoy the snow." Chapter 72. I arrived late, Your Highness. Just ahead is Ninggu County City, Yin Sen said softly. Li Che didn't need him to remind him. His gaze had already fallen on the desolate scene ahead. The city walls were in ruins, with huge breaches visible everywhere, rendering them almost useless. Some common people even relied on the remnants of the walls to build makeshift shelters within. Li Che took a deep breath, feeling his blood pressure rise. Ninggu County City was originally a military stronghold guarding the border against barbarian invasions. Now, it had fallen to such a state that even basic defenses were non-existent, and the people could only struggle to survive among the ruins. How tragic! Li Che couldn't bear to look any longer. The plight of the refugees around him made his heart ache. He suppressed the anger and sorrow within him and asked in a deep voice, "Wang Lu, where is the entrance to that cave? Take me there directly." Wang Lu did not dare to delay and immediately responded, leading everyone through the crowd. Although Li Che had rejected the suggestion of bringing too many troops, the number of people from the bodyguard camp and the bow and crossbow camp was still considerable. A few hundred strangers walking into the county city and heading straight for the entrance of Chihua Cave quickly attracted attention. More and more people gathered, wielding axes and wooden sticks, their eyes fixed warily on Li Che and his group. When Wang Lu turned into a narrow alley lined with stone slabs, several men suddenly blocked their way, asking, "What are you doing?" Wang Lu, seeing this, quickly removed his cloak and revealed a smile. "Brothers, it's me. We met before down below." The burly man scrutinized him carefully and then recognized Wang Lu, speaking unkindly. What are you doing here again? Didn't Master Zhuge tell you to leave? Wang Lu was unconcerned and kept smiling. I trouble you, brothers, to take me to see Master Zhuge again. There's something important to discuss. The burly man looked at Wang Lu with suspicion, then at the others, finally resting his gaze on Li Che. Remembering that Wang Lu had mentioned that a certain prince of Ninggu County was about to come to the fief to save the people from water and fire. Could it be that this prince truly had arrived? Compared to the others, Li Che's face was too fair. Moreover, the blend of royal demeanor and modernity about him was too striking. One glance was enough to tell that he was of extraordinary status. The man couldn't help but think, could this person before me be the prince of Ninggu County that Wang Lu spoke of, who was about to take the fief? How bold to disguise himself and infiltrate the city. With this thought, a flicker of hope ignited within him. Perhaps he could indeed become a glimmer of light in these chaotic times, saving countless common people from disaster. Come with me, the man said, his tone softening. However, not everyone can enter. At most, 10 people. Wang Lu immediately panicked. No way. How can 10 people guarantee safety? It's fine. Li Che replied with a smile. 10 will do. Wang Lu, anxious, looked at Li Che, desperately signaling with his eyebrows. Your Highness, why did you suddenly speak up? Isn't this exposing us? But Li Che remained calm, looking at the guide. Is this acceptable, young man? Seeing Li Che's dignified presence and his lack of any arrogance, the man felt a good impression forming, but still maintained his reserve. It is. Li Che nodded and turned to instruct, allowing only Hu Chong, Yu Yun, Wang Laosi, Yin San, Wang Lu, and 4 bodyguards to accompany him, while the others waited outside. Let's go, Li Che said to the man. The man, seeing his decisive actions, couldn't help but feel respect, raising his hand in salute. This way, please. Just as they took a few steps, a commotion suddenly erupted behind them. Everyone turned to look and saw a procession flying the royal banner coming from outside the city, causing the citizens to scatter in panic. The royal banner prominently displayed the characters Ninggu. The procession did not stop, directly passing through the ruins and heading straight for the inner city. The man was taken aback, his expression turning cold. You are not the prince of Ninggu County? The real prince of Ninggu County had already gone to the inner city, so the person before him must not be him. What were their intentions? Could they be here to eliminate Chihua Cave on behalf of the prince of Ninggu County? Li Che's expression remained unchanged. Young man, just lead us to see Master Zhuge. I will explain later. The man's expression flickered between uncertainty and hostility. Although he was tempted to strike, the stakes were too high for him to act rashly. He could only snort coldly, you better not play tricks. The group followed the stone path downward. It was Li Che's first time walking through this ancient underground drainage system, and he couldn't help but look around curiously. Although Chihua Cave was damp, it was surprisingly not cold, at least warmer than the outside temperature. Moreover, only a small portion was a ditch, more man-made caves, likely crafted by Master Zhuge. Such a vast underground city had nearly hollowed out a third of the entire city's underground. It was truly a miracle. One could only wonder where these people found the courage. If they were not careful, a collapse could destroy the entire city. Li Che appeared calm on the surface, but had already begun to contemplate how to manage this underground city once he took over the county. Soon, they passed through the intricate network of ditches and arrived at a spacious cave. The man called out from outside the cave, Master Zhuge, that kid is here again. After a moment, Zhuge's voice came from within the cave. Let him in. The prince of Ninggu County has entered the inner city, and we have no room for negotiation. Upon hearing this, Wang Lu couldn't help but anxiously say, Master, some matters are better discussed face to face. Zhuge spoke in a calm tone. What is there to say? If Prince Ninggu wants to send troops to Chihua Cave, let him come. Seeing the men around him showing displeasure and stepping forward with weapons in hand, Li Che couldn't care much and stepped forward, saying loudly, Mr. Zhuge, are you not even willing to meet this king? As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent. The large cave was completely quiet, and everyone stared at Li Che in shock. Bang! A sound of something falling echoed in the cave, followed by a flurry of footsteps. Zhuge ran out barefoot. Upon seeing Li Che, his eyes instantly reddened. You say, who are you? Like is my lightly. I am Prince Ninggu. Like. What proof do you have? Li Che reached into his clothing and took out a square seal. The royal seal is here. Mr. Zhuge can see for himself. Zhuge trembled as he took the royal seal from Li Che's hand. After carefully examining it, his lips quivered slightly. Why has your highness come here? Li Che's expression turned serious. He straightened his back and looked around at the ragged commoners. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, he deeply bowed. I have come here to apologize to the people of Daqing in Ninggu County. It is I who arrived late. Chapter 73. Zhuge's confession. Li Che's words were thunderous, echoing like a bell in everyone's ears. An apology from a prince undoubtedly carried a subversive power in this era. Since ancient times, imperial authority was believed to be divinely ordained and supreme. Would the heavens apologize to men? The previous Emperor Yang was extravagant and tyrannical, bringing calamity upon the world. Even at the moment of his death, the common people received not a single word of apology from him. In Li Che's time, however, Emperor Wu of Han had a sudden epiphany in his later years, repenting and issuing the edict of self-accusation, solidifying his position as a great emperor throughout the ages. Thus, it can be seen that under certain conditions, a royal apology is not a sign of weakness, but of courage. Zhuge took a deep breath, gradually regaining his composure. He suppressed the turmoil in his heart and looked around, saying solemnly, "Everyone, please go about your business. Remember, this matter must be kept under wraps." Everyone responded in unison, glancing at Li Che with complex expressions before dispersing. "Your Highness," Zhuge said respectfully, "shall we go in and discuss this in detail?" Li Che had no objections. He stepped into the cave, and the others immediately followed, making the already narrow entrance even more crowded. "Enough, you stay outside and guard," Li Che said. "But," Yin San quickly interjected in anxiety. "There are no buts." Li Che paused slightly, looking at Zhuge ahead. "I believe Mr. Zhuge will not harm me." The others hesitated, but only Hu Chang, a trusted aide of Li Che, sat down at the cave entrance with a stick. Seeing him like this, the others felt it was inappropriate to insist and obediently remained at the door. Zhuge heard this clearly and paused for a moment, but said nothing. The two entered the cave, and with the faint light of the torch on the cave wall, Li Che curiously looked around. The cave was filled with books, each box tightly protected, with some even containing ancient bamboo slips. Books were treasured possessions in ancient times, indicating that Mr. Zhuge seemed to come from an extraordinary background. Li Che curiously asked, "May I ask which family Mr. Zhuge hails from?" Zhuge turned his head, a bitter smile on his face. "Your Highness, please forgive me. I am from the Zhuge family of Langya. Due to family matters, my entire clan migrated here." Hearing this, Li Che was secretly astonished. The Zhuge family of Langya, a family of chancellors from the previous dynasty. 3 chancellors from one family, a truly prestigious lineage. After the previous emperor Yang self-immolated in the palace, the glory of the Zhuge family came to an end. The Zhuge family had followed the founding emperor of the previous dynasty and had close ties with the royal family. With the death of Emperor Yang and the fall of the country, the Zhuge family naturally could not escape retribution. However, given their high status among families, even Emperor Qing did not dare to exterminate them entirely, only exiling them all to Ninggu County. "Why do I only see you, Mr. Zhuge?" After the Zhuge family migrated to Ninggu County, upon hearing this, Zhuge showed a look of shame and suddenly knelt down. "Why is Mr. Zhuge doing this?" Li Che asked in surprise. "The Zhuge family is guilty." Zhuge gritted his teeth, filled with shame. "Except for me, the entire Zhuge family resides in the inner city, and their actions have all been acts of rebellion." Li Che was greatly shocked. No wonder he had seen the other members of the Zhuge family. The entire century-old family had fled to the inner city. It turned out that the family had migrated north only to betray their own. A family with 3 chancellors. How could they willingly submit to the barbarians? He took a deep breath, looked at Zhuge, and slowly asked, "Why did you not go?" Zhuge raised his head defiantly. Better to be a ghost of Daxiao than a slave of the barbarian tribes. Li Che showed admiration. At least there was one strong-willed person among them, and the backbone of the Zhuge family had not completely bent. He helped Zhuge up and said softly, "The matters of the Zhuge family have nothing to do with you. You might as well tell me in detail about the situation in the inner city." As for the Zhuge family's affairs, I will make my own decision. Zhuge just stood up, opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately swallowed back the words of plea. Blood is thicker than water, no matter how disgraceful his kin were. He could not turn a blind eye. He could only steady his mind and narrate the general situation of the inner city. Currently, there are three forces in the inner city. One is the government, the second is the remnants of the previous dynasty, and the third is the envoys of various barbarian tribes. Since the establishment of Ninggu County, the court has sent officials and troops to garrison there. Initially, they could still control the city, and new criminals could be arranged in an orderly manner. However, Ninggu County has had continuous conflicts with the barbarian tribes, resulting in accumulating casualties among the soldiers and a lack of reinforcements, leading to the government's decreasing control. Eventually, as the government weakened, the military became practically non-existent, and it turned into a puppet of the remnants of the previous dynasty and the barbarian tribes, subject to their manipulation. Li Che nodded silently, understanding in his heart. In short, good people received no rewards. Those who dared to fight to the death with the barbarian tribes had all died in battle, while the cowards had survived. The loyal ones who sacrificed themselves for the country had their bones unburied, while the cowards took high positions. With such a government, how could there be any authority? As for the remnants of the previous dynasty, they constituted the largest force in the inner city. After the fall of the Huan dynasty, His Majesty successively judged over a dozen noble families guilty and exiled them to Ninggu County. Although these families had fallen, they were still more significant than the average family, with many loyal servants, tenants, and retainers, almost all of whom had come with their families. This led to the increasing power of the remnants of the previous dynasty, gradually developing into the largest force in the city, the true rulers. Li Che mouth twitched, remembering how, in his previous life, he thought these people were suffering outside the borders and often spoke up for the remnants of the previous dynasty. He couldn't help but slap himself twice. What kind of suffering is this? If they are not dealt with, they could establish another Huan kingdom outside the borders. Could it be that those who colluded with the barbarian tribes were these remnants of the previous dynasty? Li Ke asked. Zhuge nodded. That's right. After the remnants of the previous dynasty came to power, they were unwilling to fight with the barbarian tribes. So they invited the leaders of various tribes into the city to discuss matters of peaceful coexistence. The barbarian tribes took advantage of this opportunity to demand countless riches and even put forward various unreasonable requests. No repairs to the city defenses, no troops allowed to leave the city, and no commoners allowed to raise horses, etc. In pursuit of security, these remnants of the previous dynasty actually agreed to all of them. Moreover, they spent heavily to establish embassies in the inner city, allowing the aristocrats of various tribes to enter the city at any time to commit crimes and indulge in pleasures. And those ordinary barbarians, whenever there was a shortage of food, would cross the border to loot the outer city, while the soldiers stationed in the inner city turned a blind eye to it. Li Che couldn't help but sneer upon hearing this, his heart burning with anger. Was this the Daqing version of an unequal treaty that surrendered rights and humiliated the nation? Such lack of backbone. It truly wasn't unfair for the Huan dynasty to be destroyed. Chapter 74. Without horses and without Mother Zhuge's brow was clouded with sorrow as he said painfully, from now on, the wealthy families in the inner city will feast and sing every night, while the common people in the outer city will endure hunger and occasionally suffer from the plunder and humiliation of the barbarian tribes. It's only separated by a city wall, yet it feels like two completely different worlds. With a slight redness around his eyes, Zhuge just spoke with bitterness. They don't even allow the common people to resist. Why do you say that? Li Che asked, suppressing his anger. The year before last, some common people could no longer bear the humiliation and rose up in rebellion. Relying on their knowledge of the city's layout, they actually wiped out a unit of the Mo cavalry. But the Mo leader pressured the aristocratic families in the city, and those families, unable to withstand the pressure, ordered the county soldiers to suppress the rebellious commoners. Zhuge's voice trembled with rage. Before those commoners died, they did not realize that although they fought bravely and repelled the barbarians, they ultimately died at the hands of their own people. They handed over all participants to the Mo, and the leader was publicly executed his body displayed on the city wall. And the common people were not even allowed to retrieve the corpses. Bang! Li Che slammed his fist on the wooden table, his anger evident. Is this not worthy of death? The person who came up with this idea should be executed by 1,000 cuts. You lack the courage to resist. Yet you do not allow others to do so and even harm those who dare to resist. Which families were at the forefront of this? Zhuge just sighed deeply, knowing that some matters could not be avoided and that what was meant to come would eventually arrive. The Prince of Ninggu had received the imperial decree to govern the fief, and this Ninggu county would be his future territory. He had only two paths to choose from. Either collude with the remnants of the previous dynasty and the barbarian tribes in the inner city, or boldly uproot these filthy forces. It seemed that this prince would inevitably choose the latter. There are the Yuan family, the Changsun family, the Pei family, the Zhou family, the Tang family, and the Zhuge family. Zhuge named over a dozen aristocratic families. Li Che closed his eyes in pain. He was all too familiar with these families. When he was the sixth prince, they often wrote to him with warm inquiries. In their letters filled with sorrow, they spoke of how difficult it was for them outside the pass, living on snow melt. The sixth prince felt compassion and frequently pleaded with his mother and Emperor Qing, each time incurring the latter's displeasure. Yet even so, he still sent the few available funds to support their livelihoods. In this light, while this group of people was indeed guilty, the true culprit was none other than Li Che himself. For failing to see clearly, for his foolishness. Li Che slowly opened his eyes, his tone now calm. How many county soldiers are there in the inner city? Zhuge was momentarily taken aback, then quickly replied, there are over 1,000 soldiers from the Great Qing army, and each family has over 1,000 private soldiers, totaling at least 15,000. Although their properties have been confiscated, they still have plenty of hidden supplies, including armor and weapons, so this group is well equipped, with half of them in heavy armor. However, the court and the barbarian tribes have strict control, and while they have weapons and armor, they don't even have a single warhorse. Half in heavy armor? Li Che looked at Zhuge in disbelief. 7,000 or 8,000 armored men. With such strength, they don't dare to fight the barbarians? Even if you don't have horses and can't fight in the open, at least it shouldn't be hard to defend the city, right? How could they be humiliated by a group of barbarians like this? Li Che suddenly understood. These people did not lack horses. They lacked mothers. How many common people are there in the begging cave? Li Che asked again. Zhuge immediately understood what Li Che intended to do and resolutely said, there are reliably over 40,000 common people. Excluding the old, weak, women, and children, there are at least 20,000 able-bodied men willing to fight. Although we lack weapons and armor, if your highness wants to accomplish something great, we swear to follow you to the death. Good. I can't gather armor, but I do have weapons. This group of beast days of tyranny are over. I intend to storm the inner city. Mr. Zhuge, are you willing to follow me? Zhuge's eyes turned red, and he choked back tears. I, as a minister, will not hesitate. The gates of the inner city slowly opened. Xiaobai sat firmly in the royal carriage, but his heart was somewhat anxious. A prince, how noble. As a mere criminal, he was actually going to impersonate a prince. This was a crime punishable by extermination of 9 clans. Even if his highness allowed it, if someone exposed him, it would be enough for him to drink a pot of poison. Outside the carriage, Wang Sanshun rode alongside, and seeing Xiaobai fidgeting, he couldn't help but chuckle. What are you so restless about? Are you scared? What do you know? Xiaobai retorted. Although I, Xiaobai, come from criminal background, I understand the etiquette between rulers and subjects. How could I dare to act recklessly in His Highness's carriage? You scholars are just pretentious. It's a pity that you're from the criminal camp, Wang Sanshun scoffed. Fool! Stinking Confucian. Although the two came from the same camp, they were both displeased with each other. Wang Sanshun, having come from the grasslands, looked down on Xiaobai, a scholar who was unable to fight. Back in the criminal camp, Xiaobai was just an unnamed soldier, nowhere near Wang Sanshun's fame. Thus, Wang Sanshun always felt that Xiaobai was merely lucky to be the first to ally with His Highness, which was why he had his current status. Silence. Just as the two were bickering, Wang Sanshun suddenly whispered sharply, someone is coming. Not far away, a group of people dressed in official robes hurried over. Upon seeing the royal carriage, they all rushed forward, kneeling on the ground, and shouted in unison, "We welcome your highness." Then came the deafening cries, "Old ministers have seen your highness. You have finally arrived. We welcome your highness. Sob, sob, sob. Your highness has come. Our Ninggu County has a day of hope." Each one expressed their emotions vividly, their cries filled with deep emotion, as if they had just lost their dear father. Chiobai even saw through the window that a few gray-haired old men had fainted from crying. He couldn't help but twitch his mouth and mutter, stinking Confucians. Though he felt discomfort in his heart, the matter of the prince was urgent. Chiobai quickly recalled Li Che's appearance and controlled his expression. Then he spoke softly, "You all rise quickly. As I am newly arrived at my fief, I hope you will all assist diligently." The group of old men repeatedly said they dared not, and then they pledged their loyalty again. Chiobai then heartily comforted each one before finally getting them to rise. The carriage started moving again, heading towards the center of the inner city. Wang Sanshun suppressed his disgust and directed the soldiers to follow. Suddenly, a young officer with an arrogant expression blocked Wang Sanshun's way. "Sorry, please have the soldiers stop." Wang Sanshun narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" Wang Sanshun's fierce gaze, even though he tried to suppress it, still revealed a threatening aura that made the young officer's heart jump. But soon, the young officer realized he was being intimidated by a rough soldier, and he became furious. "The place His Highness is going to is of utmost importance. You rough soldiers cannot accompany him. Go to the northern military camp to rest, and do not disturb His Highness and the gentleman's reunion." Chapter 75. The charge signal. What did you say? Wang Sanchuan's eyes were icy, staring at the young officer. Rough soldier, rough soldier. This term was like a brand, deeply etched in his heart. Wang Sanshun hated being called that more than anything. But alas, his previous identity as a criminal was too lowly. Even if others pointed and scolded him, he could only swallow his anger. Since following Li Che, Wang Sanshun finally felt a sense of dignity as a person. This hard-won dignity was like a treasure to him, not to be trampled by anyone. Wang Sanshun said nothing, hand resting on the handle of his sword, his gaze locking onto the officer like a wolf. The young officer felt a chill at his heart under Wang Sanchuan's glare, and in a trembling voice, he said, "What? Do you want to get rough?" Before he could finish, Wang Sanshun felt his blood boil, almost ready to draw his sword. Suddenly, a voice came from the carriage. "General Wang, do not be reckless." Wang Sanshun was jolted awake and slowly lowered his hand. Chiobai turned to the old man beside him. "Master Yuan, my loyal guards have accompanied me here through hardships and have worked hard. It would be better to let them accompany us, so they can feel at ease." Yuan Tai glanced at Wang Sanshun and then at the soldiers of the Ninggu army behind him. With only about 1,000 men, only 400 were armored, and they all looked weary and travel-worn, lacking much deterrent power. Such a force would hardly stir up any trouble in the inner city. Thus, he respectfully replied, "Everything is up to your highness's command. We will certainly comply." After saying this, he scolded a young officer. "Shunga, why aren't you making way for this general?" Yuan Sheng glared fiercely at Wang Sanshun, and although he was reluctant, he had to obey his father's order and stepped aside. Wang Sanshun said nothing more, only memorizing his face firmly in his mind. The convoy continued forward, and several clan leaders, still wary of Emperor Qing, dared not get too close to the carriage frame. Even though Chiobai did not appear to be a domineering prince, Wang Sanshun stayed closely by Chiobai's side, and when he saw that others were not paying attention, he quietly asked, "Why are you helping me?" "You're overthinking it, General Wang," Chiobai replied coldly. "I'm not assisting you. I just don't want to disrupt His Highness's arrangements." Wang Sanshun was silent for a moment before asking again, "What should we do next?" "I just observed that the defenses in this city are strict, and the soldiers are numerous. Relying on us alone is unlikely to succeed." Chiobai replied, "Adapt to circumstances, act according to the situation, and wait for His Highness's instructions." Wang Sanshun seemed puzzled. "I wonder what His Highness plans to do outside the city." Chiobai smiled slightly and asked, "Oh Wang, do you know why His Highness trusts me more than you?" "Why?" "Because you cannot fully trust His Highness, while I can." Wang Sanshun was momentarily taken aback and fell into contemplation. Loyalty is often more important than ability. The purpose for which the clan leaders led Xiao Bai and others to their destination was the government office of Ninggu County. Since the government had become a mere formality, the officials in the city had long since catered to the clans, and no one was qualified to reside in the government office. Although the clans held great power in the inner city now, none had an overwhelming advantage. They merely balanced each other out, and no one dared to move into the government office independently. Therefore, this office had long been uninhabited, only being used for significant matters. In the northeast, spring days are short and nights long. By the time Xiao Bai and the others entered the government office, it was completely dark. "Your Highness, please take your seat," Yuan Tai said, leading Xiao Bai inside. Xiao Bai looked around. Though the furnishings were old, they were clean and tidy, indicating that someone had been regularly cleaning. "Your Highness, are you satisfied with this place?" Yuan Tai asked with a smile. "Time is tight, and your palace has not yet been completed, so I can only trouble you to stay in the government office." "It's fine. It's already quite good," Xiao Bai replied. Yuan Tai nodded with a smile, calculating in his heart. It seemed that this prince did not live particularly well. He was even able to make do with such a simple residence. He wondered which prince of Ninggu County this was, to have arrived so quietly without any prior notice. He suppressed his thoughts and turned to scold the servants. "Your Highness has traveled a long way. Why haven't you quickly brought out the food and wine?" The servants hurriedly replied, "Yes. Be quicker, don't keep His Highness waiting. Hurry, hurry." A cart loaded with weapons drove into the outer city under the cover of night, turned a corner, and disappeared into an alley. After the coachman turned into the alley, they all jumped off the carts and began to untie the ropes binding the cargo in the dim moonlight. Suddenly, a group of people surged out, startling one of the coachmen, who cried out in fear. "Don't make a sound." Wang Lu rushed forward and covered the coachman's mouth. The men behind him orderly stepped forward to select weapons. Not far away, Li Che, accompanied by Zhuge Zhe, watched this scene. "This is the last batch. The brothers have all gotten their weapons. We can fight those county soldiers now." Zhuge Zhe's tone was filled with uncontrollable excitement. "I told you to join the battle for revenge, not to fight to the death," Li Che replied. "Yes, I misspoke." Zhuge Zhe's self-address was clearly more sincere. "Today, the scouts didn't even show up." Zhuge Zhe looked around. "Your Highness had someone impersonate you to enter the city, which indeed drew their attention." "Who said they didn't show up?" Zhuge Zhe looked at Li Che, puzzled. "I haven't seen the shadow of the scouts." Li Che smiled slightly and gently clapped his hands. Yensen stepped out from the shadows, followed by more than a dozen scouts, each holding a bloody spherical object. "They're all here." After like spoke. Everyone threw the objects in their hands to the ground, and in an instant, heads rolled. Zhuge Zhe was left dumbfounded. "I said, today is for bringing you revenge. So naturally, I won't leave them any way out. Tonight, these former aristocratic families must be exterminated." For Li Che, tonight's actions could not be called a war of equals, nor was he prepared to pay a price for a Pyrrhic victory. The aristocracy must perish. The common people must live. "Your Highness, preparations are nearly complete." Yu Yin walked over and cupped his hands, saying, "The Wu, Ji, and Gung camps are ambushing near the city gate, while the Xinruan and Gue camps are stationed at the underground passage. The cavalry camp is just outside the city, ready to enter at any time." Li Che nodded and looked at the bright moon in the sky. "In that case, sound the horn." "Yes." The moon hung high in the sky, the night cool as water. The urgent horn sounded, echoing over the city, waking the night completely. That was the charge signal. Chapter 76. The sound of hooves on the city wall. The urgent horn startled the guards on duty, who rushed up to the wall. "What sound is that?" The gatekeeper quickly asked the soldiers on duty. "I don't know. It seems to be some kind of instrument," someone replied. "Could it be the Mo people coming?" "Don't talk nonsense. It's not the time yet. The Mo people can't come," the gatekeeper reprimanded. The gatekeeper squinted his eyes, using the dim moonlight to see outside the city. There seemed to be a dark cloud pressing down on the city. He also heard the sound of footsteps, growing closer, sending chills down his spine. He was taken aback and shouted, "Light the beacon, shoot the arrows." Seeing that the people nearby were still dazed, he became furious and kicked one of them. "Hurry up. Do you hear me?" The soldiers hurriedly scrambled to light the beacon, while others took up bows and arrows, dipping them in tung oil before shooting them into the sky. A dozen fire arrows shot up into the air, slowly falling back down, their faint light dispelling part of the darkness. The gatekeeper strained to see in the firelight, and below the city, a mass of dark figures was surging. He was instantly terrified, falling onto the city wall. There were people. Everywhere was full of people. Outside the city wall was a sea of humanity. Armored Ninggu soldiers charged forward with shields and blades, followed by a tide of commoners. The gatekeeper had never imagined that there would be so many people in Ninggu County. "Quick, quick, report!" The gatekeeper shouted, trembling. "They've rebelled. These lowly peasants have revolted." Without needing the gatekeeper to say more, the moment the fire arrows ascended, the leading soldiers of the Ninggu army knew there was no need to hide any longer. The instant the charge signal stopped, a squad leader shouted, "Brothers, follow me. Long live His Highness! Long live His Highness!" The Ninggu soldiers shouted in unison, quickening their pace. The soldiers did not know that shouting for a prince's long life was a taboo. This phrase came almost instinctively from their hearts, without passing through their brains. The commoners did not even know who His Highness was, but they could hear the charge signal clearly. Within the sound of the horn seemed to be an indescribable force. Countless commoners were filled with passionate blood, recalling the oppression they had endured from the people of the inner city over the years, the grim faces of the Mo people, and the despairing expressions of their family members lying in pools of blood. In an instant, the commoners instinctively roared and charged forward, some carrying makeshift wooden ladders, even rushing ahead of the soldiers. Almost immediately, countless wooden ladders were propped up against the city wall. The commanding officer, Hitsong Long, immediately shouted, "His Highness has commanded. Those who ascend first will be rewarded with 1,000 gold, and will be noted for their contributions." Countless soldiers suddenly surged forward as if energized, climbing up like ants. Although the garrison soldiers fought hard to push down a few ladders, soon more soldiers rushed up the city wall, overwhelming the defenders. Meanwhile, in various drainage tunnels of the inner city, countless soldiers armed with short blades surged out, quickly seizing control of the streets. Just as the garrison soldiers returned to their camp to rest, they were startled awake by the sound of the charge. As they hurriedly exited their barracks, the soldiers of the Ninggu army and armed commoners had already surged in like a tide. Charge! 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 The flames soared into the sky, and the sounds of battle echoed throughout the inner city. Li Che never expected that the first thing he invented after crossing over would be the military horn. The making of the military horn was not complicated, but it was the soul of war. After this period of adjustment, the soldiers of the Ninggu army had become familiar with gathering at the sound of the horn, waking up at the sound of the horn, and training at the sound of the horn. At this moment, when the sound of the charge horn from his hometown resonated in this foreign world, Li Che instinctively trembled. His cheeks flushed, and adrenaline surged continuously. Even Zhuge couldn't help but exclaim, "Your Highness, the horn used by your soldiers truly stirs one's blood." Li Che smiled without speaking. That sound was engraved in the genes of the people, a horn signaling the awakening of the bloodline of the Flower family. Report. The North Gate has been breached. Report. The West Gate has been breached. Report. The South Gate has been breached. Constantly, orderlies rode in with good news. Report. Your Highness, General Wang who requests to fight. The cavalry camp is ready to strike at any moment. Li Che nodded slightly. Tell him to attack immediately, charge down the main road, and directly seize the tallest building in the city. The orderlies took their leave, and Li Che suddenly felt a gaze on him from beside him. Turning his head, he saw Yin looking at him eagerly. Li Che couldn't help but chuckle. Let the armored cavalry go too. Consider it training. Yes. Yin clasped his fist, excitedly taking his leave. Moments later, countless sounds of iron hooves approached from afar, then receded, rushing into the already open gates of the inner city. At the moment when the charge horn sounded, no one in the government office heard it. At the banquet, gongs and drums were ringing. The sound of the zither was melodious, and countless singing girls danced gracefully in the center, their swirling skirts blowing out hints of spring. Yu Wentai looked at Xiao Bai at the main table, who appeared to be enjoying himself, his eyes nearly bulging as he stared at the dancers. He couldn't help but sneer inwardly. A prince with such little composure, as if he had never seen a woman before. This county king was not capable at all. Indeed, If he were a capable county king, he wouldn't have been sent to such a place as a vassal. Yuan Tai shifted into a more comfortable position, reclining at the table, savoring the music in his ears. Power truly intoxicates people. Just after learning that a Ninggu county king had been parachuted into the court, including Yuan Tai, the heads of various families were somewhat flustered. All of them were sinners. If the court learned of the things they had done, not to mention others, that sixth prince, who bore the bloodline of 2 dynasties, would not let them off easily. However, upon seeing that the Ninggu county king was such a fool, Yuan Tai instantly felt at ease. Yes, what could the Ninggu county king do? At least within this Ninggu county city, power and the army were controlled by the families of the previous dynasty, and the Ninggu county king only had a little over 1,000 personal guards. What kind of waves could he stir? Without troops and power, he could do nothing. He could be treated like a statue, provided with good food and drink. He probably wouldn't have any objections. Perhaps he could even build a good relationship with him, using the prince to command the families. If all went smoothly, he might even become the true ruler of this county city. By then, with the support of the Ninggu county king and the barbarian tribes. As long as the Yuan clan did not act too openly rebellious, they would be the true local emperors on this land. Thinking of this, Yuan Tai couldn't help but smile again. This time, it was a big profit. He didn't even know which prince this Ninggu county king was. He had just forgotten to ask. Suddenly, he vaguely saw a flicker of firelight outside the door. Yuan Tai froze for a moment, feeling something was off. The inner city had always had a curfew. How could there be such a large fire at this late hour? Just as he was about to call for a servant to check outside, suddenly, a dense sound like beating drums came from afar. Top, 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 top. This sound seemed somewhat familiar. Every time the Mo people enter the city, this sound could be heard. Yuan Tai's body suddenly trembled, as if he realized something, and he became sober. That was the sound of hooves. Chapter 77. Where is the Ninggu county king? Tap, tap, tap. The sound of hooves grew clearer, reminding Yuan Tai that this was not an illusion. Yuan Tai suddenly stood up, running towards the door, and pushed it open with force amidst the puzzled gazes of others. That was a cavalry? How could there be cavalry in the inner city? Those barbarians wouldn't even allow the use of pack horses, which meant that the families had to use sedan chairs to go out. Yuan Tai's ominous premonition intensified as he looked at the dark corridor, listening to the hoofbeats that seemed to be right beside him, and urgently shouted, Someone, someone. Before he could finish speaking, a large man with a sturdy build appeared at the end of the corridor, walking steadily, his voice booming. Master Yuan, do not worry. We are here to protect. Yuan Tai grasped the man's arm tightly, only to feel his palm slick with blood, not thinking much of it, and urgently asked, What has happened outside? Just a small matter, nothing to worry about. You can rest easy, master. The big man grinned, but his tone carried an inexplicable chill. Nonsense. I heard the sound of hooves. How could it be a small trouble? Yuan Tai said impatiently. It really is a small trouble. Master Yuan, just relax. Continue with the music and the dance, the big man replied mockingly. Yuan Tai felt that the man's tone was strange. With the dim light, Yuan Tai finally saw the face of the visitor, and suspicion arose in his heart. No, you are not my personal guard. Who are you? He suddenly withdrew his hand, only to see that the hand he had just touched the big man with was blood red, the smell of blood sharp and pungent. Looking closely, he saw that the sturdy man was drenched in blood, wearing a cold smile, resembling a hellish fiend. You are the one beside His Highness. Yuan Tai's pupils contracted sharply. Why are you here? Where's my son? Stop shouting, stop shouting. Wang Sanshun rubbed his ears, pulling out a bloody human head from his waist. Isn't your son right here? Saying this, he threw the round object into Yuan Tai's arms. Yuan Tai instinctively caught it, and when he saw the pair of terrified, wide-open eyes, he was immediately struck with horror. Yuan Tai screamed, throwing the head to the ground. We're Juner and Pinger. Don't panic, don't panic. Looking for your nephews? Wang Sanshun kindly pulled out 2 more heads from his waist. They are all here too. Yuan Tai's eyes rolled back, nearly fainting. His own nephews, who held official positions among the county soldiers, had all been beheaded by the fiend before him. Seeing that more and more bloodstained strong men were emerging behind Wang Sanshun, Yuan Tai realized that his guards had already been completely wiped out. He bit his tongue. his mind clearing up a bit. Yes, His Highness the Ninggu County King. Yuan-Tai frantically ran backwards. The Ninggu County King is still in our hands. You can't touch me. As he spoke, he desperately tried to retreat, attempting to escape back to the main hall. Wang Sanshun simply stood in place, smiling, allowing him to escape. The sounds of silk and bamboo music still echoed in the main hall of the government office. After several rounds of drinks, some drunken individuals had already pulled the courtesans into their arms, touching them inappropriately. When everyone saw Yuan-Tai return, staggering and disheveled, they all thought he was drunk and misbehaving, and thus began to tease him. Brother Yuan, could it be that you are too fond of wine and have lost your way, behaving so indecorously in front of the court? You should be punished with 3 cups of wine. However, Yuan-Tai ignored their mockery and directly drew the sword from his waist, charging towards Qiubai at the main seat. Seeing Yuan-Tai rushing towards him with a fierce demeanor, Qiubai remained expressionless, while the other clan leaders panicked. Yuan-Tai, what are you doing? Are you really drunk and daring to be disrespectful to His Highness? Bold, why don't you retreat at once? Yuan-Tai turned a deaf ear, pointing his sword directly at Qiubai, and shouted sternly, His Highness? What kind of His Highness is he? Do you not know that my personal guards have all been killed by this man? He harbors ill intentions, aiming to wipe us all out. The other clan leaders were shocked and rose in alarm. Just then, Wang Sanshun led a group of armored soldiers, wielding swords and filled with a chilling aura of killing intent. The crowd was even more terrified, feeling as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Those who were still unclear about the situation, emboldened by alcohol, stood up and shouted at the approaching soldiers of the Ninggu army. The soldiers said nothing, merely wielding their weapons and knocking them down one by one. A few teeth were knocked out, and the crowd immediately became obedient. Don't come any closer. Yuan-Tai shouted angrily, Your Highness is in my hands. Do not force me. Wang Sanshun glanced at him coldly, a hint of disdainful sneer at the corner of his mouth, but did not order them to stop. Seeing this, Yuan-Tai's heart sank. Could it be that the Ninggu County King truly did not know, and it was this Han who had malicious intent? Wang Sanshun looked around silently, counting the Yuan family, the Changsun family, the Zhuge family, the Pei family, the Zhou family, yes, all present. Yuan-Tai felt even more furious at Wang Sanshun's demeanor. Rebel, do you really think I dare to kill a prince? Wang Sanshun walked to the table, picked up a jug of wine, and took a few gulps. Then he casually threw the wine jug to the ground, disdainfully saying, If you want to kill, then do it quickly, don't be so wishy-washy. Killing him would be just right for peace. Yuan-Tai was momentarily stunned, then broke down in laughter. Ha ha ha! Yuan-Tai held his sword in one hand, wiping away tears of laughter with the other. Your Highness, look at this. Is this your most trusted guard? You have no discernment for people, and you think you're worthy to be a prince? My Yuan-Tai's lifetime reputation is today about to be ruined by your foolishness. Hearing this, Qiubai slowly raised his head, looking at him with an odd expression and a hint of a meaningful smile. No way. Yuan-Tai suddenly realized something, exclaiming, You are not the Ninggu County King? Perhaps death had awakened his potential, and at this moment, Yuan-Tai's mind was unexpectedly clear. If the Ninggu County King were truly a useless person who could not control his subordinates, how could he be so calm and composed? Reflecting on the details when Qiubai and the others entered the city, he felt that this person's demeanor was not at all like that of a prince. Who exactly are you? Where is the Ninggu County King? Where is he? Yuan-Tai, like a madman, shouted hysterically. I am here. Chapter 78, I am the 6th prince. A firm and powerful voice suddenly came from outside the door. Then Yuan-Tai saw Wang Sanshun, who had just been carefree at the table, suddenly stand up and bow. The elite soldiers, covered in blood, looked at the entrance with reverence. When they saw Qiubai, who had been taken hostage, suddenly explode with rage and throw a punch, everything went black. The fierce-looking group of strong men knelt down like little lambs at the feet of the young man who was slowly walking in. Looking at the young man, who walked in with extraordinary beauty and an imposing aura that inspired awe, Yuan-Tai struggled to lift his head, his gaze sweeping past Li Che and finally landing on Zhuge behind him. In that moment, he finally understood. It's you, the Zhuge family's kid. Yuan-Tai's eyes turned red. You are also one of us. Why do this? Zhuge remained silent, simply looking at a middle-aged man in the corner with sorrow in his eyes. Everyone get up. Li Che slowly walked to the center of the hall, scanning the faces of the panicked dancers, then slightly pouting in disappointment. Not many pretty ones, not even as pretty as my ex-girlfriends. Wang Sanshun stood up, smiling as he approached. Your Highness, we have captured this group of officials. Their guards are useless. Not a single one escaped. Good. Li Che encouraged him and walked towards the highest seat. Qiubai kicked Yuan Tai aside, respectfully helping Li Che sit down, while he stood behind as a guard. Li Che glanced at everyone and asked, "Who is from Ninggu County office?" 7 or 8 officials immediately collapsed in fear, rolling and crawling to kneel on the ground. The leading official, with a sobbing tone, said, "Your Highness, I am the magistrate of Ninggu County. Your Majesty has entrusted Ninggu County to you. You are the father of tens of thousands of citizens, yet you are so unworthy." Li asked coldly, "Your Highness, you are perceptive. It is not that I am negligent, but I am truly powerless." The magistrate repeatedly bowed his head. There are barbarian tribes outside Ninggu County, and the former noble families inside. I have no power or troops in my hands. It is difficult to accomplish anything. Humph. Li Che sneered. It is difficult for you. So you push the common people to the front, letting them suffer for you? The magistrate was immediately rendered speechless. Take him down and execute him. Li Che waved his hand impatiently, not wanting to discuss further. Your Highness, spare me. Your Highness, spare me. The magistrate's legs went weak, desperately bowing and begging for mercy. His forehead instantly a bloody mess. Li Che ignored him, and soldiers came to drag him out. Moments later, a scream was heard, and when the others saw the magistrate again, he was already presented on a tray. The other Ninggu County officials were even more terrified, losing their minds and soiling themselves. Li Che looked at them with disgust, waved his hand, and had them dragged away to be temporarily detained. These people could not all be killed. There were not many literate people under his command, and in such a large city, there had to be some useful tools for governance. After dealing with the county officials, Li Che turned his attention to the remnants of the former dynasty. His expression immediately became warm. You are all guilty individuals. His Majesty spares your lives, allowing you to atone here. Why you seek death? The clan leaders all lower their heads, afraid to speak. Only Yuan Tai, having given up on everything, shouted, "The Son of Heaven should share the world with the noble families. We noble families are the foundation of the dynasty. The emperor forcibly relocated us to this bitter, cold place. It is a tyrannical act. We seek to survive here by our means. What is wrong with that? You are a prince. How can you understand our suffering?" "I don't know." Li Che sneered, looking at Yuan Tai. "Yuan family head, do you truly not recognize me? I am just an old man nearing death. How could I recognize a noble prince like you?" Yuan Tai said sarcastically. "Oh, is that so?" Li Che stared at him intently. "When you wrote to me, you did not say this." "Wrote a letter?" Yuan Tai's face showed confusion. "What letter?" Li Che maintained a smile, word by word. "You lamented how hard it is to live, asking me to plead with the emperor on your behalf for a peaceful old age. You said the outside was cold and bitter, that you couldn't eat enough or wear warm clothes, asking me to send food to you. You spoke for the people of Ninggu County, asking the court to allocate funds for their welfare, all in the name of benevolence. Those letters were filled with tears, and after reading them, I couldn't sleep all night, not daring to forget a single word." Li Che stared hard at Yuan Tai. "What? Have you already forgotten, Yuan family head?" Yuan Tai was struck like a thunderbolt, frozen in place. Other clan leaders looked shocked, their faces gradually paling. Even Zhuge behind them stared at Li Che in disbelief. You are Yuan Tai?" "That's right, I am the 6th prince." Li Che's voice was earth-shattering, the 6th prince of Daqing, who has been played for a fool by you for 10 years. As soon as these words were spoken, many clan leaders immediately collapsed to the ground. Yuan Tai's eyes gradually became hollow. "It's over, completely over. The king of Ninggu County is actually the 6th prince, the one who carries the bloodline of 2 dynasties. The families of the previous dynasty, were the only support in the court. That foolish prince who could be easily tricked, who could continuously squeeze wealth from them. You deceived me, so it can only be said that I was not clever enough and deserved to be fooled. Liceesse ton grado alle rose. But why did you have to beg the barbarians to be the dogs of the barbarian tribes? Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry echoed in the hall. Your Highness, I was wrong. I was wrong. A middle-aged man crawled forward, his cries filled with sincerity and sorrow. Several personal guards stepped forward to restrain him. But Li Che waved his hand to let them step back, speaking kindly to the middle-aged man. You are the head of the Changsun family, right? I remember you wrote to me last year saying that Ninggu County was so cold that your granddaughter froze to death, asking me to grant you some warm clothing. Li Che glanced at the middle-aged man's protruding belly and smiled. I see you are so fat. It doesn't look like you were in danger of freezing to death. The head of the Changsun family crawled to Li Che's feet, crying, Your Highness, I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. But please, for the sake of this old man's age and frailty, spare my life. The entire Changsun family is willing to follow your Highness without any second thoughts. Seeing Li Che's expression unchanged, the head of the Changsun family gritted his teeth and said sorrowfully, From now on, the Changsun family will be your Highness's loyal dog. Whoever you want me to bite, I will bite. Li Che smiled, and his gaze towards the head of the Changsun family softened. The Changsun family was overjoyed at this sight. They had guessed right. The sixth prince was indeed soft-hearted. As long as they pledged their loyalty first, he would not do anything to them. Just as the head of the Changsun family was preparing to express his loyalty again to put Li Che completely at ease, Li Che suddenly said, Head of the Changsun family, you are really considerate. With a flash, a cold light burst forth from Li Che's hand, and a silent long sword pierced from top to bottom, nailing the head of the Changsun family to the floor. Considered indeed. Chapter 79. The city of Ninggu County is settled. Blood dripped from the sword's edge, making a ticking sound that echoed like a death knell in everyone's hearts. It was mournful, yet carried a chilling, murderous intent. With this sword, Li Che directly severed a rule that had been in place for hundreds of years, one that even Emperor Qing dared not defy. A ruler does not kill scholars. Since Confucianism was placed on the historical stage, every dynasty had increasingly valued scholars. Even during a change of dynasty, loyalists of the previous dynasty would only be exiled, not executed. This was a privilege of the literati, and a basic interest of the noble families, which even emperors dared not easily touch. Even if a scholar deserved to die 1,000 deaths, if they had to be killed, it could never be done by the ruler's own hands. Yet, in front of everyone, Li Che personally executed a clan leader, an act tantamount to declaring war on all noble families. The hall fell silent, and all eyes were focused on the young figure, filled with shock, fear, and deep disbelief. Li Che crouched down, wiped the blood from the sword onto the long robe of the head of the Changsun family, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. This world is unfair. The vast majority of power and wealth is held by a very few. Even Li Che himself, when considering the future system of Ninggu County, could not achieve absolute fairness, but he could achieve a relatively fair point. The sword in his hand is absolutely fair. No matter if you're a prince or a noble, if killed, you will die. Ha ha! You're crazy, you're insane. Yuan Tai suddenly laughed maniacally, pointing at Li Che and roaring, You are taking revenge for personal grievances, slaughtering the aristocracy. What you do today will surely bring scorn from the world. No one will dare serve you. Without the support of the scholars of the world, you will eventually die in this far north. Xiaobai frowned. Seeing this old man still daring to speak disrespectfully to Li Che, he prepared to step forward and kick him. Li Che raised his hand to stop him. Looking at Yuan Tai with pity in his eyes, revenge for personal grievances? Yuan Tai, at this point, do you still not understand why you deserve to die? Isn't it just that we tricked you? Yuan Tai sneered. Your father is the emperor of Daqing. Your mother is a princess of the previous dynasty. This is what your family owes us. You are not wrong. I am indeed a person who repays grudges. Li Che nodded. You have deceived me for so many years. With my temper, you indeed deserve some punishment. But if it were only for this, you wouldn't deserve to die. Li Che looked at Xiaobai and Wang Sanshan and asked, Do you know why I have only just arrived? The two hurriedly replied, We do not know. I ordered Wang Hu and Yu Yun to lead the cavalry straight to the highest building in the city and I entered the city with my personal guards afterward. In any city, the highest building is always the residence of the most distinguished person, like the imperial palace in the capital or the government office in the county. Do you know where they arrived? Li Che narrowed his eyes, staring at Yuan Tai. The latter, realizing he was in the wrong, nervously avoided Li Che's gaze. When they arrived at that highest building, they found it to be exquisitely luxurious, and upon inquiry, it turned out to be the embassy of the barbarian envoy. Thinking of this, Li Che's teeth itched with hatred. Is Ninggu County still part of our Daqing territory? The barbarians on our Daqing land are treated with 100 times more respect than our own citizens. And the people of Daqing can only scrape food in the snow, even living on grass roots and tree bark. Worse off than the cattle and sheep of the barbarians. Li Che's gaze was cold as he scanned the clan leaders, speaking indifferently. You all pride yourselves on being well-read. Consider yourselves extraordinary and view the common people as mere grass. Well, I will give you an opportunity. The judgment will not be made by me, nor by the laws of Daqing, but by the common people. Li Che waved his hand, and a squad of armored soldiers rushed out, pinning each clan leader to the ground. Tomorrow, I will set up a public trial in the city, allowing the common people to judge your crimes. Since you regard the common people as ants, let the ants you speak of decide your life and death. Isn't that delightful? As soon as these words were spoken, the clan leaders panicked, crying out and begging Li Che for mercy. This group of noble families had oppressed the common people for so many years. Every citizen in the city had a grievance against them, although they were unclear about what a public trial entailed. Everyone knew what handing over the decision to the common people would mean. Li Che waved his hand again, and the soldiers understood, delivering a few brutal blows to the mouths of the clan leaders, causing them to bleed profusely and not dare to speak again. After the clan leaders were taken away, the hall returned to silence. Li Che sat firmly in the main seat, but his heart could not settle for a long time. Xiao Bai. Yes, Your Highness. Send someone to each camp to see how things are going and report back in time. Understood. Watching Xiao Bai disappear at the door, Li Che turned to the trembling dancers in the center of the hall and said gently, Don't be afraid. I am not a good person. As soon as these words were spoken, the dancers trembled even more like startled birds. With no other choice, Li Che could only say, All right, continue playing music and dancing. The sound of silk and bamboo instruments resumed, and the dancers, suppressing their fear, began to move again. Perhaps with something to do, they became less tense, and their steps gradually became smooth. Li Che enjoyed the dance, but his gaze was unfocused, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. After tonight, the city of Ninggu County would bear the surname Li. But this Li would no longer be the Li of the Daqing royal family, but the Li of Li Che. However, controlling a city is not an easy task. If we count the people brought by himself, the citizens of Daqing in this city number close to 60 or 70,000, all of whom need his protection. 60 or 70,000 mouths need food every day upon waking, and the consumption of grain is staggering. Moreover, he has breached the inner city and killed the barbarians. Those barbarian tribes will certainly not let it go, and it is only a matter of time before they come looking for trouble. The defense issues of the county city are also urgent. There is also the need to publicly try the noble families, deal with the county soldiers, reclaim wasteland, divide land, and train new soldiers. Li Che rubbed his forehead, initially thinking that everything would be fine upon arriving in Ningdu County. But unexpectedly, this city is a complete mess. Everything has to start from scratch. Report to Your Highness. Just as Li Che was contemplating, a soldier rushed into the hall, kneeling on one knee. Your Highness. Captain Wang and Captain Yu are attacking the barbarian embassy and have captured more than 20 barbarians, who are now being escorted to the county office. Waiting for Your Highness's orders. Li cannot did, indicating he understood. Just as the soldier turned to leave, another person hurried in, brushing past him. Report to Your Highness. General, he sent someone to report that all the city gates have been secured. The enemy has suffered a great defeat, and only a small group of remnants are stubbornly resisting in the city. Li Che spoke. Tell Li Tsonglong that if they encounter stubborn resistance, they should shoot them from a distance with bows and crossbows. There's no need to fight them recklessly. They are just die-hard loyalists brainwashed by the noble families. My soldiers' lives are worth more than theirs. The soldier was taken aback upon hearing this, and then his face showed a look of respect. Yes, Your Highness." Li Che withdrew his gaze and let out a long sigh. The city of Ninggu County was finally his. Chapter 80. The people cheer, "Long live your highness." The city gates swung open, and cheers surged into the city like a wave. The citizens, armed with weapons, rushed into the city, fully prepared to risk their lives here. They did not expect the soldiers under the prince to be so brave. They didn't even have time to step forward before those arrogant county soldiers were killed and scattered in retreat. The citizens only needed to follow behind, picking up fallen weapons and armor, and then they were responsible for cheering loudly. The Ninggu army's warriors were responsible for the actual killing, and the cooperation could also be considered a chaotic slaughter. When the cavalry regiment escorted a group of dirty and disheveled barbarians toward the county office, the cheers finally merged into one. The citizens spontaneously gathered to block the way, watching. Those barbarians, who usually acted arrogantly, were now like stray dogs, facing the spitting and disdain of the entire city. The long-suppressed anger of the citizens was released at this moment. If it weren't for the soldiers of the cavalry regiment watching, everyone would have rushed forward to tear the barbarians apart, drinking their blood and eating their flesh. The citizens surrounded them, hurling insults, and spat upon the barbarians. Of course, it was inevitable that a small portion also landed on the soldiers escorting them. The soldiers could only exchange helpless glances. Then one kicked a barbarian in the rear and said irritably, "Hurry up, you bastards." The barbarian stumbled from the kick but dared not retaliate, only silently quickening his pace. However, he bumped into the soldier in front of him, who immediately became unhappy and turned around to give him a hard shove. "Are you rushing to die, you bastard?" The barbarian was instantly brought to tears. Seeing the scene, the citizens became even more excited. Usually, those county soldiers would act like mice when encountering barbarians. Instead, when they faced the citizens, they would show a different face, acting arrogantly. Yet now, the soldiers brought by the prince were polite to the citizens, even when spat upon. They did not get angry, but vented their frustration on the barbarians. This stark contrast made the citizens feel a deep admiration for the prince of Ninggu County. Suddenly, someone took the lead and shouted loudly, "Thank you, Your Highness, for avenging us." Following that, praises echoed one after another. "Your Highness is benevolent. We thank you. The Ninggu army is also great. Long live Your Highness." Hearing the citizens' cheers, the soldiers couldn't help but stand even straighter. They were all criminals, bandits by origin, and had lived their lives being scorned. They had never been praised like this. The main reason most soldiers were loyal to Li Che was that he could ensure they had enough to eat. At this moment, they seemed to find a reason to be loyal to Li Che that was even more valuable than just being well fed. In the great hall of the county office, Li Che also heard the citizens' calls, which had drowned out the music. He waved his hand, and the musicians stopped playing. Li slowly stood up, a genuine smile on his face. "Let's go out and take a look." Surrounded by the crowd, Li Che walked to the entrance of the county office. Although it was late, the outside was brightly lit, and countless citizens had spontaneously lit torches, standing in the street cheering. Someone noticed Li Che at the county office entrance and immediately shouted in surprise, "Your Highness is here." As soon as this was said, everyone around turned to look, and then they all knelt down. "Commoners, pay their respects to Your Highness." "Your Highness, where is Your Highness? Quickly, bow to Your Highness." The citizens swarmed forward, blocking the road completely. Countless cheers, words of thanks, and cries echoed, eventually merging into the synchronized four words, "Long live Your Highness! Long live Your Highness! Long live Your Highness!" Zhuge Zhou, Qian Bin, and the others beside Li Che were immediately thrown into chaos, wanting to speak out to stop this rebellious act. But they saw that Li Che had a gentle smile on his face, showing no signs of blaming the citizens. Everyone silently took a few steps back, allowing Li Che to accept the citizens' cheers alone while pretending they hadn't heard anything. The cheers lasted for more than 10 minutes before gradually stopping. Li Che cleared his throat, stepped forward, and shouted loudly, "Citizens of Ninggu County, listen to what I have to say." Although the original body was still underage, he was already quite tall, and as he spoke, he attracted everyone's attention. The citizens held their breath, awaiting the words of their young prince. "I am the 6th prince of His Majesty, sent here to govern this fief. From today onwards, Ningwu County will be my territory. I know that for many years, the officials in Ningwu County have been ineffective, and the citizens have suffered under the oppression of the remnants of the previous dynasty and the barbarians, living in hardship. But this is not your fault. It is their fault, the fault of the government, and it is also my fault. Upon hearing this, the citizens felt a shock in their hearts. This was the first time they heard a noble say that their inability to live was not their own fault, but the fault of the court. Those nobles would only look at them with contempt and then order their subordinates to drive them away like wild dogs. Li Che continued in simple and understandable language, addressing the citizens. From today onwards, I promise you that the hardships of the past will never happen again. All my subjects have the right to live on this land. Those who want to farm can receive land. As long as you work hard enough, there will be endless land for you. Those who wish to join the military can enlist in my army, and their rations will never be short. I will establish schools so that your children can be educated. I will set up clinics so that the sick in your homes can receive treatment. I will establish factories so that women can come out to work and earn money. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar. The scenes Li Che described were too beautiful, so beautiful that the citizens didn't dare to dream of such things. Does such a place really exist in the world? Is there really a prince with such a compassionate heart? Li Che looked at the bewildered faces and knew that what he said was too distant for the citizens. They didn't even have this concept in their minds. He smiled faintly and decided to say something more practical. The noble families that have oppressed the citizens in the city have all been taken down by me. Tomorrow, right here, I will hold a public trial for them. The so-called public trial means that you, the common people, will act as judges and judge their crimes. Li Che's gaze turned slightly cold as he continued. As for those barbaric tribes who commit crimes, I believe they do not deserve to be tried. With that, he waved his hand, and the soldiers behind him brought up a group of bound barbarians. The soldiers kicked and punched them until they knelt on the ground. In the land of our great Qing, they harm our great Qing's people. Li Che swept his gaze over the terrified faces of the barbarians and declared, I sentence you barbarians to death, and you shall be executed immediately to comfort the people of Great Qing who have been harmed by you. Clang. As soon as Li Che finished speaking, the soldiers behind the barbarians drew their swords in unison. Hearing this, one of the barbarians shouted in very poor Mandarin, Great Qing Prince, you cannot kill me. I am the prince of the Suma clan. If you kill me, my father will not spare you. Execute. Li Che shouted decisively. Swish, 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 the swords fell, and one ugly head after another rolled to the ground. Among the 20 or so heads, the Suma prince's head flew the highest. One can only say that youth is good. The head flew higher than those of the older ones. Li Che looked coldly at the head with a shocked expression and quietly said, Don't worry, your father will soon be reunited with you. Chapter 81. The first meeting of the royal court the night was deep, the stars twinkled, and the moonlight poured down like water over this northern county city. There were squads of soldiers patrolling the streets, and from time to time, sounds of fighting could be heard, but it quickly returned to calm. Inside the county office, it was brightly lit. Li Che and a group of officials and generals sat in the main hall, with maids coming back and forth to refill tea. Yi Qinglong took a big sip of tea, frowned, and pouted. This stuff is bland, not as good as wine. I don't understand why His Highness loves it so much. He continued, According to preliminary statistics, we have captured over 9,000 county soldiers, and the residences of various families have been secured. We will begin raiding their homes tomorrow morning. Li Che nodded slightly. Let the brothers work hard to eliminate the remaining resisting county soldiers and do not leave any future troubles. Yes. Yi Qinglong cupped his hands in response. Mr. Zhuge, how many people are currently in the inner city? Li Che looked down at Zhuge. Zhuge quickly replied. The people from the noble families are in the minority, only about 3,000. The county soldiers, servants, and slaves make up the majority, approximately over 20,000. Over 20,000? Li Che suddenly felt a headache. Can these county soldiers still be used? They may be useful for the people, but not as soldiers. Zhuge thought for a moment and replied honestly, calling them county soldiers. In fact, they are all private soldiers of the noble families. Their ancestors served the noble families, and their servility has been ingrained in their bones, so it is likely very difficult to win their loyalty. There are over 20,000 people in the inner city and nearly 40,000 in the outer city, With so many mouths to feed, how do they survive? Qianbin asked curiously. Zhuge replied, Old Qian, you may not know, although this land is cold, it is not barren. From my years of observation, this place is sparsely populated with abundant resources. In spring and summer, there are many wild fruits, mushrooms, and nuts in the mountains, which can easily be picked in bulk. Moreover, this area has rivers crisscrossing and swamps everywhere, with an abundance of fish. Even without fishing nets, people can catch fish to eat. There is also an animal called grass on the fly, which is over a meter long, with a white spot on its rear, and is very good at running. However, this animal is curious by nature. If you shout, it will stop and observe, at which point you can hit it with a stick to knock it out and capture it. Thus, the common people rely on the mountains and water for food. Although they cannot eat their fill every day, they can at least manage to feed themselves, though winter is a bit hard to endure. As Zhuge spoke, everyone was astonished, unable to believe that this extremely northern wild land had such abundant products. But Li Che was not surprised. The richness of the northeastern wild resources could be summed up by saying, with a stick, you can hit a roe deer, and with a ladle, you can scoop up fish, while chickens fly into the pot. Due to geographical reasons and the unique climate, the richness of this land is unimaginable to those from within the borders. Because of the harsh climate, the flat land here has long been undeveloped, and agricultural development is very primitive. The ethnic groups here must rely on fishing and hunting to supplement their food. Even so, this land is still the origin of more than a dozen ethnic groups, including the Susan, Mo, Fuyu, Goguryeo, and Jurchen, which shows how astonishing the products of this land are. In the 19th century, the lower reaches of the Yellow River in China suffered consecutive disasters, and the people of the lower Yellow River migrated to northeast China to live. The total number of people who ventured east reached 40 million. Yet this cold land managed to feed these more than 40 million mouths, relying solely on gathering and hunting. Even if this land has abundant products, it is unlikely to support too many people and is not conducive to long-term development. Li Che spoke up, saying that to establish a foothold here, agriculture must be vigorously developed. Zhuge showed a difficult expression. This place is too cold, and it may be hard to cultivate. Seeds can only be sown in April each year, and only one crop can be harvested, with a low survival rate. Most importantly, the common people are unwilling to farm. It is not that they are lazy, but they are truly terrified of the barbarians. To put it bluntly, the most important reason hindering the development of ancient northeast China is still geographical. Northeast connects with the Mo and other barbaric tribes to the north, the Mongolian grasslands to the west, and Goguryeo to the east, making it surrounded by enemies. In such circumstances, which farmer would dare to farm? In spring, after working hard to sow seeds and taking care of them for several months, when it comes time for the autumn harvest, the barbarians come riding on horses with sickles to rob them. As for the climate causing crops to only yield once a year, it is not a big issue. The main crops in Great Qing are millet, sorghum, and buckwheat, which are not particularly suitable for northeast China. Northeast should plant wheat, rice, corn, soybeans, and other crops. Even if it is only one harvest a year, with high-yield seeds like corn, the yield would not be a problem. Moreover, the one-harvest planting method allows the soil to rest and rejuvenate fully, which is beneficial for soil conservation and reduces soil erosion and land degradation. There is no need to worry about this. I will find a way to solve it. Li Che concluded firmly that agriculture is fundamental and the top priority for Ninggu County. It must be developed. Seeing Li Che's resolute attitude, everyone naturally had no objections. The military must also be expanded. This matter will be entrusted to you. Li Che looked at He Chenglong, at least to fill the recruitment of each camp. Careful selection is necessary. Better to have fewer than to have many. He Chenglong did not have so many twists and turns. He would do whatever Li Che said. Yes, Your Highness. Qianshi still has to be busy. Li Che then looked at Qianbin, saying that after you raid the residences of those noble families tomorrow, you will also be responsible for counting the property. Qianbin nodded and said, Your Highness's order, I will follow. Li Che nodded, took a sip of tea. Agriculture, military, finance, these are the three major issues to be resolved immediately. Time is of the essence. Putting down the tea, Li Che spoke again. Now Ninggu County is in urgent need of development, and there are many matters that need to be addressed. However, my energy is limited, so I can only choose the most urgent matters to resolve. Everyone present is a pillar of talent. I have not yet established court positions after opening the royal court. Would you be willing to serve me? Upon hearing this, everyone immediately lost all sleepiness. They had followed His Highness all the way to this borderland, waiting for this day. Everyone stood up and replied in unison, "We are willing to serve your highness to the death." Zhuge Zhe hesitated for a moment, but remained silent in his chair, not standing up to speak. Li Che looked around with satisfaction, finally fixing his gaze on Zhuge Zhe. This person has managed the vast Chihua cave well by himself, and among the tens of thousands of people in the outer city, he has considerable prestige, making him a much-needed talent for internal affairs. "Mr. Zhuge, would you be willing to assist me?" Li Kesudili asked. "Your Highness, just give the orders, and I will do my utmost." Zhuge Zhe replied. "Good." Li Che smiled at him and said, "Then you will join the royal court as the right chief historian. I hope you can bear with it for now." Zhuge Zhe was taken aback and raised his head. The Long History Division of the Wangfu was the highest-ranking institution within the vassal king's court, primarily responsible for managing the king's edicts. In the Daqing court, the position of right long history was second only to that of left long history. If we compare the king's court to the imperial court, this position would be equivalent to that of the current right chancellor, ranking just below the two and above all others, thus holding a very high status. "Your Highness, I am from a noble family," Zhuge Zhe choked out. Li Che found it amusing. This Mr. Zhuge was outstanding in character and capability, but had a tendency to cry easily. In less than a day they had known each other. He had already cried 2 or 3 times. "What do the affairs of the noble families have to do with you, sir?" Li Ke retorted. "This king values talent over background." Zhuge Zhe was taken aback. "Only talent is considered? Only ability, regardless of background? With such a broad mind, your highness truly is a wise vassal king. I, Zhuge Zhe, will serve diligently until death." "Good, good, good," Li Che said joyfully, stepping forward to help Zhuge Zhe up. "This king already knew you had great talent. With your assistance, this king can rest easy." With another great talent under his command, Li Che was in high spirits. As for whether Zhuge Zhe was merely a figurehead, Li Che had no worries at all. With a surname like Zhuge, you must be a clever person. If your IQ is below 120, how could you dare call yourself a Zhuge? Chapter 82. Listen to the dragon's roar after winning over Zhuge Zhe. Li Che promptly appointed several officials. Qian Bin, being the most qualified and holding the highest position, was naturally appointed as left long history and also made responsible for the royal treasury. Wang Chong, who had a background in the Ministry of Works and was the first among the accompanying officials to fight against the bandits, was also recognized for his bravery and ambition. Li Che assigned him to the Long History Division as the chief engineer, overseeing construction and repairs, equivalent to the head of the Ministry of Works. His father, Wang Shi, was a deputy supervisor in the Ministry of Celestial Monitoring and was sent to the sacrificial hall as the head, overseeing rituals and ceremonies, equivalent to the head of the Ministry of Rites. Yang Shu took on multiple roles, serving as the chief of dining, chief of treasures, and chief of ceremonies, responsible for managing food, royal seals, and ceremonial matters, akin to his previous role as a steward. Hua Chang'an was appointed as the chief physician, responsible for medical care and hygiene, similar to the role of the head of the Imperial Medical Institute. Hu Chang was made the chief commander of the Royal Guards, with Qiu Bai as the deputy commander. Within the royal military system, these two positions held quite a high rank, equivalent to the commander and deputy commander of the Imperial Forest Army. The remaining officials were also given positions and rewards, and everyone was pleased. The foundation of the Royal Civil Service was barely assembled, and many held multiple positions. With a limited number of talents at his disposal, Li Che could only maintain the situation as it was for now. The military side was much simpler. Li Che promoted several veterans from the criminal battalions and increased the number of personal guards to 200. In terms of the Ninggu Army's military positions, the basic unit was the battalion. 2 commanders were appointed. Wang Sanchun was responsible for leading troops, while He Tsong Long was in charge of recruitment. 10 battalions were established based on previous foundations, with each team leader promoted to the rank of captain. Each battalion was to have 5 teams, each with a team leader. Each team would have 3 squads, with squad leaders for each. Each squad leader would command 10 soldiers. Special units like Yu Yun, Wang Hu, and Yin San would be separate from the 10 battalions, forming their own battalions. Under full strength, each battalion should consist of about 750 soldiers. Currently, the Ninggu army was not yet at full strength and needed to recruit new soldiers from the populace. The 10 battalions would total 500 soldiers, plus 500 cavalry, and over 1,000 from the personal guard, archers, and scouts, finally surpassing a total of 10,000 men. Adding in some auxiliary troops and laborers, Li Che now had a respectable armed force. In these borderlands, the largest barbarian clan only numbered slightly over 10,000. If the quality of the soldiers improved further, this force would be enough to sweep away any tribe. After all discussions were concluded, Li Che felt a surge of emotions, stood up, and walked towards the door. The others, not knowing why, rose and followed him. A grand procession exited the government office, only to see the sky outside gradually brightening with the dawn. Several maids who had served the group all night were leaning against the threshold, sleeping sneakily. Upon seeing Li Che and the group emerge, they were startled and knelt down in panic, crying, "Your Highness, spare us." The anticipated punishment did not come. Instead, the young prince spoke gently, "You've worked hard. Go rest now. There's no need for anyone to serve here." The maids hesitated, afraid to look up, but heard the prince say again, "Yang Shu, I'll leave them to you. Give them some rewards." The white-haired elder behind him nodded in agreement, and the maids finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thanking him profusely as they retreated, Li Che walked outside, gazing at the streak of dawn appearing on the horizon, inhaling the fresh air. "What do you think is on the other side of the mountains?" Wang Shi was the first to speak. "Your Highness, that should be the country of Goryeo." Li Che asked again, "And what lies at the end of Goryeo?" Zhuge replied, "Along the coast of Goryeo, it must be the sea." "What is beyond the sea?" The group exchanged glances, all unsure. What lay beyond the sea? Not to mention them, even the most learned scholars in the world would probably not know. Li Che smiled and said, "With such beautiful mountains and rivers, why can't it be the land of our Daqing? With such a vast sea, why can't it be our Huaxia's fishing ground?" At that moment, the clouds on the horizon parted, and a beam of morning light slanted down, landing perfectly on Li Che. Bathed in the warm morning light, he turned back and said, "Remember this day, the beginning of our great achievements." The morning light resembled a golden dragon, floating above the clouds and murmuring to the earth. The others were momentarily dazed, the golden morning light illuminating the prince, making him appear divine. Like grind, slowly sing. Gentlemen, listen to the dragon's roar. At noon, the sun was high, casting dazzling light under the vast blue sky. Outside the north gate of the inner city, a crowd was bustling. A massive wooden platform, hastily constructed, spanned the entrance of the north gate, surrounded by fully armed soldiers of the Ninggu army. "Brothers, may I ask what all these people are gathering here for?" A sturdy man in animal skins squeezed into the crowd, curiously asking. The person next to him turned around, sneering, "You look like a strong fellow, too. You didn't follow His Highness into the city yesterday, and still don't know about this?" The sturdy man chuckled. "My mother was seriously ill, and I went hunting in the mountains yesterday, so I missed it." Upon hearing this, the man retracted his disdainful expression. "His Highness broke into the inner city yesterday, looted those corrupt officials' homes, and now the Ninggu County has undergone a transformation. His Highness is wise and powerful. Knowing these corrupt officials have harmed our common people for many years, preparing to take revenge for us and publicly trial those heartless scoundrels." The sturdy man gasped. "What does public trial mean?" "It means we common folks get to act as judges and judge the crimes of these corrupt officials." The man's eyes sparkled. As long as it's true, he could point out the evidence of the corrupt officials' crimes right there, and His Highness would support us. The sturdy man shook his head, seemingly in disbelief. "Isn't His Highness the son of the emperor? How could the emperor's son offend the officials and stand up for us?" "Don't talk nonsense," the man said discontentedly. "His Highness is different from those nobles. He truly cares for us common people." "I don't believe it," the sturdy man replied simply. I've escaped from within the past to the outside and have never seen an official who stands up for the common people. Hey, you. The man was also angry. If you don't believe it, just see for yourself. If it weren't for your filial piety, I would have already taken action for speaking ill of His Highness. Seeing that the person in front was getting angry, the sturdy man didn't argue further and turned to leave. Suddenly, he heard the man say again, His Highness is kind-hearted. A charitable clinic has been opened in the east of the city. If you have a sick family member, you can go there for treatment. Medical care is free, and they only charge for the cost of medicine, or you can exchange goods. If your mother is seriously ill, you might as well take her there to have a look. The sturdy man turned back to look at the man, his lips moving as if he wanted to say something. The man waved his hand and said, All right, it's not aimed at you, but at your sick old mother. The strong man still felt doubtful. Free medical treatment? Could it be that this prince of Ninggu County, instead of being a proper royal, has turned into a bodhisattva? However, the man before him seemed genuinely kind-hearted, and the strong man felt it inappropriate to keep questioning him. So he just cupped his hands in thanks. Suddenly, a sound of drums and gongs came from ahead. The man quickly turned around, no longer paying attention to him, and excitedly said, The public trial is starting. Oh, the prince has also arrived. Hearing this, the strong man curiously looked towards the wooden platform. Is there really going to be a public trial? It wouldn't hurt to take a look. If this prince of Ninggu County really beheads those corrupt officials, perhaps the free clinic is indeed genuine. But he had no idea what this bodhisattva prince looked like. He heard that a bodhisattva could be male or female. He also didn't know whether this prince was a man, a woman, or both. Chapter 83. Public Trial as an Experienced Hunter. Jiaming was living a relatively good life among the people of the outer city. At the same time, he was among the first to recognize the true nature of the officials and wealthy families in the inner city. The difference between the people of the inner city and those of the outer city was greater than that between humans and dogs. He had seen with his own eyes how the steward of the inner city bought a game animal from him that could feed a typical family in the outer city for a week, only to turn around and feed it to his own vicious dogs. He also knew that when it was cold and hunting was difficult, the dogs raised by the wealthy families would eat human flesh. Nowadays, when someone told him that the newly arrived prince was going to topple the lords of the inner city and allow the people of the outer city to take charge, he simply couldn't believe it. But when he actually saw Li Che slowly walking towards him from a distance, he felt a bit of doubt. Unlike the lords of the inner city, Li Che did not ride in a palanquin, nor did he have a throng of servants and maids around him. He was simply riding a tall horse, followed by a dozen fierce armored warriors. As he made his way, he didn't drive away the common people. Instead, they consciously cleared a path for him and erupted in cheers. Jiaming scoffed and thought to himself that they were a bunch of fools. The prince was just replacing one group of nobles with another. He truly believed that the impoverished commoners would take control. However, this prince did have a bit of a bodhisattva appearance. With red lips and white teeth, he looked more beautiful than a woman. Li Che sat upright on his horse, his gaze falling on the crowd, his brow slightly furrowed. He felt as if someone was watching him with malicious intent from the shadows. He turned to Qiu Bai beside him and asked, Have all the remnants of the aristocracy been captured? Qiu Bai replied, Most have been exterminated. But the situation in the city is complicated and the brothers are unfamiliar with it, so there are still a few that have slipped through the net. Li Said, hurry up and catch them. If you don't find them all, how can you sleep well? Yes, Qiu Bai replied in a low voice. Li Che looked at the Ninggu soldiers maintaining order around him, and his thoughts began to wander. Having the army responsible for public security is not a long-term solution. It is still necessary to establish a law enforcement unit similar to a police department in later generations, specifically responsible for maintaining public order in the city. The best medicine is not to treat illnesses, but to prevent them. Similarly, the way to maintain social stability is not to capture all criminals, but to prevent crime. The army is not professional enough to achieve this. When Li Che and the others stepped onto the wooden platform, the crowd had already gathered more and more. Thousands of people bustling about, though dispersed on both sides of the street, still looked densely packed. Li Che ordered the city walls to be opened so that some citizens could stand on the walls to watch, in order to avoid a serious stampede. After some commotion, the main event was about to begin. The soldiers pushed batch after batch of aristocrats onto the wooden platform, with the heads of each family at the forefront. The prominent figures who usually looked down on others were now reduced to prisoners of the lower ranks. Surprisingly, the common people no longer exhibited the hatred towards the barbarians that they had shown the day before. Although the aristocracy had been subdued by Li Che, their residual power still lingered. The day-to-day oppression had made the common people hesitant to express their anger. Yuan Tai raised his head and saw the sea of faces below the platform, but he felt disdain. Lowly people, as his gaze swept across. None of the commoners dared to meet his eyes, which further solidified his conviction. What qualifications do these lowly people have to judge him? Li Che coldly laughed and looked at the common people below, gently saying, "The public trial begins. If anyone has grievances, feel free to report. I will take charge for you." Silence fell over the crowd. In a corner of the platform, Qianbin secretly sighed and said to Wang Shi beside him, "The remnants of the previous dynasty have been tyrannizing for so long. The common people probably dare not speak up." Wang Shi nodded in agreement. The prince is still too anxious. How can the punishment of the aristocracy be left to the common people to decide? Jiaming crossed his arms and looked around, full of disdain. He had just viewed this prince of Ninggu County as a savior, yet now they didn't even dare to utter a word. He felt pity for their misfortune and anger at their helplessness. He steeled himself, ready to be the first to speak out. Suddenly, a strong man squeezed out from the crowd, raised his right hand, and exaggeratedly shouted, "Your Highness, I, a commoner, have grievances." Li Che looked at the somewhat familiar face and smiled, saying, "Go ahead." The man stepped forward, preparing to get on the platform. But Xiaobai stopped him. "Wait a minute, search him." The strong man immediately froze and flattered. "I understand the rules, Chief." Xiaobai was suddenly anxious and almost kicked the fool off. Chief, you're just calling him by his title. If people hear that, won't it expose us?" He glared at the man and hastily searched him before letting him pass. The strong man stood before Li Che, his face full of admiration, and bowed, saying, "Your Highness, I have a 13-year-old sister who hasn't yet come of age. By chance, she was targeted by the third young master of the Yuan family, who forcibly took her to become a maid. I refused, and that third young master sent vicious servants to beat me half to death and forcibly kidnapped my sister. A few days later, someone brought back my sister's corpse and then threw me a single tael of silver." The strong man was tearful, standing on the platform and shouting loudly, "I am wronged. My sister is also wronged. Please, Your Highness, take charge." Li Che was momentarily speechless and secretly glanced at Xiaobai. "I told you to find someone clever, not a drama king." Xiaobai lowered his head in embarrassment. All right. Now there's someone to do the nighttime duties for the next month." Although the strong man's acting was awkward, it was sufficient to fool the common people. After hearing his experience and recalling their own hardships, the common people were filled with righteous indignation. Seeing that the drama king wanted to continue, Li Che quickly said loudly, "Someone, make a note of this. You and Xingshan coerced the common people, trafficked people, leading to death." After speaking, he looked gently at the strong man. "Go ahead. I will ensure that this person pays with his life for your sister." The strong man knelt on the ground, just about to express his immense gratitude, but was quickly pulled away by Xiaobai. Li Che then looked down at the platform and asked again, "Is there anyone else with grievances?" People have a tendency to follow the crowd. Once they saw someone stepping forward, a few brave ones began to stir. Suddenly, someone hidden in the crowd shouted, "Your Highness, my old father was just blocking the way, and they whipped him several times. The next day he died. Is this not a grievance?" Li Che loudly replied, "It counts." "Who did this?" The person gathered his courage, his eyes red, and pointed at one of them, Tang Guanzhong. Li Che looked at the head of the Tang family, whose face turned pale. Having committed too many crimes, he truly couldn't recall this incident, but it was indeed something he could do. "Make a note of this." Li Che said coldly, with the first person speaking out. Soon there was a second, a third, and the common people began to voice their complaints about the oppression from various aristocratic families. A few literate soldiers quickly took notes, but soon couldn't keep up. Almost every noble was guilty of numerous crimes. It seemed that unless they had dozens of charges against them, they were unworthy of calling themselves scions of the aristocracy. Chapter 84. Not failing the people of the world in an instant, the crowd was stirred, and the anger of tens of thousands of people could not be recorded by just a few pens. Li Che could only change his approach, pushing people out one by one and asking the common folk below whether this person had committed any wrongdoing. One by one, members of the noble families were brought out, and their crimes were revealed. Each person's face turned pale, yet none could defend themselves. Looking at their expressions, Li Che knew that none of those identified by the people were innocent. However, when the head of the Zhuge family was brought out, there was a moment of silence in the crowd. Li Che frowned and looked at the common folk below. Has this person ever wronged you? The crowd exchanged glances and shook their heads. They did not know this one. The Zhuge family was one of the most low-profile among the noble families, usually hiding in the inner city and never wandering into the outer city. Li Che looked at the white-haired Zhuge Sheng, who stood silently with his back straight, showing a bit of dignity. Dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and the children of mice will dig holes. The Zhuge family had a strict upbringing and really hadn't committed any wrongdoing, which is why they could raise someone like Zhuge Zhe. However, as a member of a former dynasty's noble family, the Zhuge family did not dare to confront other noble families and chose silence in many matters. Li Ke glanced at the Zhuge Sheng indifferently. Although the Zhuge family had not actively done evil, they enjoyed the benefits of being a noble family, making them beneficiaries. While other noble families exploited the common people, the Zhuge family may not have directly participated, but they received the flesh of the common people from the hands of other noble families. Let us detain them for now and discuss it later. Li Che waved his hand. Aside from the relatively clean Zhuge family, the other noble families were essentially all in cahoots. In a single family, if 3 to 5 members did not oppress the common people, it could already be considered a benevolent household. Families like the Tang, Yang, Pei, and Zhou still had a few members who understood the classics and had not committed wrongdoing. Other families, however, were completely degenerate, filled with evildoers. The public trial lasted from noon until the afternoon, until the sun slowly set before it finally came to an end. However, the crowd did not disperse. Instead, it grew larger. The common folk looked at Li Che on the wooden platform with hopeful eyes, eager to see if this prince would actually execute so many noble families. Qian Bin and others looked at Li Che with concern and advised, "Your Highness, there are too many people. If you kill them all, it may harm your reputation." This was hundreds of lives, and they were noble lives. The noble families of the former dynasty were still noble families. Since the rise of noble families, there had never been a precedent for executing so many noble people at once. If this matter spread, Li Che would certainly be labeled a tyrant and murderer by those corrupt scholars. Li Che shook his head and slowly said, "I would rather bear a lifetime of infamy than fail the common people of the world." He turned to Qiu Bai and said, "Bring the criminals of the Yuan family up." Qiu Bai cupped his hands in acknowledgement, and a group of soldiers dragged dozens of members of the Yuan family to the front. The Yuan family has committed heinous crimes, oppressing the common people, and is unforgivable. Today, we carry out justice in the name of the Duke of Ninggu. As soon as Qiu Bai's words fell, many soldiers brutally kicked the joints of those in front of them, forcing them to kneel on the ground. Yuan Tai's pupils dilated as he looked at the angry faces before him, seemingly unable to believe his fate. "No, this isn't real. This isn't real. I am Yuan Tai. The Yuan family has a legacy of 500 years. I'll die to you, Li Ke." With everyone watching, the soldiers behind Yuan Tai did not give him a chance to curse the prince, and with a swift stroke, heads rolled to the ground. With a series of slashes, heads fell one after another. Jia Ming, who was pushed to the front, widened his eyes, staring at Yuan Tai's lifeless head, his mind blank. Did they really cut him down? Li Che frowned as he looked at the headless bodies collapsing to the ground. As a young man of the 21st century, he still couldn't get used to such bloody scenes. Beheading was too cruel and dirty. Blood splattered everywhere. A gunshot would be better. With a single peanut, one could sleep like a baby. What vile, feudal society. Can't people live peacefully with one another? Li Che felt he was becoming soft-hearted again. Suddenly, he seemed to see something and pointed at one of the criminals, saying that one was cut incorrectly. The head didn't fall off. Who did this? Hurry up and finish the job. A soldier scratched his head, feeling embarrassed, and stepped forward to deliver the finishing blow. Li Che said irritably, that guy. You need to practice your knife skills. I'll punish you by letting you eat half a bowl less for dinner. Hu Chong trembled instinctively at the mention of the prince's most vicious punishment. After the Yuan family was executed, Li Che ordered Xiao Bai to oversee the beheading and bring out the criminals from other noble families for execution. The heads of other families were not as resolute as Yuan Tai, crying and begging on their knees for their lives. They only quieted down once the soldiers swung their blades down. Dozens of soldiers struck down, and after more than 10 blows, several blades were dulled before the execution was completed. The Zhuge family, fortunate enough to escape death, trembled in fear. Those members of other families who had not committed wrongdoing watched as their family members were executed before their eyes, many fainting from shock. The remaining ones were in tears, looking at Li Che with resentment. A young man glared fiercely at Li Che, cursing, Duke of Ninggu. You are going against the heavens and will not die a good death. You killed my whole family. Why not kill me too? If you don't kill me, you will regret it. I will kill you sooner or later. Li Che looked at the young man with a cold expression. I'm going against the heavens? Are you deaf? Don't you know what your family has done? The young man with red eyes choked out, they are guilty, it's true. But as a prince, how can you be so cruel? Don't you have any guilt? Li Che sneered. What if I'm cruel? My sword only kills those who deserve to die. If I encounter such evildoers again in the future, I will still kill them. The young man cried bitterly as these words left his mouth. The remaining surviving noble families all burst into tears. Just then, a louder cry erupted from the crowd below, completely drowning out their cries. Mother, open your eyes and see. The prince has avenged you. Father, the dawn of Ninggu has come. May you rest in peace. Son, why didn't you hold on for another year? Just one more year. Having avenged their grievances, the common people who lost their loved ones could no longer suppress their inner sorrow, releasing years of pent-up emotions. The cries drowned out the cheers, resonating throughout the entire city. Li Che looked indifferently at the young man and asked, Can your family's cries outweigh the cries of the common people of the world? The young man stood frozen, touching the corners of his eyes, but found he could not make a sound. Chapter 85. The woman in the free clinic. Once the beheading was completed, the crowd slowly dispersed. Hundreds of corpses were collected, and their heads were ordered by Li Che to be hung on the city walls for public display for 7 days. Although there were no noble families left in the city, this served as a warning to future officials. Those who exploit the common people will meet this end. Jiming looked at the heads on the city wall, feeling dazed. The words of the prince echoed in his mind. I would rather bear a lifetime of infamy than fail the common people. Is there really a prince who puts the common people first? Suddenly, a hand landed on Jiaming's shoulder. Jiaming's eyes flashed, and instinctively reached for the dagger at his waist, only to remember that he was back in the city, not on the battlefield, and he stopped himself. Turning around, he saw it was the man he had just met. Why aren't you going to see your mother? The man, completely oblivious to his own recent brush with death, was still concerned for Jiaming. The free clinic has closed after sunset. If you don't go now, you'll have to wait until tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Jiaming's eyes lit up. Right, he could go take a look at the free clinic. The prince of Ninggu County chopped off the heads of the aristocracy, possibly to eliminate rivals and to show off to the common people. Providing free medical care to the populace requires real money. If he truly cared for the people, the free consultations would not be so casually handled. Thank you, brother. I'll head over now. Watching Jiaming's figure hurriedly disappear at the city gate, the man shook his head helplessly. Turning around, he suddenly realized something and hurriedly called out, Hey, that way is inside the city. Aren't you supposed to go pick up my mother? Naturally, there was no sick mother at Jiaming's home. The reason he rushed away was that he wanted to find an answer, or rather, to find an answer for someone else. Was this prince of Ninggu County truly a person worth entrusting? The free clinic was set up in an open area next to the eastern city gate. Although it was called a free clinic, it was actually outdoors. The free consultations were nearing an end for the day. Yet there were still over 100 patients waiting in line, with soldiers armed with spears maintaining order on both sides of the queue. The consultations were being conducted by a physician from Yi City named Li Che, but the assistants were something Jiaming never expected. They were women dressed in pure white robes. Jiaming stepped forward, just about to take a closer look when he heard a soldier beside him shout, "Hey, hey, hey, what are you doing? No cutting in line, just wait your turn." For some time now, a trend had emerged in the Ninggu army where they mimicked Li Che's accent. When people admire someone, they naturally like everything about them, including their occasionally rough accent. Li Che was also a prince who was close to the people, often visiting the army to understand the lives of the lower-ranking soldiers and engaging in friendly conversations with them. The soldiers, lacking experience, mistakenly believed that Li Che's accent was the authentic royal accent. Little did they know this blunder inadvertently taught them the genuine northeastern accent. "I'm not cutting in line. I'm waiting for someone," Jiaming said, displaying a naive expression. The soldier glanced at him and, seeing his honest demeanor, decided to ignore him. Jiaming smiled and nodded, shifting his gaze to the physicians. He saw one physician stroking his beard, reassuring an elderly man in front of him. "Don't worry, it's just a common frostbite. Nothing serious." After saying that, the physician turned to a white-robed woman behind him and instructed, "Go get some licorice and dried aconite." Then he advised the elderly man's family, "These two herbs are common. The amount doesn't matter. Just boil them into a soup and wash the affected area with it." As a hunter who ventured into deep mountains daily, accompanied by wolves, insects, tigers, and leopards, Jiaming would often encounter danger and injuries. So he knew some basic medical skills. He could see that the physician in front of him was genuinely skilled, not the kind of swindling quack one might find in the streets. The elderly man and his family expressed their gratitude. But Jiaming also noticed that as the physician explained the patient's condition, the white-robed women behind were diligently listening and taking notes. This indicated that these women were not just there to help. They were more like apprentices learning medicine. To Jiaming, this was utterly unimaginable. While medicine may not be as esteemed as Confucianism, it is still a knowledge that can be passed down through generations. How could it be so easily taught to outsiders, especially a group of women? When the woman returned with the medicine and handed it to the elderly man, he became anxious again. "We don't have any money left." "That's fine," the white-robed woman said gently. "You can trade something instead. After just getting through a winter, our family doesn't have many extra things," the elderly man said. Feeling uneasy, the woman still wore a soft smile. "That's all right. Just keep a note of the debt, and you can repay His Highness when you have the money." The elderly man hesitated, unsure of how much interest His Highness would charge. Hearing this, Jiaming's expression grew cold. Historically, lending money and extending credit always came with interest, and the government was no exception. From a macroeconomic perspective, lending can be a good thing, facilitating the flow of money. However, when the identities of the lender and the borrower are completely unequal, it becomes a matter of life and death. Compounding interest is a minor issue. Losing everything is the norm. In the Daqing Dynasty, during the worst period of land consolidation, farmers not only had no land but also lacked seeds and tools. To farm, they had to pay rent, and borrowing tools and seeds also required payment, leaving them with very little. Adding interest and the government's exorbitant taxes made survival extremely difficult. By the Ming and Qing dynasties, the official legal interest rates reached as high as 36%, not to mention the illegal usury. It can be said that by the end of various dynasties, farmers were almost universally crushed by usury, forced into rebellion out of desperation. Therefore, when the elderly man brought up the topic of interest, Jiaming couldn't help but become alert. "Old man, there's no interest," the woman patiently replied. "His Highness said this medicine is not borrowed from the government. It's lent to you personally." The elderly man let out a slight sigh of relief, expressing his gratitude once again, and then, with the help of his family, took a large bag of herbs home. In the eyes of the common people of Ninggu County, Li Che, who saved everyone from peril, was far more trustworthy than the so-called Daqing court. Jiaming took one last look at those physicians and silently turned to leave, observing the vibrant streets and crowds, and then glancing at the distant county office. He quietly made a decision. "Lord, this prince of Ninggu County seems to be the one you are waiting for. Unfortunately, as a mere warrior, I truly lack the discernment." He chuckled to himself, a flicker of determination crossing his eyes. Hesitation is not the behavior of a true man. Why not just go and see for himself? Jiaming turned on his heel and strode toward the county office. Chapter 86. The Invincible Cavalry Archery Tactics Inside the Government Office. The officials who had slept for less than 2 hours were called back for a meeting by Li Che. Li Che was not a fan of meetings and could not understand the diligence of emperors who held daily morning assemblies. It wasn't until he became a prince that he realized that avoiding meetings was simply not feasible. In a small place like Ninggu County, with a population of less than 100,000, there was a whole pile of matters waiting for him to handle, not to mention an entire empire. "Your Highness, there is something I must mention," Zhuge said as he stepped forward, his face full of fatigue. He hadn't attended the public trial, but had been anxious all day, only relaxing when he learned that his family members had not committed any major offenses. "It's nothing serious," Li Che replied. Zhuge calmly analyzed. "Your Highness, your execution of those barbarians yesterday was indeed uplifting, but it has left future troubles. Those barbarians come from 7 or 8 nearby tribes, including the Mo, Khitan, and Xianbei people. Other tribes are not a concern for now, as they are too far from Ninggu County and won't send anyone in the short term. However, the Sumo tribe of the Mo people is only half a day's journey away from Ninggu County. The prince you executed was not a permanent envoy to the inner city, but was here for leisure. If the Sumo tribe does not see him return for a long time, they will likely send someone to inquire. At which point your takeover of Ninggu County may not remain a secret. Although the internal strife had been temporarily resolved, external threats still existed. The plight of the people in Ninggu County was due not only to the incompetence of the government and the greed of the aristocracy, but also primarily because of the surrounding barbarian tribes. Li Che said solemnly, "Mr. Zhuge, when do you think they will send someone?" "In no more than 7 days, someone will certainly come," Zhuge replied. Suddenly, Li Che recalled something. "Before we arrived, we encountered a small troop of cavalry and wiped them out. They were also Mo people." Zhuge frowned. "But there were only about 20, all armed with bows and knives?" Li Che nodded. "That's right. Those were the patrols of the Mo people." Zhuge sighed. "In that case, we have even less time left. The patrol has not returned for a long time, and the Limo tribe must send someone to inquire. We only have about 3 days left. The nomadic tribes have a habit of migrating, and the patrol's task is generally to venture far from the tribe to find new pastures. Sometimes they also take on the duty of patrolling and providing early warnings. However, they usually do not go too far. Even if they have to travel a long distance, they will send someone back to inform the tribe." Li Che asked again, "What is the strength of the Limo tribe?" "They are a medium-sized tribe, with a population of over 10,000. Excluding women and the elderly, there are about 5,000 warriors." "Just 5,000, Wang Sanshun scoffed. "The inner city walls are high, and we have another 10,000 men. If they dare to attack the city, they will come and go without return." Zhuge shook his head. "It's not a matter of comparison. While we could defend the city, what about the common people? Should they all enter the inner city? If that's the case, the enemy just needs to surround the city and cut off water and food, and the supplies inside the city won't last 3 days." Wang Sanshun, unconvinced, said, "Then let's fight them. They're just 2 shoulders carrying 1 head. I don't believe that over 10,000 people can't defeat their 5,000. Zhuge looked at Wang Sanshun helplessly, feeling as if he was playing music to a donkey. When facing the barbarian tribes, the shortcomings of Li Che's generals gradually began to show. They all came from a rough background and could command a few hundred men in battle with ease. But commanding thousands was already a struggle. However, commanding over 10,000 men against the barbarians clearly exceeded their capabilities. Most of them had no basic understanding of the combat power of the barbarians and were completely ignorant of the tactics of barbarian cavalry. Zhuge patiently explained, "The Mo people are all cavalry, each with 2 horses, capable of mounted archery, moving like the wind. Before you can set up your formation, they will come in waves, raining arrows down. By the time you order a pursuit, they will have already fled, avoiding the confrontation. In our Ninggu army, 8 out of 10 are infantry. Under this tactic, how can we confront them head-on?" Upon hearing this, the usually unruly Wang Sanshun frowned and stopped boasting. Wang Sanshun wasn't foolish. On the contrary, being from a farming background, he was quite clever, which is why he could sit in the position of a mountain bandit leader. The tactics of the Mo people were simple. They made full use of the mobility of nomadic cavalry and maximized the hit-and-run tactics of mounted archers. The mounted archery tactic is not invincible. The Central Plains dynasties have ways to defeat nomadic cavalry. They can rely on heavily armored infantry with considerable protection, using terrain and formation advantages to get close and slaughter the cavalry. Alternatively, like Hua Tsiubing, they can also create an elite cavalry unit to engage in lightning warfare, defeating the enemy in their most skilled area. Unfortunately, none of these points could be achieved by Li Che at this time. Just as everyone was lost in thought, a personal guard suddenly entered to report, "Your Highness, someone outside is looking for you." "Who is looking for me?" Li Ke asked in confusion. "I don't know. It's a big man, very fierce." The guard looked disgruntled. "We said Your Highness was in a meeting, but he insisted on coming in to report something important and knock down a few brothers. We were afraid of delaying Your Highness's matters, so we didn't dare to shoot him with bows and crossbows. It took 7 or 8 brothers together to subdue him." Li Che's interest was piqued. He understood the level of his personal guards. They were all selected from the criminal camp, capable of handling 4 or 5 ordinary soldiers without issue. If it took 7 or 8 guards to subdue this person, he must be quite skilled, similar to Wang Sanshun and the others. "Bring him in, I want to see." Li Ke instructed. Yes. In a short while, a group of personal guards escorted a strong man into the courtyard. Li Che looked over and saw that the guards all had bruised faces. Although they were not seriously injured, they looked somewhat disheveled. The strong man, over 6 feet tall and dressed like a hunter, looked unremarkable. "Your Highness, the person is brought here," one guard said fiercely, kicking the strong man's leg. "Why don't you kneel before His Highness?" The strong man, unafraid, simply studied Li Che on the main seat, secretly thinking to himself, "This Ninggu County king is delicate and tender. Up close, he looks even more like a bodhisattva." Li Che waved his hand, signaling the guards to let him go, and then asked with interest, "Do you have something to tell me?" The strong man replied in a deep voice, "Indeed." "Good, speak then. If it's trivial matters, I will punish you for disturbing me." The strong man appeared indifferent, shrugged his arms, and clasped his hands, saying, "I see that Your Highness has the heart to bring peace to the people, but I wonder if Your Highness has the ambition to protect the territory." Li Ke smiled. "What if I do? Can you help me?" The strong man replied in a heavy tone, "I don't have that capability, but someone can." "Who is it?" "My lord, the great general." Chapter 87. Great General Yang Zhongzi. The title Great General is not an official title that has existed in various dynasties. However, those who can be called Great General have a very high status, generally referring to local power figure self-titles. Only those who transcend court positions and become regional hegemons can be called Great General. Zhuge suddenly opened his tired eyes and looked at the strong man with some suspicion. "The Great General you mentioned, is it Yang Zhongzi?" The strong man proudly replied, "Indeed, it is General Yang." Li Che looked at Zhuge with a puzzled expression. The name Yang Zhongzi was unfamiliar to him, and he couldn't find it in the original memories. However, the surname Yang was quite special. It was the royal surname of the previous dynasty. Sure enough, he then heard Zhuge say, "Yang Zhongzi is a member of the previous dynasty's royal family. In terms of seniority, Your Highness should still call him uncle." Li Che was taken aback. The original mother's consort was the sister of the fallen nation's Emperor Yang, which meant that Yang Zhongzi was actually the brother of Emperor Yang. But wait, the Yang family royal clan has been almost wiped out by the emperor, and the remaining ones are all under house arrest in the imperial capital. Li Che wondered aloud, "I haven't heard about any brothers of Emperor Yang still being at large." Zhuge nodded. "That's true, but Yang Zhongzi is different. He is a person who cannot be mentioned in Daqing and beyond the borders. It is normal for Your Highness not to know his name." Li Che noticed that Zhuge's face was filled with reverence, suggesting that he had a high regard for this great general. Given Zhuge's character, anyone he admired must also be a loyal and brave individual. If that's the case, then why is he not mentioned? Zhuge elaborated, as if recounting familiar tales. He is the adopted son of the previous dynasty's Emperor 1, which makes him the sworn brother of Emperor Yang. His birth father was Wei Huan, a general who fought in the north for the previous dynasty and was a close minister to Emperor 1, a general of the Huan dynasty. In the 10th year of the Kaiwang era, when the northern Hu invaded, Wei Huan was the vanguard entering the enemy ranks, sustaining numerous arrows but fighting to the death. ultimately falling in battle against overwhelming odds. Emperor, one of the previous dynasty, moved by his bravery, took his son into the palace and raised him as his own, changing his surname and naming him Zhongzi. Yang Zhongzi grew up alongside Emperor Yang, and they were like brothers. After Emperor Yang ascended the throne, he appointed him as the protector of the western regions, stationing troops at the Anshi Protectorate. Due to his fierce combat skills and outstanding military achievements, he quickly gained fame in the western regions. When His Majesty destroyed the Huan dynasty, he intended to return to the court to assist. But the various countries of the western regions took advantage of the Huan dynasty's weakness and launched a large-scale invasion of the Anshi Protectorate under the leadership of Tian. Yang Zhongzi could only resist bravely. Although he inflicted heavy damage on the armies of the western regions, he ultimately had to retreat due to insufficient supplies and overwhelming numbers. At this time, His Majesty's army had already invaded the imperial capital, leading to the fall of the Huan dynasty. Yang Zhongzi was filled with grief and indignation, wanting to fight to the death against His Majesty, but his deputy persuaded him with the lives of the entire army, and, in the end, he had no choice but to give up. Hearing that His Majesty had relocated the Huan dynasty's powerful families beyond the borders, he resolved to go. He borrowed a route through the Hu people's territory, and many Hu tribes feared his reputation, so no one dared to block him, ultimately allowing him to arrive in Ninggu County successfully. Upon hearing this man's life story, Li Che couldn't help but feel a sense of unreality. A loyal and brave individual, having fought throughout his life, from the far west of Daqing to the far north. Such formidable achievements, all against foreign tribes, were enough to earn him a place in a martial temple. How could he possibly be obscure? Zhuge just seemed to sense Li Che's thoughts and said, "The reason your highness has not heard of his name is that His Majesty has sent people several times to persuade him to surrender under the title of Grand General. However, General Yang has completely rejected these offers and stated that he, Yang Zhongzi, was born as a general of the Huan dynasty and would never surrender to the Daqing." His Majesty was furious, but at that time, the new dynasty had just been established, and the country was in need of rebuilding, while the situation outside the borders had just stabilized. His Majesty did not want to send troops and cause panic among the tribes, resulting in an unstable border. The reason Yang Zhongzi's name is not mentioned here in Ninggu County is that after he arrived, he discovered the dealings between the aristocratic families and the barbarian tribes, which made him extremely angry. General Yang repeatedly advised them kindly, but the people from other families were already blinded by profit and naturally ignored him. Loyal and brave, General Yang could not bear to turn his sword against his former colleagues in the same court, so he took a portion of his soldiers and left Ninggu County. From then on, the aristocratic families held a grudge against Yang Zhongzi, and naturally, no one would mention him again. Zhuge took a breath and looked at the upright Jiaming, who seemed proud of his association with Yang Zhongzi. After leaving Ninggu County, General Yang established the Huan National Army, calling himself the Grand Commander, and led his troops to fight between the Baishan and Heishui. Hearing that he had advanced northward and had greatly defeated the Khitan Wang faction, I have not heard any news of him since then. Upon hearing about Yang Zhongzi's deeds, everyone felt admiration, but since he was undoubtedly an opponent of the Qing, they all turned their eyes to Li Che. Li Che's expression remained unchanged as he silently looked at Jiaming. After a while, he finally spoke. "What is your relationship with Yang Zhongzi?" Li Che did not use honorifics when addressing the general and did not call him Grand Commander. Jiaming's face turned a little ugly, and he forced a bow, saying, "I am a captain under the Grand Commander's command, Jiaming." Li Che nodded. "Where is Yang Zhongzi's army now?" Seeing Li Che repeatedly calling his Grand Commander's name without respect, Jiaming became displeased and said, "Why does your highness disrespect my Grand Commander and call him by name?" Li Che looked at him with a half-smile, narrowing his eyes. "You need to understand, I am the Prince of Daqing, and Yang Zhongzi is a general of the previous dynasty. Those who do not pledge loyalty to Daqing are enemies and rebels. Why should I show him respect?" Li Che's voice rose, startling Jiaming, who suddenly became clear-headed. Indeed, at least nominally, the Grand Commander and the Prince of Ninggu County were in a hostile relationship, belonging to different camps. Jiaming let out a sigh, realizing he still had requests to make and could not let the relationship become too tense. So he spoke. Last year, the Grand Commander led his troops eastward and has now captured Liaodong County, currently stationed in Anong City, which is 800 miles away from here. Upon hearing this, Li Che immediately smiled. Liaodong County, Anong City, is the future Dandong. This means that Yang Zhongxi's lone army has already reached the territory of Goryeo. Is Goryeo that easy to conquer? The previous dynasty's Emperor Yang made 3 expeditions to Goryeo, all of which ended in failure. The Qing Emperor, known as a military emperor, also had the intention to conquer Goryeo, but never dared to make the decision. Although Yang Zhongxi has the capability, Li Che did not believe he was stronger than his cheap old man. Moreover, his troops were entirely a lone army, without any reinforcements or supplies. Surviving in the icy wilderness of Liaodong was already a problem. Li Che looked at Jiaming, whose evasive gaze further confirmed his suspicions. So, what happened to Yang Zhongxi that made you come to me for help? Li Said. Jiaming's face turned pale, and he looked at Li Che in disbelief. How is that possible? How does he know? Gritting his teeth, he knelt on the ground and cried out, "Please, your highness, show mercy, send troops to assist, and save the Grand Commander's life." Chapter 88. The difficult Goryeo, seeing Jiaming sincerely kneeling on the ground. Everyone showed expressions of surprise. Just a moment ago, they heard Zhuge speak of Yang Zhongxi's bravery, and they all thought he was like a god of war descended to earth. In the end, it turned out that this kid was here to seek help. Li Che smiled and did not pursue the matter further, only asking Jiaming to speak the truth. It turned out that after Yang Zhongxi moved north with his troops, he fought several battles against various tribes, all of which were great victories. When Yang Zhongxi left Ninggu County, he had less than 20,000 men, 1/3 of whom were infantry. However, through continuous warfare, he rescued many Xia people from the barbarian tribes and even enslaved some barbarian soldiers. The number of his troops soared to over 40,000, and they were mostly cavalry. But Yang Zhongxi also discovered a problem. The further north he fought, the more primitive the barbarian tribes he encountered, all of whom were nomadic tribes living from feast to famine. The nomadic tribes were small in number and could still rely on hunting and fishing to survive. However, Yang Zhongxi had over 40,000 people, most of whom were Xia people accustomed to agriculture. Relying solely on warfare could not support so many mouths. Yang Zhongxi was unwilling to return to Ninggu County and even less likely to lead these troops to attack Shanhaiguan. Thus, he turned his attention to Goryeo, which, like the Xia people, was an agricultural nation. Goryeo was difficult to conquer, not because of their strong fighting ability, but because they had learned the skills of building cities and farming from the Huaxia suzerain. Goryeo's location was already narrow, with many mountainous areas that were not conducive to large troop operations. When Emperor Yang made 3 expeditions to Goryeo, they had built nearly 200 mountain fortresses around the valleys and roads in the Liaodong Hills. In the northern mountains of the peninsula, there were countless fortresses. When Yang Zhongxi first entered Liaodong, he indeed swept through several cities. However, when winter came and the temperature plummeted, the situation began to reverse. The Goryeo army began to hold their mountain strongholds and fortresses, refusing to come out. Yang Zhongxi's troops were all cavalry, making it inconvenient for marching and siege. Supplies began to be consumed at a frantic pace, and the surrounding tribes, fearing Yang Zhongxi's reputation, had long since fled. The method of replenishing supplies through plunder was also ineffective. Morale began to decline, and many soldiers died from freezing and starvation. After barely surviving the winter, his 40,000 troops had lost half. As soon as spring arrived, before the snow had even begun to melt, Goryeo launched a counterattack on several cities in Liaodong. The cities fell one after another, and before Jiaming came out, only the lonely city of Anong remained. My brothers suffered heavy casualties, and the number of those who froze and starved to death is countless. Jiaming's voice carried a sob. The Grand Commander fought desperately to escort me out and came to seek reinforcements. I implore your highness, considering that my Grand Commander has been fighting against the barbarians, to send troops to save him. The entire Huan National Army would be immensely grateful. After saying this, Jiaming prostrated himself on the ground, repeatedly banging his head on the floor, and soon blood began to ooze from his forehead. Everyone could not bear to see such a man act in this manner and hesitated, looking at Li Che. Ahem. Zhuge cleared his throat and spoke, "Your Highness, I have something to say." Li Che nodded, his face expressionless, and said, "Mr. Zhuge, please speak freely." Li Che thought Zhuge would say some words to plead for Yang Zhongxi. After all, even a fool could feel that Zhuge had a high regard for this loyal and righteous general of the previous dynasty in his words. But unexpectedly, Zhuge boldly stated, "I believe that your Highness should not send troops at this moment." Upon hearing this, the room fell into silence. And Jiaming looked at Zhuge with an expression of anger. Zhuge remained unfazed and said sternly, "Currently, Ninggu County has just been stabilized, and the barbarian retaliation is imminent. Our troops are still insufficient. That Liaodong County is so remote that we simply do not have the resources to rescue." Hearing this, Jiaming slumped down on the ground. Indeed, he had only seen the Prince of Ninggu County's decisive methods and forgotten that he had just been in theft and had very few troops at his disposal. Moreover, Zhuge's expression was complex. Yang Zhongxi's army, known as the Huan National Army, was the army of the previous dynasty and was thus considered enemy troops. If your Highness sends troops to assist, it would be unjustifiable, and if the court found out, it would bring endless trouble. Facing Jiaming's almost predatory gaze, Zhuge lowered his eyes, indifferent to joy or sorrow. Although he is also from a noble family of the previous dynasty and greatly admires General Yang, it does not mean he must unconditionally speak well of him. Zhuge is a minister of His Highness and must prioritize His Highness's interests in his words and thoughts. Although Zhuge is not knowledgeable in military affairs, he understands the people's livelihood. Currently, Ninggu County lacks troops and food, and it is indeed not in a position to send troops. Li Che looked at Zhuge with satisfaction and then turned to Jiaming. "Did you hear that?" Jiaming stood up expressionlessly and said softly, "I understand. If that's the case, I'll leave now." After saying that, he wiped the blood from his head and turned to leave. "Wait." Li Che called out to him. "Where are you going?" "To Shanhaiguan," Jiaming replied. "Since His Highness is unwilling to help, I will seek the help of the garrison commander at Shanhaiguan." Li Che scoffed. The garrison commander at Shanhaiguan is a stubborn man. As a general of the Great Qing, it is a death sentence to send troops without an imperial order. He will not help you. "But I have to try," Jiaming said firmly. "The commander has been good to me, and I cannot repay his kindness." Li Che looked at him with appreciation. "Don't go. Instead, come under my command. I can make you a lieutenant." Unexpectedly, Jiaming became instantly furious and shouted, "Does His Highness think I am a traitor to my lord? Even if I die, I will die beside the commander. Farewell, and it won't be up to you," Li Che said with a smile. "Seize him." The surrounding guards, who had long been eager to move, immediately surged forward upon hearing Li Che's words. Jiaming was first shocked, then furious, facing numerous guards alone. He fought back without holding back. "If His Highness won't save me, why attack me?" In a mix of shock and anger, Jiaming unleashed unprecedented strength. And for a moment, more than 10 guards could not subdue him. Seeing his agile movements, Li Che felt even more admiration. He fought with the ferocity of a wild beast in the mountains. "Chong, make him calm down." Li Che turned to Hu Chong beside him. Hu Chong immediately stood up and rushed toward the melee. Li Che remembered something and instructed, "Don't beat him to death." Hu Chong replied and silently put down the heavy club in his hand, rushing in barehanded. Jiaming suddenly felt a wall appear in front of him. Then his feet left the ground, and everything went black. Hu Chong grabbed Jiaming and slapped the back of his head, causing him to fall into a baby-like sleep instantly. "Your Highness, it's done." Li Che smiled and nodded. "Good. Take him away and keep a close watch on him. Do not mistreat him. Take good care of his food and lodging. I still have great use for this person." The guards, upon hearing this, took their orders and left. Once Jiaming was dragged away, Li Che looked at the others around him and suddenly spoke. "I want to save Yang Zhongxi. Do any of you have suggestions?" Chapter 89. The changing of offense and defense. Everyone was shocked by Hu Chong's brute strength and had not yet recovered when they heard Li Che say this. They were immediately wide-eyed in astonishment. "Your Highness?" Zhuge looked as if he had seen a ghost. Although Yang Zhongxi was a general of Huan, he was loyal and brave, and I greatly admire him. Li Che spoke clearly. Moreover, Yang Zhongxi soldiers are all skilled in cavalry and archery, and they have rich experience in fighting against the barbarian tribes. If I could bring them under my command, even if I could turn them into allies, it would be a good thing for Ninggu County. Just as Li Che said, upon hearing about Yang Zhongxi's deeds, he immediately developed an admiration for talent. I would be a good vassal king. Talent, talent, and still more talent. A talent like Yang Zhongxi possesses the strength of a top commander, comparable to Li Jing of the Tang Dynasty, Yu Fei of the Southern Song, and Su-De of the Ming Dynasty. Such talent is rare and cannot be cultivated merely through training. It depends on fate. For this rare talent, Li Che was willing to take a big gamble. Your Highness, you already bear the bloodline of 2 dynasties. If the court finds out about this, it may not end well, Qian Bin advised earnestly. He understood Li Che's temperament very well. Saying he was eager for talent would not be accurate. He was the type who would prioritize talent over life. When he only had over 50 criminals under his command, he dared to recruit people in broad daylight in the imperial capital. Now that he had an army of 10,000 and encountered a top talent like Yang Zhongxi, it would be strange if he could contain himself. I have heard a saying, in this world, only the weak need to prove themselves, Li Che said lightly. Qian Bin and the others were momentarily stunned upon hearing this. After carefully reflecting on it, they found that while Li Che's words seemed contrary to the teachings of sages at first glance, the more they thought about it, the more reasonable it became. I have 10,000 troops, and the noble families of Ninggu County, who do wrong, can only submit. If I had 300,000 troops, even if I held power, there would be no dissenting voices in the court. If I had 1,000,000 troops. At this point, Li Che paused and did not continue. To say the next words would be somewhat rebellious. If I had 1,000,000 troops. What did you just say to me? I didn't hear clearly. Although the words were somewhat crude, everyone understood Li Che's meaning. As long as it could increase strength, Li Che would rather be suspected by the court. After all, the emperor was far away, and as long as Li Che did not show any obvious signs of rebellion, could the Emperor Qing send troops to attack his own son? But what about the Mo people? Zhuge asked. We need to change our strategy there. Li Che's eyes flickered. Passive defense would not work. It would be better to take the initiative. Zhuge's eyes widened. Take the initiative? That's right. Give the Mo people a greeting gift, Li Che said with a slight smile. Let them know that I have arrived, and in the days to come, the offense and defense will change. The phrase offense and defense will change sounds simple, but it is a significant challenge for the current Ninggu army. Once Li Che made the decision, the entire city immediately began to mobilize for war. The next morning, the common people woke up to find the soldiers busy again. In the inner city, the mansions of various noble families were emptied. Valuables were not counted and were stored in warehouses. Meanwhile, privately stored weapons and armor were all gathered together, sorted, and distributed to various camps, perhaps due to being surrounded by barbarians. The noble families of the previous dynasty felt insecure and hoarded more armor at home, coupled with the standard issue armor for the county soldiers. It was enough for the entire Ninggu army to be clad in armor. The Tang family stored 500 sets of armor, the Pei family 400 sets, the Changsun family 1,000 sets, and the Zhuge family voluntarily offered 600 sets. Qian Bin closed the booklet in his hand and looked at Li Che. These 10 or so families combined have over 6,000 sets of armor. Li Che's mouth twitched. The noble families really deserve to die. Having so many sets of armor was no different from rebellion. While hoarding armor, they oppressed the common people and groveled to serve the barbarians. He couldn't understand what they were thinking. Tomorrow, I can only leave you 4 camps. I will take everyone else with me. Li Che looked at He Tsonglong. Can you hold it? He Tsonglong cupped his hands and said, as long as the city stands, we will stand. Good. Try to leave as much iron armor as possible for you. It won't be needed for the night raid, Li Che said. In such surprise attacks, iron armor is a burden. It not only hampers movement, but also makes noise that could alert the enemy. With Li Che's current resources, it was enough for the soldiers participating in the raid to wear 2 layers of leather armor, which offered comparable protection to iron armor. He entrusted the city affairs to Qian Bin. Your Highness can rest assured, Qian Bin said with a smile. For this night raid, Zhuge as the only local, would definitely accompany the army as a guide. With the experienced Qian Bin handling the city affairs, Li Che felt very relieved. He Tsonglong was steadier than Wang Sanshan, and with Qian Bin and He Tsonglong guarding the city, there would be no major mistakes. Moreover, it was highly likely that the barbarian tribes would not attack the city. They regarded Ninggu County as a herd of cattle and sheep being raised. Although they were barbarians, they understood the principle of being well fed. On the training ground, the soldiers from other camps reluctantly removed their iron armor and handed it over to the 4 camps that were left behind. The soldiers of the Ninggu army still did not have dedicated equipment, and when special circumstances arose, the armor would need to be mobilized. In Li Che's civil, this patchwork logistics system was completely inadequate. If it were in his past life, the logistics officer would have been executed. However, Li Che had no choice. Until a self-sufficient production line was established, weapons and equipment could only be cobbled together. After completing the equipment change, tens of thousands of soldiers marched in formation. Their long spears aligned in unison. Li Che's training methods were beginning to show results, at least in terms of formation. They had reached the level of military training students from his past life. Other generals were already accustomed to it, but Zhuge Zhe, who was seeing such a scene for the first time, fell silent. Zhuge Zhe had never seen the Daqing Imperial Guard, but had heard from elders about the elite Yulin Shaoguo army of the Huan Dynasty. That was the cream of the crop of the Huan Dynasty army. Yet in terms of military discipline, they did not match the elite of the current army before him. Li Che took off his royal robe and donned a suit of armor, stepping onto a high platform in the center of the training ground. The soldiers' gazes all fell on Li Che, their eyes filled with fervent admiration. Li Che waved his hand and smiled, saying, "There will be no training today. Rest well. We will set off after dark." "Yes, Your Highness." The soldiers responded in unison. "Tonight marks our Ninggu army's first battle against the barbarian tribes. I won't elaborate on its importance. You all are fighting for me, but more importantly, you are fighting for yourselves and for us, the children of Huaxia." Li Che unsheathed the long sword at his waist, pointing it northward. The purpose of this battle was singular: to make the barbarians beyond the pass sit down and listen to what we have to say. After today, we will let the whole world know that after our Ninggu army appears, even the fiercest nomadic tribes of this land will become able to sing and dance. Chapter 90. The dead barbarians are the good barbarians. The moonlight was like water, quietly spilling over the remnants of snow on the ground. The city gate opened slightly, and a troop of horses and soldiers poured out. The men held their breath, and the horses padded softly. The entire troop moved silently, with only the sound of rustling footsteps. Li Che sat atop a black horse, glancing at the fatigued Xieming beside him, and asked with a smile, "Xie Captain, how does our Ninggu army's might compare to Yang Zhongzi's Huan Kingdom army?" Xieming had a complex expression. He still couldn't understand why Li Che had suddenly turned on him, capturing him, yet treating him to good food and drink, and now bringing him here. Hearing Li Che's words, he looked at the soldiers around him, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. Indeed, they are an elite force. After a moment, he reluctantly added, "But they are not as good as the Huan Kingdom army." Li Che smiled slightly, aware that this fellow was just being contrary. However, he was not angry at all, whether it was the Huan Dynasty or Daqing. It had nothing to do with him, Li Che. He was Chinese, a Huaxia person, loyal to the people of this land, not to any particular court. In his view, any army that could fight against foreign tribes was a good army, and only the dead foreign tribes were the good foreign tribes. Still angry? Li Che asked. "Don't be mad. The reason I detained you and didn't let you go to Shanhaiguan is to save your commander." "What do you mean?" Xieming asked in shock. "You really have a pig's brain?" Li Che couldn't help but scold. "You, a captain from the previous dynasty, going to Shanhaiguan to seek help from our current generals. Do you think they would agree to help you? Not only would they not agree, but they would also detain you and report to the court. By then, not only you, but even my troops would be unable to move. We wouldn't be able to rescue anyone." Hearing Li Che's analysis, Xieming realized he was in the wrong and lowered his head. "I didn't think that far." Li Che comforted him. "Don't worry, I still have some troubles to deal with. Once I clean up a few nearby barbarian tribes, I will send troops to Liaodong. Just based on your commander holding heavy troops, but only targeting barbarians and not contending for the throne in the Central Plains, I respect him as a man. You dare to fight the barbarians? Xiaming said with disbelief. I don't believe it. Once you entered Ninggu County, you all just wanted to be turtles. And no one was willing to fight the barbarians. Ha ha, Li Che laughed. Then open your eyes and see how I kill the barbarians next. Xiaming's eyes widened. Are we going to kill the barbarians? That's right, the Limo tribe of the Mo people. Have you heard of them? The Limo tribe is not an obscure little tribe. Their leader is the Bashal clan, one of the 30 surnames of the Mo people. Xiaming was silent for a moment, then spoke. Your Highness, would you dare to untie me and give me some weapons? What for? Li Che glanced at the grass rope in his hands. You still want to run? I'm not running. If we kill the barbarians, count me in, Xiaming said gruffly. Li Che was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Good man. Bai, go untie him. After all, with Hu Chang around, this fellow wouldn't cause much trouble. Moreover, Li Che prided himself on having some insight into people. There was a young lady who once taught him applied psychology, explaining how to identify trustworthy people. Xiaming was clearly one of those people. Unfortunately, he and that young lady were not fated to be together, and they ultimately did not end up together, mainly because her methods were too intimidating. She could tell at a glance whether someone was lying, and dating her would be a painful experience. Under the guidance of several guides, the army marched for half the night and finally saw the distant, shadowy camp. The Mo people were still in a relatively primitive stage, rather than being a nomadic people. It was more accurate to say they were in a transitional phase from a fishing and hunting society to a nomadic one. The camp before them was quite large, but completely unplanned, with various tents haphazardly arranged in disarray, lacking any order. Li Che squinted to look, breathing out a cloud of white mist. Tell the brothers to slow down. We mustn't wake the sentries. At this moment, it was around 3 in the morning, the deepest part of the night, when most people slept the soundest. A march of thousands of men could not be completely silent, but the enemy had not detected anything. It was not until they were 300 paces from the camp that Li Che felt his heart settle, knowing that the night raid had already succeeded halfway. 300 paces was roughly within the range where cavalry could charge. Even if the enemy noticed now, it would be too late. However, Li Che did not rush. Instead, he suppressed his excitement and urged the troops to move forward. 250 paces, 200 paces, 180 paces. At this moment, a few barks could be heard from the camp. People might not hear clearly due to deep sleep, but dogs would. Even while sleeping, they could quickly perceive unusual sounds from the outside world. Hearing the barking meant that the Mo people in the camp had been disturbed. Li Che decided not to hide any longer, shouting, to achieve great accomplishments, now is the time. Bugler, sound the charge. The charge horn, later known as the soul-losing sound by the northern barbarian tribes, sounded for the first time in the barbarian camp. The archers strung their bows and lit arrows with fire sticks, shooting a volley of flaming arrows into the camp. The arrows landed on the tents, and the camp's tents began to be engulfed in flames. Charge! At the moment the arrows fell, the infantry, wielding their weapons, roared and charged as a unit into the camp to achieve great accomplishments. Previously, the first soldier to scale the city wall had already been promoted by His Highness to be the team leader. Such a great achievement, bringing glory to one's ancestors. Who wouldn't envy it? And now, a brand new opportunity lay before everyone. The royal banner fluttering in the central royal tent of the camp. Seizing the flag was also a great achievement. The camp was in chaos, countless Mo people waking from their dreams, cursing in languages they could not understand as they tumbled out of their tents. Then they were terrified to see, in the darkness, pairs of eyes glowing like hungry wolves, each one seemingly ready to devour them. The enemy is attacking at night, quickly. The Mo people screamed as they grabbed their weapons to prepare for battle. The soldiers at the forefront, armed with wooden shields and daggers, charged into the camp. The first to greet them was a fierce black dog. The soldier was momentarily stunned, then raised a shield to knock the charging black dog aside, swiftly bringing down his dagger. The dog's head was suddenly thrown high into the air. The first casualty of the night had appeared. The companion beside him was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Dunzi, are you a tiger? Decapitating a dog doesn't count as a military achievement. Li Che occasionally scolded soldiers who made mistakes, and the word tiger was used so often that everyone remembered it. Dunzi's face turned red, and he angrily replied, "How was I supposed to know?" It suddenly charged out. "I thought it was a little brat from the Mo tribe. Ha ha ha! You little tiger." Chapter 91. The cornered king of Limo under the glow of the fire. The Mo soldiers on guard looked ashen, shouting indistinct phrases. In the firelight, they saw a dark mass of troops surging in from all directions, a wave of cold creeping over them. One soldier shouted as he ran down from the watchtower, mounted his horse, and prepared to engage in battle. Whoosh! A shooting star of an arrow fell from the sky, pinning that soldier beneath his horse's hooves. Li Che slowly lowered his bow and rubbed his wrist. This bow was seized from the Long Sun family, with a draw weight of at least 1 stone, barely qualifying as a hard bow. After days of training and plan weight gain, Li Che's strength was no longer a glaring weakness. The foundation of this body wasn't bad. After all, he was a prince. At least drawing a 1-stone bow was not a problem, and as he grew older, his strength would continue to increase. "Your Highness has such remarkable archery skills," Zhuge couldn't help but exclaim. Li Che smiled and said, "If I want to become a vassal king, how can I not master the ways of battle?" Zhuge looked at Li Che with a complex expression. Military generals might be willing to follow such a prince, but the thoughts of civil officials were quite different. Being a king on horseback sounded good, and personally leading troops in a battle would surely inspire his soldiers to fight bravely. But the danger was real. If something went wrong, the kingdom of Ninggu would collapse, especially since Li Che had no heirs. Zhuge pondered quietly. Since the prince didn't worry about these matters, as a minister, he should share the burden and find opportunities to seek out talented and beautiful women for the prince, to ensure a small heir was born as soon as possible. As Zhuge's thoughts drifted, the battlefield situation had entered a fever pitch. It was early spring, the time of awakening for all things, and the tribes beyond the pass were recuperating, seldom engaging in war. The Limo tribe was located at the southernmost edge beyond the pass, relying on the Shanhaiguan and Ninggu as support, and they never expected to face a night raid at this time. Some were even getting up bare ass from women, grabbing weapons to join the battle. Others scrambled out of sheep pens, equally naked. There was no help for it. The barbarian tribes had few women, and some Moh men, unable to find satisfaction, had to use sheep as tools of release. This situation was not uncommon among various barbarian tribes. Even pirates during the age of exploration had such customs. As for why it was always sheep, perhaps it was because their size was similar to that of humans. These people had just awoken from sleep, having gone through a fierce battle before bed, and now their steps were a bit unsteady as they were forced into combat. Under such circumstances, they were naturally no match for the well-rested Ninggu army. But what surprised Li Che was that, even with no chance of victory, the enemy still did not collapse, flee, or surrender. Instead, they picked up everything around them that could be used as a weapon and fought back desperately, even though their opponents were well-armored. With tactical formations and rich combat experience, the Mo people still charged in like moths to a flame. Li Che couldn't help but feel a sense of vigilance. It was at this moment that he truly realized the difference between the Central Plains Xia people and the barbarians. The Xia people loved peace and understood tolerance. As long as they could farm in peace, they would not take risks. The barbarians, however, were different. They lived off raw meat and blood, inherently lacking respect for life and death, even for themselves. During battle, they were like beasts, driven by madness, showing no signs of reason. No wonder that before the invention of the Maxim gun, nomadic peoples had always been a source of great concern for agricultural peoples. Essentially, these were two completely different types of humans. Do not be greedy for merit. Maintain formation, Wang Sanshun shouted, cutting down 2 charging Mo men. He loudly reminded the soldiers, "War can make people lose their reason. Although the Huaxia people love peace, it does not mean they lack the will to fight. On the contrary, when their fighting spirit is ignited, they can enter a state of rage in an instant, even fearless of death and pain." Several soldiers had become bloodthirsty, leaving the cover of their formation and being surrounded and killed by the frenzied Mo men. Others dashed into burning tents, only to have the flames spread instantly, burning them alive. In short, they still lacked experience in facing barbarians. Although the Ninggu army had seen numerous battles, they were all against bandits and thieves, and most considered law enforcement battles. If they had been attacked by bandits, the enemy would have long since collapsed. But at this moment, they were facing the Mo people. The Ninggu army's response capabilities were strong. The captains and squad leaders from each battalion were the best among the convict troops, quickly adjusting their tactics. They formed units, covering each other, alternating to attack towards the center of the camp. While clearing out the remaining enemies, they also extinguished the flames, taking down any Mo men they saw still standing, then delivering a finishing blow. With their steady tactics, the Ninggu army swept through, costing very few casualties, and reached the location of the enemy's king's tent. The Mo king's tent stood tall and imposing, with over 100 Mo warriors standing solemnly outside, all clad in iron armor, their gazes sharp, observing their impressive military appearance and excellent armor. These were the elite soldiers of the Limo tribe. And the middle-aged man surrounded by soldiers was the tribal leader of the Limo, claiming to be King Limo, Derbu. Derbu was about 40 years old, already considered an elder among the Mo people, whose average age was under 30. His deep-set eyes held a hint of wisdom. Even when surrounded by Ninggu soldiers numbering in the dozens, he maintained the composure and rationality expected of a leader. Dunzi used his sword to decapitate the last Mo man who was stubbornly resisting, then raised his head to look towards the nearby king's tent. When he saw the Mo king's flag fluttering in the wind beside the tent, a flicker of greed and desire flashed in his eyes. The achievement of seizing the flag was right before him. He casually tossed aside the shield in his hand, which had become a broken piece of wood, and gripped his already dulled battle knife tightly. He had just taken 7 or 8 heads in battle, and the supervising soldier behind him had recorded it clearly. His comrades could also testify for him. These military achievements were enough for him to be promoted to a squad leader, but Dunzi still felt it was not enough. From a fallen convict to a Ninggu army squad leader, Dunzi sincerely believed that as long as he followed in the footsteps of the king of Ninggu, he would surely bring glory to his ancestors. By then, if he could return to his hometown, he would no longer have to face the disappointed gazes of his parents. Just thinking about the hopeful eyes of the elders in his hometown made Dunzi feel a surge of blood. He tightened his grip on the knife and strode toward the king's tent. Just as he took a step forward, Dunzi suddenly felt a tightness behind him. A strong hand yanked him back. "Kid, are you looking to get yourself killed?" Wang Sanchun, riding on horseback, pulled Dunzi back. "Did you not see those hard bows?" Only then did Dunzi noticed that the area around the king's tent was already surrounded by Mo warriors holding bows and arrows, each with a stern expression and a murderous aura. Dozens of hard bows were enough to turn any creature rushing forward into a sieve, easily piercing even ordinary wooden shields. Under the control of Wang Sanchun and the captains of various battalions, the bloodthirsty soldiers halted their advance and surrounded the king's tent tightly. The two sides thus faced off, and the battlefield fell into a strange silence. At that moment, a stuttering voice came from the direction of the king's tent. "King Limo wishes to see your army's commander." Chapter 92. False titles and true titles. The sudden voice from the king's tent broke the suffocating silence. Wang Sanchun stared at the figure hiding behind the Mo warrior, contemplating how much it would cost if he ordered a strong attack. In an instant, he abandoned this idea. From his understanding of Li Che, his lord valued the lives of every soldier greatly. A strong attack was definitely a last resort. He ordered the soldiers beside him, "Go, invite his highness over, and say that the leader of the barbarians wishes to see him." At this moment, Li Che, under the protection of his guards, was entering the Mo camp. Beside him was a female general, valiant and spirited, clad in armor and wielding a long sword, with an air of determination in her brow. This female general was Chang Ningxue, who, at Li Che's request, was responsible for the combat training of the newly established medical camp, temporarily serving as the camp's lieutenant. Within the camp, there were already female soldiers wearing red cross-embroidered leather armor, searching the battlefield to treat the wounded. The wounded must be rescued at all costs, prioritizing their lives. Li Che repeatedly instructed, telling them not to worry. Even if they became disabled, he would support them for life. The soldiers looked at him with gratitude, responding in unison. Chang Ningxue, with her eyes sparkling, curiously glanced at the young prince beside her. Li Che had not lied to her. After leaving Mangdang Mountain, the medical camp was established in the Ninggu army, and after capturing the inner city, it was officially incorporated into the Ninggu army structure. The medical camp was almost entirely composed of women who were equipped with weapons and had some knowledge of hand-to-hand combat. In emergencies, they could also join the fight. In addition, they were responsible for rescuing the wounded, with each having undergone basic first aid training. Li Che had also written a simplified version of the Barefoot Doctor's Manual, based on knowledge learned from his ex-girlfriend who studied medicine, and distributed it to the medical camp as a textbook for learning. Disinfection, hemostasis, bandaging, and transportation. They did not need to understand the principles, just follow the procedures. Although the medical personnel were still clumsy in their techniques, it was at least better than the wounded receiving no treatment at all. Chang Ningxue thought to herself that perhaps under this young prince, women could truly hold up their own. She took a deep breath, a trace of worry flashing in her eyes. Life in the medical camp was good. As a noble girl born into a family of generals, it was the first time she felt needed. Yet the engagement with the crown prince still loomed over her like a nightmare, causing her anxiety every day. Just then, a soldier rode up, reporting to Your Highness. General Wang has surrounded the tent of the Limo tribe. Their leader wishes to see you. Finally, it's over. Li Che breathed a sigh of relief. The fall of the tent meant that this clan had reached its end, and the heavy burden pressing down on Ninggu County had vanished. Li Che appeared confident and made the decision to initiate a night raid on the Mo people. In reality, he knew it was a gamble. If the enemy sensed it and ambushed the Ninggu army, relying on their horses to move swiftly, everything he had painstakingly built could be buried. Fortunately, the plan succeeded, and after tonight's battle, the Ninggu army had also acquired enough horses. The current number of confiscated horses was over 6,000, with many more frightened and fleeing horses that could be rounded up later. At least providing each soldier with a horse would be sufficient. In Li Che's military plan, the soldiers did not need to be proficient in horsemanship to become cavalry. But at the very least, everyone had to know how to ride and be able to travel on horseback. In ancient times, it was impossible to form a mechanized army. But establishing a mule and horse-based mobile force to escape the predicament of relying solely on foot travel was achievable. Let's go meet this limo king, Li Che said with a smile as he urged his horse forward, his guards quickly following suit. De claimed to be the king of the limo tribe. But even within the barbarian social structure, this was a blatant act of usurpation without any legal basis. Nomadic tribes were also part of the East Asian state system, completely different from the European system where a city with thousands of subjects could declare a king. To become a king, one either had to possess sufficient strength or have a father with sufficient strength. A mere Mo man had to at least unify the entire Mo tribe to barely qualify for the title of king. Therefore, when Li Che rode to the front lines and looked at De through the ranks of soldiers, there was no respect in his eyes for a fellow king. How could a prince of a great nation be on the same level as a small tribal leader? De on the other hand, felt completely different despite the distance. He saw a familiar aura in Li Che. It was the demeanor of someone in power, looking down on everything, indifferent to their own identity, as if everyone else besides themselves was insignificant. The last time De saw such a gaze was in his youth when the great Qing emperor personally led his army to conquer all tribes beyond the passes. His own father, the former leader of the Limo tribe, died at the hands of the great Qing army during that time. But that time, De did not dare to seek revenge. The great Qing army was too powerful enough that even the fearless Mo people felt a genuine fear. After killing his father, the Qing emperor casually declared that from then on, he would take over as the leader of the Limo tribe, and thus he legally inherited everything from his father. Now, more than 10 years had passed. In these years, De had encountered more people from the Great Qing. In his eyes, the Great Qing people were cowardly, incompetent, and weak, mere objects to be manipulated on this land. His disdain for the Great Qing criminals exiled here gradually helped him shake off the psychological shadow cast by the Qing emperor by the Great Qing army. De began to ruthlessly oppress and exploit the Great Qing citizens in Ninggu County. But the moment he laid eyes on Li Che, he was jolted awake. That man simply sat on his horse, silently gazing toward him, and D'Urbu began to tremble uncontrollably. The well-armored guards beside him reminded D'Urbu of the imperial guards beside the great Qing emperor, perhaps out of anger at his own cowardice, or perhaps to preserve the last shred of his dignity. D'Urbu had an elder from his tribe who understood the Xia language. Say to Li Che, "Before you stands D'Urbu, descendant of the 13 royal surnames of the Mo tribe, commander of the alliance of the 8 Mo clans, son of the former leader of the Limo tribe, current leader of the Limo tribe, king of Limo, D'Urbu." Upon hearing this series of titles, Li Che couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing their prince laugh, the other generals, although unaware of the reason, joined in hearty laughter. For a moment, the solemn battlefield was filled with a somewhat cheerful atmosphere. D'Urbu's face instantly turned red. From Li Che's laughter, he sensed complete disdain and contempt. He heard correctly. Li Che indeed looked down on him. Li Che knew that when a person presented a string of impressive titles, there were only 2 possibilities. Either that person was genuinely impressive, or they lacked confidence and could only embellish themselves with a series of titles. Looking at the flushed D'Urbu, Li Che understood that he was undoubtedly the latter. True strong individuals do not need such titles. When they achieve extraordinary feats, titles will naturally be bestowed upon them. For example, the strongest carbon-based life form of the 7th century, the leader of Asia, the authority of the Eastern Hemisphere, the embodiment of dragon and phoenix, the manifestation of daylight, the Grand Chancellor of the Tang Dynasty, the Minister of War, the Minister of State, the Grand Minister of the Eastern Shaanxi Circuit, the Grand Minister of the Yizhou Circuit, the Governor of Yongzhou, the Total Governor of Liangzhou, the Grand General of the Left and Right Yuhou, the General of the 12 Guards, the Supreme State Lord, King of Qin, General of Heavenly Strategy, Heavenly Khan, emperor.The of the Great Tang. Each of these titles could individually crush D'Urbu, yet they all belonged to one person, none of which he claimed himself. Even more absurdly, apart from the Heavenly Khan and emperor.The, all the other titles were obtained before he turned 23. After the laughter subsided, Li Che slowly spoke. "Tell the barbarians on the other side, this king is Li Che." Li Che did not deign to compare titles with D'Urbu, merely stating his own name. What nonsense about the king of Limi, the leader of the Mo. Just 2 words were enough to make him unable to lift his head. Li Che. Chapter 93, The Noble Criminal. In any era, during a relatively friendly social interaction, both parties should try their best to display equality. For example, when D'Urbu listed a series of titles, in order to show respect, Li Che should have also stated his title. Not doing so would not satisfy the attitude of equality, and naturally, friendliness would vanish. In the current situation, where D'Urbu was the fish and Li Che the knife, this represented humiliation. In contrast, after a brief moment of confusion, D'Urbu did not become angrier due to the humiliation. On the contrary, his attitude suddenly changed, his tone carrying an inexplicable respect and intimacy. "I did not realize it was His Highness, the Prince of Daqing, in person. I apologize for my rudeness, Your Highness." Upon hearing this, the surrounding Mo warriors looked at their leader in astonishment. It was the first time they realized that D'Urbu could speak the language of Xia. Li Che coldly watched D'Urbu mimic the Xia people in bowing and paying respects, feeling that he looked like a crow trying to act like a peacock, utterly ridiculous. D'Urbu didn't even know that Daqing had not only princes but also dukes. After getting up, D'Urbu asked in confusion, "Your Highness, may I ask what grievances lie between us that we must meet with weapons?" "There were indeed grievances," Li Che replied indifferently. "Your son came to my place to act tyrannically, leading to his death at my hands." So, D'Urbu was taken aback. He had many sons. As the leader of a large tribe, he could have the most women. With the short days and long nights in northeast China, there was no entertainment. So he had many children to play with. Due to having too many sons, most of them were mediocre and received no special treatment within the tribe. There were a few outstanding sons who could be given the title of prince. "Which son of mine are you referring to?" D'Urbu asked. This question stumped Li Che. That little brat had been quite arrogant, and he couldn't be bothered to say much before just killing him. He only remembered that the boy claimed to be a prince of the Limi tribe. As for which prince, who could remember? Seeing Li Che silent, The thought he had angered him and quickly added, "Your Highness, regardless of which of my sons has offended the Prince of Daqing, if he loses his life, it is his own fault." The subservient demeanor gave Li Che a huge sense of contrast. His words expressed both longing for and fear of Daqing, seemingly genuine. Li Che could not understand why someone so fearful of Daqing would dare to plunder Ninggu County. "Your grievances may be disregarded, but my grievances cannot be ignored." Li Che's tone grew colder. "Your tribe plundered my Ninggu County, resulting in countless innocent deaths. Colluding with the previous dynasty's aristocracy, they abducted vast amounts of wealth and resources. They left the bodies of my Daqing citizens exposed on the roadside to intimidate my army and people. How shall we account for this blood debt?" Li Che inquired word by word, expecting the to be so frightened that he would kneel down and beg for forgiveness. But to Li Che's surprise, when he mentioned that Ninggu County was his territory, the expression changed instantly. The no longer used honorifics. Realizing that Li Che was the king of Ninggu County, the king of those so-called criminals. He finally grasped the source of the conflicted attitude. The had complex feelings toward Daqing. As the leader of the Limi tribe appointed by the Emperor Qing, he felt both respect and fear. As a leader appointed by the Emperor of the Central Plains, he was also looked down upon in the true barbarian tribes. There is a psychological phenomenon known as the zealotry effect of converts, meaning that those who join a camp later often feel more loyal and fanatical than those who have always belonged to it. The was just like that. He had a perverse longing and loyalty to Daqing. In his mind, the people of Ninggu County were all criminals of Daqing, enemies standing on the opposite side of Daqing. As a convert of Daqing, they were the only group he could oppress. Therefore, he and the nearby tribes fiercely exploited the citizens of Ninggu County, lowering the status of the people of Ninggu County in order to please both other tribes and Daqing. After understanding this connection, Li Che couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. "Criminals? Indeed, they are criminals." The said righteously, "Criminals are the enemies of Daqing. How can your Highness, as a prince, collude with the enemy?" "Shut up." Li Che could no longer listen, shouting to interrupt him. "Listen well." Li Che drew his sword, standing tall on his horse. "The criminals sent to Ninggu County are also my Daqing citizens. Even if